hunting is fun.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Well done, Matt.
Someone else's life.
Well, well, well. DGG. How we doing today, guys?
Thank you, Steven.
How much did you sleep? Too
You're getting
much,
a little
B-Blue.
dead, my guy.
Too much. I had a full 10 hours of sleep last night. Not good. But it was because I slept for like 2 hours the day before. How's the Pixel? Oh, I finally got it. It was at the office. I'll probably fuck with it later. But you feel great and killed your workout today. Kind of. I had one workout in Seattle. But other than that, my last real workout was like 9 days ago. But none of my lifts decreased, so it's okay, I guess. Actually, all of my upper body lifts increased. Dumbbells are really good. I hated dumbbells a long time ago, but I think I really like them now. The only hard part now about dumbbells are getting them into the correct position. So, like, I have like 2 huge bruises
I feel like I've outpaced him.
on my stomach
intellectually.
trying to get like your chest
Envelope
press or
porn.
whatever is I don't know. There might be like strategies or ways to do it. And then same thing with like your overhead press with dumbbells. It's hard to like get, for me at least, to get the weight up there to actually do it is difficult. But from Loner Box's chat, Denim's space and I love her. Denim's such a sweet. Okay, why do I care? Oh, it's Maddie. Oh, Maddie Cakes and oh my god, what the fuck? How many scoops of protein a day do you take? I do 2 in the morning and 2 at night. So I'm doing like over 100 grams, I think. Because I think the whey is 24 a pop. So that's 48. I think 1 glass of milk, 2%, I think is 8 grams of protein. Or probably like 1.5 glasses of milk for 2 scoops. So it's probably like 60 grams. So about 120 from shakes. And then I'll eat like another thing or whatever. Use your knees to push up the weight. Yeah, it's a lot of like moving around. It's like difficult to do it, I guess. Do you floor press or bench?
Because I'm putting 100%.
With dumbbells? Always bench. I like
Okay.
exercise that let you get like a really good stretch. So I like flies are nice because you can feel like you're at maximum. You're like at the widest range you can be. And then the nice thing about, I don't know how you would do a dumbbell. Like one of the advantages of dumbbells is that you can come lower than you could on a barbell bench press. Because on barbells, you can only go as low as the bar will hit your chest. But on dumbbells, you can get like all the way down at your side before going back up. And then you also have more freedom to move your wrists. It's way easier on your like anatomy as well. But do you do cable or dumbbell flies? I do both, but my dumbbell flies are hard because this arm is still a little bit irritated. I think dumbbell chest flies are the only thing that still bother my, I don't know if you'd say tendinitis or whatever. If you have any pain anywhere in any part of your arms, I think dumbbell flies are going to bring it out because you're like, everything has to be, because you're like on everything here, right? Your shoulders, your triceps, everything, you're going to feel it if you have any kind of pain, so. What's the weight on your dumbbells? On dumbbell chest flies, it's like, I think I did 15 pounds each last time. But on the cable machine, I think I did 95 by 10 by 3 today. So the machines are always going to be higher than the dumbbells. But I think the dumbbells are more limited by my comfort and this arm than the actual weight. Just drop dumbbell flies. Cables are way better anyways. Yeah, but I always like, free weights are nice if you can do them.
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Yeah.
Bro, my bicep tendonitis explodes when I go for shit like that. Yeah, mine has gotten a lot better. Like, I don't feel it on any of my lifts now, except for flies. Flies are the only thing. I don't know if it's because of the position of the arm or what, but it's the only thing on, that I feel it on. You lose a lot of tension toward the top of the motion on dumbbells in comparison to cables. That is true. Cables are nice because you can maintain that tension throughout the entirety of the motion. And then there's a good, like, if you're doing cable flies and you're not ego lifting, there's a good, like, squeeze that you can get when you bring it all the way in and then come back. That is true. Maybe you should just drop, maybe dumbbell flies aren't worth doing at all, actually. I try to have, like, a variation in every exercise, which is something that mentally is, like, really nice for me. I enjoy that a lot, but... Do you do both arms at the same time with cable flies or one arm at a time? I'm pretty sure I do both at the same time. Or no, I'm not. I'm pretty sure I know I do. I don't know how you... there's probably a way to do only one at a time, but I don't know why you would. If you want to isolate, I guess you could. Yeah, I don't know. I always do two at the same time. I'm getting back into doing deadlifts now too, but it's figuring out the setup is so hard. It's like the one, I think my squats are really good now, but the deadlifts are so hard. I haven't done it in a long time, but I can pull 225. I did that today one time, which is fun, but still technically weak for my weight. But the lower back thing is just, I don't know. I just truly don't understand the setup. I think it's just not, I just don't have it in my brain yet. I don't know.
Hey, my DGG does.
Have you looked into Zed? I don't know what any of that meant. Do you do incline bench press? Shit feels so good. I don't do any incline decline shit yet. Not at all. You haven't deadlifted in a long time. I went straight to 225.
Because I'm putting.
I haven't deadlifted, but I've been doing a lot of like weird like Romanian deadlift shit. Are you up to benching a plate? Almost. Today was 125. So in like a week or two, I should be able to do 3x5 benching. Don't tell me your back was like Hans. Dude, watching Hans's back, holy shit. But I mean, if it works for him, it works for him. When you get into people that do like, some people deadlift with really weird posture, but it works for them. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if, I don't know. Deadlifting, I would never critique somebody's deadlifting form because I have no idea. There's like, it feels like everybody, it's just a hard lift. Everybody does it differently. Everybody has different advice for it. I've heard like every single different type of thing given for like deadlifting too. So I have no idea like what's good or what's not good. I did I'm just getting back into it. So we did 185 by 5. Because this weight is relatively lightish. Like, I'm not, like, dying lifting this. But getting the posture and everything is... Hold on, let me see if I can get this to work. The primary advice with deadlift is start light, hone your form to what is comfortable for you, listen to your body's pain. You'll know good pain versus bad pain. But this is what I think that you can learn to lift, I think, incorrectly on your deadlifts, I think for quite a while, and I think you'll be okay. But I think you'll hit a point to where you go straight to Snap City. That's what I'm worried about. Because like I did deadlifts for a long time, and I think my lower back was too curved. And then I don't want to get to a point where it's like, oh, you just destroyed your back. You're fucked. I think you can... I'm so paranoid of like random shit popping up on my computer, but it shouldn't. So the thing that I don't know the most about like this, so my lower back always looks rounded and I always hear different things. I'm kind of wondering if I'm just like, if it's just fat here that's sticking out. Because like I think that everything else is okay, but then I don't. It's like this. Yeah, I'm not sure. I truly don't know. That's fine. So like half the people will say like that's fine, but then the other half will say it's super rounded. I don't know how the actual lift looks. Hold on one second. I probably drop it too much. So resetting up. So this is my starting position right here, but I think it is too rounded here. I think. And then it comes up. I don't know. I truly don't know. And I hear so many different things. But so I did this for 5 reps. I don't feel like any pain. Nothing is bad. I haven't done a proper deadlift in like over a month. But like my back feels fine now. I don't feel like I tweaked or hurt anything. I could like set my, so sometimes I hear people say to set your butt lower. But I'm worried that if I go, the thing is if I start my butt too low, hold on, let's see if we come to the front here. Hold on. I feel like if I set my butt too low, then what happens is that as soon as I start to lift, when it gets heavy in my hands, my butt will come up and then the bar will move. Push your hips forward more. It doesn't look like you're straight. Have you tried pulling sumo? I don't want to change the lift I'm doing. I'd rather just do this lift correctly. Just your t-shirt covers your ass, so your back looks like it's rounded. Get a shorter one. I thought about doing these shirtless, but my belly is going to be... Can't really set your butt lower. You want to keep your upper back straight and push your chest out at the same time. Do you do mixed grip? I think on my first one I did double overhand, but 185 is hard for me to hold on to. So I think I switched to, yeah, I do alternate grip here. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know, dude. This is like, if I just need to get this one thing down and then I'm good. Push with your legs more. So like, fuck, it's so hard. So like push with your legs more, but then I don't know if the problem is pushing my legs more. I think the problem is that maybe I'm not squeezing my ass. I just hear so many different things. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. Well, I'll figure it out eventually. Or I'll snap my back and then I'll be done. I've heard some people say that you need to drop your ass all the way until you're almost at the bottom position of a squat. And then I've heard other people say, it's not a squat. Don't drop your ass that much. Like just keep your back straight and have it up higher. Yeah, I truly don't know. Are you pushing through the heels or the front of your foot? I'm always pushing through heels and midfoot for a squat or for a deadlift. Because if you're pushing through your toes, you're falling over and you're fucked. You're in a weak position, I think. Is your lower back supposed to be the first thing that goes up when you're deadlifting? No. So like technically, even this isn't really correct. I think when you move on a deadlift, everything should move at the same time. So like even here when I'm trying to drop my butt a little, you can see, notice how as soon as I start to lift the weight, look how my butt comes up a little bit. See, it's because I'm not starting in the strongest position. That's my understanding. Either I'm not starting in the strongest position or something isn't locked that should be. Because if it's coming up, you shouldn't be moving like in 3 different ways as you do a deadlift. Your hips should be hinged and then they should unhinge and everything should come up together. It shouldn't be like a ooh, 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 like Inspector Gadget or whatever moving. The deadlift is a hip hinge with some quads at the start. Your hips should not be lower. It depends which part you want to work out. Don't listen to internet strangers. Just get a personal trainer. No offense, but like personal trainers, I don't know anything about. I'm sorry, but like personal trainers are garbage 99% of the time. If I had a trainer that was like, this guy did like powerlifting and he was like a competitor, then it's like, okay, sure, I can trust you. But otherwise, like, dude, trainers at gyms will tell you some wild shit. Trainers at gyms will just say crazy shit all the time. You should pull the slack out of the bar before you start the lift. This will help everything go at the same time. Yeah, maybe. Also depends on what your focus is. Wanting to be as strong as possible, just look at sure. Surely you could afford one of the higher caliber than a floor. Yeah, but I just don't know what does that mean? Because everybody will market themselves as like a... Yeah, well, maybe I say that. You know what? That's not actually fair because I'm just going by like the trainers that I find at like 24-hour fitness. Maybe there are like better quality, better caliber. Yeah. Almost every gym I've been to have trainers that do actual competitions. It shouldn't take long to find a powerlifter. LA is full of powerlifting gyms. Yeah, maybe. Why don't you just work out with Canute? Yeah, maybe. I mean, hopefully someday I can. I don't know if Canute does deadlifts though. I don't know how good. I don't know if deadlifts put on the type of mass you'd want as a bodybuilder. I'm sure he knows how to do them though. I would imagine somebody that spends that much time in the gym probably does, right? I went through like 2 or 3 trainers with my shoulder injury before anybody. I don't even know how I found out that I had that problem. I think it might have been Reacher Car in chat that finally brought up something, but like nobody even knew like what a shoulder impingement was, I guess, or how to diagnose that or anything. What do you need?
I just took this.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go outside.
Oh, Canute does do deadlifts.
Yes, kom igen!
Jesus.
Lätt! Bra, kom igen!
They wouldn't be qualified to diagnose that sort of thing, though, no? Well, no, but now that I know what a shoulder impingement is, I'm pretty confident that I could figure out really quick if somebody has one, right? There's just like a couple ways that you can move your arms, and then it's like, oh, you have your shoulder is super impinged, or you have like inflammation. Like it's really easy now that I know what it is. Yeah. No shot that he's keeping his back perfectly straight at that weight. I don't think anybody that's like maxing out on deadlifts when they're past like 200 kilograms is keeping everything like perfectly fucking straight, you know? I got the shoulder impingement fixed by good deep tissue massage sessions. Do you ever get massages? I don't know if that would help. I think that the thing that helped me the most is like rehab stuff for shoulder stuff. So like between like basically while I'm warming up my squat, I do like 20 of these with like, I think it's 1.25 pound weights, and then I do fronts all the way, and then like backs, and then I just like hang a lot, because apparently hanging is good for your shoulders, I guess. Range of motion is mad important. Most gym bros don't even notice shit like that. Yeah, I think that I read somewhere that like how flexible you are, your range of motion actually is like a bigger determinant for whether or not you get injured versus like too heavy of a weight or anything. Do you do any other fun sports like cardio or climbing? Not yet. Shouldn't your torso tilt up more like this? Yeah, maybe, but it might just be fatty. I can't tell. Because like if I really want to get, because it feels like to have something like this, like, yeah, I don't know, fuck. Maybe I'll just do naked deadlifts next time. And we can just all look. Is it fat or is it the actual like curvature of your spine? I'm not sure. Because I have like all of my fat in my body is around my stomach. That's where like all my fat is. So I don't know if that like makes it look different or whatever. Stretching is so boring. How do you get through it? I try to stretch with my lips. And then I do a little bit of dynamic stretching. And then I stretch just whenever I do anything. So like if I'm washing my hands or whatever, I like my back will be straight. I'm just like leaning forward. Because the only thing I worry about stretching is my hamstrings. That's the only thing that fucks me. Although now they're a lot more flexible, so. Like the top of your pelvis didn't seem like anything to worry about. Keep stretching your hamstrings, focus on glute engagement. Yeah, maybe that. It might be the glute thing. Your glutes protect your lower back a lot. I noticed that when I do, I think I got that from a Jeff Nippard video. Nippard? Is that his last name? Because when you do overhead press, if you squeeze your glutes while you're doing your overhead press like this, your lower back will feel a lot more stable if your glutes are squeezed while you're doing that. 100%. So I try to squeeze my glutes in almost every, and anything that has me standing up, I try to, I guess. Why do you like going to the gym? I think it's like there's like 4 things in cascading order. So 1 is health. You have to be safe when you do everything. 2 is strength, because being stronger is cool. Hopefully as a result of that, 3, you look better. And then 4 is just like more weight on the bar eventually, right? Working out more gives you a stronger neck and face and makes you look more Chad-like. I don't know if working out will affect your face at all. I don't do any neck lifts. Would you try Olympic weightlifting in the future? No, this might be like a pussy thing to say, but like that just seems like a whole lot of risk of injury for absolutely no gain whatsoever. Maybe in the future, if I did like some very specific athletic thing, and I can't imagine that would be the case, then I would. But otherwise, fuck all that shift. Anything that involves throwing weight around is too spooky for me. Okay, I'm just a baby. Jeff Nibbert has a quick fix for lower back rounding.
Lower back round.
Okay, talk to me, baby.
Now, obviously, you may just be training too heavy. So first consider lowering the weight, but that's definitely not the only reason that people round. So let's consider three other, definitely not the only reason.
So I can't, this is so strange to me. Is it, because this is an example of it doing it correctly, right? But I feel like if my position was like this, my mental worry would be like, I don't know if my lats are engaged enough here because there's so much rounding in the upper back. I feel like everybody deadlifts in a different way. The lower back here, it looks all straight, but this it seems like there's so much rounding in the upper. Now, I'm not critiquing him because I see people pull way more than this with an upper rounded back. Yeah, I don't know. It's, fuck. I think this is one you just have to do and learn, and you either injure yourself or you figure it out.
That people round. So let's consider three other quite simple solutions. First, stretch your hamstrings. Now, from a pure technique perspective, you want to make sure that before you initiate the lift, you're pulling your hips into an anteriorly tilted position. You can think of this as slightly popping your butt out, like in a bikini pose, to pull your lower back into a neutral spinal position before you pull, but you don't want to exaggerate that. Now, you may find that you're simply not able to do this and then still reach the bar because your hamstrings are too tight. So if you're feeling a huge hamstring stretch to the point of discomfort when you pull your lower back into that neutral position, then I think you really do need to work on your hamstring flexibility. And you can do this through a combination of dynamic stretching and foam rolling before lifting, and if needed, static stretching after lifting. And I'd also incorporate some moderate rep stretch-based movements like Romanian deadlifts.
Oh shit, so this is, okay, I haven't seen this before, but this is everything I was doing. Because I was worried about my hamstring flexibility initially, and then I do Romanian deadlifts, but I try to milk it for the stretch here at the bottom of the movement for this.
Hamstrings out under load. Now, second, it's also important to consider why your lower back is rounding in the first place. Like we already said, it's
Bye, Milky Mill.
probably because your body is naturally gravitating to the easier, stronger position. However, this comes at the expense of lifting safety. And contrary to popular opinion, your lower back is most likely not rounding because your lower back is too weak. It's much more likely that your glutes are so weak that your lower back is rounding to compensate, reducing that torque requirement at the hips, and then by extension, the load that the glutes need to handle. So you should really work on strengthening your glutes with hip thrusts, cable pull-throughs, and other hip extension-based movements.
I don't do any hip extension movements. Do you do Romanian deadlifts before or after normal ones? I do deadlifts today. Tomorrow I do 3x10 Romanian deadlifts. Then I do a day off, and then I'll deadlift again.
So that your lower back doesn't have to compensate for the strength deficit. And third, you'll want to use paused deadlifts to reinforce isometric spinal extension. So you may actually start the lift out in the right position, but then as you clear the floor, you default to a more rounded position. So the solution here is to train this specific problematic aspect of the movement pattern by using paused deadlifts, where you're going to pause.
Are you wearing a belt? No, I've read so much on wearing a belt. Maybe in the future. I don't know. I'm not sold on it. I've seen like all the little EKG scans for different movements that it may or may not help with. It does. I don't know. I'm not sold on it. Maybe in the future.
For a 1 to 2 second count as soon as the plates leave the floor, or you can pause just below the knees if you notice the rounding happening later in the range of motion. But either way, the pause is going to force you to do a quick check on your positioning and reinforce that proper lifting position at the problematic time points in the range of motion. Now, obviously, you will want to go lighter on paused deadlifts, especially if you're new to them. So I'd start with something like 50 to 60% of your 1 rep max.
This here? Oh shit, okay. This here would be a sumo deadlift, right? His legs are, this is too wide for it to be considered conventional, or?
Lifts, especially if you're new to them. So I'd start with something like 50 to 60% of your 1 rep max for set.
Use mixed grip. I'll try to do as many as I can with a double overhand, but at this point the weight is too heavy for me to do more than like 1. I'll probably mixed grip everything.
Of 4 to 6 reps and then build from there. Okay, so the second most common error is having the hips shoot up too early. Now, the most
so this is if you set your butt too low in a weak position. This is something else where I try to set up a little bit higher now.
Common culprit here is that you're simply setting up the lift wrong. Many lifters have the temptation to set up the deadlift with the hips very low and then try to squat the weight up, which is a mistake and almost every time is going to result in the hips shooting up first, leaving your lower back to handle much of the load. So the fix here all comes back to the setup, and in my opinion, if you do set up the lift properly, then your hips just won't shoot up. So to set up, rather than thinking about sitting your hips down, you want to think about pushing your hips back like you would in a stiff leg deadlift, and then once you can't get them back any further without really stretching your hamstrings, allow your knees to come slightly forward until your shins just touch the bar without moving.
Why is it so hard to get good information on this? I think everybody's brain works differently and everybody's bodies work a little bit differently. Like how we think about our bodies work differently. One of the things that helped me the most is finally getting like my squat form down. Actually, 2 things really helped. One was when I squat now, I don't think about my legs at all. I actually almost never think about my legs and leg movements. I'm actually always thinking about my hips. Because if you try to think about like bending your legs to lower your body, that for me, at least mentally, there's a lot of really weird things. But if I think about just pushing my hips back and hinging my hips, everything seems to flow like super naturally from there. That is a way better mental cue for me. If I try to think about like bending legs, I'm trying to think, well, what is the position of like my legs and my hips and my back? But if I just think about like hinging my hips back, everything is like super, super, super natural from there. From in terms of thinking about like squatting at least. That was a mental cue that I didn't have for a long time. And then I finally like either read this or somebody told me this and I was like, oh, okay. Another thing that helped too for low bar squats, I don't have very many muscles yet, but I'm getting a few finally. Okay, I look a little bit like I have a couple of muscles. Actually having, this is gonna sound really stupid. If you're trying to learn low bar squat and you don't have any muscles at all, like when I started doing low bar squat, I don't know where the fuck the bar is supposed to go. It's actually really difficult because it can slide up and down literally anywhere in your back. But if you actually have like itty bitty, at the very least, because mine are still small, but if you actually have posterior delts, now when I set the bar up, it's like, oh, boom, it goes right back there. I can exactly feel like there's no way that it's moving from this position. Trying to do low bar squat without having any posterior delt development is really difficult. You absolutely, or at least for me, that bar would fucking slide all over the place. I have no idea where the fuck it goes. That's something that helped a little bit too.
It, and then you want to hold that relatively higher hip position. Now, when you initiate the pull, your hips shouldn't rise up, but rather drive forward as the chest rises up. So the solution to having the hips—
Do you think this YouTuber gives good info? I don't like to endorse any lifting YouTubers because every time I like them, I hear some crazy shit. But this guy seems cool. He'll like post like, he's a fucking study nerd. So he'll have like, here's 3 or 4 studies on this particular lift for why I say it is. And then like all those videos seem good. I haven't seen anything bad about Jeff Nippard so far. But I mean, that's what I would say.
Up is to just perfect your setup and initiate the pull with the hips in a slightly higher starting position. Okay, so the next error is not having your joints stacked. Again, this comes back to the setup. So with the sumo deadlift, when viewed from the front, you should be able to draw a perfectly straight vertical line from your knees to your heels. And if your heels are outside your knees, then your stance is probably too wide or your knees are caving in. And the first solution here is to simply narrow your stance a bit. However, you may need to also work on your hip mobility to keep your knees out. So before training, you can do some dynamic stretching and foam rolling for your...
My friend told me that huge shoulders are an easy indicator of being on gear, true or not. Let me make sure I'm pronouncing this correctly. Your trapezius muscles, I believe, which are the ones that come up and down here, I think that they have more androgen receptors than most of the other muscles in your body. So caution, this isn't like a 100% thing, but if somebody is on gear, generally these muscles will be ultra flared more than they would be on a normal person, because nobody usually trains like just their traps in that manner. So when you see that, that can be an indicator like, oh, this person is possibly on gear.
inner thigh muscles and groin. And then after training, you can do some static stretching for the same area. Also, when viewed from the side, the heels should be roughly stacked below the knees, meaning your shins should be as close to vertical as
You ever think of
possible.
doing gear? My number one thing for lifting, if you remember the 4 things I gave earlier, is health related. So I wouldn't want to like, I don't think I would want to take hormones or like fuck with any of that. Like, why would I do that? I already have fucking sex addiction problems. Why would I fucking roid up? Like, that just seems like a recipe for disaster, okay?
Possible. And this applies to both the sumo and conventional deadlift. So in order to get your shins vertical, you may have to adjust the height of your hips, adjust your stance width, and make sure you're using a flat-soled shoe, or even consider lifting barefoot. Finally, the last error we're gonna cover is locking out the lift excessively. This is super common, especially in male lifters who seem to get so excited about lifting the weight up that they just wanna keep going with it by leaning too far back and hyperextending their lower back. So all you need to do to finish out the lift is stand up with an upright posture, flexing your glutes to lock out the hips, and lifting your chest up to lock out the shoulders. There's also no need to squeeze your shoulder blades together or...
Why does he hate Beats by Dre so much? Every time he's in a video and he's making fun of gym bros, he's always got his Beats by Dre on. Why?
Shrug the weight up at the top. This is just gonna waste your energy and throw your lifting position off. So it's totally fine to get hyped up for a lift and use explosive power throughout the concentric. But once you hit that lockout, I think it's really important to be able to maintain control and not take the lift past its intended range of motion. Okay, so those are 4 of the most...
Wow, thanks, Jeff. What is this? A 3.5 minute video on Anna. Why?
I know you can watch it from Doe's point of view. I'm sorry, on its. Did you just refer to Doe as an it? Was that a mistake? Message in general? Oh. So ladies. Doe uses its pronouns? So many things I want to say in response to that. It isn't a gender, though. But okay. That's a new one.
Okay, I don't care. I don't know why you like this. Okay. Assange take on the sale of U.S. weapons to Taiwan. Can I see if we can AI generate what he's going to say? So... Anytime the U.S. is doing anything with Taiwan, it's needless imperial aggression that doesn't have anything to do with the safety of Taiwan, but instead is needlessly antagonistic towards China. So anything that the U.S. does with Taiwan, don't be fooled. Really, they're just trying to use Taiwan as like a proxy state to be aggressive towards China. Am I close? That's my guess.
Literally because we have been escalating tensions against China by beefing up Taiwan, giving Taiwan, what is it, like one...
Oh, wait, hold on. Don't let me forget one thing. No, never mind. I'm going to say, I wonder if you'll say billionaires are involved somehow to keep their businesses. But I don't know how much time. Maybe. Okay, never mind. That's a bonus meme.
$8 billion worth of arms? Like, what is this, dude? Yo. I'm gonna keep it at 100, okay? I'm gonna keep it real. Why don't we do this for Hawaii? Like, what would happen if China was just like, you know what? We're just gonna give Hawaii $1.8 billion worth of fucking drones. So that
what is that comparison? What?
The indigenous population there can fucking defend itself. Okay? Which would be a little bit more justifiable than what the fuck we're doing here with respect to...
Okay. I don't know what to say about that one. Okay, go away. Nobody likes you. Holy shit, click. What? I don't, this looks stupid. Okay. Oh, I have a debate tonight. I should be ready for this, but I'm actually not. I didn't actually prepare much for this, so we should. Real quick. Memes. What are memes? People trying to get sponsored stream. Oh, these were the notes that I took for this. What a worthless debate last night. I actually was cringing for that guy. I felt so bad. Oh my god. The topic was whether or not Biden has... I think Biden's a record. So I'll probably just focus on 3 things. The coronavirus relief, the passage of the... What was the official name of the bill? It's not the Building Back America Better shit or whatever, right? What is it called? Is that the other one that he's working on? Or what's the name of the one that just passed? Build Back Better. Okay. Build Back Better. Things work better in 3s. Wait, is the... Hold on. The Build Back Better hasn't been passed, right? I don't care if it hasn't been passed. That's not what I'm worried about. So the infrastructure bill, coronavirus relief. I think we'll try to argue in favor of Afghanistan. The COVID-19 hate crimes bill was a huge one. Part of the BBB has passed in the House and Senate? Or only in the House? Okay, I don't care about shit that's only passed through the House, okay? Somebody emailed me and said, even on gear, if one doesn't train traps and neck, one has no traps and chicken neck. Quite common, actually. So this is a position that I used to hold, but I think we actually looked up studies and it's wrong. I think that this is going to sound super demotivating. So I'm sorry if this demotivates some of you, okay? And actually, if I'm wrong, I'm welcome for somebody to link me something proving me wrong, because I used to think this was true. I think that an average man that is doing an average weightlifting intensity with a good diet and everything versus somebody that goes on gear and doesn't lift, I think the guy on gear actually puts on more muscle. I think that's true. So it sounds crazy. And I used to say the opposite. It's like, well, if you go on gear, you still have to work hard, which you do to get really big. But I think if you go on gear and you don't lift at all versus somebody that is just like trying hard and they're doing everything right or whatever, the guy on gear that never goes to the gym will actually get bigger. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. If somebody wants to link somebody showing me that this is not true, but I used to argue the opposite of this a lot. It's like, if you're on gear, you still have to work out, otherwise nothing will happen. But then I think like 3 or 4 or 5 PubMed studies, like they measured the muscular blah, blah, blah of this guy versus this guy, moderate intensity, blah, blah, blah. And it's like the guy on gear grew more and more and more every time. Yeah. This is a Today I Learned thread on Reddit. Sorry, somebody linked something that was not relevant. Reminds me of Debates Destiny, Chomsky versus Buckley, 1969. One guy talking about reality, the other guy hiding behind generalities and a persona. RGR review before after the debate. I should do it before. Okay, stop. Okay, we're done talking about this, I think. Destiny meme.
Just why can't anybody fucking be normal on this website? Jesus Christ, why can't any of you people be normal? Why is it like this? All the time here on Twitch and Twitter, it's always just some goddamn communist, and then somebody comes in and says, well, actually, slavery wasn't that bad. God, just be normal. Please, be normal. Be one of these normal people you're going to deal with in everyday life who isn't out here just kind of just trying to refight the Eastern Front. My God. Just why can't anybody fucking be normal?
Here's a question. If I save a YouTube video to Zotero, does it actually save a local copy of the video, or is it just saving a link, or what? Oh, wait. Where did that... What is this? Apparently it's a thing that just helps me save and archive links. Do one right now to type. Okay, well, so save, boom. Okay, it's saved here. Oh, so it's just opening a link. It doesn't save a local copy, right?
There's a question.
Yeah, okay. Do you remember the people trying to get Destiny's VS Code as a text editor? Nice. Okay. It's just, this is like a way, I want to be able to like save links to place and have them in the future. Because I'm always like, oh, remember that article we read? And somebody referenced this. Why does Destiny have that video up day after day after day? Because I save them because eventually you'll watch them, but... Infrared being cringe about... Oh! Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Fuck. I shouldn't get triggered by random shit. When I entered my stream yesterday, somebody linked Mafia Jake's stream. She was talking about UTIs, okay? Jesus fuck, okay? I don't know what it is about women not understanding their bodies or whatever, okay? All right. Women don't get more UTIs because they wipe their ass into their pussy, okay? I don't know. She was talking about like, oh, well, if you're a woman, you should wipe front to back instead of back to front. You know where your pussy is, okay? I don't know which women go to wipe their pussy and they reach all the way around and they're actually digging their asshole and dragging it up to their fucking lips. It doesn't happen. I don't know what the fuck that comment was. Also, holy shit. Oh my God. Mafia is not a trans woman, is she? Because if so, I'm being ultra shitty right now. I didn't even stop to consider that for a moment. I don't know if she is or not. If she is, then it makes more sense because she doesn't have a vagina and I would understand. Okay? Yeah, the reason why women, my understanding, you can go Google if you don't believe me, okay? My understanding, the reason why men tend to not get UTIs and women do tend to get UTIs is because men have a big old long urinary tract. I don't think you would say urethra, because I think this is about the thing at the top. But it's hard for bacteria to get at the end of your penis and get all the way fucking up that shit and then over into your fucking like kidneys and shit and fuck you up. It's really hard to do that. Now, when you're a woman, you have your urethra and it's like right there and it just has to like do a hop and a skip and now you're infected. Women tend to get UTIs versus men because of a shorter urinary tract, not because their ass is close to their pussy. What a fucking stupid thing. Fuck, I got so triggered listening to this. Sorry, done with that. Okay. Not that anybody cares about that. Okay, Jesus. Also, why we need to pee after. Yes, this is why if you're a woman, if you fuck with somebody, if you do something, you should always urinate after somebody's been inside of you. Women can get UTIs if they wipe back to front, though. I don't believe you. And you know what? I'll take the L if I'm wrong on that, okay? If you are a woman and you reach down to wipe yourself and you miss your pussy for your asshole, you've got so many problems going on that I don't even know how to help you, okay? I don't believe it, okay? I don't believe that can possibly be a thing. No fucking shot. Although, Actually, you know what? I let Jinx frame that so hard in my mind, I didn't even start to consider. You know what? I actually 180 on that. You know what? I think that could actually be true. But it's not because you're wiping your ass into your fucking urethra. It's just because you're wiping whatever might be in your vagina up to your urethra. Because the urethra is at the top of the opening, right? So that actually makes sense. That actually, I could believe that. Okay, yeah. I think I could believe that. I don't know what to do right now. I need to have bullet points for this, but I'm also kind of cold, but I also don't want to change my air conditioner. I could put on a sweater, but then my legs are going to be cold. I'm trying to think if I want to put on pants and a sweater, or if I just want to turn off my air conditioner. Click my link. What? Destiny, they're talking about wiping their ass on purpose. Okay, if you're wiping your ass on purpose as a woman, you shouldn't be going all the way up to your... I need gloves. if I put on gloves, would Vash call me obsessed? Dude, I should start buying... I should start doing Vosh shopping streams where I just buy his clothes, and then the day after, when he goes offline and I go live, I'll just wear his drip. I feel like he would unironically get so triggered. But Destiny's going to the store pretending to be me. It's so fucking pathetic. He's so upset. Dude, I feel like that would be so fucking funny. Holy shit, I could get the gloves. We could cut our hair in the same style. Oh my god. No, okay. Let me... I have 5 conflicting feelings right now, okay? One at a time. Putting my sweater on, okay? Okay. There we go. Oh, yes. It'll be like Dwight and... Oh my god, Jim, right? Okay, 1 down. Okay, I need a Red Bull. Oh, I got my Pixel 6. Very cool. If I've paid for apps on my iPhone, can I transfer those to my Pixel 6 somehow? Is that possible? So like I paid for this Strong app on my phone that's super sick. Is there a way to transfer that to my Android, or do I have to buy it a second time? Calling a hooded jacket a sweater. You're better than this. Wait, this is not a jacket. This is like a hoodie. A hoodie is a type of sweatshirt. Are you crazy? Isn't it a subscription? Well, you could pay $100 one time to like get everything. Did you log in with your Apple ID or several? I have no idea. I don't know. If it zips up, it's a jacket? No, you are so wrong. If it zips up, it's a jacket? You can have zipped... It's made of, like, cotton. You would never call... No, hold on. Are you guys serious right now? You would call this, like, cottony, soft thing a jacket? You guys are trolling. Wait, you guys are absolutely trolling. Some people call hoodies a jacket? Hold on. Vote. Can a hoodie be a jacket? Yes or no? I'm so curious. Oh my god. This might be what tears this community apart. Could you imagine? You go to your friend's house and you're like, hey, do you have a hoodie? And he's like, yeah. And he gives you a fucking jacket with a hood on it? That'd be like asking for a sandwich and he brings you a hot dog. You're like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? You guys are actually insane. Europeans don't understand English. That's why it's 50-50. It's a jacket because it zips? No, it's a jacket because it usually has like a... Do you call it like plasticky polyester? I don't know what you would call it. It has like a certain material. And it's like, oh, this is like a jacket. I can tell this is a jacket. But if it's like an all cotton thing or whatever, and there's like not two materials or sides to it. Yeah, jackets have like multiple linings and shit. You wouldn't... Oh my God. It's about the zipper? It's a jacket because you can split it down the middle? Hoodies with zippers are generally referred to as zip-up hoodies, while a hoodie without a zipper may be described as a pullover hoodie. Yeah, but a hoodie is a subsection of a sweater. That's what I'm wearing right now. This is a sweater. It's a zip-up sweater with a hood. It's a zip-up hoodie, but it's a type of sweater. That's what it is. They're all jumpers? Okay, let's try this. Is a zip-up hoodie a type of sweater? Yes or no? There is no such thing as a zip-up hoodie. What would you call this then if it has a zipper and a hood and it's a sweater? You'd call it a jacket. Get your sweatshirt? What? This is not a jacket. You guys are actually losing your minds. I can't believe you guys. You guys never cease to astound me. What if we Google images? What? I don't know what counts. Unisex hoodie sweater. It's a zip up. But this is absolutely a hoodie. Look at the pockets. Look at the hood. Look at the material. That's a hoodie and a jacket? It's not a jacket. Wait, Control F jacket. No. That's a jacket? Men's zip hoodies. You would grab this. You would grab this and say, oh, let me get my jacket. You would call this a jacket. You would actually do that. I like, it's levels of degeneracy that I can't even imagine. You guys are just insane. It's climate-based? This is all semantics? No. There is clearly, if we have jackets and then we have hoodies, no, we don't have hoodies. We have sweaters. And it's based on material, okay? Jackets have generally 2 or more materials, okay? 2 layers, okay? Usually a windbreaker on the outside. Sweaters, if you're getting a jacket, you're ready for some wind. That's what a jacket means. Jacket means wind resistant. If you put a jacket on, you're ready for some wind to blow, okay? That's what a jacket is. Sweater, it's just something that kind of keeps you a little bit warm, okay? Now, under sweaters, we could have hoodies. We could have zip-up hoodies. We could just have, like, pullover sweaters or just a normal fucking whatever fuck sweater. But these 2 worlds are separated from each other. These 2 things are not the same. When people make jokes about men's foreskin, they call it a sweater. Or maybe a hoodie, but never a jacket. You would never say your foreskin is a jacket because it's only got one material. It's only one layer. You would never say, I'm sorry, it's just true. It's just absolutely true. Because it doesn't have a zipper? No, what? You're lost. I'm sorry, you guys are lost. We spent too much time talking to communists and socialists, and now you guys are just gone.
I would never rage
I
quit
got you,
ever.
brother. Monkey,
I would cry.
Monkey, you know
I
we're
would
allies.
cry. I
You know
would
we're
cry
allies.
on stream before I leave the fucking. That's serious.
Don't worry.
And our
bro.
emotes
Monkey,
always
Monkey,
coincide.
trust me, I know
Oz,
you a real one,
Oz,
bro.
I feel like it's a total of 6 people who dissed you today, including the show that you had to delete. Today's a fucking disaster, man. People are just pieces of shit, dude. Okay.
Excuse me, how about me, who like actually gave the show as soon as you said so, and also has been linking him and.
I give you props.
You've been the star of the production team. Let's be honest. Thank you. You're doing a great job.
Haas, literally, I fucking rated Haas with 500 people, and what he does to repay me is ban me from his chat.
Hey, Latina.
You notice how they never
he didn't want to get
Haas,
Latina made you. He was too scared.
That's
Latina made you, Haas.
Listen,
Haas, you
Latina
notice
herself knows what she did, so it's as simple.
No,
as that.
I don't know what I
Yeah,
did.
You know what you did.
No, I really don't. And then I come out and wonder, and realize you're flirting with Inky.
Oh, you think that's flirting?
No, people in chat were telling me,
I
and
don't
then I
gotta
come on
explain
and I'm
myself
like,
to
oh,
you.
interesting.
Hey, Latina, fuck your chat. Moving on.
Wow, you're
No
so
more raids for you.
ungrateful.
No more raids for you.
No more raids, no more
Just talk about her
500
fucking
people
chat
raid
like
to
I give a
me.
fuck
Guess
about.
what? Haas, guess what? After I raided you, you were over 1,000 viewers for a whole hour.
Listen, Latina,
I'll take that raid any day.
Latina,
I'll take
I don't
that
give
raid
a
any
fuck
day.
about your chat. Talking to me about your chat. I don't give a fuck about your chat.
No, you know what your problem is that you don't understand what you have until it's lost.
Okay.
Damn.
She went deep. She went.
Guess what, Latina?
And now I'm banned again from your chat because you can't stand to see my face in chat. You can't stand to see my name because it'll.
It's only for 1 minute. I linked the wrong timestamp, but the Latina chick is maybe dating infrared. Oh wait, so is this all like an act or?
Remind me of you of all the good times we had.
Latina, I can't lose what I never wanted.
You didn't want me ever. That's why you were calling me like 2
after
times in a
I
row
found
at
out-
night.
After I found out the real you.
Oh shit! Oh no! What's happening? Uh-oh.
No, I didn't.
The real me?
Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah.
You want to explain it to me?
As Deadmau5.
What the fuck? You're mad because I said my best friend from childhood, his mom died and he loved Deadmau5?
No, I didn't even know that, but thanks for incriminating yourself even more.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up, Haz.
No, I literally said that on stream. I didn't say anything to Deadmau5 besides that. I never said I love you so much and this and that. I literally said that and then I left.
Wait, imagine being so insecure that your partner is like, oh my god, I have a celebrity crush. And you're like, you fucking cunt. I'm leaving you now. I can't believe you said that. What?
So maybe
That's
you should
okay.
watch the VOD back before you jump to
Yeah.
conclusions.
Maybe you shouldn't listen to your chat before
And they
jumping
say
to
women are
conclusions.
dramatic.
You know what? Speaking of
Yeah.
speaking of jumping into conclusions, women, do you have any questions?
Yeah, like honestly, Monkey, I'm wanting to know, like, how would you charm us in a date?
No! Why? Go back to the drama.
You know what?
Yeah.
If somehow miraculously we ever went on a date,
is this it?
Let's just say, I would just call the waiter over and just say, "Split bill, please."
What the fuck? Listen, Inkbite, you like meat? That's not a sexual question. I'm just curious. That's just you.
Jesus.
Enjoy night. You know.
Oh my god! Whoa! Jesus Christ!
like
Chill.
me, I
But
don't know.
don't you have experience?
Yeah, of course. of
Security,
course.
yeah.
All right. So isn't that an important factor? Also, what do you got to say?
How do you want me to sit on you?
Not on my face.
Like
my
on the
fucking-
lap,
My
or-
facial
Can I-
structure.
I said.
Also, we said flex them, motherfucker. Not put them up for this.
It's true.
The
it's
lower
facts.
half is in your back pocket. Like how much is in your?
Yeah.
Do girls like shy guys because they can like take advantage of them? And fucking.
Okay. Don't care about this. We'll read this eventually. Okay, wait. Okay. Would you call this a jacket? No, I wouldn't, because there's only one material. Nice try though, clown. Jesus. Loner Box has a theory about DGG. Oh, is this the Rittenhouse thing? Vosh trying to start shit again. I'm 99% sure that this is a troll link. I have I just have a feeling. I have a gut feeling.
House is very smart, and he's an asshole. Very, very smart asshole. If you're a fan of Dr. House, like Dustin, for example, then, you know, you're a fan of House, but you can't be as smart as House because he's a fictional character. So you're going to be less smart, and you might not be so sensitive to the method behind the assholeness, and you might be an asshole in unnecessary times compared to Dr. House. You'll be a bigger asshole that's not as smart. Then, if you become a follower of Dustin, you're 2 steps removed. Then you become BGG, where you're not as smart as Dustin, but you you still want to copy all his worst excesses and his easiest to emulate excesses, which is being an asshole. And you will realize that there's some method behind Dustin's assholery, and then you become a bigger asshole. So you're 2 steps removed from a very smart asshole into being a kind of probably smart, massive asshole. This is just a theory. House is very smart, and he's an asshole.
I actually super duper agree with this, 1,000,000%. I had experience with this a long time ago, a couple interactions with people, where I would get like fans or whatever. And I say this a lot too, where when I'm like mean to people, I come off as being, well, there's like different types of mean. If I'm mean to friends, I'm not actually ever really mean. Like we talk in the background, like, is it okay if I say this? Like, blah, blah. Like I am like checking to make sure I'm not like stepping out of bounds. But I think sometimes people try to copy my behavior, and they'll have a friend in real life and be like, oh, I'm going to joke like Destiny. Hey dude, what's up? How's the type 2 diabetes coming along, you fat fucking loser? If this was DGG, I'd be getting epic laughs. It's like, bro, no, what? You're just being a huge fucking piece of shit. What the fuck? What? Like, it feels like that sometimes people will watch me and then they go to joke, and their method of joking is like just like way too far. Holy shit. Is it mean, really mean, or toxic? True. This is a jacket. This would count as a jacket. Yeah, it would. A jean jacket. True. Yeah. True. It is one material, but the one material is like a windbreaker. Okay. Click Wikipedia jackets. No, we don't go to Wikipedia for social issues. Okay. This is a bomber jacket. Yeah, sure. But it's, again, 2 layers. There's like a thing on the inside, a thing on the outside. All right. You guys are disgusting. Biden stuff. Holy shit. I'm about to argue over Twitter thread headlines. Cut childhood poverty in half. Oh my god, true. I think that the provision that did this specifically was the $2,000 to, is it $3,400 child tax credit paid in advance in monthly installments. Here is a really awkward question. And there must be a provision made because we're dealing with a huge scale. What if you take the child tax credit and you get your monthly installments and your kid dies like 2 months into the year? At the end, do you pay it back? Or how long do they have to be your dependent to get that tax credit? I've never thought about that before. What if you have a dependent and then that dependent dies before month 6? Do you still get to claim that person, or? Because generally for dependents, they usually have to be, it's like half the year plus 1 at your house to claim them. There's probably a provision there about it. Yeah, maybe, yeah. That's only when deciding between two parents. Oh yeah, that actually might be true. That might just be deciding between two parents. It's time to review the RGR thing. Yeah, let me just have this real quick, okay? So I'm ready for Roberto tonight, okay? Oh yeah, wait. What is the how we do it has standard of care really not gotten better in a year? Like, it seems like the proportion of deaths to cases is still pretty similar. Scroll up. What? Jesus, why so many fucking headphones? Oh, the Delta strain. Huh. Look at Russia. 280,000. Damn. 270,000. Damn, Russia, what you doing? What is the Russian population? Oh. Damn, there's a lot of motherfuckers in Russia. Holy shit. Look at Brazil. Brazil is just like totally fucked, right? That country is going for speed running, herd immunity shit. Thanks, Fresias. At their peak, I think, yeah, they were hitting 4,000 deaths a day. Seems like it's come down a lot, or they're not reporting it. I don't know. Fuck. Okay. Wait, why was I even looking at this? Oh. I need to look up a breakdown of everything that was in the bill, I guess. The biggest ever investment in clean energy. That's part of the infrastructure bill, right? The provisions under that. Universal preschool passed. He ended corporate tax avoidance. Amazon will finally pay taxes. Oh God, whatever this means, this is way too simplistic and not true. Watching a video made by someone who worked on the Squid Game at Mr. Beast video. I don't get it.
We also see our first plot character, 456 here. A little fun fact is that these characters were actually switched to help give tribute to the show. 456 was Asian, 067 had some resemblance, and
Wait, I don't understand.
we all actually switched to help give tribute to the show. 456 was Asian, 067 had...
Oh. Never mind, I understand now. Because they're both women? What? Okay. I feel like there's going to be some fucking meme here because I haven't looked at how the Republicans are talking about this or how it's being spun online. I feel like there's going to be something where he's going to be like, that $110 billion in roads and bridges isn't real because it actually only goes to like roads that have rainbows painted on them or some crazy shit. I feel like there's going to be some shit like this. Yeah, like BLM roads or something. What is a universal pre-K thing? I don't know anything about that. That's the social bill that's not passed yet? Oh, I don't care about stuff that's not passed yet. I mean, I guess I can bring it up as another talking point, but... A lot of Republicans actually were bragging about how much they managed to secure for their constituents while admitting the fact they voted against it. Watching the Doe stuff soon? Yeah, we are. Let me just... When we passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill and the Build Back Better Act. Okay, so this is the Build Back Better Act is what he's assuming will get passed. Biden increased food stamp allotment by 25% compared to pre-pandemic level. Oh, we got that global minimum tax. That is true, actually. That was really surprising. I think even Ireland got on board with that. Oh, come on. Wait, do I have a New York Times account? Oh, I am. I'm logged in. Cool. I don't think that has been passed yet. I thought that everybody was on board with it, though. Fuck, global, to raise the corporate tax rate 20%. God, corporate tax rate is such a shitty policy, but it's so good politically. Oh, it's such a garbage policy. Bong. Why? Because you just have higher individual rates. There's no, like, taxing corporations is just a weird... It's not even good at raising money. You don't even make that much money off of corporate taxes. It's just such a garbage... It's just such a shitty tax. It's so stupid. It doesn't do anything. You don't raise much money off of it. It doesn't target the right people. It's just a garbage fucking tax. But politically, it's really popular, I guess. Do you have to pay corporate tax rates even if a company reinvests? No. Okay, so is this global minimum tax thing done, or is it still waiting to be codified? Or is it pretty much like set in stone at this point? Like everybody is like, yeah, everybody's on board with it. All right, Afghanistan. I'm probably going to have to talk about unemployment, actually, as part of the coronavirus relief, I bet. And then we're going to probably get into a debate on whether or not unemployment insurance has caused spikes in unemployment. But unemployment is low as fuck. No, actually, I'll just say the unemployment rate is like less than 5% right now, isn't it? Yeah, it's 4.6%. Fuck off. It's not high. That's stupid. Okay, never mind. That expanded unemployment ended in September, yeah. Why would tax havens like Ireland support the minimum tax? What do they gain from it? I don't know. According to that article, Ireland feels like its education is populated and there are other incentives to set up businesses there so they don't have to rely on that anymore. But okay. Did that work? Yeah, cool. Okay, we're gonna do the dough thing. Okay, I'll be right back and then we're gonna finally 6 o'clock. Okay, 2.5 hours. I should be able to get through just the dough conversation. Probably not with Vosh, RGR and Vosh, but yeah. Greatest hits of corn, dude. I still can't believe that debate. Oh my god, I was actually cringing every time. I was like, well, what do you think about like XYZ? And he's like, oh, and I'm like, bro, you sound like an evil villain whose fucking robot is about to fall apart. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my god. Do you know who voted for him? I have no idea. Do you think the global tax is providing an incentive for companies to explore emerging markets such markets like the G7? Maybe. I don't know. Do you ever give a single example of DGG being toxic and that it was provably DGG itself? No, and I'm sure there are examples. Nobody's perfect, but I don't, dude, people are dumb as fuck. Wait, Ranger Jahu, what? Dylan's face in this clip. You brought it up and now. Oh, this was the cage match meme. What a great idea.
After saying publicly several times that this person was a pedophile, yeah, I think there's. I'm
gonna do a personal thing. We're gonna
bail.
Cage match. Do you think that it is and did they actually say this person is a pedophile, or did they say they're making? He said yeah, and I got 2 people messaging me saying that that's not what happened. But we'll find out because we're about to listen to it. Booksmart says he wants to do it with me. I don't know if I should, or I get a little triggered if I'm trying to do feedback on something. Someone else is there. I'm not sure. We'll think about it. But yeah, we'll think about it. Hold on, I'll be back in a second.
we are done. But there's no cause for alarm. We developed anti-gravity forces to maintain our position.
Knowing how many of you guys think that jackets are the same thing as hoodies, I just... It's actually disappointing. Would you play a game like this for achievement? It's pretty short and you like music. We're doing the dough thing, okay? Do you just tap the spacebar with the song? It looks like, I feel, this is gonna sound so much like a fucking loser. I feel like just being given sheet music would be easier. I feel like the more irritating part of this would be like trying to figure out what the fuck these like jumps mean. Like how much time is supposed to pass between hitting like here and here. Wow, the map is rotating. That doesn't even see time correctly. It seems a little weird. Yeah, I can't tell. Okay. It gets much harder. I feel like the frustrating part would be like, well, what do they want me to tap? Is he actually... Does this keep track of like how many times he's pushed keys on his keyboard? Wait, why? Do people do that? For his current session. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I think a more interesting discussion on unemployment thing is the workforce participation rate. This is necessarily going to continue to go down, right? Isn't that, as the boomers age out, isn't this what we expect to happen? Okay, I need to review this. Okay. Do you think Rob will bring up Biden's immigration policy at all? I don't know, dude. I just want to open my Pixel. I don't even want to stream today. I do want to stream, but there's like stuff I have to do. Can I... Would it be... Is it a... I shouldn't say this on stream. Fuck. It's a federal crime to open other people's mail, right? I really just want to spend a day going through all this lady's mail. So, I don't know if you guys have this happen, but anytime you move apartments, do you get like the person who lived there's mail for like the next like 8 months? Does this happen to anybody else? Dude, I get so many credit card notices and shit from the lady that used to... I'm really curious. I want to open these because I'm curious. I'm like, does she have like... Is it like she owes $500 to every credit card company? Or does she owe like $20,000? I'm so curious because I get like, notice, overdue, notice, overdue. And I'm like, damn, she didn't give a new address? It sounds like she's got like 20 credit cards that are overlooked. Like, the fuck is happening? What are the changes against the plate? They have a they added blueprints, and then I think a whole bunch of other smaller things. Oh, achievements! Hello, achievements! Achievements! Sorry. Okay. Destiny, time to get triggered. Destiny said, "I told you so." To DGG while destroying actual Jake, who tried to use the NFT hypocrisy argument against him. Oh, I did tell you guys so. You guys are dumb fucks. What am I going to get triggered by? That seems like he only talks to dumb fucks. If anyone knew what they were talking about, this is a very dangerous topic. The site he promoted promotes them as investments, and he's likely getting a portion of every NFT sale, which is fairly standard practice. Additionally, as it is a third-party marketplace, it's very easy to manipulate the market by painting the tape. Wow, we got a Wall Street Bets poster here. To inflate prices, which is the most common scam in the NFT space. Rhetorical landmine field that they are too dumb to navigate. It's actually pretty simple. I think the site probably makes a whole bunch of claims that I don't agree with. Like, I'm pretty sure if you go on the website, they'll say things like, oh, like, we'll appreciate it, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if that's true. I don't think I would promote that message. But, like, the very obvious answer is that, like, when I take a sponsor to promote a product, I don't endorse every single statement that that sponsor makes. I will endorse the statements that I will make, and I will state things about the product that I believe to be true, but that person probably says shit that I don't agree with. I can think of two really good examples of this. One is I do a lot of ACR sponsors. I don't endorse the blackjack part of it. I think I even did one blackjack stream because they really wanted me to. I was like, okay. But like in general, I don't endorse like the blackjack or I don't know if they do slots on the website. I just do poker. That's what I enjoy. Number one. A second example is I do a lot of VPN sponsors. I will never, ever, ever, ever tell you that get this VPN, it's going to make your browsing so much more secure. I would never say that because I don't think that's true. I don't believe in that. You can still download malicious software, depending on how you're being tracked with cookies. If you're logged into things like your session, like it's easy to tie IPs around. Hiding your IP is like step one in terms of internet security. Like depending on where you're at, it doesn't even help you. So yeah, I mean like, but I'm pretty sure that if you were to go to like Nord, I did a NordVPN thing in the past, and Surfshark is who I'm sponsored by now. I bet if you go to their website, they say things like, oh, security, help secure your internet browsing experience, blah, blah, blah. I'm pretty sure that's, I don't believe that. I don't believe in that, right? Destiny, what about the no logs? That is 100% bullshit. How do you know that's 100% bullshit? My understanding is that a company can choose whether or not they keep logs of like logins or who's on what IP address or VPN or whatnot. If they don't have it, they say they don't have it. I mean, if they do have it, they're lying about it. I don't know why you think that's necessarily not true. What does this have to do with the Doe debate? True. Okay. I did lose on the jacket debate. Oh my god. What is this line? Whose was this? Was this mine or Lucas's? You can spend all you want on an ugly jacket. The only thing you'll ever hear is, Lucas, please stop it. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Slow down. Oh, it was about the 2K jacket that he bought. Rewatch the rap? I don't know if that rap is Twitch safe anymore. I'm not actually sure. Please rewatch. Is this Twitch approved? Okay, let me get my sound. 2019. We don't say any bad words here, do we? It's fine? Okay, well, we've got a teal name, Cooley, saying it's fine. Why did we do this? What was even the context for this? I actually can't listen to this. I can't listen to my own voice. I'm sorry. Should I watch it on stream, I think? I could watch it, but I would have to, like, go away. I'd have to step away from my computer. Oh, God. Okay. I'll be right back, okay? Ugh. Okay, let me get my zone. Let me see the Mr. Moon haters out there. Everybody get your hands up right now, okay? Let's see them. Get your apathers out, guys. Yeah. Let's go. Rat-a-tat-tat. That's a few in the dome. Make your face more fucked up than your broken home. When I fill up your mom with a load or two, then you open the door crying because you thought this dick was for you. This ain't a sequel. You wish this was Destiny 2. These lyrics is way too fat, just like you. Now sit the fuck down and leave this mess before I dumpster you harder than I do in chess. All right, chat. Fuck Mr. Merton. It's time to get this kid the fuck out of here. Make him embarrassed to go after me, guys. All right. Let's do this. I'm gonna be the nice guy this time. I got a lot of nice stuff to get off of my mind. First, you want some honest career advice? Get the fuck off of Twitch. Go leech from ice. The CX network loves fat, worthless shitters. We all know your stream's gonna be dead end of this winter. You'd be way better off streaming on YouTube. It'd be even easier for us to ignore you. The fuck's even your job? Repeating shitty memes? Maybe you should retire before this gets any more obscene. Why they call you Mr. Sheep? Cause you a fucking drone? I'll drop you on the spot like a cop aiming at Tyrone. You got no lines, your rap career don't exist. You got a better chance of graduating than a therapist. Why you going to school to study psychology? You think it'll finally help you get some of that pussy? I'm like the sun, you're just a tree. Everyone here knows you don't exist without me. You can't hack it. I own all this shit. Twitch is my domain. I let you exist on it. You can spend all you want in an ugly fucking jacket. Only thing you'll ever hear from a girl is, Lucas, please stop it. Now pack up your shit. This is the end of the song. Cause unlike you, Luke, this is where I belong. I can hear most of that from the bedroom. It didn't really help to go away. Oh my god. Where's Lucas's? We need to hear the Lucas retort. Now do the debate review. In Sweden, we only call jackets. Mr. went round one. Okay, I can listen to Lucas's. Oh, man. Wait, this is 31 minutes long. Lucas, please stop. Stop! Okay. It's still a fan of Joe. It seems like a good job optics and policy-wise, but I really just like how I got the infrastructure negotiations held up in the Senate for so long, and I'm considering switching my vote as a result. If he was a stronger candidate, we'd be feeling a lot better about these bills, I think. Wait, what? Oh, you're a troll. How is that guy not banned in my chat? Watch the debate. Oh, yeah, okay, let's do that. Jesus, okay, chill, hold on. Boom. Okay, we'll watch this eventually. Boom, boom. Also, nobody understands what an NFT is. It's not some great defense. If the person he's talking to is smart enough, they could easily use it against him. If most people really understood how incredibly worthless NFTs usually are, I'd bet a lot less people would be buying them. The fact is, people buy NFTs of artwork thinking they get some form of unique ownership over the art itself, where they don't at all. A lot of people have a really hard time understanding value. And I understand that because it's a kind of difficult concept to understand. But like, when you say something is worthless, in our society today, like, it either has a value in respect to something, or it's like how much somebody will buy or sell it for. It's kind of it's kind of a strange term to say something is worthless. Well, by definition, somebody's willing to pay something for it. I don't know if that, because can you really call it worthless, right? That's a hard thing to say. Hold on, fuck. Also, I gotta catch up my daughters real quick. Boom. Okay, we're doing this. You're gonna watch the debate. I am. I'm about to, okay?
Fast for 3 days. You are bloated.
Okay.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Destiny, can you please unignore me in DGG, please?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Destiny's like he only talks to dumb fucks. Every person says this. That is true.
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
I feel like I've outpaced him.
Oh, he's a fan of the Avi
Yo, Des,
Ask Yourself
I'm gonna
crowd.
keep it real, homie. Why the fuck are you not on gear?
There
You
are-
already finished gear 1 and gear 2. Why are you not starting on gear 3 and beat fucking Shagahad?
There are very
you
competent-
have strangled my patience for long enough, buddy.
True. They're very competent debaters. Destiny has no desire to engage with, since debating is their main
Yes.
hobby. The first that comes to mind is
something
Dr.
you
Avi, who
fucking
Destiny
know.
considers an infinity debater. Right.
You're a genius, dude!
Pog.
/raid. That's tiny.
Nathan God 3, Nathan God 4.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Stop, you are experiencing psychosis.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Actual conversation. Go grab your jacket.
Okay,
It's
link me
cold
the thing,
outside.
okay?
Nah, I'll just wear a hoodie. It's not too bad. Well, zip it up at least.
The EU Council is
Can you grab me my jacket?
completely
Which
disanalogous
one is your
to the
jacket?
US
The
Senate.
one made out of 2 or more materials that may or may not have zipper.
Literally, what the actual fuck are you talking about?
Okay, EU insider here. Just to clear up a few things. While the European Council, head of state, has the option to vote on legislation with a qualified majority, in practice, it's extremely rare that this happens in the context of forcing decisions through, as OP implicitly alludes to some. Wait, what is the OP? I say OP. OP is stupid. It should just say the OP. Why do people say the OP? That's such a dumb fucking thing. Watching this prime to plan on cringing at Destiny claiming that every EU member being represented on the council is the same as tiny seats having the same number of senators as big ones. The EU council votes on the vast majority of actual legislation using a qualified majority. This means at least 50% of councillors representing at least 65% of the population must vote in favor to pass it, and some matters are deemed sensitive. Unanimous decision is required. Given the partisan nature of U.S. politics, the current Senate seating allocation does nothing but let a minority rule. Wait, hold on. Wait, what? The EU Council votes on the vast majority of actual legislation using a qualified majority. This means at least 55% of councillors representing at least 65% of population. How much EU somebody can tell me. I would have to look it up. How much EU Council legislation is passed with 55%? I thought that it was like almost unanimous on most stuff that gets passed in the EU. That there's not a lot of stuff getting passed on the edge like that. You're the first person I've ever heard say OP. Why would you say OP? The OP. At that point, you say the original poster. Oh, that is the top comment. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Pre-read. In practice, extremely rare. Okay, so I understand what this guy's talking about now. In practice, it is extremely rare that this happens in the context of forcing decisions through, as OP implicitly alludes to somewhat. A proposal will never go through with the bare minimum double majority. Instead, the EC, the European Council, will always favor continuing negotiations as to reach a compromise/consensus where not every member state is comfortable voting yes, or in rare cases has been given some sort of known and special exemption/go ahead to vote no, or abstain for the sake of national public opinion. Putnam's two-level games come to mind here. In any case, where the procedure stipulates is much different from practice, which is more play by ear. This is the case for a lot of EU procedures, and is what makes it so complicated / untransparent for laymen. If one reads the treaties carefully, there are actually very little procedural details outlined. This is intentional, as the EU in its current form is in practice nothing more than an intense cooperation between 27 different sovereign nation states, so a degree of flexibility and vagueness is necessary to optimally... Yeah, okay. This is my understanding. The vast majority of European Council decisions are taken unanimously after a consensus has been formed. Okay. Do you say OGG or OG? Oh, OG or an OG? Oh, he's an OG. You'd never say an OG. Also, this literally means there's a minimum seat number, just like the... Oh, yeah, true as well. Yeah. But okay. Biden bows down to the Timber Coalition. Biden's a big protectionist. Everybody is a protectionist. Everybody likes to be a protectionist. It just is what people are. Ugh, it plays well pandering to your base. Okay, if you want to come on afterwards and review Booksmarts, we can do that. It's really hard for me to do a, I think to have like another person talking to me while I'm trying to do a review. I think it will drive me crazy, but we can talk after. Okay, we're logged in here. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Get Waffles in the call? Why would Waffles be a part of this conversation? Is she in chat? Does she want to be? I mean, she can join after as well if she wants. Okay. Boom, boom. Dude, the air conditioner in this apartment is going. I can feel it about to die. I'm so glad I'm moving, okay? I don't care. Alright, good luck, family. Buckle up, because I think this is a rough one. Whew.
Fine. I guess. But we'll see how it goes here in a second. So here we go. Hello. Doe, you are live on the RGR.
No, why is it quiet? Edge plugin volume. Did I download a plugin for volume on Edge? Oh, Volume Boost Plus, I did. What does this look like? Oh, it's this thing. Okay, thank God.
Stream.
I should turn you up just a little bit.
Okay. How goes it?
Did you say how goes it?
Yeah, I asked how goes it.
Yeah, it's going okay. Well, we've been streaming for a little bit. I waited here for a little bit. Your conversation. I was back in like 30 seconds.
Oh God, they're both, the volumes are unequal. Oh man. Good luck.
You started a brand new conversation. I was back so quickly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The reason I brought on Malcolm was because Malcolm had actually been here waiting since like the beginning of the stream. Or,
Yeah,
like, close to the
I saw that
beginning.
they were here before me. It's all right. I just, I was here so quick. I didn't think that you were gonna move on, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Did
well,
you have
know,
a good
I mean-
conversation? We didn't listen to it. I have no idea what you guys talked about. Your chat seems to say it's about Calvin Gara, but I don't know anything.
It was in part about that. It was interesting.
Okay.
So
Okay, off to a friendly start.
I'm assuming.
I think.
Do you mind if I read out the initial tweet that you sent at me to come on here?
I mean, you want to read through the whole thing? I think that would be a little more enlightening than just the first tweet.
I'll read. I mean,
we can
like,
show it all together if you really want.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just like the initial ones.
No, it's mega
Like,
passive
hey,
aggressive?
Riley Grace
Oh, okay.
Rochong, I'd love to debate. You blocked me and deleted all your videos, tweets after you called me a pedophile repeatedly with zero evidence, aside from me saying not wearing shoes in public is not, quote, involving children in a sex act. First come, first serve, right? Yeah, so I apologize. Malcolm was here. Yeah. I just think the topic was Riley lying and trying to cover her tracks by repeatedly calling the CSA victim a pedophile for not thinking that not wearing shoes is actually okay to do in public is a really good topic. Feel free to let me know. So I did unblock
You added an
you.
extra knot in there, but yeah.
Oh, sorry. Where did I add an extra knot?
You said not thinking. It's all right. It's not a big deal.
Okay. Then I unblocked you. And yeah, so I guess I want to begin. Do you mind if I ask like a couple questions? Just so I like set the.
Can we go a little bit further?
Oh wait, which one?
Oh, I just think that you're leaving off a lot of really important information. Is it okay if we read a little bit more?
Well, in this tweet it was just the two pictures.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that tweet is just those two pictures, but that wasn't the end of our interaction, right?
Yeah. there are a lot of other interactions. I asked you if you wanted to talk about gender, and you said that
You
you didn't
did
want to
ask.
talk.
You actually said, "Feel free to talk about gender here." When I asked to come on and talk about this other topic.
Yeah, I was interested in talking about multiple topics. I thought that would have
Yeah.
been cool because I know that you've talked about gender before, and I am also someone who talks about gender a lot. So I was super hecking interested in talking to you, but like, I know that you very strongly do not want to talk about gender with me, and I don't know why, but yeah, you don't have to. I'm not going to force you to. So do you mind if I ask you, like, just in here, you said that I repeatedly called you a pedophile. So first, can I get like just like all of the places? Like, can you just tell me? You can tell me if I've like deleted
how about
or
I
like
ask you a
uploaded
question?
videos.
Around the time this summer of the Kink at Pride conversation,
Oh man.
Did you private your Twitter and delete all of your tweets?
Yeah, I did. I was getting a lot of harassment at that point.
Oh, I'm sure you were, but privating your account, I delete my account every once in a while and reactivate it when I'm feeling a little, I've got some other stuff to do and I don't want to focus on Twitter.
Yeah, the reason I deleted a lot of my content and I privated my account was because I was getting harassed a lot by people, mostly associated with you and your community. Yeah, I was just getting like constantly harassed, and I was just recovering from surgery around that time. So I just had to do that for my own mental health sake.
You had to delete your tweets for mental
yeah,
health?
that's a place
Okay.
where people can be able to harass me.
Okay. I don't know how anal I'm going to be when I analyze this or when I think about this. That was a little bit passive aggressive from Doe. I don't know. They might have been more passive earlier. This is the first time I've clearly got like, you would delete your tweets for mental health. I think that's fair. I think Riley's fair to do that. If somebody wants to just wipe shit because they don't want people responding to it, or I think that's probably fair. I got.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you had your account privated. It's a little hard when you're privated.
Well, yeah, I
As long
wanted
as
to
you
make
can
sure
see
that
your
when I
tweets.
reopened it, because I wanted to make sure that when I reopened it, that people could not like go through and harass me with the tweets that were still on there. That was around.
Can I ask what harassment means to you? I'm sorry for interrupting. If you want to finish what you were saying, I apologize.
Yeah, so around, I'm trying to remember, was that the Kink at Pride or the Eat the
It's around
Rich saga?
July.
It was around, so that was, wait, hold on. So that would have been.
Stop! If you keep mentioning Doe Stream, I'm going to permaban you from my chat. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not. First of all, I don't even know if she wants me to watch her stream. Okay. And secondly, I'm not going to be switching 50 million fucking times around different audios. You can hear everything right now just fine. If you can't, go watch that fucking VOD. Okay. Jesus.
Eat the Rich, right? There are a lot of people who are
Well,
sending.
I didn't do anything to you about Eat the Rich.
Okay, well, I know that like around that time there are a lot of people who are sending me death threats.
Oh, yeah. We saw some of those. I think that that's pretty wrong to send you death threats. I think it's pretty inappropriate, pretty wrong. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. I've experienced similar things. I'm sorry about that. You have a few members of your community who like to
Wait,
say
I'm
lots
sorry,
of
what?
things about me.
Wait, hold on. So do you have, wait, hold on. Who in my community has done anything like that?
Gammy.
Gammy? Hold on, wait. Gammy is not a part of my community.
She's in your chat right now.
Is anyone who's in my chat? Wait, hold on. You are in my chat.
Yeah, after I was blocked from here, because you, okay.
Hold on. No,
Yes.
hold on. Hold on. I'm talking to a lot of people who I disagree with. This is the first time that Gammy has been in my chat in months. All right?
Okay, that's fair, but do you remember when you posted a tweet a while back and you said, here's some really good accounts that I think are really important for you to follow for good trans voices, and one of them was Gammy?
Yeah, no, I remember that.
Okay, Doe should have never brought up that first example of she's in your chat when she had such a great second example. Like, anybody can be in anybody's chat, and it's going to be hard to prove, like, how much do you need to be in a person's chat to blah, blah, blah. Doe should have just said, didn't you recommend her on Twitter as a trans account that you should follow? That's like such a perfect first. I don't know why Doe would have opened with something so much weaker than that.
So at
I wasn't
some point,
aware
you
of a
agreed
lot
with
of the
some
things that
she was doing.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of a lot of the more problematic things that
Hmm.
Gammy had done. It's actually why I ended up deleting that, or part of the reason why I ended up deleting that and disregarding that. But also, this isn't part of the comment that this isn't what we're talking about. You came here to talk about these
I mean,
allegations,
they're all
right?
kind of relevant. You were talking about harassment, and I was just curious what you.
Well,
consider
you're asking me
harassment
why
because-
I privated my account and deleted it. So
Well,
the
I'm
reason why
asking
is
why you
because I was
deleted
getting a lot of
tweets
harassment.
when
Yeah,
you were telling people that others were
Hold on, wait. Are
quote
you saying?
unquote, yeah?
All right. Do you have? All right. So is the allegation? So I just want to be very clear. Do you have any tweets, or are there any tweets that you're alleging where I called you a pedophile?
There were. I don't have any screenshots on me. You deleted them.
Oh wait. So hold on. So if
but-
because I would dispute that is the case, but if I say that, then are you just going to accuse me of lying?
Accuse you of lying for I'm sorry, say that again.
So I would say that I do not remember, to the best of my ability, ever tweeting calling you a pedophile. Do you have any screenshots or evidence of that being the case?
I have a video of you saying that I intentionally or unintentionally was justifying pedophilia. And
okay, we're gonna go over that, but I want
I want
examples. Yeah, no, we'll go over that. But I just want to. You said multiple times. You said here that I called you a pedophile multiple times. I want to know exactly when those multiple times were.
You deleted your Twitter or your tweets. I can't go find them.
Do you have
but I
any
can
evidence
find
that?
one.
Wait. So I would dispute. I would say that I never tweeted.
Something that I would hit back here if I was really, and maybe I just get a special level of bullying or harassment when I'm on Twitter, but it sounds super sus to me when somebody's like, well, you deleted your tweets. And again, this might just be my perspective is skewed here because people are screenshotting and everything all the fucking time. Like, you're telling me that you're mad enough to say somebody's making a major accusation against you, but nobody screenshotted or archived anything? That, like, I feel like that's like people run to do this before they do literally anything else. But maybe that's just because my account is bigger or I've got more dedicated haters or whatever. Maybe that's not the case with everybody.
Calling you a pedophile.
Okay. You can hold that. I can't push you on that. I believe that you did. You believe that I did. I'm not going to call you a liar. That's fine. But you.
I think a good faith, a bridge, extending a bridge here is. It sounds like Riley said something. Now I don't know, but based on how these two are talking about it, it sounds like Riley said something like, "Your arguments could be are the same arguments used to justify pedophilia," and Doe is taking this as you're calling me a pedophile. Now, I would argue that there is a difference between those two things, right? Like you're making terrorist-adjacent arguments versus you are a terrorist, or you're a domestic abuser versus you're making the same types of excuses that domestic abusers make. I think there is a difference there. Now, maybe some people would argue that, well, in online communities, the nuance is lost. You're essentially making the same claim, which there might be some validity to that. But
I had a video in which you said it.
I had a video. All right, so let's talk about that video because I think that's what you tweeted here, right?
Yeah, and then your girlfriend, I'm assuming, that's what I was
all right,
told.
hold on. I'm not going to talk about the view. All right, hold on. I'm not here to defend what my girlfriend said. All right, we're here to talk about what I said. All right? So you're saying that this video is evidence of me calling you a pedophile. That's what you're saying.
I think that something that would have helped this conversation a great deal, because we're fighting over a lot of shit, and I don't actually... From a viewer perspective, I don't know what the fuck these two are talking about yet. I think it would have been nice for Riley to have Doe come on and be like, okay, just talk for like a minute or two. What exactly is it that we're here to argue about or discuss? I feel like that would have been like giving a broader opening would have been better to kind of like give some background to what the fuck this conversation is. I can kind of piece it together what's happening, but right now we're like getting into the weeds on shit, and I don't even know what forest we're in, you know?
I do think saying that someone is intentionally or unintentionally justifying pedophilia is calling them a pedophile, because what you're saying is that they think it's okay to do sexual acts to children.
No. Don't twist my words.
I don't think I twisted anything.
I don't think that you are being very honest when you say that. All right? So we can listen to the clip right now. I'll listen to it with my chat. All right.
Yeah, I guess I have to. Hold on, let me come pull it up really quick. I don't have mine open.
All right. Hold on.
Let me go to my media tab.
There's also from like an attitude or maybe from an emotional perspective. Both of these people sound like they absolutely fucking hate each other and are incredibly passive aggressive right out the gate. There's a lot of like tension here. Wait, fuck. How do you land once you've taken off? Oh, Alt. Jesus. Okay, sorry. Which doesn't bode well.
Tell me whenever you're ready.
Wait, are you done already? I think
No,
you.
no,
I think
I'm waiting for. I was sorry. I was waiting for you. I was waiting for you.
Oh,
to say
I'm
that
sorry.
you're
I
ready.
have a second one that has a little bit more context. That's a little bit longer than the one that I quote tweeted with, but that's okay.
Okay. So
we can both play it at the same time now if you want.
All right. Wait. Which one are you playing?
Um,
Is it the same clip?
Well, here. How about I do this? I've got this one that's got a little bit fuller context.
All right. When you say fuller context,
Oh
what
shit!
are you meaning?
I tried to DM it to you so you could see it. It's just the previous part of the video. I clicked the one part
So
because
I
it's the part
actually
where you actually say
have-
pedophile, but the minute leading up to it, I also have a separate video of.
Wait,
But we can just watch the quick one if you really want.
Yeah.
The 20-second one.
Yeah. Well, it's the one that you tweeted at me.
Yeah, the quote tweet. We can watch that one really quick. Ready?
Okay.
Right. 3, 2, 1.
Really weird. Now, a lot of people who come from really fringe parts of the internet are coming out with the really weird takes that apparently kink is fine to do in front of children. We should be able to justify doing it in front of them, even if it's explicitly involving them in a sexual act. Like, what the fuck is going on? This is unironic. Oh my god. They're either negligently justifying pedophilia or intentionally justifying pedophilia. And I have no idea what the fuck it is. Okay. So did you finish it? Okay.
And
So I'm going to ask you, so where in that clip did I call you a pedophile?
When you say that someone is intentionally or unintentionally, well, there's a couple places.
No, hold on.
Oh, this is actually so frustrating. I can see where a lot of this is going to go. So Riley is correct in her verbiage, but it's not going to feel that way. And I would even say Riley is doing a decent job to be careful in her verbiage, but it doesn't matter, I think, to this person. Saying that, because it is valid to say that your arguments could be used to justify pedophilia, that is markedly different in syntax than calling you a pedophile. That is absolutely a different statement. But with the way the internet works and everything, some people might just take that as calling them a pedophile. Even though you are technically being careful with what you're saying, you're not saying they're a pedophile, you're saying your arguments can be used to justify pedophilia. Yeah.
That is not
Can I please
not
finish my
calling
sentence?
you a
You asked me a really
pedophile.
direct question, and you won't let me finish my sentence.
All right, but that is not calling you a pedophile. That's saying that you advocated, that you made an argument that is typical to expect that pedophiles would make.
That's
All
a
right?
bad way to phrase it, though. Riley's phrasing there is
That
really
is
bad.
my argument,
but,
and I
okay.
stand by that argument.
But it's
we can go into
kinda
the
worse.
merits
Well,
of it if you want to.
Let's go into the merits because clearly just talking about this one sentence isn't going to go anywhere. So I think it's prudent of us to talk about your
can we
definition.
wait? Yeah. So
Can I
let's
finish the sentence?
let's start with exactly what you said.
Okay, Riley is railroading the argument really hard. I think she needs to just slow down and let Doe at least get her line out, because I don't think it feels like the impression that I get, and it might not be true, but the impression that I get is it feels like Riley is too scared to let her talk. Like she's going to say something that's going to blow apart Riley's argument. Now, I don't know if that's the case, and that's just a baseless accusation. It might be true, but that's what it feels like when Riley keeps cutting her off over and over and over and over and over again.
All right. So you said, and I quote, "Some people like feet. If you go shoeless to a public event because your partner likes feet, you're not, quote, involving children in a sexual act." That's what you said,
Yeah.
right?
That is what I said.
You're talking about a foot fetish.
I am talking about a foot fetish. I'm proud of you.
Okay.
This is
So
passive
I
aggressive.
want you to answer me this question. If you are getting off your partner's foot fetish around children, do you think it's not a little reasonable for someone to say, okay, this seems like something that a pedophile may argue, and this person either knows what they're doing or they are negligent and they're saying it even though they don't understand its implications?
So, nowhere in this tweet has anyone talked about getting off.
Wait, hold on. What do you think happens when you appeal to someone's sexual kink? Or sorry.
Doe is correct here. The next step is like, okay, well, what do we mean when we say getting off, right? Because somebody could wear a type of outfit that helps to quote unquote get their partner off versus somebody could be actively like getting their partner off, right? Like we need to distinguish what these two things mean.
We're talking about a fetish. We're talking about
We're
foot
talking
fetish.
about sexual desires. Is
We're
what
talking about
about.
Yeah, we're talking about getting off someone else's fetish.
You keep saying getting off. Why do you keep saying that?
Because that's the only implication. All right, so I guess then let's back
Can
up.
I give you an implication? You're allowed to ask questions if you're confused.
I mean, I'm very much not confused. I can guarantee you that. But let me ask you a question.
Oh man, neither side really wants to have a discussion. Like because Doe could have phrased that in a much less passive aggressive way. They could have just said, I can explain, rather than being like, you can ask a question if you want. Doe could have just said, like, I can just explain this, rather than being like, they're both like just insanely like triggered as fuck coming out the gate on this. So like, it's going to be really hard for any good actual conversation to take place, which based on all the Twitter response and everything, there was no good conversation about like, Jesus.
So
well, you haven't represented me correctly yet, so I think you might be just a little bit confused.
I'm going to doubt that, but let me ask you a question. So what is your definition of a sexual act?
So sex acts is like super complex. I think the biggest issue that I actually have, and I mean not biggest, but the first issue I have is probably your definition of sex act. If I remember correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'll give you a chance to in just a second. Okay. That a sex act is any action that occurs with sexual intent, sexual desire, right? Is that about right?
Roughly. It's when you do something intentionally and primarily
what was that?
Appealing to yours or someone else's sexual desires.
Yeah, okay. So I think I got it about right. So I think that this is so broad as to be useless, and I don't think that any legal system defines it this way. For example,
I would disagree. I would absolutely disagree.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
Yeah, go ahead, but I'm just saying, like, I disagree with that.
I just don't know why you have to interrupt me when I'm in the middle of talking.
Well, I'm just saying that I disagree with that. You can
okay,
keep talking.
Well, in my state, I looked up the sex acts law, and they actually, so I live in North Carolina, and criminal law designates differences between sex acts, sexual contact, sexual activity, and sexual penetration. They define sex acts as the sexual contact of one or more sex organs, including but not limited to cunnilingus, fellatio, analingus, or anal intercourse, or the penetration of any object into the genital or anal opening of another person's body. Sexual contact is a focus on touching a person's, quote, intimate parts. Sexual penetration is, we can understand that. And sexual activity, the main thing that they listed there was masturbation.
Okay, so
we have a lot of different, it's a very varied, the legal system is a very varied way of approaching these kinds of discussions.
And so I actually, there's some interesting context because I've actually taken, so as you know, I'm a law student. I've actually taken criminal law. Are you familiar with the history of how we've gotten to like our modern?
I would never, ever, ever bring up something like that in a debate. It makes you sound super like, I'm a philosophy student. I'm a law student. I would never bring that up from just an optics and from a conversational point of view, unless you're just trying to trigger the fuck out of the other person. But
common law rape standard.
I probably don't know the history as well as you do, being a law student, but I was actually in the middle of talking.
Well, I mean, you're
why
going
you
on.
interrupted
Right.
me. I was actually, you asked me a really direct question, and I was actually walking my way through it. I don't know why you keep doing this.
I mean, like, if you keep talking and you just keep going on and you give a really
I just
long-winded
listed
answer.
a legal system's sex acts and the way that it differentiates between it, because one of my points here is that this is a very nuanced conversation, and I think you lose some of the nuance that I think is really important to this conversation.
You're right. So we can go through that and we can talk about why those definitions are in fact problematic, because the history of the evolution of the legal standard for what constitutes a sex act has actually been to broaden it more over time. Historically, rape was only the penetration of a vagina by a penis by a man of a woman, and using excessive force. But the reason why that's not the standard anymore is because we realize that actually sex acts are a lot more than just physical penetration.
That's true.
Yeah, that is true. So I would not say that the law is a good heuristic to be able to rely on in this conversation, since we are able to recognize that sex and sex acts are a lot more than just basic forms of penetration.
I agree. I actually listed things that weren't penetration.
Yeah, and I would say that we still need a broader,
penetration.
and I would say that we still need a broader understanding of sex acts, because you end up excluding a lot of very harmful situations that run into the problem of violating one's consent.
That is where I was going to move the conversation, as a question of consent. And because you seem to, again, correct me if I'm wrong, have a view that we consent to seeing things in public, that's like a thing that happens.
No, wait, hold on. My exact view in respect to consent, especially as it concerns sex, is that if someone is going to involve you in a sex act or do something around you as a sex act, then you need to acquire their consent to do that. If you do not, then you violate their consent, you categorically cause them harm. Children cannot consent.
Wait, how do you cause them harm?
Because you're violating a fundamental deontological rule.
Oh no, what are we doing that? I think that you have to, this is so problematic, oh man, hold on, I'm sorry, my brain is just like, there's like 50 million things that are wrong with this. I don't know of, first of all, even deontologically, let me say by principle, violating consent isn't necessarily a bad thing, I don't think. We violate children's consent all the time when we tell them to like go to bed against their will, when we force them to go to school, when we force them to finish their vegetables, when we there's all sorts of quote unquote consent violations that happen there. That like, yeah, obviously we do this. When you force your kid to take medicine or get a vaccination at the hospital, yeah, there's a trillion examples. Number one, we even violate the consent, arguably, of adults sometimes, maybe. If I'm walking down the street and somebody like passes out or something, I might roll that person over. I might give that person CPR. You might try a Heimlich maneuver. You call 911. Like, you don't have consent for them to do any of this stuff. It's also problematic to say that anything that happens in the public sphere, like every other person necessarily needs to consent to. For instance, I don't necessarily like want to watch people make out in public. But like if somebody else is making out in public in a place where I can see it, is my consent being violated there in an immoral way? I don't want to listen to people's music. I don't know why people walk around with their fucking with their Bluetooth speakers blasting. That's annoying. Is that like violating my consent like in an immoral or unethical way? Like, can't you argue? I'm guessing Doe is going to move forward to argue with this, that when you step into a public sphere, to some extent, you are consenting to things that you don't necessarily like. I might see ugly cars. I might see ugly faces. I might see people doing things that I don't like or approve of. I might see political slogans that I disagree with. There might be offensive imagery. Like, there's a ton of stuff that, yeah, this is, I don't know which direction this conversation is going to go in, but I don't know how Riley would defend. It seems like there's a lot there to... There's a lot there to go off of, but Jesus. All right, let's see.
Anything? Can you explain that?
Yeah, there are certain things which if you do, they are inherently morally wrong. Murder is an example. If you do it, is inherently morally wrong. Violating someone's consent is inherently morally wrong. The reason why goes back to the Kantian categorical imperative. If we were to do certain things in society, then that would mean that we end up leading to a contradiction, whereas we end up not being able to have the thing that we wanted to begin with.
I don't think the category, like, we can talk about like universalization of different moral acts, and there's going to be times when violating consent is a moral act. I don't think invoking the categorical imperative here gets us to all forms of violation of consent are necessarily immoral. Like, consent in and of itself, I think that's just like, that's a shortcut to other things. We have to take it like a step further. Like, yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
If you go around violating other people's consent, then we end up justifying a world where anyone can violate anyone's consent. We no longer have consent. And I really care about consent. So I say we do everything we can to respect consent, especially concerning sex.
So this statement, the way to tear into this statement, we'll see which direction Doe goes, is there are many different kinds of consents. And we need to figure out, like like there's a lot of different types of consent. Like, I don't think you could ever say like here's a blanket like this is let's see.
I think we should absolutely respect consent too. I think it's really important. I just don't think that when it comes to the public, that there is a very good argument for seeing something, being involved in it. Now we're
I would
we're not
disagree.
even
No,
in the,
hold on. No, it's not the seeing the thing.
Let her finish. Let them finish. Okay.
Not the issue. The issue is not seeing the. Well, I mean,
Doe needs to be way more aggressive in terms of getting all their points out. They can't get cut off and then immediately stop talking, in my opinion. But
I think it's sort of seeing the thing. It depends on
It is.
exactly what the sex
You
act
say
is.
that it's about seeing that they don't have. You haven't gotten the consent
No.
of others to see
Hold on.
it, to be around
No.
you while you do it.
Wait, hold on. No, I want to make
I thought
sure.
that's what you just said. I'm sorry if it's not. I
No,
was just.
we're focusing on consent, and the consent is
Yeah.
either about the risk. It's either about being involved in the sex act or the risk of being involved.
Okay, so what does being involved mean?
It
Because
depends on the
seems
sexual
like-
act. There's a lot of different sex acts, I would say. For example, we can imagine situations where people, like in the BDSM community, are engaging in a sexual act where both are getting off despite the fact that they may not be touching each other at all. Like, we can easily imagine this kind of a conversation. Or we can imagine...
I think in this case, this is where let's bring out some hypotheticals and then explore that. We really need to get an example on the ground here so that we can both like talk about it. I think it's important.
Imagine, like, if someone is watching porn, we can imagine that, like, oh, well, in that case, they're not touching another person. They're probably engaging in some kind of sex act. Or, like, phone sex, which has sex in the name. You're not talking to another person. We would call that a sex act. Or you are talking.
Okay. Fuck. This sounds selfish. I wish Riley would have had this conversation with me first before testing this out as like a public debate. If I'm sexting with somebody and I'm like and there are like kids in the area, am I violating their consent? Is that true? If I pull out my phone and I'm like sending news to some girl and there's like a kid in the restaurant with me, am I like involving that kid? Like, this is a super bizarre argument. I don't think they talk about that. Okay.
To another person, but it's digital, right? Like, the whole point is that I want to make sure that we have a comprehensive definition of sex, because I think that any of these instances you would agree with me constitute sex, and if not, we end up getting into incredibly dangerous situations.
Any of the things that you just listed constitute sex?
I would say that they are sex acts specifically. Like, for example, let's say. Here, we'll go through some hypotheticals. Let's say that you are interacting. Let's say that you have like a crush on or you know someone else who has like a crush on a coworker wherever it is that you work.
This
All right.
hypothetical got out really quick. So I know somebody who has a crush on a coworker.
Okay. And let's
Okay.
say that in that instance, the person who has the crush takes a picture.
Wait, hold on. Why do I see people in Twitch chat and DGG bringing up Anthony Weiner? The problem with Anthony Weiner wasn't whether there was a pic with a child. First of all, when you say with a child, he wasn't like fucking his child or something crazy, right? The problem is that he was sexting an underage girl. I thought it was because the girl he was talking to was like 14 or 15. Wasn't that the problem? Like, I don't know if you, at the risk of being weird or talking to a bunch of children, I don't know if you guys know this, but a lot of parents will fuck with like their fucking, what's before toddler? When their kid is like 6 months old in a bassinet or whatever, or in like like parents will fuck around their quote unquote like pre-whatever kids, infants. Yeah. It's not like, are they pedophiles or like because the kid can hear them or like, it's just like that's so weird. I don't know. Okay, sorry.
Coworker without their knowledge and ends up masturbating to it without their consent. Would you agree with me that this is something which is morally wrong?
Hold on, what was the question here?
And coworker masturbating to it without their consent. In that instance, the person who has the crush takes a picture of the coworker without their knowledge and ends up masturbating to it without their consent. Would you agree with me that this is something which is morally wrong.
Oh, shit. All right. Can Doe do it? Riley has described 2 different acts, and the second act is only wrong because it's inheriting the wrongness from the first act. Sorry, it might sound weird. There's nothing wrong with masturbating to publicly available pictures of people, okay? If people are gonna do it. If people wanna do that, that's on them, okay? But if you are taking pictures of somebody else without their consent, that act in and of itself is wrong. And we can argue that things that flow from that are wrong as well. So if I'm masturbating to a picture of somebody that I took candidly, that is probably wrong, right? But not because you're masturbating to a picture of somebody, but because you got that picture in a candid manner without their consent. That's the wrong part about it.
I think that the taking depends on the kind of picture.
Let's just say it's just
expectation of what?
Let's just say that it's just them and their work.
That was close. Let's see if they get there.
I don't know if I can morally condemn someone for masturbating and thinking about somebody. Taking a picture without somebody's consent is like the strange part.
Okay,
yeah, she's almost got it. She needs to break that apart better into 2 different distinct acts. But they have the idea.
Now, all right, that is we have to, all right, let's elaborate on that then. All right, then let's say that after that coworker masturbates to the person who they did not acquire the consent, be able to masturbate to that person, that they go and they tell that person that they masturbated to them. Would you reasonably expect that the person who was masturbated to without their knowledge would probably feel violated to some degree?
I don't have to consider it. It's happened to me. Yeah, it's a little weird.
Okay, cool. So no, it's not just weird. We would say that that's morally wrong.
We're gonna have a moral problem in this debate. I'm trying not to make it the point because it doesn't matter. But
no, wait, hold on. It absolutely does. Violating someone's consent is paramount. I want to make sure that we are protecting people.
I don't believe in morals the way that you do, so I'm trying to avoid that kind of conversation because we don't need to have a meta-ethical conversation in this.
Fuck, is this a Destiny? Why do people, I feel like people bite my shit so much. What? Okay, we don't have to get into a discussion about meta-ethics, sure, but if we're having a conversation about sexual consent, by definition, it's gonna be a moral argument, of course. Now, this is some weird thing that some people believe. I'm not saying Doe or RGR believes this, or maybe Doe might believe this. You don't have to come from the same ethical place that another person does to have an ethical conversation. Here's the get mad, philosophy students, okay? If you study ethics, I hope you get real mad. Here's the reality, okay? 99% of humanity agrees on 90 to 95% of ethical propositions, okay? There's a few shit in the edges around maybe LGBT issues or fucking weird religiosity shit maybe. But for the most part, most people agree on most moral shit, okay? Now, you can spend all day arguing about meta ethics or normative ethics or whatever. Do that shit if you want. But the reality is most of us agree on most shit, okay? If I run into somebody on the street and I'm like, oh my God, yo, I'm sorry. Nobody's going to look at me and be like, you're sorry? I don't even know your meta-ethical framework. I don't even know how to interpret. How do I even parse that language? When you say you're sorry, are you implying that you broke some deontological norm? Are you implying that you've decreased the amount of utility in the world? Are you coming at this from a virtue ethics position? How can I even interpret your fucking apology if we don't even have a meta-ethical conversation, right? Nobody in the real world functions this way. We can absolutely say that hey, that was wrong. Don't murder people. Don't rape people, right? Don't steal from people. There's a reason why the 10 commandments are not all 10 of them, but fucking 7 or 8 of them, I think, right? Are universalized throughout almost every single fucking society, okay? Yeah, sorry. But, okay.
Discussion. I don't think that I could say that it's morally
Hold on.
wrong.
Why do countries so differ in their laws then? I don't think they do. I think the vast majority of countries have murder as illegal, have rape or stealing is illegal. Yeah, if you're gonna say okay, well, Destiny, what about the fact that the tax treatment to corporations that engage in reinvestment is actually, yeah, maybe when you get into the weeds on some complicated, but for the most part, okay, you're not allowed to fuck kids, you're not allowed to steal people's shit, you're not allowed to set buildings on fire, okay? For the most part, we all kind of agree around the world on some shit. Now, are some places a little bit crazy? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Is there a little bit more, spousal rape happening in some places? Is there a little bit more, arguably, I don't want to say pedophilia because it's a loaded word, like child bride shit that happens? Yeah, sure. Not everybody. But for the most part, we all kind of agree on most things. Okay.
Wrong to masturbate to somebody, but I think telling them is strange. I don't know if I would say it's morally wrong.
Okay. Fuck. Now I wish I argued with Doe about this. I think Doe is really close to being correct. I don't know if she hasn't formalized these arguments before or whatever, or really had to test them out, but they're pretty much correct, right? Well, there's two different acts here. Masturbating to somebody isn't, fuck it, anybody can do it. It's not a wrong thing to do that, but telling them you do that, well, now that's a separate act. We need to break apart these acts as different things so we can view these different acts as being good or bad. You can masturbate to anybody you fucking want to. That's shit you do in your home on your own time, okay? But when you bring it up to another person, hey, I masturbate to you, right? Now you're committing a different act. Now it's a little bit weird.
Is going to make them uncomfortable.
So hold on. So if you masturbate to someone else and you don't get their consent, then it's fine as long as they don't find out?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't, I would say that there are ways that
Doe should just own that and say, yeah, of course, yeah, yes.
Wrong.
What are the ways?
I think that sexual desire towards children,
hold on. Wait, pause. No, we're talking about the nature of what is a sex act. Do not pivot away from this. Why would it be wrong? I wasn't
trying to pivot away. I was trying to tell you an example of where I thought it would be wrong.
Okay, so the example would be wrong if it would be children?
Yeah, I think that there's something inherently predatory about...
man, I don't think that this just might have to be an uncomfortable bullet that Doe bites. Because now we're getting into really weird territory. Oh, shit. Riley's going to hammer them on this one.
What if we're talking about an adult?
Okay, let's just stick with adults. That's good.
Yeah, that's what I was working to. I don't think that I can say that it's wrong to think about somebody and masturbate to them.
Even if you don't... All right, so why do you think that if they ended up going to tell... If you masturbate to someone, that if you go and you tell that person that you masturbate to them, why do you think that they might be a little put off?
Because you've made them into an object a little bit in your mind. Even if you consider them as a full subject, it's objectification.
Hold on, no, the average person. No, the average per. Oh, hold on, and it's not. That's not necessarily the case. All right,
sure.
That's not necessarily the case. It could be the case where no, you actually totally no. You just you're really infatuated with them. You see them totally as a person, but you masturbate to them without their consent.
Sure. I think that there's still a level of...
Okay, I'm trying to be really careful because I don't want to assume... I'm trying not to be oh, everybody on the internet copies all of my arguments. Something that Doe is hitting on, though, sounds like something I've said in the past, which is, in my mind, I don't know if there's an academic or formalized definition of this, but in my mind, there's two different things that I view, okay? And Doe is getting towards this, or almost said it. You've got, sexualization, and then you've got, objectification, okay? If I want to walk around and sexualize the fucking world... Fucking do it. Go for it. If you want to go masturbate to all the fucking things in the world you want, go out there, coom all you want. Not go out there. Stay in there. Okay, stay in your house, right? Sexualization, in my opinion, sexualization happens in the mind. When you start to objectify somebody, you're basically taking your sexualization and you're projecting it onto them, and then you are turning them into some form of sexual object that involves them in your sexualization. So if you take your sexualizing of somebody and then you make it somebody else's problem, now you're kind of treating that person in an objectifying manner. So if I'm going to masturbate to somebody, okay, fine. But now if I start telling them about it, if I start DMing them, if I start touching them, if I start harassing them, well, now I've turned it into an objectification kind of thing. That's the distinction that I draw in my mind between sexualization versus objectification. Sexualization is fine. Knock yourself out. Who the fuck cares? Objectification, when you start treating people in a sexualized manner, now we have a problem. That's this is how I understand these things in my mind.
Objectification that can occur there. It doesn't have to, but yeah.
So wait, do you think that's
wait? I don't have my lights on. I don't know why. 1 second. Okay.
The only reason? Do you think that's the only reason why someone might be off-put if they're told that they were masturbated to without acquiring their consent?
Can you ask that question again? I was trying to talk. I didn't know that you were talking. What'd you say?
All right. Do you think that is the only reason why someone who learns that they were masturbated to without their consent would be off-put at learning that new knowledge?
Do I think that they would be off-put? Is that what you just asked?
I'm asking you, do you think that the reason that you gave is the only reason why?
No, I've already said that. I think that the reasons can be multitudinous.
Like what?
Well, becoming a sexualized object in the
You
mind
said
of
that
somebody
already.
else is itself. I know I did.
So say something else.
Oh man.
I don't know the reasons that everyone might come away with feeling a negative feeling from a particular event.
Okay,
Lots
I'm
of
going to
things can
give you
lead
the
up to that.
answer.
Now,
The answer is
for-
violating their consent. That is
But you
the
didn't
reason
violate
why.
their consent.
You did violate their consent. Yes, you did. If this person
So-
is hypothetical,
I wonder if oh god, there are so many problems with this. If Doe would have just been calmer in this conversation, to be clear, I like Riley more, obviously. But if Doe would have been a little bit calmer in this conversation, I think Doe could have dismantled all of these arguments with alacrity. Is consent around sexual things special? Or is it consent for all thoughts? Like, if I think of somebody, let's say that I'm like, let's say that I'm playing with Legos and I'm a kid, or let's say I'm an adult and I play with Legos and I'm gonna pretend that like, oh, this guy's Mr. Mooten, and I'm running around and I'm like playing with my guys. Like, am I violating Lucas's consent because I didn't tell him or ask permission to think of him in this scenario? Can you like, this is just so weird that to invoke a thought of somebody in my mind violates their consent. I don't need that person at all. I could never see that person again in the world. Is this actually a violation of their consent? If I'm not doing anything to them, I'm not involving them in anything. It's just a thought that I have of the person.
masturbated someone else and did not acquire their consent to do so, you violated their consent.
How did you violate their consent?
Because you were able to use an aspect of them to get yourself off sexually without their permission.
You used your mind to get yourself off.
You used that person, the image of that person.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait, all right. I need to ask you another question. No, hold on. Is the problem...
I think so. Fuck. I'm trying not to be mean to Riley because I love Riley, okay? But this sounds like an example of where Riley has thought about these arguments a lot more, but I would say that she's incorrect. And I don't know if Doe has spent a lot of time like formally hashing out their arguments, but I would say that Doe is correct. So it feels like Riley spent a lot of time formalizing these thoughts, but I disagree with them. Doe hasn't spent enough time, but I think that they're more on track to be yeah.
Like, if someone does not know that you use them to get off sexually, then it's fine.
Well, it depends on how you use them.
Why does it depend?
Well, because there are some ways where you can physically use somebody.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Fuck, I feel like I'm going to be saying... I'm probably not going to stop to say this again. Like, when you say use somebody, that word is doing a lot of lifting there in a lot of different ways. What does it mean to use somebody, right? If I were to tell Lucas, hey, entertain my stream for 6 hours, I'm going to the beach today, and I'm not going to pay you shit, motherfucker. That's not the same usage as me, like, using him as an inspiration for an idea, or using him in a masturbation fantasy, or using him as a name for a character in a game. Like, using somebody, that word in and of itself is almost a worthless word. It almost doesn't mean anything. What does it mean to use something? Right? Like, do I use protein powder in my shakes the same way that somebody might use a mental health animal to feel better, which is the same as how you might use, like a piece of plywood to build, like, use is like a worthless word there. I think that needs to be expanded on way more. What does it mean to use something? Because I can, like, if I were to ask you, for instance, is it ethical to use people? Well, what do you mean? Like, I use my dad to get a ride to school. Is that ethical? Versus I use somebody for, like, it's that word in and of itself is just so worthless. It needs to be expanded upon.
And there are some ways in which it remains entirely in your mind. I don't think desire itself requires somebody else's consent.
Why does the physicality matter? There are easily sex acts that we can imagine which are not strictly physical.
Can you name one for me?
Like masturbating to someone.
But you didn't do an action to them.
Yeah, but you're using them. You are using
your mind.
Ah, fuck. So Donnie's asking, why is that wrong?
in your mind, you're imagining them. If you have the picture, like I said, the picture seems to be like the weird part of that, but like.
All right, hold on. I'm going to give you another example, and I'm going to ask you to distinguish it. All right? Because I want to. I'm trying to get exactly like what your morals are here.
Oh man.
If you have someone, let's say that you have a person who goes out into public, all right, and they have a humiliation fetish, okay?
Yeah.
And they go out in front of anyone. It could be children, but just anyone who has not provided consent, and they, I don't know, let's say that they like defecate themselves, all right? And they
I
end
didn't know
up.
they had a scab fetish too. Jesus.
I don't know why you're trying to get like ad homs or whatever in.
Wait.
Anyway.
I don't know. Riley just didn't understand. Scat refers to poop stuff, but okay.
Wait, no, that wasn't it. That wasn't. I said I don't know why they have a scat fetish. That wasn't. I was joking. You gave them one fetish and then you added another. I just was being silly. I'm sorry.
Well,
Okay,
we're talking about
move on.
someone with a humiliation fetish. All right. The
Yeah.
point is that they go out into public, all right, and then around other people, they defecate themselves. Other people see them, and as a consequence of other people seeing them, they orgasm. Specifically because other people watch them. Would you say that this violates the consent of the other people watching them?
So this is a hard one if you've never thought about this before, because it feels like you should say that it's wrong. But I think that to get to wrongness here, I think there needs to be some kind of awareness, right? I think that if we don't have this awareness at all, I think it gets pretty hard to say that some wrong has been committed, because you're essentially saying that you are violating people's consent without them even having an awareness that their consent is violated, which I guess in some ways is possible. So for instance, I could steal something from somebody and they're not aware that I stole something of it. But like, is this a case where has a wrong actually been committed? More importantly, has a harm been committed? Is somebody being harmed here? What if I had an embarrassment fetishment? No. What if I had an embarrassment fetish and I am driving my scooter and then I fall over in the road and a bunch of people laugh at me and I kind of like get off on that, right? Like, is that an unethical thing to do? Like, it doesn't feel that way, right? Because the other people don't have the awareness of that.
No, I don't think so.
What? All right, hold on. Wait, no. Why? You need to justify that right now.
Because I don't think you consent to things you see in public.
So literally, if you are using the site of somebody else to be able to sexually satisfy yourself, you're totally fine with that.
I just don't think that you violated their consent. We can maybe talk
Why?
about other
Why
parts
do you
of
not
it.
violate their consent?
Because you don't consent to things you see in public. I've said
This
this
isn't
like
we're not talking about just seeing something in public. We're talking about using someone else, specifically in this case their site, in order to get off.
Yeah, I don't think you violated their consent. You didn't do anything to them.
Oh my, no, all right, see, I don't know what your ethics are. I absolutely reject this. I 1 bajillion% reject this. If you
Okay.
generalize this is an awful precedent to set.
Consent, I don't know why consent extends to what you see.
Because
what's
in
that?
this case, you are using somebody else to gratify yourself sexually in that moment. They're aware, all right? They are aware. Everyone is involved in this. There just happens to not be any physical contact.
Sure.
So you're fine. This person, the person that we're talking about, literally uses other people for sex without their consent. You're fine with that.
Using, again, that use
They
word.
use the vision of other people. You keep saying like using the people.
They are. They have a humiliation fetish. They can only get off from the vision, like from being humiliated in front of other people.
Sure.
So you're fine with that.
I just don't think it's violating other people's consent. I think we could talk about
hold on. So what if
but,
those other people are children? Are you still fine with it?
if you do it intentionally around children, I think that the intentionality there is pretty weird.
Why?
Pretty fucked up.
All right, why? You need to justify. No, don't just say, oh, it's pretty weird, it's pretty fucked up. Tell me why it's bad.
Yeah, you asked me. I will. I think that it's fucked up because you're that desire desiring children
Well, blue.
sexually,
Sick.
I think, is inherently predatory.
But why is that not fine? Oh, wait. What if they're not like trying to do it around children? What if it just happens to be a child?
Yeah, if there's not intentionality, I would probably say that they that I don't think that they should if they notice the kids are around. But like, if the intentionality is not there, I wouldn't say that it's like immoral or predatory.
So we need to go through this. So if we're saying, you are just committing to this position that if you have someone with a humiliation fetish, they go out in public, they defecate themselves in front of children. It's not like they were trying to like be in front. They just happened to be there. The children just happened to be there. You know, it could have been any person, but the children just happened to be there. And then as a consequence of the children seeing that person defecate, and
so. Honest to God, when you get really deep into these arguments, child stuff makes everything weird, such that if you're going to have coherent arguments on sexuality, you almost have to bite the bullet on some weird kid shit. Never anything actually having sex with children, of course, which I think Doe is having trouble with here for obvious reasons, because optically it looks horrible. But Doe has kind of sidestepped this in the only way, really, that they can, and I think they need to just keep repeating this. I think that sex acts or anything involving children is inherently predatory, but it's not because you're violating somebody's consent or any of these tangential arguments that Riley's bringing up, but just because sexual anything involving children is like inherently a different type of act than it would be otherwise. I think Doe needs to like hammer that point so that Riley gets off the children aspect of this. Maybe as an example, like, is fucking in a hotel room, is that like morally wrong because somebody next to you might hear that and you're violating their consent? Probably not like morally wrong, right? That's probably not a morally wrong thing. Is it kind of like maybe uncomfortable or you're not being very considerate maybe, but morally wrong? Probably not. But like, what if you were doing that in like a grade school and you knew that the classroom full of like 4-year-olds, not 4-year-olds, like 6 or 7 or 8-year-olds could hear you, right? Well, now it seems like it becomes something a little bit different, but it's not because we've gone from not violating consent to violating consent or anything like that. It's because we've brought in children that kind of like have their own special set of rules for how we would deal with those types of arguments, you know?
Because but for that site, then that person orgasms, and you're fine with that.
Can you see like the last sentence, the last little bit?
Yeah. So, person, humiliation fetish, goes out in public. The only people around are children. They aren't necessarily looking to find children.
Wait, the only people around are children?
Yeah, the only people. Or we can say there's like, I don't know, there can be like a combination. It's like mostly children.
Like I said, I think if there are children around, you should probably be careful about something like that, where you are actively getting off.
But why? But no. So I'm gonna finish. All right. So then I'm gonna finish the hypothetical, and we're gonna explore. All right. So then, actually, you know what? Now you will just say that. Let's just say it just happens to be that there's only children around. Maybe they go to a playground. It just happens to be the nearest place by them.
Okay. Well, if you go to a playground, there's just it's not that there just happen to be children there. You're at a fucking playground.
It's just like the kids just happen to be there, and they're the only people there. So if this person goes out and they're wearing their diaper or whatever, and they defecate themselves, and the only people around are children, and as a consequence of the children seeing them defecate, then they orgasm. You are fine with that?
No, I've already said that if there's children around, that you probably shouldn't do it.
No, the reason that you said it was bad if children are around is because you specifically are interested in using the children. This is not the case here. It's just the children happen to be there.
Things. That's not the only thing that I said.
Then what are the other reasons why it's bad to do it around children?
I think that getting off from the gaze of children is what would be the harm there. That their gaze is the problem, because the humiliation is that children are seeing you.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what harm?
Doe is doing this, is invoking the fact that they're children, is what makes it wrong, not about...
What is the harm being elicited?
What harm are you talking about?
I'm talking about violating someone's categorical right to consent.
Can you explain to me in what way you have a consent? You have the ability to consent to things you see in public?
You keep saying no. Hold on, stop. You keep trying to bring it back to seeing. I've never argued that.
Seeing.
No, This is using someone else. The seeing just happens to be the way that they're using them. It
There
could be
are
other ways, but we're
multiple
talking
kinks. This is a-
specifically
I
about
know that we're
using
talking
someone
specifically.
else for sex.
The using thing is just so...
That is
like,
what we're talking
using somebody for sex could mean that I am like date raping them, or it could mean that I'm just thinking of them in mass, right? That using word is such a fluffer word that it like that you just can't have that word as part of the argument. I'm sorry. You have to use something more precise than using. That is just such a hollow and empty word that we can fill with everything we want. Like
talking about. We're talking about using someone else for sex. This is just one way where you can use someone for sex in a way where it's clearly sex, even though they're not physically in contact.
I would be careful about saying it's sex itself.
It's a sex act. And also, wait, hold on. Let's be clear. There are ways to be able to have sex where you're not physically in contact. Like, this is a sex act. If you want to try and parse the difference between what was a sex and what was a sex act,
I don't
then
agree
we
with
can.
your definition of sex acts. We might have to back up to there if you want to move this conversation forward. In
No,
a
the reason.
useful
No, hold on.
direction.
The reason why we're talking about this is because I'm justifying my definition of a sex act. This is what I'm doing right now. We're showing you that, like,
you're asking me a bunch of questions. You haven't justified yourself. You just want to push me into somewhere.
no, because
you want-
your outcome, your definition of sex would mean that this is not a sex act and there's no violation of children's consent.
I haven't even given a definition of sex.
Wait, hold on. You gave several definitions from legal sources
I
earlier.
listed the fact that there are many ways that different legal systems, and I picked mine alone because there were, I mean, not because, but because I live here, but in mine alone, there were multiple different ways that they defined sex. I was just pointing out that it's a very complex problem.
Malik, you keep spamming this. Aren't you moral dumbfounding when you say children have special rules without explaining why? No, I don't want to get into it because 99% of people can't handle those conversations. I don't give a fuck. I'm not getting into it. If you want to go argue about fucking kids, or you want to argue about child sex shit or whatever, go do it on a fucking libertarian forum. I'm not having that conversation here because most of you can't handle it, okay? No, go fuck off. Go to the subreddit and argue all you want about that shit, okay?
And that I didn't think that your flattening of the complexity was very useful.
And I would say it is useful because it gives us clear answers for how to be able to deal with these kinds of situations.
Well, sure, you want to condemn these people, but like I don't think that just wanting that itself it means it's better.
Wait, no, I think that no, this is the whole point of being able to show bad outcomes of different systems. All right? Right now, I'm showing you the benefit of mine because I would say that being able to use a definition of sex act, which focuses primarily on intent, is able to give us clear answers for these kinds of questions, when otherwise, if we want to go off of one that requires, for example, physical contact, that you cannot be able to resolve.
So I think that even if we can say that which I don't agree, but even if we wanted to say that like your definition makes it work in this example, it actually fucks up a bunch of other examples that I think are really important.
Like what?
Well, because your definition of sex acts is about the intent, and especially like primary intent, I think is how you said it maybe, to elicit sexual desire in some way, whether for yourself or someone else, right?
I think that's about right.
Well, I personally, and maybe I'm a little different from everybody, that's okay. But personally, I like to feel sexy. I like to feel sexy even in public.
Wait,
I'm
hold
not
on.
getting off in public, but I like to. I'm sorry.
Big difference.
you
We're
said
not
something?
talking about feeling sexy. We're
Wait,
not talking
wait,
about feeling
can
attractive.
can I actually like fully explore what I'm saying? Sure. Like
All right,
I
I'm
know
just
that
saying
you're
that this
talking
isn't
about
relevant
being
so far.
sexy or feeling sexy, whatever.
Jeez.
What I'm talking about is I choose the things that I wear and how I present myself with the intent for my own sexual desire to express myself sexually and to feel it sexually.
Wait, hold on. We're not talking about like the intent. I'm trying to figure out, wait, hold on. So are you saying that you dress the way that you do to like get off in public?
You keep going back.
Riley's definition of like sex and sexuality and sex act, whatever, like if you do a particular thing to get off, like I feel like it's incredibly rigid. It feels like a very, very rigid way to define all of this, in such that this is going to break apart when we start to apply this to almost any example.
To getting off. No.
We're talking about appealing to sexual desires.
I wish that you would have like a ESO, whatever the fuck.
Have you never felt something sexual without it being coming?
Wait, no. Or hold on. Can I answer that question? Because this is ridiculous.
I don't think this is ridiculous.
The way that people arrive at like orgasm is by appealing to their sexual desires. That's what you do. All right, and there you can be able to dress. You can be able to dress and dress attractively for reasons other than trying to appeal to sexual desires or interests. Like this is like the woke version of she was asking for it.
I don't think it is.
I absolutely think it is.
I think that someone can express themselves sexually without them inviting someone to touch them.
That's not appealing to sexual desires or interests. That is not the same then.
I think it is. If I want men to look at me in a particular way, I can dress a particular way to show that, to cause that reaction.
Wait, no, what? So wait, hold on. Is this the...
I don't think that was controversial.
Specifically trying to dress in a particular way
to evoke a certain response,
in order to appeal to men's sexual desires or interests.
Really anyone's, but yeah, I picked men. Yeah. Like I think that I can and have and probably will in the future try to dress to appeal to someone's sexual desire. I like feeling desired. It makes me feel good.
Okay, no, then I would absolutely disagree with that. I think that there are plenty of other reasons why women or anybody can be able to dress in a certain way aside from just like sexually appealing to someone else, right?
Sure.
The reason I dress the way that I do isn't because I'm trying to like get off men or I'm trying to like appeal to the sexual desires of women. No, like I dress the way that I do because I just like the way that I feel. I'm not trying to like get off other people.
Well, you keep going back to get off. I dress partially sometimes because I like the way that it feels and looks, but other times I like to sort of sexualize it a little bit. I like to feel sexy. I like to have sexual desire from other people. It makes me feel good.
All right, wait, hold on. Then we're talking about something completely different than what you were talking about in the example. All right? Because what you're talking about, because what you're talking about in that instance is not that is doing something where it is not the primary reason why you're dressing that way. Where you just said that it's a part of it in the hypothetical that you talked about in the tweet that we are talking about right now. You said some people like feet if you go shoeless to a public event primarily because your partner likes feet, you're not involving them in a sex act. No, you were talking about doing something primarily to appeal to a sexual act.
I primarily dress on some days. That's what I meant by sometimes. I primarily dress on some days for sexual desire, both of myself, of looking at myself and feeling like I am a sexual being, and for what other people give to me, the sexual desire.
Then I would say I would say that you're absolutely violating other people's consent then.
I don't understand.
We need can we get a concrete example? What about somebody that wears like a big booba top, okay? Big booba top. We're cleavaging out, and we're doing it because we know we look good. We got big old booba. We want to go out, show off our big old booba cleavage. Is that like violating? If you walk out in public like that, are you violating other people's consent? Like
to feel good is and wanting.
Because you're talking about feeling good in a sexual way.
Yeah.
Why is it so?
That's a sex act. I would absolutely call that a sex act. I would stand by that.
How is it a sex act? What did I do that was a sex act?
Because you are doing something primarily.
The ironic way is that I think Riley's trying so hard to avoid this, she was asking for it, but I feel like in a really roundabout way, that's kind of the argument that Riley's justifying. Let's say that I see somebody and I attack them sexually, and then we're in court, and Riley's a judge. I'm like, well, Your Honor, they were wearing booba, okay? They've already committed one sex act. I'm just reciprocating, right? In a roundabout way, it feels like Riley's arguments could be used to justify they were asking for it.
To appeal to sexual desires or interests.
Well, I don't think that that's true. I don't think that if I think there's a lot of other examples that we can give of things that are very related to sex, that and sexuality that happen in public, that do not cause harm, and I don't think you can claim that I'm causing a harm by wanting to be desired
Yes,
by
I
other
can.
people and dressing for that desire. And I think that's the only way that we can claim that this is
Yes,
like a
yes.
bad.
In that note, yes, I would say that if you are doing something primarily, again, we're focusing on primarily here, in order to appeal to other people's sexual desires or
Yeah.
interests without their consent, then I would say you are harming them by violating their consent.
So you think that flattening sex, like forcing somebody, breaking somebody's consent, you think that me wearing a dress with a low-cut top, look at my dress
Oh,
now,
here we go.
All right, hold
Okay.
on.
show
It's
off
not.
my boobs a little bit,
It's
and
not.
it would make other people feel a little bit good, but we wouldn't be getting off for anything.
You're being very particularly vague with when you say good. It's not just good generally. You're talking about good in a specifically sexual sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, no, I would absolutely hold by. I would absolutely hold by, especially like here, because right now you're talking about a very abstract. Right now you're talking about an example that's very removed from what you said. What you said was that you're appealing to your partner's foot fetish.
Yeah.
What about a booba fetish?
Well, I'm sorry. What's the difference there? I literally don't see it. I'm so sorry.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
So the issue, I mean, we already went over it. So you're fine. You're completely fine if you go out with your partner and your partner has a foot fetish and you go out and know that, like, oh yeah, my partner has a foot fetish. And because they have a foot fetish, and primarily because they have a foot fetish, I am going to dress barefoot and try to appeal to their foot fetish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's and then on top of that, all right. So that's step one. Step two is you're fine with that happening in public.
Yeah.
And so step three, you're fine with that even happening around children.
Yeah, as long as there's not an intent for the children to be there, and as long as that you're not like including them, like, hey, come touch this, my partner's feet, or like, yeah, as long as you're not being like weird about it, yeah.
Why does that matter?
Because there's a different kind of
now
usage of the
you've
person.
included them
Yeah.
in the act, like you're making them part of it.
What if they don't? What if you don't like? What if they don't like touch it? What if they're just like around it, like they see the person getting off to the foot fetish or whatever as it's happening?
Well, you keep saying getting off.
All right, are you? Hold on, wait. Are you? No,
categorically
then
reject
I want you to
that.
correct me. I want you to correct me. Are you fine then if they get off to their foot fetish in public? Are you fine with this person in this situation orgasming in public as a consequence of their foot fetish?
Depends on if it's noticeable or not, really, right?
As things stand right now, maybe not. But I'd like to move towards a society that's a little bit freer about sex. I think
Oh, this is a
more comprehensive.
bad pivot.
So
but-
you are fine with it.
Sex is,
So you are fine with it,
I actually
then?
gave a really nuanced answer there. Did you miss it?
So you are. So the answer that you gave.
These
is
two
that,
people
like,
hate
you
each
don't
other
think
so
it's
much.
possible, but you would like to.
No, that's not the answer that I just gave.
Then I want you to give me the answer again, because my understanding of your answer was that, oh, well, probably not right now, but I'd like to move towards a society where maybe people have more open understandings of sex. The implication there being that you would like to be able to have people do that in the future.
I would like for sex to be destigmatized in the future to a pretty significant degree. With a broader
stop.
understanding.
You're not answering the question. You're not
I
answering
am
the question. I
answering
need
your
you to
question.
answer. I need you to answer this question. This specific question. Are you fine? Are you fine if your partner gets off to their foot fetish in public and you're the person who intentionally causes it? Are you fine with that happening? Yes or no?
I think the truth is that you'd have to be a little more nuanced about how the
Stop.
partner's getting off.
No. This is a yes or no question. Stop. You need to give a yes or a no to this question.
I didn't think I went on like Jesse Lee Peterson's show today. I actually like nuance and context in the answers that I give.
You can give all the nuance that you want after a yes or a no.
It's gonna. So Doe's problem is that, like, yes, it seems to be okay, but how are we phrasing this? Like, are you like sitting at like a fucking kindergarten playground and your partner is like giving you like a full on, foot job and you're coming all over the fucking equipment? Or is your partner like going barefoot to some fucking outdoor festival where you're around a bunch of adults, right? It's hard to compare these two situations. And Riley's verbiage here is so vague that you could be talking about either one, right? So it's hard. So because what Doe's probably afraid of is that if Doe says yes, Riley's next question is like, oh, so then you're okay walking into a kindergarten classroom and jerking your partner off with your feet and getting all over the first row of children, come all over their faces. That's what you're saying, right? That's what it sounds like the next thing would be, as opposed to like Doe meaning like, if your partner, you know, likes a particular part of your body and you go to the beach, is it bad to appeal there, right? To that? Like I think this is where Doe wants to insert the nuance, because these two situations are obviously very different, you know?
Can you not follow my answer? If you want to ask questions, it's okay. I can explain anything that I say.
No, because all right, so you asked me, all right, so I'm going to back up. You asked me why, to go back to the original thesis. So I said that this is an argument that either was intentionally being made to justify pedophilia or was negligently being made and ends up justifying pedophilia. So based on where the conversation is right now, I would absolutely stand by that, because I don't think that you can give a clear answer to say that according to your worldview, yes, you would be fine with this.
Yes, I have nuanced answers to questions. I don't think that it's okay to do sex acts with children. And I don't think it's okay to include children in your sex acts.
Do you think that it's, all right, then hold on. Then do you think it's fine, because you focus a lot on physical touch, do you think it's fine if someone gets off to their foot fetish as a result of you doing it, and the children are around and even see it, but do not touch your partner at all?
It depends on how the orgasm occurs.
All right, so tell me why it matters. All right, tell me in which ways then you would be fine with that happening. Tell me in what kind of scenario you would be fine with your partner getting off around children, and you would say that's a fine thing.
Well, getting off in public with, you know, the potential for children to be around. Like I said, making it intent about children is very, would make it, I think, morally, you know, wrong.
All right, and we talked about that before. All right, let's assume that we're talking about
nuanced answer. I really wish you'd let me finish.
You just keep not responding to me based on what we've already talked about.
Is this really a conversation about getting in the weeds of debating different ethical frameworks? Yeah, absolutely. I think so. You just need to have two people that are willing to debate it in good faith and not get like super caught up in kind of weird shit. I think most people are going to agree, broadly speaking, about most of this stuff.
I feel like you keep trying to avoid answering the questions. That's why I keep trying to pull you back so we stay on topic.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to get a clip because you don't actually want to like discuss the nuance of this.
No, I am discussing nuance. I think that your worldview leads
really
to very bad outcomes.
You literally just said, "Give me a yes or no answer." No, I don't like your nuanced answer. Give me a yes or no answer. Are you serious?
Nuance. No, hold on. Nuance is not the same as refusing to give a yes or a no. You can give all the nuance that you want and also give a clear yes or a no.
Sometimes it's not just a yes or a no. Sometimes you have to make a nuanced case for sometimes yes and sometimes no. There are some people who have like premature ejaculations. They'll even do it like in public without touching or anything like that. They don't mean to. It's not like, you know, but it still occurs. I think that people can orgasm in public in ways that aren't very like harmful. But I think that there are ways that are harmful.
Okay, so I want to give you another scenario based on what you've already said, and I want you to tell me if it is or if it is not harmful. Okay?
I think we've walked through enough of these examples. I don't really know what else you're trying to get out of this.
No, I'm trying to test your values.
I feel like we really, really have. I mean, yeah, of course you're trying to test me. You've tested me like 5 times now, and I've been pretty consistent.
No, you have not been consistent. I can't even get a baseline level of what your views are. You've not given a clear answer to any, like, almost any of the questions I've asked. So I just want to try. I'm trying to ask questions to figure out what your values are. So I'm going to give you another example based on what you have already said to see what your response is, so I can help figure out what your values are. Okay?
Okay, that sounds really cool. We haven't done this yet. I'd really like to.
Okay. So let's say that you have the person from the example that you tweeted about, your partner, foot fetish. You go out with your partner. You know that your partner has a foot fetish. You intentionally and primarily do not wear shoes in order to appeal to your partner's foot fetish. There are children around. You do not care that there are children around, but there are children around. Your partner, who also does not necessarily care if there are children around, ends up getting off, orgasming as a consequence of you specifically appealing to their foot fetish. Do you think that there is any harm incurred to the children, even though that was not necessarily intentionally a part of the situation? Yes or no?
From the way you've described that, no, I don't believe a harm was done to those children.
Okay. So now we're at the issue. Thank you.
I think Riley needs to slow down a little bit on some of these exclamations because I don't think she's made her arguments as strong as she thinks she has. But it feels like she thinks that, like, okay, this is the big ownage moment. Like, that's the feeling that I get. It's like, okay, well, let's slow down a little bit because we're still, like, in highly contentious territory where I don't think either side has necessarily built up their argument to earn that, huge, exasperated sigh yet,
So this is why I would reject your framing of this, because I would say that doing that violates categorically the consent of the children and therefore causes them harm. That is my issue with what you are. That's my issue with what you're proposing.
What consent did you violate?
Because you engage in sexual acts around children by engaging in incredibly risky behavior without getting their consent.
That's not, you haven't described a harm.
Yes, I have. All right, let me give you an example of this. Do you
No, actually, let me give you an example of this.
Okay.
So I went through some pretty extreme child sexual assault.
Oh, no.
I was sold to other people for sex.
Okay.
There were people who looked at me and desired me sexually.
Okay.
And there is a very big difference from the guy who was looking at me and desiring me sexually and the guy who just paid to fuck my bleeding holes and then sticking his fingers down my throat so I'll shoot for him so he can make me eat it before he shoots.
Okay, whoa! Okay. I feel like Doe did a decent job in this argument up to here, even though I think they definitely could use some time to, like, again, more formally think out their arguments, but it feels like we just triggered the nuclear option for absolutely no reason. Holy shit.
Into my ass.
Okay.
There's a very big difference between the desire of the first person and the actual act of the second person. These are fundamentally different. My consent wasn't broken when someone was looking at me, with desire. That's not where that came from.
All right. I am sorry that happened to you. That is awful. That does not have to do with this conversation.
It absolutely does.
What I would say is that, like, honestly, once somebody has, like, triggered this level of, like, personal, like, kind of trauma dumping, I'd be like, okay, I don't think that it feels like we can't move much farther in this conversation now, or I'm uncomfortable to do so. And then I think you just have to leave. Because now you're literally nothing that happens from this point. Even if Riley was making the most logical arguments in the world, which I don't think she has at this point, but you're completely fucked. It's time to leave at this point.
Your definition of sex acts includes the man who was looking at me, wanting to buy me, but not doing it.
I don't even know if Doe's argument
we're about to be TOS
makes sense here, but
let me be clear. All right. Everything that you just said does not have to do with the scenario that we just talked about.
It has to do with your definition of sex acts.
So
your definition of sex acts fundamentally fails. It includes people who wear crop tops. It includes people who wear high heels to make their ass look good. And it includes the man who looked at me.
Like, Doe's argument is so strong on its own right there. Like, if they were only talking about that, like, yeah, you're solid. You're on solid ground. I don't know why Doe decided to go nuclear with the trauma dump. I don't understand.
Desiring me.
Did he get off to you?
Oh, God.
No, not that one.
Oh, no, Riley, why are you even trying to...
No, he was deciding which one of us he wanted to fuck.
Then I would say that that's not a sex act. If he is not
Why? He
intending-
desired me sexually.
If he was not doing something, acting.
He was
on-
desiring me. Isn't that the problem here?
Wait, so hold
If he-
on. So actually, wait. So, do you want this person? Do you?
Oh,
I'm trying to understand the issue here.
God!
I can tell that this is a very we don't have to talk about this. This is a sensitive subject.
Yeah, it's why I was really, really upset when you called me a pedophile.
I didn't call you a pedophile.
Yeah, I know. You're going to keep maintaining that. We haven't gotten to that part of the discussion yet.
No.
Riley
we actually
technically
have.
didn't call
Do you
him a
have any other
pedophile.
examples of me calling you?
Oh my God.
When you say that someone is intentionally or negligently justifying pedophilia, what you're saying is they have made an argument that they think that sex acts with children are okay, whether they know it or not. Your audience calls
That's
me
not-
a pedophile without
No,
your
stop.
pretty wording around it
No,
because
no,
they
no,
heard your
stop.
message. They heard the
No,
message that you were
stop,
sending out.
stop,
They
stop.
heard it.
You're putting
they heard it
words
loud
in
and
my
clear. They
mouth.
heard it every time you
Stop
called
putting
all of those
words
people.
in
Yeah,
my
no,
mouth.
they totally did, and they get it. They
Hold on,
absolutely,
I'm gonna- no, hold
they
on, I
absolutely
gotta-
understood. Your audience picked it up. Did you not?
No,
Did you-
no, I'm gonna. All right, I'm gonna mute you.
Oh God!
I'm incredibly concerned about TOS. All right. Stop. I'm gonna mute you for a second.
Oh,
We're gonna get back to having a productive conversation.
No, no, we're not. Absolutely, no, we're not. It's
So
funny
I
that
did
you
not
think that, but
call you a pedophile. I didn't. I said that you either intentionally made an argument that would lead to what pedophiles want, or you negligently did. That is what I argued. And that is what I maintain, especially based on your answers earlier.
having sex with children. I never claimed that.
All right,
I have
I'm
only
not-
said that it
hold
is
on.
okay to do things in public that deal with sexual desire.
Do you understand what negligence means?
Yes, unintentionally.
Okay.
So
This
but what you're saying is
comment-
I have a belief whether or not I know it, that I did it whether or not I meant to. You're saying that I said it's okay to have sex with children.
Stop.
Whether or
No.
not I know
that's
it.
not
That's what you
that's
said.
not really
That's
what
not what
Riley
I
said.
said.
No,
You
that's
said
Stop
not
that.
what.
No,
Those are the
stop.
words that you
You're
said
keep
about
putting
me.
words in my mouth. You can
I didn't
yell
put
all
words
you want.
intentionally
No,
or negligently.
stop.
Those are what those words mean.
No, no. Stop.
Anyone can see that that's what those words mean.
No, stop.
And your audience
Oh,
heard
hold
the
on. I'm
message.
going to mute you again.
Your-
Oh God,
You
Riley!
again.
Oh
All right? Yelling does not make you more right. All right? Yelling does not make you more right. We talk about negligence. It means that you do something or you say something and you are not aware of its implications at the time that you do it. But you still...
no! Wait, do I have lawyer people in here? Apple is. I don't know if I'm thinking of negligence or gross negligence, but doesn't negligence usually imply a little bit more than just you didn't know? Doesn't negligence usually imply you didn't know but you should have? Isn't that what negligence kind of means? Like if we say that, oh, you were being negligent, we don't usually just mean like, oh, you didn't know something. I think generally when we say you're being negligent, we're saying you didn't know this and you should have. That's my understanding. Yeah, so somebody tried to say it implies you failed to take the proper steps. Negligence, even in common parlance versus legal, I think that's generally true. If you say this person was really negligent, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, fuck, I can't even think of like, fuck, I can't, I'm trying to think of an example of where it'd be negligent versus ignorance. No, I can think of tons of negligent things. I'm trying to think of something that would just be like you were just ignorant. You just didn't know. Here's an example, okay? Let's say that you're walking down the street, and let's say you're walking on a sidewalk, and let's say there's a neighbor with a really dangerous dog, okay? and you're walking on the sidewalk and you're whatever, and then all of a sudden that dog runs out of the house and attacks you, right? I would say like, okay, that was just an example of ignorance. You had no idea. And is it really on you to know that a person has a dangerous dog that's gonna run out and attack you if you're just walking on a sidewalk? That would be an example of like ignorance. You were ignorant of it. You didn't know. Now let's say that you're cutting through people's backyards, and let's say somebody had a sign or even didn't have a sign, and you go into somebody's backyard and then that dog attacks you. Now I'd say you weren't being ignorant, you were being negligent, because not only you did something and you didn't know that something bad would happen to you, but you should have known. You should have known better than to do that, right? I would argue that that's like, there is a difference. And I wouldn't even say even just strictly like, oh, legally. I would say like even in common parlance, there's a difference between negligence versus ignorance there. Yeah.
Do cause harm. All right? So I'm going to unmute you.
Oh, God.
You're going to stop saying that this is calling you a pedophile, because it is not. All right.
I can't believe you muted me. That's incredibly embarrassing.
Because you were yelling. No, hold on. You were yelling, and you were trying to put words in my mouth.
Oh, man.
All right? So I am justified to be able to do that. Keep saying that I said a thing when I didn't. We looked at the clip. We looked at the clip.
You said
yes.
that I intentionally or negligently justified pedophilia. That means that either I meant to say that it's okay to have sex with children, or I unintentionally hold the belief or made an argument that justifies, made an argument that would allude to the belief that having sex with children is okay.
Now, hold on. Stop. All right? It's not just... There is a possibility, because I can't read your mind. I don't know what's in your head. But the total scope of possibilities means that either you did know what you were saying when you said this, or conversely, that you didn't know. Yeah. And I stand by that, because if you did not know what the implications of this are, as you admitted earlier, you're fine. No, hold on. You are fine with people, you admitted, you're fine with people being able to get off in front of children, at least in some scenarios. You're fine with that.
Get off in public with the understanding that children might be there. But that actually wasn't why you called me a pedophile. The reason you called me
I didn't call you a pedophile. You just admitted, that there are scenarios where you're fine with people getting off around children in public. I do not think it is a stretch to say that you either negligently or intentionally made arguments that would also be made by pedophiles.
No, none of my arguments were made by pedophiles.
You are not listening to me.
I am listening to you. I heard every word you said. You want me to repeat it back to you word for word?
Yes, please repeat back to me exactly what I said as I said it.
Maybe I can't do word for word, but you did say that your belief in its negligence. Oh, I read something and I lost it. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Oh, no.
Okay. So you agreed, just now, you've agreed multiple times actually, that you are fine with certain situations where someone engages in a sexual act, gets off publicly around children. You are fine.
No, you keep saying.
You are no, stop. You agree that there
Another problem too is they're kind of like skirting through this debate very quickly, and I don't even know if they're working on the same like terminology. Like it still sounds like they don't even agree what a sex act is. It still sounds like there's a lot of fundamental basic things that they don't agree like about, like consent. Like is wearing a top like a sex act? It doesn't sound like we ever like got resolution. So we're totally, both of these people are totally in the dark for as to what the other person thinks about, you know, certain topics. But I mean, I don't know what. Yeah.
Are situations where you are fine with that happening?
I'm fine with people getting off in public sometimes. Yes.
Even if it is around children.
As long as they're not including the children in it, yes.
Okay, so I don't think that my comment was out of line at all.
Well, you're implying that I think it's okay to involve children in sex acts.
No, I didn't.
Oh, sounds like pedo apologia to me. Look at your chat. Look at them all doing it. They hear your message.
Well, right now what you're saying is incredibly yikesy. Because you are justifying being able to get off in front of children.
I'm justifying getting off in public. I'm not justifying getting off with
sometimes in front of
as
children.
As the intent.
Sometimes, and you are fine with scenarios where people get off in public and also in front of children.
Yes. As long as they're not including the children in the sex act.
They need to get into some more examples. Because Doe is biting bullets that they don't need to bite so viciously. Like Doe could ask, for instance, let's say that you go into the beach with your loved one and let's say that you fuck in the water or whatever, hypothetically. And let's say, like, 100 yards down the beach, there's a bunch of kids playing and they looking at you towards the water, but they don't even know you're fucking. Like, is this immoral? Are you involving children in sex acts here? Like, Doe just needs like 1 or 2 examples to spell out, like, this isn't really as horrible as you think it is, or that Riley's saying it is, but...
Do we want to go back to all right, we talked about the concept of risk earlier, or risky behavior. Can we go back to that? Because this would be when we're talking about
no,
the
because we still haven't
categorical
gotten
harm.
past your failure of a definition.
You
can't fundamentally tell
I think that I doubt this a ton. I doubt this a ton.
It does not cover that. That's not a sex act. The man looked at me. He wanted.
All right, you keep bringing up your personal experience. I am sorry that happened.
Because my personal experience
you stop. You
is
keep bringing up your
important
personal.
here because you clearly don't have.
No, I'm gonna stop you.
Oh God!
I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You're bringing up your own personal experience as a drama victim to try and paint me in a bad light. I know what you are.
You might be a trauma victim, but I'm not going to be a drama victim. That's where Riley's going on this one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Doing, all right? Do not lie.
Jesus.
To me or the chat. I know what you're doing. I know you're poisoning the well.
Oh,
right?
no.
This does not matter. We're talking about the specific scenarios of the subject here. What you tweeted, which is what we are talking about. All right? So stop poisoning the well and keep on the discussion that you agreed to have. All right? I'm going to unmute you.
Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted.
I think it's really embarrassing that you keep muting. I haven't muted you once. I think that's really embarrassing.
You keep saying embarrassing just because you say that something is embarrassing.
Because
just because you say that something is embarrassing does not make it embarrassing. I hate to be the one to tell you.
Oh,
now you asked.
Right.
Now you asked about the specific
harm. Oh my God! I'm not
harm.
the arbiter of ultimate embarrassment. Oh my God! I've just now come to this realization. My life's a lie. I'm gonna be in shambles now.
So you asked earlier, what's the harm of getting off around children, and I will justify that to you right now.
No,
okay?
I want you to justify your belief of desire being a sex act. I've given a very clear example in where desire wasn't a sex act. Sexual desire wasn't itself a sex act. I'd like you to actually defend your claim because you haven't yet.
Because they have hold on. Because we're talking about if you're doing something primarily appealing to sexual desires or interests. That's absolutely
yes.
A
The
sex
man
act.
who was looking at me to purchase me was in fact looking at
All right,
me
hold
with
on.
your intense sexual desire.
That is not primary. No, hold on. No, stop.
You don't think that's primarily about sexual desire?
No,
the
because
guy
they're
who was
doing
about
it.
to, about to buy my holes.
All right, so hold on. So you are all right. You're literally engaging.
Oh God, why?
I know what you're doing. So stop it. I'm going to respond to you. All right. I'm going to respond to you. But I know everyone can tell exactly what you're trying to do. Okay? So I'm going to respond to you.
Am I unmuted?
I'm unmuting you right now.
Oh, it's Riley's stream. It's fine for her to mute the pedo apologist.
I'm muting you when you're No, you know when I'm muting you. Don't lie.
I don't know. It doesn't show me.
All right. So I would say in that scenario, I would say
you're gonna say that you're just gonna move on.
No. I'm responding to what you said. I would say in that scenario,
and then you're not gonna acknowledge that it wasn't true, and now you're just trying to move on.
No, stop. I would respond to you. You're asking me to respond to an incredibly inflammatory hypothetical or scenario.
I'm asking you to.
I'm going to justify
my personal experience because it is the ultimate counter to your poor definition.
No, it's not the.
It's not even the ultimate counter. Doe can think of so many better examples. Jesus.
When my chat are asking that you give a trigger warning before you talk about.
No, I don't think so. You didn't give me a trigger warning when you called me a pedophile.
I didn't call you a pedophile.
No. Oh God, this has devolved into such.
We already went over it. Stop lying.
Yeah, and I was right.
No.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I reject
Yeah.
that. Do you have any other? All right, hold on. You said multiple times. Is there any other time aside from this? Because here, I would reject that I ever called you a pedophile. I reject that 100%. You said I called you a pedophile multiple times. Are there any other times where that possibly happened?
You deleted all your tweets. Don't you remember?
I didn't. I never tweeted calling you a pedophile.
Okay.
So you're just calling me a liar then?
No, I said at the very beginning of this debate that neither of us can prove that claim because you hid all the evidence. So
I didn't
it's
hide all
impossible
the
for
evidence.
anyone
I
to
deleted it
claim
because you
anything.
and your community were harassing me.
Sure. We were
Oh,
talking
man.
about things that you said publicly as a public figure.
I never. Do you have any screen? All right. Do you have any screen cap? If I deleted a tweet, then I could have had it. Are there any
Your
screen cap
girlfriend
evidence?
tweeted, and it seemed to be in line with things that you believed.
Do you have
Because
any
it made the
screen
exact
cap
same
evidence?
argument as you about how desiring a foot fetish, desiring feet with a foot fetish is itself a sex act.
Do you,
and
no,
then
no,
she
stop,
cited
stop,
some,
stop,
like,
stop.
legal
No,
stuff,
no,
and then she
stop.
got put
You
on
don't have
bad
any.
legal
So you're
things?
saying you don't have
Oh,
any
man,
actual
no.
evidence? You don't have any actual evidence of me calling you a pedophile once?
You did it multiple times, but
No, I didn't. I didn't. You never have provided
doesn't
any
matter.
evidence
That's
to
okay.
substantiate
I
that
can't.
claim.
I already said I can't prove that you tweeted those things. It's fine. We can move on from it.
No,
I
no, no.
know
You
that
lied
did it.
then. You
deleted your
specifically
tweet.
lied then. Why are you trying to prove something that you don't even know is true?
Well, I know that it happened because it happened to me. And
Wait, so
beyond that, I don't
you're
need those tweets here because your video.
All right, wait. How is that
enough.
any difference? Hold on. We need to go through that claim because there's a massive issue there. So you're saying that you're saying it's true that I called you a pedophile multiple times because it happened to you. That is your evidence, right?
No, I'm telling you that I can't provide evidence. I
No,
said that
you're
at the
saying
very beginning of the discussion, and
you
I
are
can't do it
saying
now.
you are saying that you are saying that it's true that I called you a pedophile multiple times because it happened to you and you know it to be true. That's what
Well,
you're providing
it
as
happened
evidence.
To me, no, I know it happened. It happened to me.
I know it didn't
Can't
happen.
prove it.
I know
There's
it
no
didn't
evidence
happen.
because you deleted
I
all
know
of
it didn't
Nothing.
happen.
Okay, and like I said, neither of us can move forward on that. I've said that more than once. It's
So you
fine.
did lie about me.
I didn't lie.
Do you have
I
any
don't
proof that
prove
you were
it.
telling the truth?
Yes, the video is the proof.
No, it's not.
If you say that someone is intentionally or unintentionally,
Why don't they just argue? It sounds like they're talking around each other so much. They just need to argue about this point. If you say that somebody is making arguments that a pedophile could use to justify pedophilia, is that the same thing as calling that person a pedophile? This is what they should be arguing. But they're like both talking past each other so much. I don't think either of them is like engaging like the prefrontal cortex at this point. They're just like both incredibly fucking mad at each other and are just, yeah.
what you're saying is that
I'm
they
literally
either
saying you may have not intentionally
you said-
defended pedophilia.
I know that it's not all intentional. Every time I've said this, I've done both parts of it. You are either saying that I know that I am actively aware that I am presenting
If
something
I say,
that says,
if
Can
I
actually
say,
finish my sentence?
no, you're not responding to me. If I say,
I am responding to you. I'm saying intentionally or unintentionally. One of them is that I knowingly am justifying having sex with children, and the other one is saying that I don't know that I'm saying that it's okay to have sex with children.
yeah,
Neither of those are what
that's
I've done.
yeah.
I think
What
it is
about that
okay to-
second one there,
Yes,
where you don't
where you think
intend
that
to
I
convey
am-
that meaning?
You think that I unknowingly support sex with children, even
Yes,
though
I
have
think-
more than once said that sex with children is wrong.
I think that you said that in this clip. I think that is the plain reading of this. I was specifically talking about what you said here.
You were talking about the foot fetish example.
Yes, where you ended up conceding that you are fine with scenarios where someone gets off sexually to a foot fetish around
I never
children.
Said gets off. I've said gets off in this conversation, but I didn't say it in that initial one. But even if I did
Wait,
say
hold on.
get
No,
off-
but you are saying that you are saying that according to this clip and the beliefs that you elicited in this clip, that you are fine with scenarios where people get off to their foot fetish sexually in public around children.
in the clip, I said that it was okay to present your desires in public, to do things in public that elicit sexual desire.
No,
in
no,
this
no. Stop.
conversation,
You
I've
said
maintained that I don't think it breaks consent to orgasm in public as long as you don't involve the children around.
Okay, and now, because we've gotten to this point several times and you keep trying to pivot away, I want to explain why that is wrong. All right? We keep pivoting away. I want to explain why doing a sex act around children, even if you do not involve them, is still harmful.
When a kid walks in on their parents, did their parents involve them in a sex act?
Stop. No. What? No.
Why not?
Stop.
They involve them having
Because you're
sex.
not... No, because you're engaged. Because they were acting in private. They took reasonable steps to act in private. And stop. I'm going to. All right. So I'm going to mute you for a second.
Oh, no.
I'm going to explain
why
it is bad to do sex acts in public around children and why that still harms them. I'm going to explain that to. Oh wow, they just deafened. Okay, well I'm going to explain it to you, chat. The reason why it is still harmful is because even if you do not actually involve someone in a sexual act, you are engaging in incredibly risky behavior with such a high risk that we ought also consider that you acquire consent in order to engage in that action to begin with. And an analogy would be firing a gun in public. If you go out into the middle of a crowd and fire a gun in public, we would say that that is a bad thing to do. We would easily say, yes, it is a bad thing to fire a gun in public, even if you end up not actually hitting a single person. Why? Because the risk of the harm is so great that you ought still acquire consent for that. That's why we have gun ranges or specific places where people can go to engage in risky behavior. But yes, it has to do with consent. You have to acquire consent to engage in certain kinds of risky behavior where the risk of violating, of actually causing the harm from engaging someone in that sex act is so great that we ought not do it without getting consent. So you didn't listen to me, but... well, you didn't listen to anything I said, but I just explained why.
Oh, sorry, you muted me.
Because
I
you
only
weren't...
thought it fair.
Because you were not actually engaging with what I was saying. All right? I'm trying to explain.
Like
you said...
That's the thing you've said.
No, stop. You didn't. You said that there is no harm from doing sex acts around children, and I've tried repeatedly, multiple times, to explain why it is harmful. I just explained that to my chat.
How much longer does this go on for? Because I think my debate is soon.
And you specifically avoided listening to me, which suggests to me that you are not actually engaging with me in good faith. If you are avoiding engaging with the arguments I'm presenting.
I muted you. I just find it really unfair that you keep muting me. Maybe unfair sounds a little whiny, but like I
will mute you when you are not
here. I've answered every question directly.
No.
I've tried my hardest to be honest and good faith, and even answer questions that I know you are trying to make sound as intentionally bad as possible.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
No,
you are. And then
absolutely
you mute me
not.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's absolutely what you've done. You keep saying I'm poisoning the well by talking about my own personal literal experience that actually has to do with actual pedophilia.
I think that yes,
not actually
now
important
first
to
off,
you as someone who's like really worried about CSA victims, right? Oh man.
All right, no, clearly when you say that, all right, you know you are poisoning the well. I agree that what happened to you was horrible. I am sorry that it happened. You know you are poisoning the well.
It's not poisoning the well. It's talking about my personal experiences. Poison the well would be like, Riley is such a dumb Christian. She'll never be able to understand what I'm saying. Like, no, like I'm not poisoning the well. I'm talking about an experience because I don't feel like you're adequately able to engage with the actual experiences of people who have gone through.
And I'm telling you
really
exactly the
things.
problems. I'm telling you exactly the problems. And I also was going to explain. All right, so hold on. So if we want to go back to exactly the reason why that person in the scenario was not engaging in a sex act, I would say that it was not because they were primarily trying to pursue a sexual desire or interest at that time. That would be my inclination.
Oh, look at that person in your chat. The answer is yes, that Doe's a pedo if it thinks it's okay to orgasm in the presence of children.
All right.
That was actually like the norm, that like people would fuck.
Now hold on. Don't try to impugn. No, hold on.
It actually used to be the norm. I'm not impugning it. I'm just telling you. I just want you to hear like what your audience says. I'm reading it all. I know what your audience says.
All right, then actually engage with what I'm saying because I'm responding to you. I would say that the person in your scenario, for as inflammatory as you make it out to be, I would say that the distinguishing factor there is that they were not primarily engaging in a sexual act.
I was sold to other people, and you're calling me inflammatory?
Yes. I mean, right now, hold on. You keep saying that. You keep repeating this. You keep repeating the fact that you are a CSA victim, which, by the way, is horrible.
Hey, Chatter Todsworth? That's not what I said. Sorry, I just wanted to let that know. That's not what I said. Yeah.
Hold on. So to be clear, the example that you gave, I would distinguish and say that the reason why that does not apply is because that person, we can reasonably surmise, was not primarily engaging in a sexual act at that time.
They were looking at me to buy me.
And all right, and you are, and I know that you are trying to just be as overly inflammatory as possible.
This is
And
not
I would
inflammatory.
say that in that
inflammatory.
situation, the thing they were primarily focusing
Oh,
on was the
man.
buying. That's what my answer would be. And I know that you're just going to respond with, "Oh my God, Riley, you're so terrible." That is the response. They left.
All right. That was a horrendous shit show.
Well, yeah. Well, that went over about as well as expected.
Well, Jesus. It sounds like Jake was lying, though, then. Fuck, I wish I would have watched this beforehand, because I could have been another lie called Jake. I don't think that Riley actually said, "You are a pedophile." Now, we can quibble over whether this was the equivalent or would have led people into believing this or not, but she didn't say that directly. Damn. All right, we'll watch the Vosh Riley one after, because holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna use the rest real quick, catch up my donuts, and then we're gonna do our Rob Noerr debate. I'll be back.
Fucking dubstep.
When is the DGG jacket coming? DGL.
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
I guess I can wear a hoodie to the ugly sweater party. At Destiny watched your talk with Pac-Man the other day. Are y'all still okay?
Because I'm putting 100%.
Corn Pop was a bad dude. Twitch really needs to unban Darius IRL.
Hey Steven, Teresa wants you to know it's over. She loves me more as a son. Don't feels weird me chat, it's just true.
You're a genius, dude!
When are you going to discuss the Riley/Doe stuff? Also, we still gonna talk about political language and philosophy. We met at Freer Fest about it. You told me to contact you about it. Opinion on the national sales tax. You exclude food and essentials but tax the tech/luxury items.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking
Hey,
mouth.
when are you starting the Riley/Doe situation? And are we still going to talk about political language and philosophy? We met at Freer Fest. You told me to contact you about it.
Yo, Dest. I got a favor to ask of you, bro. I need you to be my guardian and sign my permission slip for Bruce Jerk at Mouse Pizza Party. Can you please do this for me, bro? It'll send you 30k crypto. Promise, dude. Poggers.
/raid. Des Tiny.
Live Pog.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Love you, buddy. Have fun with Robbie.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Happy wins.
/raid. Des Tiny.
You're a genius, dude!
Super hot fire. He spit that.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Enjoy.
Fucking dubstep.
I love feet.
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Was it a stupid fucking meme? I need to get another haircut, guys.
/raid.
I'll dye it blue when I get it.
It wasn't
okay?
triggered peppy laughs, she just chose the path of blood.
Shut the fuck up, movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Pepe.
We talked to Book Smarts? Yes. After this debate if he wants to, but this debate starts in like 5 minutes, so.
Sir, your neurons have been very, very naughty, and now Tom Cruise is here to arrest you.
Good one.
Hi.
I feel like I've outpaced him.
Yeah,
Fuck your mutes. It was a banger tweet.
Choosing to ignore me.
Hello? Wait, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't hear you.
Okay.
But I want to be clear, even if I could hear you, I may have still chose to ignore you, so.
Okay.
Something
Okay,
because
sorry.
it's inspired.
That's
but
'cause you're
consent is meant
toxic,
to
right?
protect people's
Yes,
comfort.
exactly.
That's the measurable harm that consent.
I had a bunch of
protects
corn puns
Children
lined
are
up, but I
special
figured we'll
case
let it
that
go.
aren't able to
Dude, what's
consent
the deal with
because
this
they lack
corn? I
the
mean, I
context
would
to
love to get
understand their
this guy
comfort.
on our show. My chat would have a fucking ball with that.
72 years.
They would just love that. What's the deal with the corn costume?
I have no idea. It's just a thing that does.
I feel like I've
And
You
he's
have to. It's like Carrot Top, right? If you're not funny, you have to have gimmicks. If you're not very good at this debate thing,
I have a
you wear a
humiliation
corn
fetish.
costume. You know?
Can you all
So
please
he's
harm
a
me? It
leftist,
feels
right?
weird,
Like-
man.
I feel like I've outpaced
I'm down
him
bad.
intellectually.
I have no clue. I saw a little clip of him being upset at Destiny for being toxic
chat?
and just laughed.
That
Because it's
doesn't
always
more
these
dose to
people
myself. I don't want to meme about this anymore.
that want to cry when someone gives it back to them.
Yeah,
Joke.
I've seen the costume pop on things.
Isn't RGR kind of
So-
right? Wouldn't pedos want sexual acts in public as it could?
Yeah,
In front of
okay.
children change how
Well,
children
we,
can see these
I'm, like,
things, and
shocked
seeing
that
this
Destiny's
happen might
thoroughly.
think it's
He never
normal.
comes
And
out.
pedos use this to
Always
interact
like
with children
right at
doing
the
this
minute.
act.
So
Okay, can you answer me a question? I'm so curious. I don't know why every
It's
fucking
not your fault.
show
All right.
does this
It's
shit.
not your fault. It's not your fault.
Why do you
Don't
guys
fuck with me.
use these
Don't
weird
fuck with
browser
me.
things? Why not just use
Destiny's not
Discord?
you. It's not your fault.
Because, well,
It's not
first
your
of all,
fault.
we can't hang on
Fuck
to
them.
Discord,
Okay.
so.
Well, I mean, like you can just make a Discord account and make a call, or just like make a private server just to invite. I'm trying to figure out why, because like there is a simple program that everybody uses, that everybody has working with their camera and everything, but for some reason all these show hosts, you guys included,
What?
are like, oh, come use like the
Well,
Wherebuy-in streamable re-stream. It's like, what the fuck is this? And then like half of the shit doesn't.
Listen here, Diva. All right. So first of all, this is like easier to function. They're meant for kind of having people on Discord. You kind of have you can't really control where people are. The one thing I do like about Discord though is you would be able to mute people. I don't know how to mute people on this new program. And then the one we had before.
Why'd you tell them that?
Oh, I know. Like, so you two behave. But the one we had before, you can mute them, but everybody knew they can unmute themselves. So it did absolutely nothing because people would just freaking unmute themselves all. But I like this one a lot better because it has a mirroring thing. So it doesn't work for you guys, but for people that are going to come on, they can have a link sent where it will automatically mirror to their Twitch or their YouTube, the description and everything, and it'll just go right over. It's pretty cool.
Okay.
Shut up. Start. All right. How was where were you for the holidays?
Seattle.
Cool. Yeah.
How many needles did you step over?
Probably less than I would living in LA, which is where I live now. So.
oh, so yeah, you went. Okay, so yeah, no difference. All right, my bad.
And I'll ask you later. All right, so we'll be on in 2 minutes. I'm gonna put you guys backstage, and we'll see you guys in a bit. Get excited. Oh, I hate this one. Hold on. All right. So actually, we all have to go backstage.
I should have mentioned something about meth labs in the Midwest. Fuck. Oh god, it's gonna be super loud, isn't it? Alright, let's close this. Oh, I need to...
All right. Hey, guys. Welcome to Politically Provoked, an interactive podcast where we host debates, panels, and interviews. I am your host, Brittany. I'm here with my co-host, Todd. Say hi, Todd.
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
What's going on? And our moderator tonight, Justin. How are you?
I am doing great. How are you?
Doing good. All right. Yeah. So we are going to be having a fun debate tonight. We're going to be debating on Biden's record. So let's bring on our guests. First up, let's bring on Rob Noerr. How are you?
Good. I lost my hat so everyone could see I'm balding. Other than that, I'm doing great.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry you went through that.
It's all right. I've been through worse. So.
Okay. So yeah.
Biden's America.
Yeah. Thanks, Brandon. We did.
Yeah. Introduce yourself. Tell people where you lie on the political spectrum and where people can find you.
Yeah, my name's Rob Noerr. I consider myself a populist conservative. I think I'm one of the better conservative debaters that you see on the Twitch platform. I primarily stream to Twitch because YouTube decides to ban me all the time and give me strikes, so I don't think I'm allowed to post there for another week. But you can find me on YouTube at Normal America with Rob Noerr. Twitch, where I stream almost every weeknight around 8 p.m. Eastern time. It's just Rob Noerr, as you see it spelled there, all one word, all lowercase, at twitch.tv/Rob Noerr. So thanks so much for having me.
All right, next up, let's bring on Destiny. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing great.
So yeah, same questions.
What were those again? I'm Destiny. I love Joe Biden. Yeah, Biden's America. Amen. Well, I hold on. I'm fucking with my OBS because I have to do a new fucking thing every single time you guys decide to use a new program to broadcast everything. So yeah, sorry about that.
You're a complaining machine tonight.
Okay, there you go. What was okay? What was it? Repeat, because some people didn't hear the question the first time because you mumbled a lot. Yeah, introduce yourself. Yeah, I'm Destiny. I do politics on Twitch and on YouTube at twitch.tv/Destiny, youtube.com/Destiny, and yeah, that's what I do. I'm left, center left, far right. I don't know. It depends on what you call me, but I would say that I'm a center left, far left person. I consider myself a social democrat, and as an extension of that, I tend to support my boy Biden doing big things in America. I'm excited to be a part of it.
Okay, and if you guys are watching this on the replay, I am dying to see what this will sound like on 2x speed because these two are like the fastest talkers freaking on the internet. So
get your adder already.
This playback on 2x speed will be it'll be fun. All right, so yeah, here is what we'll do. Each person could give an opening statement, could be as little as 1 minute, no longer than 5, about the topic and your stance. After that, we'll open up the floor for those watching. If you have questions, tag Politically Provoked so we know you're talking to us and not the chat. We'll be jotting them down throughout the debate. Because it's a little busy, we'll probably only be accepting super chats, but we might be able to get to some good questions as well. So just write them anyways, and if it's a good enough question, we'll ask. Also, make sure no families, no girlfriends, no wives. It's off limits. I don't care what you guys type, but they won't be read. So behave. Yeah, so I guess we can get started with opening statements. Rob, you want to get us going?
Yeah, real quick, just a question. How long are we planning on going? Just influences, but all I want to talk about. That's all.
They usually run about 2 hours at the moment.
Okay, sounds good. Works for me. Okay, yeah, I could give an opening statement. Yeah, so I don't know exactly what anyone has to defend to claim that Biden and his presidency has been a net positive. There are things that maybe you could say that he did that were okay on certain things, but I don't know how anyone could say that if you had to say whether or not you would consider his presidency good, would say that's the case. So I'll get to my reasons why. First is we have to say that it's not just Joe Biden, but it's actually his administration. And one, that's only fair. You would do that with any presidency, but particularly with the Biden presidency, because he's basically not all there. And more than any president in my lifetime, he's a figurehead. There are people behind the scenes that are actually running it. He doesn't know where he's at half the time. Nonetheless, the buck stops with Biden, so that's what we'll be talking about. I've basically broken down into 3 categories, the areas where I think that Biden is a failure, or perhaps that someone could Destiny argue that he succeeded. The first would be foreign policy. Second would be domestic policy. The third's more of a catch-all. I would say scandals or sort of his impression as president and things like that. So on foreign policy, there is no arguing that I could see to make the case that Biden has been a success on foreign policy. He entered his presidency with historic Middle East peace deals. Soon after entering, we saw fighting in the Middle East with Israel, Palestine. We saw the ability, we had to bomb Syria because allegedly Iran was attacking U.S. interests there. So we saw disastrous bombing campaigns in Syria because a third country did something terrible. We saw France being pissed because at the last minute they were left out of a nuclear sub deal. And that's one of the things that we were told with Biden, he would bring respect back to our allies. Our allies know know that he's a joke, like France being upset with this situation. He was censured in the UK because of his disastrous pullout of Afghanistan without correctly working with the UK in order to do so. So you can see that our allies are furious. The Afghanistan debacle was one of the biggest egg on face things that has occurred to the U.S. foreign policy wise since Vietnam. American troops died. Hundreds of Americans were left behind. He actually allowed Bagram Air Base to be taken over, which allowed ISIS to be freed, which allowed ISIS to then kill our troops. He relied on the Taliban, the very group that freed those ISIS troops, for security in Afghanistan and the sole air base that we had left, which was predictably a disaster. He brought a bunch of people in that he claimed were vetted that we now know weren't vetted. So this was a disaster. Then after getting egg on his face, he decided to prove that he was a tough guy by bombing ISIS-K, which actually was just a bunch of children that he murdered. Our enemies are emboldened. We see Russia being emboldened with Ukraine. We see China being emboldened with Taiwan. Foreign policy is a disaster. Domestic policy, some of the big areas that I think we could hit on, COVID, his COVID policies have been a disaster. If anything, he should have at least been better than Donald Trump on this. He wasn't. It seems his entire plan is to rely on the vaccine that was created under Trump. That's about it. On the economy, we have historic inflation. We have stagnation. Things are looking horrible when it comes to the economy. We can get more to that. We have a border crisis. We have supply chain issues and energy problems. So much so, and even if you're progressive and you're for Green New Deal type stuff, I mean, the guy's begging OPEC to increase the production of fossil fuels after he's basically virtue signaling that we need to end fossil fuels. Last thing is scandals and things like that. Let's not forget he offered that we still don't know who the 10% that was going to the big guy, which only makes sense in this context because it seems really weird that Biden is unwilling to criticize China about COVID, even if you don't think that COVID came from a lab in China. Remember, one of the first things Biden did was disband Trump's task force, seeing the origins of COVID. Then after public pressure, he actually restarted it, which, surprise, surprise, they came to no conclusion within like a month or two afterwards. But he doesn't criticize China for this. Even if China didn't create it in a lab, we know that they lied over and over, which led to the spread happening initially. And yet for some reason, Biden never wants to criticize China for that. We see that the FBI is targeting parents. We see that they're targeting political opposition. And we see that they're acting as a Gestapo, putting political prisoners in jail without their due process rights, such as some of the people that didn't commit violence January 6th and the terrible things that are happening there. He's telling people to ignore the courts. When the courts ruled against his mandates, he's basically telling them to rule against them. He has dementia, and if I could speak to Destiny just for a second, look no further to the things you've been arguing about with the Kyle Rittenhouse and how horrible our media is. Joe Biden led to that by directly calling Kyle Rittenhouse a white supremacist. He claimed that his reason for running for president was because Donald Trump said Nazis were good people. That's when he decided he was going to run. And so all of this division and lies that you see coming out of the media comes straight from the top, from the Biden presidency. So last thing I'll say is this: the polls don't lie. We don't have to trust every poll, but it's clear that even a lot of Democrats understand that Biden's been a big disaster. And there's even scuttlebutt inside the party that they might seek someone different in 2024 because they know he's been a disaster. That's it.
All right, Destiny.
Geez, I wrote down talking points, but I guess I don't want my opening statement to just be to respond to every single Rob talking point, because I imagine we'll get into that in the back and forth. In terms of the three major things that I kind of wanted to focus on, I think that the coronavirus relief is obviously going to be a big part. I think that Biden had accomplished some historic parts in this coronavirus relief. One of the big focuses is obviously going to be the quasi-UBI that he started with the child tax credit. This is the thing that most people talk about, you know, the slashing of childhood poverty, the ensuring of food delivery to a lot of these children as a result of having that money to these families. We can also talk about the unemployment insurance, which was a great stimulus to the majority of the American people. I believe the U.S. gave out more stimulus than any country in the world except maybe Japan, which I thought was really great because the U.S. is historically seen as a country that is unwilling to give stimulus to its people when they're hurting. The second thing that we'll go into is Afghanistan. I think that Biden was incredibly brave in pulling out of Afghanistan. I think that there are a million reasons why weaker leaders would have stayed because they were worried about getting a little bit of egg on their face because that pullout was never going to be clean. I think that given the Doha deal that had already been signed in agreement with Donald Trump, who didn't involve the Afghanistan government in that agreement, I don't think that anything else could have possibly happened with that, but perhaps we'll get into that as well. And then on the third thing, the infrastructure bill is the largest infrastructure bill in history that was passed in the United States. Over $500 billion authorized in new spending. Rob said earlier that Biden virtue signaled on green energy when this infrastructure bill directly funds a lot of green energy, which I believe is the opposite of virtue signaling. There's a million other things we can talk about. The idea about blaming Biden for fighting in Israel and Palestine when Trump was the one that moved the embassy east from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem is laughable. The idea that bombing Syria is a horrible thing when Trump also bombed Syria. The idea that our enemies are emboldened when there was a widespread amount of disrespect for Donald Trump as a leader when he was doing things like photo ops with Kim Jong-un, where his own Secretary of State was telling him, yeah, these talks fell apart, nothing happened. If you want to talk about emboldening enemies, I think that Trump obviously won there versus anything else. Yeah, but I don't want to respond to every point in the opening statement. We can just go back and forth on some particular thing if you want. And yeah, I'm good.
All right, floor is open then.
All right, if you don't mind, just to set the stage for this debate, I think the Biden presidency has been terrible. How would you rate it? Would you say it's just okay or it's good?
Given the set of circumstances, I would say that Biden, if you would have asked me what he could have accomplished with a 50-person Senate, I would say that he has exceeded my expectation in almost every possible manner by this point in time. I would have never expected it to be as effective as it has been. I wouldn't have thought anything would have gotten done. That would have been my guess.
Okay, so, but getting things done isn't necessarily an indicator of whether or not those things getting done are good, right? So just saying that he's been able to mire through red tape that you thought he wouldn't have been. Like when we look at the actual day-to-day lives of Americans, like take the first issue you talked about, COVID. Would you say that Biden's been a success on that issue of COVID?
I mean, it's hard to say. I don't know how much the president, like a lot of this is going to come down to a state-by-state decision and sometimes even a county-by-county decision on how they want to manage the coronavirus. In terms of what the president is able to do, the mandating all federal workers get vaccinated and have masks, the distribution of vaccines to the United States citizens, which I believe are still all completely free. I mean, like, these are good things, but I mean, the president can only reach so much into states when states still have the authority to write their own policy.
Okay, so we'll get in. We can start with COVID if you want, but I'll just say in general, I don't know what your stance was, but if I could guess, I would think that you would have thought that Trump was terrible on COVID. It's frustrating to me to see a lot of people in our national media and in the Democratic Party that wanted to blame Trump for every death that occurred under COVID with him. They didn't say, well, actually, it was more up to the states and things like that. And then when it's Biden, they're like, well, he can only do so much when we see that there are more deaths under him than there were under Trump.
Yeah, so when people say that Trump was terrible on COVID, there is only so much that a president can do, but a president can provide guidance. That's all a president can do. Trump's guidance was first non-existent and then terrible. I would say that Biden's guidance has been good, but I mean, we could conceive of a world where Trump's guidance was better, but there were still deaths. But at that point, I wouldn't be blaming Trump over it. I mean, we literally had, thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of cases in the U.S. that were still undiagnosed on a formal level, while Trump was denying that the coronavirus even existed, or that it was even coming, or that it wasn't going to be a big deal. To compare Trump's lead up to that over and over and over again, and the lackluster pushing of getting, the PPE and everything doled out, to what Biden has done, which has been to take it incredibly seriously. I would take Biden a million times over. If Biden would have been president instead of Trump, we probably would have been in a better position to absorb this virus than how we have now.
What would he have done differently?
So recognizing that it existed formally in the beginning probably would have spurred on more American support for things like PPE or like social distancing, rather than Trump, who continually denied it. And even today, when Trump says, hey guys, maybe you should get vaccinated, people are like, nah, fuck no. So I think that type of like moral or spiritual or leadership guidance would have gotten the American public in general to be in a more receptive state for state governors and then county and city leaders to enact these types of social distancing or other regulations to slow the spread of the virus.
I think that this is a cop-out for several reasons. One, the idea that it's not the policies and stuff, but it's mere just their guidance, their leadership. That's just bullshit. Secondly, Trump was taking this serious far earlier than even people like Fauci, right? For example, Trump decided, we heard Fauci in February on CNN and other places saying, oh, the regular flu is going to be worse. We had prominent Democrats, even after Trump started to talk about potential things we'd need to do, saying there's no problem. Go out to Chinatown and hug a Chinese person. The only thing that Biden suggested that would have been different at the onset of COVID, which is where you're focusing, is he claimed that Trump banning travel from China was xenophobic. That's what he claimed. So how can you claim that Biden would have taken it more seriously when the very first thing he said that would have been different was, I wouldn't have banned travel from China because I think that has tinges of racism to it?
Okay, sorry, I'm just writing all this down. So
that's all right. Yeah,
if we want to jump into each claim, we can dig through these, but almost all of these are either half true or completely false. So firstly, when we say it's not the policies, it's their guidance, that's not a cop-out. Presidents are like, a president can set a legislative agenda. A president can work with politicians to get things passed, and a president can absolutely set the tone. If you want to get into a side argument for can a president influence the beliefs of Americans and what they ought to do, and whether or not that becomes down the line instrumental to the types of policies that can pass, I can't imagine that you would seriously argue against that. But I mean, we can have that separate argument if you want. Number one. Number two, Trump was taking this seriously earlier than Fauci. This is just not true. So we can talk about, and Republicans have two talking points to go to. It's the Chinese travel ban and it's the European travel ban. Both of these were done after the WHO declared, a pandemic or declared a problem in China. Trump wasn't ahead on either of these things. If Trump was truly ahead, he would have banned travel from Europe the same day he banned travel from China. He waited over a month to do it. And in that waiting period, we did nothing. We did nothing to get ready. After we banned travel from China, we knew it was becoming a pandemic around the world, and we sat and waited. And then a month and a half later, like, oh, well, time to ban travel from Europe, when we aren't even fully testing people in the United States because it took us so long to get tests out in the US. We had no idea that it was spreading to thousands and tens of thousands, 100,000. To say that Trump took it seriously earlier, I mean, like, this is one of those, I'm trying to find a synonym for psychotic. We can all watch the videos. Everybody can go online and Google Trump talking about coronavirus, and we can see when there's like 1 case, 7 cases, like, oh, it's probably going to go away. Oh, there's not going to be many. Like, we all watched him say this. I don't even know if I'm willing to argue on this point. Everybody can go and watch those videos.
Who was saying otherwise? Who was saying otherwise? Was Joe Biden? Was Hillary Clinton? Was Nancy Pelosi?
They
was
weren't. They weren't president, and they weren't privy to the same types of information that he was. Okay, number one. Okay, and then continuing on.
The question,
hold on, wait.
Rob.
Hold on. I'm trying to get through all of it. So continuing on, we heard Fauci say that the regular flu was going to be worse. I don't understand how simultaneously people will attack Fauci for saying it was going to kill millions and then attack Fauci saying it wasn't going to kill anybody. I'm sure that Fauci has updated his views over time. It seems like generally when Fauci is talking about things, they tend to update as more information comes out. I'm sure that I could find something back in like 2004, but like in late 2019 or early 2020 where Fauci said something that later ended up not necessarily being true. That's fine. That happens as this situation is evolving. Sure. When you talk about how I believe it might have been Pelosi, you didn't say a name, but I think it was Pelosi that said there's no problem. Go out to Chinatown and hug a Chinese person. This wasn't because they were saying there was no problem, as you disingenuously implied. It was because people like Trump, and then because of his things about calling it the Chinese virus or the Wuhan virus, because that happened later on in the United States, we saw a small uptick in hate crimes against Chinese people or Asian people in general, because Americans think all people are Chinese. And then we saw people like not going to Chinese restaurants and stuff because somehow this virus was unique to Chinese people. So, and as a response to the attacks that Chinese Americans had to deal with to their businesses and their persons sometimes, I think that's a totally fine statement. And it's not implying there's no problem. It's just saying the virus doesn't originate from Chinese people. Sorry, two more quick things. You said that claiming that Trump banned travel from China was xenophobic. This is a claim. I think I've heard you even say this before. I always try to look this up. I can never find that. All I find are people saying that calling it the Chinese virus or trying to blame Chinese people on this or using that verbiage was problematic. I don't think I could find things where people are like, oh, we should have never banned travel from China. I didn't see that. Or saying we can't ban travel from China. And then what's further evidence of this, you say if Biden was president or whatever, they wouldn't have done it. The United States just announced a preemptive travel ban on South Africa plus I think either 6 or 7 other African countries. How can you say they wouldn't have banned travel from China or any other country? Okay.
Well, based on oops, sorry. Getting a source here. So here is the tweet. It's from Joe Biden. It was the day that a day after the travel ban was announced from China. He said, quote, "We're in the midst of a crisis with the coronavirus. We need to lead the way with science, not Donald Trump's record of hysteria, xenophobia, and fear-mongering. He's the worst possible person to lead our country through a global health emergency." So when Trump was announcing that he was going to do this ban, Biden almost at the exact same time announces that this is hysteria and xenophobia. Notice he uses the word hysteria as well. Now, you eloquently put it out a bunch of things that you think was bad with Trump. Fine. I could argue whether or not that's not the topic, though. The topic is what would Biden have done differently? You're just assuming Biden would have done something differently. When I talk about what prominent Democrats were up to, you really have no defense of that. You're just like, well, Nancy Pelosi did say go hug a Chinese person, but that's because there was an uptick of hate crimes because Trump was blaming this on China. That's one thing Trump did better was he blamed China, which we could see that Biden, for some reason, the big guy getting 10%, is hesitant to ever criticize China for COVID when we know that even if you don't think it came from a lab in China, that certainly China's lies, we now know that they knew that it was spread airborne and that it spread person to person months before they suggested it, which could have been a crucial time if that information would have been made available, that places in Europe and the United States could have prevented travel, which would have helped stop a lot of the initial problems that we saw. And yet the Biden administration doesn't want to criticize him, and instead what we see from the Democrats is saying, well, that reeks of xenophobia, and there were upticks of Chinese American hate crimes. That's terrible. There were upticks in these crimes. A lot of them, though, there were an uptick in these crimes that were occurring even before that, and a lot of them weren't from what we would consider traditional Trump voters. In fact, a lot of Nation of Islam type members, there was a lot of anti-Asian hate crimes that were going on in New York, and this wasn't coming from Trump voters necessarily. Secondly, though, the fact that Biden spoke about this potentially being xenophobia, Biden never, no Democrat, you keep saying Trump should have taken this more seriously early. Where were the Democrats doing so? You say Fauci would have changed his mind. On February 15th, 2020, Fauci was going on national TV saying, oh, this isn't going to be a big deal. What did you want Trump to do? You said he had access to better information. If the point person that he's relying on, Dr. Fauci, is going on national television and saying, this isn't a big deal. Look, it was a month later when Trump started issuing these things. So it was a very short turnaround. And to claim, well, that turnaround sent the signal for the whole thing is nonsense. If we want to talk about signaling and like guidance and leadership and that being an important role, again, we don't have any evidence whatsoever that Biden would have done things differently. In fact, we could see once Biden was president, what did he do? He signaled, great, and more people were dead than there were under Trump. So that signaling seems to be very ineffective. And secondly, what would this, let's talk about signaling. We had Biden, Kamala Harris, and other prominent Democrats that seemed to cast doubt on the very vaccine that they're now saying, oh, and I know that people will say, oh, they were saying they didn't trust it because they assumed Trump would monkey with it. He would be involved in the FDA. Oh, you mean like Biden was involved in the FDA and 2 people from the head of the FDA were forced to resign because they didn't agree with Biden's pressure on them when it came to booster shots? So the idea, like, I keep hearing that if Biden would have been there, things would have been different. You've presented no evidence. I've yet to see anyone present evidence. And the proof is in the pudding. What has Biden done? What's Biden's strategy to COVID? Like, you say the president can only do so much. That's not true. There are things that both Biden and Trump didn't do that are disastrous. For example, one of the big things that the United States hasn't done is increased rapid and free testing to almost every person. Why haven't we invested? We have all of these emergency bills and decisions. Neither Trump nor Biden correctly invested that in saying, if we could get tests in the hands of people, we could drastically diminish the amount of people that are spreading this virus because they'd be able to test at home. And yet they didn't do. And there's plenty of other things like that that we could see. So the idea that it's just, well, providing guidance. And what exactly was the guidance? After they maligned the vaccine, then they said, oh, we're all in on the vaccine. That's our only strategy. Plus, we think mask, which there's not proof does much, are good. And then Biden, he issues this mask mandate, for federal property. And what's the first thing he does? He goes out to the Capitol building, or maybe it was the Lincoln Memorial, and he takes a picture with his family violating his own order, which we've seen Biden and Democrats and even Republicans do over and over again. So the guidance has been shit all around, and none of the policies that Biden has issued have been any better than anything Trump did. In fact, you could argue that Biden is significantly worse because when he came into office, he should have had a plan. He already had the vaccines that he's relied so heavily on, and yet he's still been an abysmal failure.
Okay, so I can't, when you ask me for like proof that Biden could have done better, you're essentially conceding that Trump was about as bad as you could have been as a president, and then you're telling me to give you like a historical counterfactual of Biden. I can't do that. I can't give you a world where Biden was president. I mean, I can look at how Biden handled things as he came into office. I can look at the difference between how he's treated it publicly, which is very serious, versus Trump, who treated it as a fucking joke publicly, while behind the scenes admitting to people, it was in Woodward's book, that he said that it was very serious. You talk about how China could have released this information earlier. Trump knew in February that it was airborne. He knew that it was a serious thing, and he continued to downplay it publicly because he was more worried about his political image than the actual safety of fellow American citizens. I can't sit here and say like, well, if Biden was president, he would have done this. I don't know what Biden necessarily would have done as president, but I feel like Democrats in general were taking this more seriously from the start than the Republican side of things seem to have been. And I mean, we can see that how that's played out in terms of Republican lawmakers that have gotten sick with the coronavirus versus Democratic ones. We can see this in terms of voters and how they've responded to the situation. You keep saying like, oh, Democrats attacked the coronavirus vaccine. They attacked it. Who's the one not getting vaccinated today? Are you telling me that Republicans ignore Democrats in every single circumstance, except when it came to the vaccine, they listened to some of the early, very, very, very early, like single statements that some people might have said about being like, oh, well, I'll wait until the FDA approves it. Like, come on. This is like, this is insane that this is the one thing that Republicans listen to people on. So I thought we were here to talk about Biden's record. If we want, we can go back into Trump's presidency more. But like, again, this is just like one of those things where like we can all watch the videos. We can spend, if you want, we can bring up like videos and timelines of Trump continuing to downplay what's happening. You can blame this on like one or two statements from Fauci, but if you want to make the overall argument that Trump was taking this more seriously than Fauci was, like it's just absolutely not true. Trump is on stage peddling bullshit cures, hydroxychloroquine, which ended up coming out to be harmful and not helpful. We've got like Fauci cautioning people when it comes to things later on. Now, initially, he might have gotten the mask thing not right, but later on, he encouraged people to wear masks and do the social distancing. You've got Trump encouraging people to get vaccinated, getting booed for it at rallies. I mean, again, we can go back and forth on like Trump's handling of this the entire time, but like, yeah, I can't tell you like for a fact 100% this is what Biden would have done differently because neither of us really know the answer to that question.
Okay, so
yeah.
I agree, but I'm saying even one of the big talking points as to why to vote against Trump was because of his handling of COVID. And my question always was there going to be a leader that would have handled it better? What would they have hypothetically done differently? And the best, at least you have an argument. Most people don't have an argument. Your argument's like he would have had guidance. He would have talked differently. I think that would have done nothing. Like just a couple things you mentioned. You mentioned the Woodward book. Dr. Fauci was interviewed after he heard the quotes in the Woodward book, and he said that Trump's comments publicly at the time where he was talking and saying slightly different things to Woodward was in line with what medical advisors were suggesting to Trump what to say publicly, right? So he was basically being told, don't go freak everyone out horribly at the time. Fauci's admitted, who has no reason to lie for Donald Trump, that, yeah, basically he didn't have a problem with the way Trump was talking publicly about COVID at the time, right? Now, you keep talking about, well, what does this have to do with Trump? I agree. The problem is this. You're going to say, and this is what I thought would happen in this debate. Let me just ask you a question before I continue. Would you say that you thought Trump was a very bad president?
I would say in general, yeah, atrocious.
Okay. So what's going to happen is, I might disagree with that, but the general thesis of this debate of how is Biden's record, how is he doing, you're going to say, well, better than Trump. But even if that's true and you think Trump was terrible, that doesn't mean Biden's doing good, right? If you say this guy was shit, Trump was shit, and Biden's slightly less shit. So we could look, you keep saying we could look at the record. Sure, we could look at the record of what was being said and things like that. Let's look at Biden's record on COVID. How's that looking? Pretty shitty. That's how it's looking.
I mean,
he
Biden
said that he was going to he said he was going to shut down the virus and not the economy. That's not true. That's not what happened. We see all kinds of economic misery, which we'll get to when we get there. More people have died. The only thing that he's basically relied on was a vaccine that he had no hand in even giving lip service to creating. In fact, the opposite. He gave lip service to not trusting the vaccine. And we see, although you're technically right that it seems to be Republicans that are least likely to trust the vaccine, even if you think the vaccine's a good thing, let's not forget when it comes to different demographics, we can see a lot of people such as Black Americans that are distrusting of the vaccine. I wonder why. Why would predominant Democrat groups like Black Americans be distrusting? Could it be because people like Biden and people in his administration have constantly pushed this narrative that it's systemic racism in the U.S. government and the pharmaceutical industry, and I wouldn't trust this vaccine until magically after the election, all of a sudden, now we can trust the vaccine. Now that Biden's here, not only do we trust the vaccine, but we think you should have to take it. But the point is, all of this is a moot point. We don't blame the president for what their followers do. Who gives a shit if it's predominantly Trump supporters doing things you don't like? Biden's the president now. The buck stops with him, and he is shit on COVID. End of story. And I would like to hear you convince people why that's not the case.
So one of the big promises that Biden made was getting, I believe it was like 100 million Americans vaccinated in the first 100 days of his presidency. Didn't he hit that milestone on like day 60? Like, so I would argue in terms of in terms of providing whatever necessary federal support was there to get the vaccine out to the United States citizens, he not only met, but he well exceeded that goal. In terms of, you keep bringing this number up like it's over and over again, like the number of people that have died. I mean, like Biden inherited, again, a Democrat inherits a shitty situation from a Republican. I mean, it's not like he can reverse course on everything at that point. The virus is here. It's already in every state and every community. I don't know how Biden's supposed to just like turn back time on that. In terms of, there's so many, hold on, Jesus, there's like so much like random shit you bring up. If you want to like dive into one topic, I didn't know that also the coronavirus thing is just one part of the administration. And like the difference in approach here, if I'm being honest in the debate, I could lie and try to say, oh, well, if Biden would have come in, he would have done. I don't know what Biden would have done 100% as a president, but I'm not here to only compare their stance on the coronavirus. I was mainly interested in like major legislative achievements and foreign policy, because it's a little bit easier to compare that on a one-to-one than a coronavirus pandemic that he walked into as it's going on and has already been, in my opinion, botched by the previous leader. But then you're going to say, well, botched how? How could he have done something differently? And I can give you things maybe he would have done differently, but do either of us truly know that? We're both being demagogues at that point. Honestly, we're being honest with ourselves to say anything other than that. You don't know if Biden, but the reason why I tend to side with the fact that Biden probably would have taken it more seriously is because I think that Biden believed that it was a real issue. The Democrats believe that this is a real bad problem. There were Democrat states like New York that were being severely hampered by it. And it seems like Democrats in general in the United States, the voter base seems to have more aggressive support for measures related to the coronavirus. So that leads me to believe that a Democratic president probably could have handled it a little bit better. It's hard to say, but like when I look at things like, say, the Ebola scare, when there was some French doctor that was flown back, it seemed like Obama took that seriously. And that was like nothing. Like the idea that Ebola was ever going to spread massively in the United States or in Europe is probably not going to happen. It's not the type of virus to do it. But even that, I was hearing Obama take that seriously and was giving public speeches about it, and people seem to be worried about it. When you talk about like Black Americans being distrustful of the vaccine, and then you try to pretend that it's because of statements that like Democratic leaders have made, Black people have a lot of reasons for why they may or may not trust different systems in the United States. I could be totally wrong on this, but I seriously doubt that the average Black American is tuning into CNN to get their political discourse for the day, and then they're making decisions on whether or not to trust the medical system based on what they hear on mainstream media news. It probably has more to do with a history of weird, fucky things that have happened to Black people in the United States. Tuskegee is brought up pretty often as an example. I'm willing to bet that combined with socioeconomic conditions, combined with their already adversarial attitude towards the system that is adversarial towards them, is probably going to lead to them to not trust the vaccine or care about it as much as other Americans. I don't know if I'm going to say that I'm going to blame a couple of statements made by Democratic leaders on how African Americans in the United States feel about the vaccine. That seems a little bit silly to me. But
we'll get off COVID. The last thing I want to say.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous on the COVID talk on YouTube. So.
Oh shit! Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just say this. I'll just ask one quick question then. Do you acknowledge that Biden and people in his administration seemed to cast shade on the vaccine before Biden won? And do you think that could have caused people hesitancy?
I think that there were like one or two statements that I want to say it was Kamala Harris said something about, where I don't think they full on said like, I'm not going to trust it, but it was something like it was something that was a little bit irresponsible. I was like, you probably shouldn't have said it that way. But like compared to how much Trump has cast out on everything related to the coronavirus stuff, not even remotely close.
Yeah, but if the big issue is people getting vaccinated or not vaccinated, that specific thing of casting shade, and it wasn't just Biden, it was certainly a lot of his administration and a lot of health experts that they were routinely touting that said it would be impossible. We wouldn't trust this. And Biden made those claims as well. The last thing I'll say is this, right?
Wait, you said Biden made a claim that he wouldn't trust a vaccine?
Yeah, Biden said, I'll try to find the actual quote. Let me see what I can find. Give me a second and I'll find it, but yeah. Well, shit. Now I'm finding. Let's see if I can find it. But the other thing I want to say as I look for this is you say that actually, Biden did a good job meeting his goal of 1 million a day, and he may have even surpassed that. But the reality is Biden's claim to get 1 million a day was already being met basically by Trump when he left office. So it's hardly an achievement that Biden came in and just continued Trump's plan. This is what Biden said in August 6, 2020. The way Trump talks about the vaccine is not particularly rational. He's talking about being ready. He's going to talk about moving it quicker than scientists think it should move. People don't believe he's telling the truth. Therefore, they aren't certain they're going to take the vaccine. And one more thing, if and when vaccines comes, it's not likely to go through all the tests that need to be done and the trials that are needed to be done.
Who is this a quote from?
Biden. Another quote from Biden, September 2nd, 2020. Look at what's happened. Enormous pressure put in the CDC not to put the detailed guidelines. The enormous pressure being put on the FDA to say they're going, that the following protocol will in fact reduce. It will have a giant impact on COVID. All these things turn out to not be true. And when a president continues to mislead and lie, when we finally do, God willing, get a vaccine, who's going to take the shot? Who's going to take the shot? You're going to be the first one to say, put me, sign me up. Now they say it's okay. I'm not being facetious. Again, Biden. And there's more if you want.
So
I got a whole list of them.
I think we're probably on the same PolitiFact article, and I see the
sure.
I see the first statements that you're not reading. So so in terms of what was said on August 6th, right? Biden said, the way that Trump talks about the vaccine is not particularly rational. He's talking about it being ready. He's going to talk about moving it quicker than the scientists think it should be moved. People don't believe that he's telling the truth. Therefore, they're not at all certain that they're going to take the vaccine. And one more thing, if and when the vaccine comes, it's not likely to go through all the tests that need to be done and the trials that are needed to be done. I think that early on, and I would have to go back and dig through quotes again because I wasn't ready for a coronavirus discussion, but Trump did talk a lot about expediting the vaccine, and it seemed like there was a lot of political pressure from him that he wanted to get the vaccine out as quickly as possible. If that is the case, then I could understand people being a little bit nervous about it. And earlier, Kamala Harris seemed to echo as much because the quotes for one of her statements was, if the public health professionals, if Dr. Fauci, if the doctors tell us that we should take it, I'll be the first in line to take it. So it seems like there was some acknowledgement there. Now, I would actually go a step farther and say any type of undermining of a vaccine is probably not a good thing. But I don't think that these were necessarily like, the vaccine is bad and horrible, but probably more to do with Trump's incredibly obsessive public face of like getting it out as quickly as possible, which I think, I mean, Republicans now are worried about that, right? It's so ironic because when I try to follow down like, well, who did these arguments end up affecting? If I take you at your word for this and I ignore anything around the quotes, and it seems like Democrats are saying like, man, the vaccine might be rushed, man, the vaccine might not be safe. It seems like it's all done for political reasons. Who are the people that are making these arguments today? It's not Democrats. It's all Republicans. So the idea that you're saying Democrats made these arguments and they were irresponsible, but the only people that echo these arguments are Republicans, seem like they didn't really hit Democrats or weren't a big part of their messaging early on, because all the people that are acting like this and putting these messages out are Republicans that don't want to get vaccinated.
There's very few. There are very few people in leadership in the Republican Party that are suggesting not getting vaccinated. And the other thing is, when you're the only thing you could tout that Biden would do good versus the coronavirus is his guidance, sort of his messaging. And the one issue that he, and I would assume you, thinks the most important when it comes to vaccine, we could see when it was politically expedient. By the way, Trump was talking about having people be available to have shots by March. That's exactly the timeline that happened. But we had all these leaders, including Biden and other medical professionals, saying it would be impossible to develop a vaccine that quick. That did more harm, even with Trump supporters that still tout to that and say, yeah, even though Trump tells me to get the vaccine, the reality is we had all these professionals saying it would be unsafe to have a brand new type of vaccine like that to come out so quick. And that's one of the big reasons I'm distrusting. Even the Democrats said it.
Yeah, but the Democrats aren't echoing that, right? Like there's a Republican talking points. Well, you care because your argument is that Democrats caused harm by undermining the vaccine. Well, okay, did that actually happen? And then when I look at the effect on the public, it doesn't seem that's the case. And when I look at other statements that Biden has made, and I'm sure you see these because it sounds like we're on the same page, Biden literally says, charting a clear path of science-based vaccines free from politics. I get asked the question, if the president announced tomorrow that we have a vaccine, would you take it? And then he says, only if it was completely transparent, that other experts in the country could look at it, and only if we knew all of what went into it. Because so far, nothing he's told us has been true. That seems like a fair statement. I still think maybe you probably shouldn't say that. But like when I look at how this has affected the United States population, if we had a ton of Democrats that were refusing to get vaccinated, I would agree with you. It's like, yeah, you guys fucked up. You caused a lot of harm. But that doesn't seem to be the case. These are problems on Republican side. So I just categorically reject the idea that these are like harmful statements that Democrats made, because at the end of the day, it had almost no effect on the Democrat public.
It doesn't matter if it had effect. You think that Republicans don't listen to what the Democrats are saying?
No, I don't. Absolutely not. I don't think so.
Sure they do. Go listen to them.
Wait, so is your argument, I'm just curious on this one. You think that, and I'll even steal it, I won't say this as ridiculously as it sounds. You think that some parts of the reason why Republicans won't get vaccinated is because of statements Kamala Harris and Joe Biden made about the vaccine?
I think it was probably people that were going to be distrusting anyways, but they point as evidence the fact that even Democrats, when it wasn't politically expedient for them, said that there are dangers and it would be impossible to release a vaccine this fast. They point to that and say, see, even they knew. And the reality is, you could say what you want. The guidance was quite simple. We could beat around the bush. We know the truth. What changed when all this, you think all of a sudden Biden was like, and Kamala were like, oh, we have better evidence now that the election's over. Now we think that the vaccines are good. No, you know what happened was they knew that COVID was a big weakness for Trump. And so they downplayed him talking about vaccines and that being a potential thing that could help out, because they knew that downplaying would help them in the election. They were willing to sacrifice people if it meant helping them in the election. That's what fucking happened. Me and you both know it.
So you think that, so I'm curious on a counterfactual then here. You think that if Trump's election would have continued on, do you think that Democrats would have been undermining the vaccine and that Republicans would be running out to get vaccinated and the Democratic leadership would say, we don't trust the vaccine?
I don't know if it would have been that severe, but yeah, they would have said that there were decisions being made medically that was being rushed through and Trump was influencing the FDA and other places like that. When in reality, we can see that it's the exact opposite. The only people that we know put pressure on the FDA was the Biden administration, which caused the resignation of 2 of the top people at the FDA, being so furious that they were being rushed to produce it being okay for these boosters. They thought that that was Biden putting pressure on it. But if you want to keep going COVID, we can.
Wait, hold on. Which FDA resignations are you talking about?
Let me find them.
Yeah, it doesn't... Because I know there were some FDA resignations, but I thought this had to do with the types of medications that the FDA was approving, specifically over an Alzheimer's drug. To be clear, hold on, real quick. It's unfair that I'm like asking you for the specific thing. I'm not trying to like source you in the middle of the debate, but I do know that there were some FDA resignations that happened because it had to do with an Alzheimer's drug, I believe, that was approved. And the problem that they had was that the Alzheimer's drug didn't show that it was treating Alzheimer's, just that it was treating an underlying condition. I think the accumulation of an amyloid plaque, but that didn't necessarily mean that it was treating the Alzheimer's disease. That was my understanding of it. But there might have been some other resignations. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is from Business Insider. It says, in a letter announcing the resignations obtained by the biotech industry publication Endpoints, Dr. Peter Marks, the director of the FDA Center for Biological Evaluation Research, praised the pair for their work during the COVID pandemic. He didn't give a reason for their departure, but sources told Endpoints and Politico that Gruber and Krauss were upset with Biden administration's booster shot plan. The administration announced last month that most people would be offered a COVID-19 booster shot about 8 months after the vaccination. One former senior FDA leader told Endpoints that Gruber and Krauss were leaving because they felt the Center for Disease Control and Prevention was making vaccine decisions that should have been left to the FDA and were upset with Marks, the leader of their division, for not insisting on the agency's oversight.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
So moving on from there, because I do want to get to foreign policy. I think a big thing that we could talk about would be economics, though. You kind of mentioned that you thought that the child relief, the tax credit, and things like that. The problem I have is this, like, if you're honest, what did these child tax credits really do? Now, there are problems, and we can get into the specifics of it, but basically, if we're being as generous as possible, you used to get $2,000 for the child tax credit, or $2,000, and now that number is either, depending on the age of your child, $3,000 or $3,600. My contention is when we look at the rate of inflation, that still leaves people in a poorer economic decision today than before when Biden took office.
Well, if you compare it to like just the past year, that's possible because things are like obviously historically fucked when it comes to pricing. But assuming that child tax credit stays forward and assuming our economy recovers and prices stabilize, which they will, I don't think you can argue that like a 50% increase in your child tax credit has suddenly been nullified by a 50% increase in the cost of all goods. It's like the CPI hasn't increased that much. I disagree with that.
Okay, but yes, it has. Consumer price index is at a 30-year high. It's at 6 let me get the exact number. This is from October, which is the most recent data we have. The consumer is 6.2% October to October. That's the largest inflation surge that we've had more than 30 years. And in fact, I believe I read if that trend would continue for 7 years, that would mean every 7 years, the price of everything would double.
Yeah, if it increases at that rate for 7 years, but like we have worldwide inflation at the moment. To try to blame this on some particular thing or to try to say that we expect that to continue at that rate, I don't know why, but I guess, well, I do know why, but people always do this when we're experiencing like these historically great or historically horrible economic events. People will say things like, if this happens for 5 more years, then this will happen. Or I saw people do this with, and it's unrelated to Jeff Bezos, where the Amazon stock jumped a ton like one day, and people were like, if this continues for the next year, Jeff Bezos will be worth over $100 trillion. And I was like, why are we going off of one? Like, we're in a historic period in terms of like supply chain crunch, in terms of probably some true inflation. The idea that it's going to continue at this rate for the next 7 years is a pretty big claim. I don't think any major economist is making.
Okay, so that's why I wanted to start with COVID, because again, if we're comparing Biden to the previous administration, because you could say, well, this is a crazy time. The things are different, so it's hard to look at historic things when we're talking about a pandemic that's affecting so many things. Okay, that could be true. So let's look at what the situation was before COVID hit for Trump compared to what we have for Biden if things get rosy and the pandemic goes. Even then, we could see that the economy was humming along under Trump. One of the only reasons that Trump, in fact, let's be honest, Trump was not a likable guy to the people that he needed to vote for him. Obviously his base likes him, whatever, but he needed independents or people that were sort of in the center to vote for him. The only way he was going to get that because of his foibles personality wise was the economy. The economy was kicking ass, right? Then COVID comes. And yet this isn't the benefit of the doubt we give Trump. We don't say, well, a historic, pandemic, you can't really blame Trump for the economic fallout. We say, nope. The buck stops with him. So given that, you say, well, this is only inflation for a year. Yep, and that's how long Biden's been in office. To
be clear, and I don't believe I said this ever in this debate, and if I've ever said this, wow, this was really stupid of me to say. I hope I've never said this. I wouldn't blame the economy during the coronavirus pandemic under Trump as being horrible. I'm not going to say like, wow, Trump, you really fucked up the economy there. And I'll be fair, a lot of Democrats did say stupid shit like that. Like, oh, look at this last year under Trump, how the economy performed. Yeah, no fucking shit. It was a fucking pandemic. The economy was humming along under Trump. Like you said before, though, if we're going to say that like, well, all the shots are being delivered before Biden stepped into office, the economy was humming along before Trump stepped into office. But I mean, yeah, he relatively didn't fuck with things, and he seemed to just let shit go as it did, and the economy continued to move. The world economy continued to move, and for the most part, I think it did pretty well. Yeah, for sure, under Trump, for the most part, yeah. But my chief criticism isn't going to be the economy. My chief criticism is going to be what are the interventions that the president made into the economy. Now, when I take a look at something like the coronavirus relief, or we can get into like the infrastructure bill, and then I compare that to Trump's targeting of like tax cuts, it feels like Biden is taking a more bottom-up approach versus Trump taking a more top-down approach in terms of their stimulus or their infusion of cash into the economy, and I tend to prefer Biden's approach there to Trump's.
Okay, that could be in a hypothetical sense of, what your ideology says is how you want to approach the economy. But the reality is the decisions that Biden made certainly didn't stymie inflation. And all of the plans you're talking about, things like the child credit or the infrastructure bill and all of that, one of the big reasons we have inflation is the massive amount of spending. Now, not all of this spending was done under Biden. Some was under Trump, right? But with the lockdown / spending that we saw, it was one of the largest transfers of wealth that we've seen from poor and working class to the wealthy. Now, I blame Republicans, Trump, but certainly you blame Joe Biden for this as well. And Biden's going on an even more insane spending spree. And what's even crazier is when you're spending trillions of dollars to the tune that Biden is, you would expect that would stave off short-term economic problems, right? Like if you made me president... Well, if you were president and you were like, you know what, I'm just going to spend $30 trillion today, that would probably do a lot to buttress people's bank accounts if you divvied it out in a certain way.
Oh, well, sure, but it did. It did, yeah.
Well, and it's still bad. It did, and it's still bad. That's the point I'm making.
What do you mean, what's bad when you say that? Can you just be a little bit more precise? Yeah. When you say it's bad.
What's bad?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like the cost of living for people. There are people that were paycheck to paycheck are worse off now. There are people that are having to sell their houses that wouldn't have otherwise. There's people that can't afford to pay rent. This is despite the fact that they're getting all of these extra monies that caused all of this inflation. So it didn't help out in the short term, and in the long term, now we're seeing inflation. So when you say, well, people have an extra $1,600 in their pocket if they have a child, well, there's problems with that. First, that extra $1,600 probably doesn't meet the cost of inflation that we've had year over year from last October to this October. So whatever you think about Biden's plans, if we say we give him credit for the child tax credit, why wouldn't we also give him credit for the inflation and the supply crunch and the energy crunch and all of those sorts of things?
Shit, hold on. I gotta... Fuck, Brittany, why are you fucking with the camera?
That's all him.
I paid her off.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Sorry. So stepping back a little bit, is there inflation? Yes, there is. Is it because of a lot of stimulus? I don't think that American stimulus has caused worldwide inflation. I think that there are a lot of reasons. Well, not a lot of reasons. I mean, primarily because of things stemming from the coronavirus. There are supply chain crunches that are driving up the cost of a lot of things in the United States and across the entire world right now. The idea that So cost of living is increasing for sure. I don't know what influence the president can wield over that, especially when things related to the cost of living might be like, for instance, like cost of housing or like cost of food, stuff that would show up on the CPI. When all of this stuff is increasing worldwide, I don't know. I'm just not entirely sure what the president can do to alleviate that other than giving stimulus to people. We talk about like people living paycheck to paycheck. I don't know how we can say that they were worse off when there were people on unemployment insurance because of the boost that were getting more than they were even getting at their job. I don't know which of these people are worse off. And then in terms of people that can't afford to pay rent, rent is increasing in a lot of large cities, but this is a problem that has continued to happen probably for the last 20 years. I don't know what the president can do to exert influence over housing prices. prices, unless we're going to say he should take a Bernie plan or AOC plan and go like world or nationwide rent control or something. I don't see these as being areas that the president could intervene in. Now, as I said before, to start this, I'm not necessarily looking at the president for the economy. I'm looking at the interventions that they make in the economy. If Biden hadn't had done any of these things, hadn't provided any stimulus, the cost of living would still be increasing. People would still be living paycheck to paycheck, and rents would still be increasing as well. These have all been trends that have been happening for decades at this point. There would still be a worldwide supply crunch. It's not like people would be better off if there was less stimulus. If anything, there would be even more problems. So in that case, I would consider that to be a positive intervention, even if inflation is happening at the moment.
Okay, so, but this would only make sense because you're saying, well, you can't blame Biden for the historic inflation here in the United States because it's happening worldwide, right? So if you say, but we do give credit to Biden because he can't control that inflation for having interventions, but that only works if those numbers worldwide are similar to the United States. And what you could see is from Statista.com, right? You could see inflation 2018, this is year-to-year inflation rate, 2018, 3.5%, 2019, 3.4%. This is worldwide, by the way. 2020, 3.2%. 2021, 3.5%. So it's around 3% every year. Inflation's up like 0.2% compared to year over end than what we would expect. And yet we have historic 6.8 inflation when it comes to consumer prices. So we can see that the policies that Biden's issued, the United States policies have doubled the inflation from what we're seeing on the average in the rest of the world.
Wait,
Also,
hold on real
that's
quick.
just
When we say average in the rest of the world, I don't care about the average in the rest of the world. I care about the average like the OECD, right? I don't know how much inflation like countries in Africa or in southern like South America or whatever. I don't know what type of inflation or supply chain things. Like I'm just not as. I'd be more concerned with comparisons to other OECD countries because there are countries that are ahead of us in inflation. So like Brazil and Turkey are, but then there are other countries that are like kind of comparable in terms of what the U.S. is experiencing inflation. So I'm seeing like New Zealand, Spain, Poland, Russia, South Korea, Mexico. Now the U.S. is definitely sitting on the higher point of this. But like these are all countries that have experienced a lot of inflation as well. But then if you go down, there are some countries that are like experiencing like deflation. Argentina is a big one. China, Indonesia, India, Costa Rica, the Netherlands, Japan. So if you're going to average all of them out, I don't really know like what that tells us, right? I'm looking at a Pew Research article and it says that the U.S. has the 8th highest annual inflation rate for the third quarter of 2021. But I don't think that we're like doubling the rest of the world. I think that there's a lot of different countries experiencing inflation for worldwide reasons, but they probably experience it a bit in different ways.
Well, that could be true, right? But even still, the data the worldwide on the average is going to matter because there are other things that we'd be able to look at. Like, for example, we could say, well, the U.S. has high inflation and so does the U.K. I don't know. I have that data in front of me, right? But even if that was the case, it could be because the U.K.'s had very similar policies than Joe Biden, right? And it could be countries that had these more lockdown mandated oriented countries or decisions had higher inflation. That would still be reason to blame Joe Biden for the inflation just because Japan did it and the U.K. did it and Australia did it too. Doesn't matter that the decisions of Joe Biden didn't directly lead to this.
Yeah, but when I look at
consumer inflation,
yeah, go ahead.
That's just consumer inflation, right? When we look at producer inflation, it's even worse, right? So producer inflation is at the highest that we've seen year to year, which is 8.6% in October. That ties it for the highest we've ever seen since recorded history. Now, the reality is you could say, well, this was inevitable, but that's not what the Biden administration was telling us. They were telling us inflation, no, it's not going to be that bad. It'll be fine. It's not going to be that bad. Then they said, well, it's temporary. It's just a little bit of temporary inflation. And now they're saying, well, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe we need to live more like Europe. Maybe a little inflation's a good thing. And while this is occurring, we can see that large conglomerates and banks like BlackRock are buying up a bunch of real estate that the average person's no longer able to afford. So this sort of stuff, like it's incredible that like all of a sudden the buck stops here. Doesn't matter when it comes to economic policy, when we can see, regardless of how you put it, the average person in this country by far is worse off economically right now at about a year into Joe Biden's presidency than they were before it. So, that's the truth.
Yeah. So when we look at that list of countries, like this is the reason I'm having a hard time saying like stimulus is causing this. So Japan, my understanding is Japan gave more stimulus than any other country in the world. They're experiencing deflation. So it doesn't seem like stimulus alone is explaining all the inflation that's happening in the United States. And then we keep throwing a lot of other things here. When we say like it's not a bad thing, I don't know any Democratic leaders that are saying that like, oh yeah, 5% inflation, quarter after quarter after quarter is okay. I don't think any Democratic leader wants that. But then also again, and you know, we can talk about like the buck stops here or whatever. Like inflation is the purview of the central bank or the U.S. Federal Reserve. The U.S. Federal Reserve sets its targets. It's hard to tell how much inflation right now is real versus transitory, how much it's going to go away. Like it might be the case case that we're experiencing massive inflation and it continues to happen, and it absolutely is a problem. It might be a case that we are super crunched right now in supply lines all over the world, and it ends up not being as much of a problem in a year or 2 or 3. Or maybe the consumption around the world is increasing so much that it will continue to be a problem. But I don't know if I would say that, like, in a time when the entire world is experiencing so much inflation, and in a time where there were countries that did more stimulus than us, like Japan, who aren't experiencing inflation or experiencing deflation, it just seems really hard to say the stimulus in the United States is the primary driver of inflation. I think the most I was able to find, because everybody's obviously curious, well, what's causing it? I think I read like a Wall Street Journal article that said that there might have been some small contribution there, but I don't think any economists are saying like, oh yeah, it was the U.S. stimulus that definitely is causing inflation in the United States. Like, it still seems to be that people universally believe that it is a massive supply chain crunch, and hopefully as that resolves itself over time, we would expect to see this fall.
Okay, but again, I'm not saying it's purely the stimulus. I'm saying it is it's a conglomerate of all of the decisions that we've seen our leaders, particularly Joe Biden and the Democrats that have been in charge in all of that, House, Senate, and presidency. They own this, right? And when you say it's
well,
just,
like, what decisions?
Look,
what do you mean by that? Yeah.
Well, there's all sorts, right? Like, for example, decisions that come to energy, right? Stopping and leading guidance to lower the domestic production of fossil fuels, which required us to import more from overseas. There are decisions they made on lockdowns and things like that that help lead to the supply chain crunch. All of these things, in addition to the mass amounts of spending we're seeing, is what's going to cause inflation. And I think that if you really think about this, right, the idea that you're saying, well, look, we can't take the world average amount of inflation, right? Because they could be that some countries are really high and some are really low. Well, but that seems to be a cop-out, because your entire argument that's kind of saying we don't blame the Biden administration for this inflation is, well, it's like this around the world. Well, that's not true. Now, the world is facing similar problems. They're facing a pandemic. They're facing supply chain crunches and other things like that. And yet they don't have near on average the inflation we see. You cite one country, you say Japan. Okay, but maybe Japan had other policies that buttress them more against the sort of inflation that we see with the Biden administration. I don't know how you could look at the United States being so far above average in poor economic performance and say, well, we can't blame Biden for any of that, but we could give him credit for interventions, but we can't look at the rest of the world on average. It just doesn't make sense. Like, the Biden administration and the Democrats own this.
I mean, we can say that, but I don't think anybody agrees with that. I just don't think that's true. If you look at all the countries and you look at how they've doled out stimulus, now if you want to talk about other policies that could be used to buttress against this type of inflation, then yeah, we can talk about those potential other policies. But like, when we look at the amount of stimulus given in different countries, so particularly there's a thread that I'm familiar with where people are talking about like the average budget deficit to look at deficit spending during these things, and then you try to draw like a line to see how many of these countries experienced inflation. There just doesn't seem to be a strong trend there. It seems to be other things that are unrelated to the amount of stimulus or spending that countries did. Now, if you want to talk about, again, and I'll say again, if you want to talk about like other policies, that's fine. You mentioned like stopping domestic production of fossil fuels. So my understanding is, I think that they said that we're not allowed to drill on like some federally owned lands, but I don't think the majority of our fracking or the majority of the refining or the oil production in the United States happens on those lands. I don't think that that was a huge like driver I'm pretty sure we're still like the largest fossil fuel producer, I think, in the world at this point. I don't know if halting production on federal lands, if anything, if you wanted to argue, that seems like a virtue signal to me more than anything. Kind of like when you talk about doing things for federal prisons, and that's 10% of the prison population. I don't think that's a big deal. When you talk about how lockdowns are leading to local supply chain crunches, I don't know if the United States has locked down anything. People are still going to work. You know, people are masking up or getting vaccinated or whatever. But I don't know if the United States is like uniquely locked down when it comes to our supply chain stuff. It seems like other countries were way more insane about, like, I say insane, but were way more strict when it came to locking down their production related stuff.
So then let's just say hypothetically, then why do you think the United States is doing so much worse than all of these other countries when it comes to our economic standing?
Oh, man. This gets really complicated because I think that the arguments between economists, and I'm not ready for this debate, but the arguments between economists are, how do we measure inflation? And I'm sure if you've read about this, you've heard of this. Some people will fight over whether or not the CPI versus the PPP versus other types of measures or indexes are more appropriate when it comes to measuring inflation. I don't know if going by, because the CPI is generally what people cite, Consumer Price Index, but other people will argue that like the types of goods that are included or aren't included aren't as relevant today when that index was created, so we shouldn't even be using this as an index for inflation. That's one potential. Maybe we don't index it correctly. Maybe there are better ways to do it. A second possible example is the idea that maybe in the United States, maybe shipping things from overseas is a unique problem that the US has that makes it harder for us to get goods. I don't know if shipping overseas is necessarily as big a deal for European countries as it is for the United States. If we're getting stuff from other countries, a lot of it has to be shipped. Obviously not NAFTA or whatever the new US, Mexico, Canada agreement shit is called, USMCA. Obviously not from those two countries, but if we're shipping stuff from China, right? Supply line issues related to cost of fuel or like backups in harbors or stuff related to shipping things overseas is probably going to be way more relevant when it comes to backing up U.S. production than it would be for other countries that might be able to use other modes of transportation or get more of their supplies, say, from the European market, which is the largest unified market in the world. Now, I don't know 100% if that is the case, but I mean, off the top of my head, I could think of some things that would probably be more relevant than U.S. stimulus spending, which Republicans infinitely say is a huge driver of inflation that never has been.
If spending money, increasing the money supply at the rate that we've been doing this quickly is certainly going to predictably lead to inflation. Just one thing, we can move on to the next topic.
Yeah,
one thing, like my final point, and this is just something little that I wanted to correct. I don't know if this is true. I wasn't prepared for this, so I just DuckDuckGo this. This was the first thing that comes up from the Washington Post. It says 42% of coal, 24% of crude oil, and 13% of natural gas came from public lands in 2017. So the ban on drilling and things like that from public lands seems like it would have a major glut in our fossil fuel production, which would be one of the reasons that we went from a net exporter to Joe Biden, who supposedly is pushing Green New Deal type stuff, begging OPEC to increase production. We're now again reliant, in one short year, we've gone from being a net exporter, which, by the way, was one of the greatest thorns in the side of enemies we have, like Russia, the fact that we got into that market and was the biggest exporter in the world. Now we are someone that's begging foreign producers that we've had all of these problems with to increase production.
So firstly, the prohibition was on new drilling. So that doesn't stop our current extraction of oil from places in the United States. I don't know how many new drilling sites, I'll be honest, you said that you weren't prepared for this. I'm not necessarily either. I don't know how many new drilling sites were picked out that people really wanted to go into in the United States. In terms of like whether we're like have become a net exporter or not net exporter, like just because we export a lot of fossil fuel, and I would have to read up on the specifics of this. Like, we still import fossil fuels as well. Like, there's like refinery processes that you do where you might export certain petroleum products. You might import crude oil for different reasons, even if we are a net exporter of other petroleum products. Yeah, the idea that I don't know what the point of that is. If you're trying to say that like the United States like has like ceased production of petroleum, or has our production even fallen?
I believe so. I'm not going to bullshit you, though. I don't have the data in front of me. But my understanding, if the production hasn't followed and we went, it just seems to logically make sense. If production has remained consistent and we went from someone that was net exporting and making a large amount of money doing it to now we're begging OPEC to increase their production, that doesn't seem to make sense unless our production's fallen.
Or our consumption could be increased, right? Consumption of oil goods all across the entire world has increased as well. It does seem like our production has dipped for sure from 2020 onwards. But I'm not 100% sure like exactly why. I can't really say.
Okay. All right. So we might as well the last thing I had domestically, we could do it real quick. It's just the crisis at the border. No matter how you look at this, if you are for more immigrants or not, I think illegal immigration is bad. If you wanted those illegals to be made legal, there would be a process that Joe Biden would have been able to do that. But because of his disastrous policies and his guidance and what him and the Democrats and his administration suggested, we now have one of the big issues that he said it was a human rights abuse to have kids in cages. At one point, we had 4 times more kids in cages under the Biden administration, and we're seeing record border crossings across the southern border every month. Another undisputed disaster from the Biden administration.
So when we talk about like record numbers of kids in cages, like these are loaded terms. I don't think the problem was like kids in detainment centers. I think the issue was families being separated at the border. That's the thing that was a problem. Now there were times in the past where people were being critical of Biden and say, "Oh, well, look, like you've got more families, you've got more children in different detainment centers and whatnot." But that was a fundamentally different issue than with the problem under Trump that people were complaining about, where families were being separated at the border and were essentially, that was the huge problem there. In terms of like,
I just real quick, I fundamentally disagree. I do think that they were making that second issue, saying that the separating of families was uniquely bad. Again, it's hard to blame Trump for that because it had to do with the decision that came out of the most liberal district But regardless, they were obviously also pissed about the fact that there were kids in cages. And the comments of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden talking about kids in cages being a human rights abuse would never happen under our administration. I'm sorry, I don't buy, oh, we're talking about different types of kids. Fuck these kids. 4 times more in cages? Oh, well, screw them. We were talking about different types of kids. No. They said kids being detained was horrible, and then the amount that were detained under Biden increased fourfold.
I mean, like, if the only critique is that, like, kids in I don't know what kids in cages mean. Like, are we talking about, like, just children being detained? Because I mean, like, you have to detain people that are trying to cross the border. I don't know how I'm supposed to argue that it's a failure of the Biden administration. Should they just be let in? Should they just be turned around? Or I mean, like, obviously you have to detain people that are trying to enter the country. I mean, that's going to be an unavoidable process of managing the border. I don't know if I would see this as a giant failure on the Biden administration.
But we shouldn't use me and your stand. I agree with you, right? The correct answer when people were criticizing Trump with kids in cages is it's very complicated. So the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals said you can't detain children with adults, right? Because obviously bad things could happen. And so the implication was, well, what do? Just leave the kids go themselves? If a dad comes across the border with a child and you have to detain the father, what are you going to do? Send the child himself? Or are you just not going to detain anyone that comes with a kid? Well, that doesn't seem feasible. So you're thinking through this rationally. That was the answer. But it's not my standard or your standard that matters. It's Biden's standard. It's Kamala Harris's standard. They said it was a human rights abuse and it wouldn't be done under him. And the Democrats and the media went fucking nuts on this issue. They said Trump was an inhuman monster because these kids were caged. And then all of a sudden, once it's the Biden administration and it turns off, signaling to the rest of the world, yeah, if you come here, it's not a crime to cross illegally and you'll get a bunch of free shit. Well, that led to people sending their kids by themselves. What are you going to do? Leave the kids in? No, they have to be detained. But these people, including Biden and Harris, said that it was a human rights abuse. And so it just goes to show that not only, one, is this a crisis and just the sheer amount of people that are crossing, but second, the same people that virtue signaled about being so upset about kids in cages, they never gave a shit. They didn't care at all. They just saw it as a political issue to hammer Trump with. They didn't care about the kids.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to necessarily disagree with that in terms of, like, the average messaging on almost everything related to immigration tends to be really stupid. I don't disagree with you there, but I mean, like, there were Democrats critical of Biden's treatment of this, even post Biden getting into office. I remember that people were complaining about certain centers that children were being held in and that the standards went up to par on them. But even when you looked into those, I'm pretty sure that these centers that the children were moved to were ran by different departments that had more humane conditions than some of what was photographed at the border under Trump. Now, I mean, we can argue that maybe this isn't necessarily Trump's fault, or maybe they had good reason to separate, like children from their families. I have a hard time believing this because I'm pretty sure the federal government right now is paying restitution to those families that were separated. So it seems hard to believe that it's still happening and they're paying restitution at the same time. I guess maybe that's possible. It doesn't seem very likely to me that is happening. And then in terms of there being more border crossings, I mean, historically, Democrats have been a bit nicer when it comes to immigration, and I'm pretty sure historically there are more people that are trying to cross the border under Democrats. I think if you look at Democrat versus Republican candidate or presidencies, and then you look at the border crossings, they always tend to increase under Democratic presidents. It's just something that happens. But
yeah, but I mean, again, even if it happens historically, that's not a reason to say that this is a success for Biden. And again, I understand. There are issues that me and Destiny are arguing about, like how much immigration do we want? We're not going to get into that debate. The point I'm trying to make, even if you think we should have more immigration, you should prefer legal immigration. And Biden would have had the opportunity, as we've seen with Obama, to make a lot of executive decisions that would allow certain classifieds of people to be legal immigrants. But instead, we have record illegal immigration.
So in this case, okay, sorry, I've lost the plot, but now I understand. I wouldn't argue that Biden has been successful in immigration. It wasn't the points that I originally brought up. But on the flip side, I don't know if I would argue that Biden has been unsuccessful in immigration. So you bring up a really good point that if he wanted to, Biden could have flexed some executive authority in order to help people that were immigrants. So I think that he's tried to do that by rescinding some of what was done to DACA, or at the very least, it's being challenged in the courts. Trump's attempted of revoking some of the protected status to the DACA people. But I mean, something that we saw between Obama and Trump is Obama seemed to be frustrated that he couldn't get, I forget the name of the Immigration Act passed in Congress. So he started to do some things via executive authority, and Trump rolled on and he tried to undo those things via executive authority. I know that a lot of Democrats are attacking Biden for his mentality of working together, but I actually greatly approve of Biden attempting to get more comprehensive legislation passed through Congress rather than trying to do everything via executive order, because that just doesn't work out. Legislation is much harder to undo. We saw that under the Trump administration. Getting rid of the ACA was unsuccessful versus just attacking executive orders with new presidents. So in terms of, like, you're saying Biden has the authority to do a bunch of stuff via executive order. Yeah, sure, he could, but why would you do that when your whole point as president is saying, like, here, I'm here to work together. I'm trying to pass stuff in a bipartisan manner. And I don't want to just flex a bunch of executive authority that can be undone with the next president. I think that's a good thing to do.
I don't disagree with you on that. In that we should, I think the executive power, both with Trump, with Biden, with Bush, all of them, we have way too much executive power. And I agree that that's legislative branches are there to legislate. However, the point that I'm trying to make here is regardless, the decisions that Biden has made has led to record illegal immigration crossings that are occurring. And that's a disaster. And it's leading to real harms like sex trafficking, fentanyl crossing the border, all sorts of things that are benefiting the cartel, including 4 times more kids in cages. And I'm just trying to make the point that even if you're on the left, because certainly I don't have to sell it to my audience. I don't have to sell it to conservatives. They're like, yeah, that fucking sucks.
Yeah,
I'm making the point that even on the left, it sucks.
I'm going to ask you this question. I have to run and let Melina real quick. So I'm going to give you a chance to research it real quick. So what decision did Biden make or his administration make that led to like increased illegal border crossings? Was this actually like a Biden decision, or is it just more people tend to do this when there's a Democratic president office? And then I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second.
I'll answer when he comes back. Meanwhile, I could grandstand. Aren't I kicking ass? I'm doing better than that guy that was dressed as corn
I
did
can't
last
wait
night
to
against
watch this on
Destiny,
2 times speed. I'm definitely going to do that.
I can go faster if you want. So I could, like, this is the answer I'm going to give. The problem is that what we see is that there were a bunch of people like Biden and Kamala Harris and even every Democrat that was on the stage that raised their hand and said that they didn't think it should be a crime to cross illegally. When you do that, and in addition, you said that we should give free education and healthcare to these people, of course you're going to send the signal to the rest of the world that they're going to come to get all these things. So I can't talk fast. I can talk faster if I want. It has to do with policy debate. It's policy debate in college. You have to talk really fast. It's fucking stupid.
Well,
it ruined me for life because it makes me talk fast.
I thought it was like panels that ruin you because you're trying to get in as much as you can while you have your floor.
That's true too. But no, I think it's going to get. Look, here's the thing. I like debating someone like Destiny because even though I think I'm confident in all my positions, like I'm just setting up in these positions. I think when it comes to COVID, when it comes to the economy, when it comes to fuel and supply crisis, I think Biden's been a disaster. But I like debating someone that's actually intelligent and can push back.
Okay.
All right, but I can answer if you like.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to do. So like. You should know the answer to this because you said that on COVID, the important thing is guidance and things like that. And although I have questions on how much that would be true when we're talking about the specific decisions under COVID, certainly a lot of that is the signal to people that are illegally crossing. So, for example, when we saw every Democrat on the debate stage, when they were asked, raise your hand if you think crossing the border should be a criminal offense if you do so illegally, and no one raised their hand. And then we saw people like Biden and a bunch of other Democrats, almost all of them, say, we should give health care to these people. We should give education opportunities to these people. It's no surprise when they ask these caravans that are coming, why are you coming? They say, Biden. We thought Trump would send us back, and we think Biden will take us in. And so even if he has the policy to say, no, we can't take you in, he signaled to the rest of the world, along with the Democratic Party, that we would be willing to accept illegals. We don't think it's a crime. You'll still be allowed to come in. You'll still be given all these benefits. And would me or you blame people for taking that deal? Of course not. So it was the guidance that Biden and the Democratic Party offered. That's why there is historic numbers of people crossing the border.
Okay. And I think I said as much earlier when I said that under Democratic presidents, there tends to be more, my understanding is there tends to be more border crossings, or at least attempted border crossings that happen. But it seems like you have to concede that if the messaging from the administration is going to cause very real on-the-ground things to happen insofar as illegal border crossings are concerned, we must have to make the same concession for Republican leadership and messaging during the coronavirus.
Well, but there were, the difference is this, right? Think about it this way. There are ideas of the messaging can do when it comes to the people we're talking about. So you're right that the leadership and the messaging when it comes to individual wearing a mask or individual choosing to get a vaccine, yes, that messaging and stuff could matter. I argue that the Democrats weren't any better on that until they found it to be politically expedient once they won the election. But nonetheless, I will concede that on that particular issue, you could be right. However, unlike with this illegal immigration stuff with COVID, there are actual policies that could have been done through Biden using executive privilege, or it could have been through him using his position as the executive to force sort of compromises and things like that legislatively, such as increased testing, increased mononucleotides, other things like that, that would have been beneficial instead of just saying, we're going with mandates and the vaccine. When it comes to illegal immigration, what we're talking about is why are these people coming? Now, one of the things, and I'm sure you know this, Destiny, that progressives complain about is Biden's sending a lot of people back. He's sending a lot of people back. Mm-hmm. Well, the best thing to do would be to stop the incentive for people to come in the first place. And that's the problem. The messaging led to that incentive, and those people are coming. And then it's a horrible situation. Like, I don't want these people to have a shitty time either. But what do? Do you just let everyone in? Do you detain everyone? Do you send everyone back? you've made the decision impossible because of the signaling that you did to the rest of the world. That's what Biden did, and that's what the Democrats did when it comes to immigration.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree, but I mean, all they can do is enforce the rules at the border, turn it back, or catch them if they try to cross illegally. And then I guess hopefully in the future, try to do some sort of comprehensive immigration reform. But I mean, like right now, that's obviously not the main ticket on the agenda. I don't know if I would expect Democrats to change their entire messaging because of a few more, or because of a substantial increase in illegal border crossings, when it's just not something that can be part of their legislative agenda right now because they don't have the votes for it or they don't have the political capital for it. But I wouldn't write like when I'm talking about like wins or losses of the current administration. I don't think I'm considering like immigration here. This has like been untouched at this point. But again, we're like year one into the presidency too.
But again, I'm just saying it's a disaster. Like all of the things we've talked about.
When
like,
we say disaster, like it's what do we mean by disaster? Like I don't think that like
it's way worse. It's way worse than it has been in a long, long time.
Okay. I mean, there are more attempted like crossings and turned back, but yeah, I mean, I guess I could see that. I don't think that it's like a big thing in the average American mind. I don't think it's like a huge detriment to the country. It's definitely I'm pretty sure it's worse than it was under Trump, but yeah, okay. Okay.
And that's the point I'm trying to make. Then all the things we've talked about, things are worse now than they were before Biden took office. And you're like, well, we can't really blame Biden for all of that. But again, I guess we'll leave it to people to decide. I'm cool with moving on to foreign policy if you want. Talk about Afghanistan.
Yep.
Okay, so with Afghanistan, so you listed three things. The first was sort of COVID relief, which we talked about. Afghanistan was the second thing. Mm-hmm. So on that, right, like you say, it was bold of Biden to pull out. Totally agree 100%. I applaud Biden for pulling out. I don't have a problem with Biden pulling out. I have a problem with the way that he pulled out. He pulled out like an amateur. We were sold that he was this 47-year politician. He had the chops to do foreign policy. He was a vice president. He was terrible. And he lied to the American people, and he lied to the world community, and didn't even stay in contact with our allies, so much so that he got censured in the UK by parliamentarians and MPs that were furious with the fact that he let them holding the bag as well. What this guy did is this, right? He said that we should close down Bagram Air Base. He told the American people that the troops that we had there and the training that we had from the Afghan security forces would be enough to, which, by the way, they were 2-1 outnumbering the Taliban and had superior firepower, etc. He said that they would be able to hold for a long time. And instead, what he did was within 3 days, we were overran. He relied on the Taliban for defense, the same Taliban that released ISIS from the prison in Bagram Air Base that then bombed our troops. Every step of the way, Biden's decision on how, not pulling out, but how he pulled out, was a disaster that showed our allies and enemies that we have no idea as a country what we're doing militaristically anymore.
So a lot of this is kind of vague, and I can't really think. When you say we pulled out like an amateur, I mean, we had to get our forces out, and we did that. That was the goal, and that is what we did. I don't know what part of this is like an amateur. You mentioned saying that he believed that the ANI would be able to hold for a long time. I mean, of course, he said that. The president is not going to say, just letting you guys know, ANI is fucked. As soon as we leave, that shit is going to collapse. Of course, he's not going to say that in a country that we've been trying to nation build for, what, the better part of 2 decades? I don't see him ever making that statement publicly, regardless of what they thought behind the scenes. I think most people knew that the ANI was going to fall to the Taliban. Maybe not in 3 days. Maybe they thought it would be 3 months. But like, I don't think there was very much faith left in that government to be able to hold its own, regardless of troop numbers, for a variety of reasons. I mean, we already had an agreement in place with the Doha Agreement in terms of us having to pull out. And if not, the Taliban would begin to escalate attacks. It's hard to run counterfactuals, but I mean, if we stay longer and the Taliban begins to increase their attacks, like then what? Now this is why I have so much respect for Biden pulling out the way that he did, despite the fact that it was a little bit messy. Let's say that we run it. Let's say that we say, okay, we're just going to draw down numbers a little bit, right? Well, let's say that you draw down those numbers and the Taliban that you've negotiated with say, hey, you're not pulling your part of the agreement. Fuck you. And now we start getting attacked. Let's say that we have one bad attack on U.S. troops there, and let's say hypothetically 100 U.S. troops die, okay? If that happens, do we know what comes next? 2 words. It's a troop surge. Abso-fucking-lutely. You're gonna see Headlines every day, Taliban killing American troops. ISIS is going to be thrown in there because it's all Middle Easterns are the same to the United States. We're going to have another troop surge in Afghanistan, and we're going to be there for another fucking decade. Abso-fucking-lutely. It sucks what had to happen, but I truly don't believe there was any other way that the president could have pulled out. We couldn't have done a slow drawdown over time. We couldn't have secretly told people, by the way, we're pulling out, because obviously that would have shown an undermining of the ANI. It would have shown that we didn't have any confidence in them, which we probably didn't, but you can't publicly show that. I don't see there being any other way that we could have left Afghanistan other than to just pull out and say, oh, good luck, sink or swim.
No, I totally disagree. And let me explain why. First,
or ANA, sorry.
Yeah, I knew exactly what you meant. I'm not like some of these leftists you debate that will jump on that. I'm not wearing corn today either. What do you?
Gotcha.
Anyways, you said, of course, he said that, right? Well, just to go back to our COVID discussion briefly. Yeah, I actually defended Biden on that, right? Of course, you're going to, as the leader, sound optimistic. Same's true of Trump with COVID, which is why when Woodward came out with his quotes, you had Fauci say, actually, the way Trump was talking was in line with what we were advising him to say, because you don't want a leader to come out and say, we're fucked. That's it. Right. So just that quick point on there. But when you talk about your hypothetical, first off, I'm not talking about saying like, well, I'm Monday morning quarterbacking and picking out little things. They could have did this and this. It's real simple. You have certain assets in a country. You have our weapons and things like that. You have the people that use those weapons, the military. Their job is to defend the people that we have there that are American citizens or that are our allies, and then they're to train the security forces, right? You don't bring back the people tasked with defending before the people that need defended. You don't bring them back before you bring the military equipment back. Bagram Air Base was so much more secure that it would have been the optimal place to evacuate all Americans, all people. I forget what the actual designation is, but maybe you remember what it was. But the people that we considered of special status because they helped our military as translators and things like that. Because it turns out all of these people that we evacuated from Afghanistan, only a very small amount of them were actually the people that allied with us in that way, that had that special designation. So the best way to get all those people out would have been to hold Bagram Base, get everyone out, then bring back the military equipment that we could, and then finally bring back the military people. Instead, we did it in the opposite way. And here's your hypothetical. You're like, I concede that if there was a bad attack, that it would have been really bad and it could have led to a troop surge. But that's non-unique anyways, because we had to trust the Taliban. The Biden administration trusted the Taliban in order to get us out. So the Taliban acting is the way they did to say, well, they could have decided to be more insane and just attack us for whatever reason, when in reality, they just wanted us out, seems like nonsense. In fact, discussions with the Taliban that we've now seen showed that the Taliban was totally like, listen, if you want to have control around the airbase there, I forget the name of the city where they were withdrawing from Afghanistan, they said, that's fine. Go ahead, the U.S. could have defense. The U.S. said, no, we'll rely on the Taliban for security, right? So the argument is, yes, it's easy to Monday morning quarterback, but I'm saying something real specific. You don't bring out the defenders before the people you're defending. And the results are evident for everyone to see. We could have pulled out in a similar time frame if we would have kept Bagram Air Base and then pulled out of it last. Instead, we allowed ISIS troops to be freed. We allowed the most secure air base to be overran. We allowed billions of dollars of technology and weapons to be given to who we are told are bloodthirsty heathens that are going to butcher women and children around the area. Now we've just created one of the largest air forces in the world, and it's bloodthirsty maniacs that we were told we had to fight for 20 years.
So in terms of the COVID discussion, I wouldn't compare the reason why I was irritated with Trump's public positions on the coronavirus stuff wasn't because he was trying to not cause a panic or sound good. It was because there wasn't anything being done in the background. If you wanted a totally different discussion on the coronavirus stuff, it actually wouldn't have been Trump saying there's no problem. If Trump was saying, listen, guys, there's no problem, it won't be a deal, whatever, blah, 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 blah. But in the background, they were working hardcore on getting mass testing out, which the United States lagged on. They were working hardcore on getting PPE out, making sure that there wasn't a shortage of ventilators, hospital beds, whatever the states needed. If that coordination was happening behind the scenes in a massive level, while Trump was saying publicly, hey guys, you know, it won't be a big deal, blah, 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 I would probably be a little bit warmer to Trump taking that stance. Whether or not Biden is saying there is going to be a peaceful pullout and nothing bad will happen or not isn't really going to make a difference in our pullout. If anything, him doing the other type of messaging and undermining the ANA might even look worse on the world stage. But it's not like in the background, like Biden could have done something better to improve the way that we pulled out of that country. If you talk about how and again, I think a lot of people it's a tough situation to be in. And maybe if we try to play hindsight, maybe we can say there's something different, but I don't even think so. We talk about bringing back military equipment. What are we supposed to do? Are we telling the ANA okay, listen guys, we're going to be honest with you. You guys are dog shit. You're not going to be able to hold this shit. We're jacking everything. We're taking it all back. Good luck. Imagine if we did that. Well, now Rob Noerr would be arguing with Destiny saying, this is a catastrophic failure. The United States stole all the equipment. We spent 20 years training the ANA. Now we took all of our equipment back. How are they supposed to defend themselves against the Taliban? This was horrible. Now the bloodthirsty Taliban own the entire country because we disarmed the people that were supposed to defend the Afghanistani government. They can't do it, right? That would have been the exact conversation. 100% that we'd be having right now. You have to leave them with the equipment that they have. You have to leave them with the stuff that we've armed them with. And all you can really do is hope for the best. You know, if it's your country, you want to defend it, then good luck. But if you can't, we're not going to sit here and steal everything. Same thing with this idea of well, we should have evacuated all the translators, all the visa holders, everybody first. Again, you can do that. But what does it look like, again, on the world stage, or even more specifically to the ANA, where you're okay, you guys are cool. You got this. All right, guys, you need to get the fuck out of here. We need to get all the visa holders, all the SPIs, everybody has to get the fuck. Okay, no. You guys have it. I'm sure. Get the fuck on the plane because this shit is going to fucking go down in 3 fucking days, guys, right? It's, again, and I am acknowledging that it sucks and it's shit, but this was one of those hard things that had to happen. I don't think there was ever going to be a better way that we could have pulled out of Afghanistan because every other circumstance involves so many other situations that could go horribly wrong. And then on the latter point that you say, and I actually have a big issue with this, people like to describe the Taliban as insane or bloodthirsty or blah, blah, blah. They're not insane. They have their goals. Sure. When you talk about relying on them for security, we're going to be honest. The Taliban wanted the United States out of there, okay? For whatever we want to say, policy failures, whatever, the United States kills a lot of motherfuckers. We can go over there and fuck shit up. The Taliban did not want another U.S. troop surge. There is a reason why they didn't take advantage of our hasty retreat to try to blow up Americans or attack people, or why ISIS was the one that did it and not the Taliban. Because the Taliban was like, hey, you guys want to leave? Yeah, we'll fucking cover your shit. Get the fuck out. We're actually totally fucking happy for you guys to get the fuck out. I think in that case, the Taliban was probably the best force in the entire fucking planet to secure the U.S. retreat because nobody wanted us out of that country more than the fucking Taliban did. So I don't think that relying on them for security, even if there was a mishap with the ISIS attack, I don't think that was the worst thing in the world. We both have a similar objective there, which is to have the United States pull out of the area. In terms of creating the largest air force in the world, or not the largest one, but a huge air force with a lot of technology that we left to the Taliban, yeah, you know what? We did it in Iraq with ISIS as well. These were wars that were started 2 decades ago. What the fuck can you do? All I can say is thank fucking God that Biden got out. It sucked, and he had to eat shit for it a little bit. I think we might have even argued about this before, though, and I think I even said on the political level, this probably won't matter in a few months, even though this was making headlines for a week. And I think for the most part, I don't think people are going to remember this come election time. We don't talk about it much anymore, but we'll see. So yeah, it sucked. It was hard, but anybody trying to armchair that it could have gone different ways isn't thinking about well, what would that have looked like? What other external situations could that have caused? And I think we got out about as cleanly and efficiently as we could have.
But see, you contradict yourself because the second point you make there, I'll respond to it first, where you say, well, the Taliban wanted us out, so we could rely on them for security. But earlier in your previous answer, you said, well, if we would have took our time longer, what would we have done if the Taliban would have bombed us? Well, the reality is they wouldn't have. They just said, okay, good, just get out of here. If that means you're going to take 30 more days, fine. So, I don't understand your previous hypothetical because it seems that we would have known, and by we, I mean the Biden administration would have known, the Taliban wants us out, and as long as we meet some sort of time frame, they're going to say, okay, just get the fuck out. That seems to be buttressed by the fact that we now know that the Taliban was like, how do you want to do this? You guys want to run security? You want us to do it? They weren't being super picky, no, we were in charge. Right? Well, now, we do know that they did free the ISIS prisoners that ended up attacking us. And whether it be through corruption or incompetence, they allowed that attack to occur on U.S. troops. But the bigger point to your first point, and I've heard this argument over and over, where it's well, what were we supposed to do? Send the signal to the ANA or whatever that, that we were pulling out, and then that would have discouraged them. And then, so, okay, what would the end consequence of that been? Oh, my God, if we discourage the ANA, the Afghan security forces, whatever they're called, They might have been overwhelmed in, say, 3 days. Whoops, that's exactly what happened.
But we wouldn't
but
have known
now,
that.
and
Yeah, sorry.
why? But that's on the Biden administration. They should have known. It is on the Biden administration that they should have had an accurate assessment, at least very close, at how likely the ANA was to succeed. You even admitted everybody knew they were going to lose. They knew it. The ANA knew it. The president of Afghanistan knew it. Biden knew it. So why would you make the decision to arm the very people that we've been at war at for 20 years? Because you say, well, we don't want to slightly demoralize the ANA. So we have to keep Americans there. We have to close down Bagram Air Base. We can't bring back our allies because we don't want to demoralize the group that we think is going to be fucked in 2 weeks anyways. That makes no sense. And as bad of a situation it is that the Taliban could have overran, say, in 2 days instead of 3 days, it's infinitely better than arming them to the teeth in the way we did, than stranding Americans, than stranding our allies, right? So there is an easy way. If we wouldn't have gotten rid of Bagram Air Base, all of this could have been accomplished without any of the negatives. Now, obviously, any random thing could happen. We would have dealt with that if it occurred. But clearly, the best strategy would have been to keep Bagram Air Base, to pull out the people we were defending, to pull out our allies, to pull out our equipment, and then to pull out our troops. That was the order we should have done it. We didn't. And if you say, well, that's just because Biden didn't know. Well, that's on Biden too. That's on Biden and his generals as well then. If they didn't know that the ANA was going to collapse in such a quick time, and so that's why they decided to leave these weapons there and to leave Bagram Air Base, that's on them.
So, okay, so first of all, when you're saying like the Taliban wanted us out in one instance but wouldn't want us in the other, because if we would draw down troops and have some extended presence there, then it is likely that eventually the Taliban would escalate against us because it would be in violation of the agreement that we made to leave. As part of the Doha agreement was that we were going to leave completely Afghanistan, not that we were going to draw down troops to 2,500 soldiers, but that we were going to completely extradite ourselves from that area. So if we try to maintain some extended presence, at some point the Taliban might be like, okay, well, fuck it, we're going to start bombing you guys, right? We don't know if that would have been the case if we would have done a drawdown, if it would have taken longer, right? Maybe they wouldn't have. Maybe they would have been okay with an extended stay. I don't know why they would have negotiated a prior agreement contradicting that. When you say that we've been at war with them and we don't want to arm them, with all due respect to the Afghanistan people, we're not really at war with the Taliban. They do their things over there. Them in Pakistan can have fun and do their stuff. But the only reason that we have so much protracted conflict with the Taliban is because of our presence in Afghanistan. If we leave, now, part of the Doha agreement was, now will they honor it? It's hard to say, but part of that agreement was that you are not going to allow these lands to be used to attack, I believe it was the U.S., and I think the Gulf states were specified as well. I think that agreement was negotiated in Qatar, but that was part of the agreement, is that you're not going to do terrorist attacks or any of that shit against us. Like, you guys, so essentially it's like, you guys stay over here, you do your fucking shit, whatever the fuck, we're going to go over here, we're going to do our shit, and we're going to be done. The idea that we're like in this, this long, convoluted war with the Taliban, technically, hopefully, they just want their country back. They get their country back, their country. They take over Afghanistan, and then they leave, and then we're gone. We're out of there. We shouldn't have any extended conflict with the Taliban. They're not like ISIS, who are trying to do shit all over the world and are hijacking our weapons to do whatever. This idea that we would just I can't. It's hard to even engage seriously. This idea that we would just start taking all of our shit back from the ANA and then loading it up on a plane and be like, good luck. I mean, like we just can't do that. We can't do that. It's just it's unthinkable that the entire world would sit and watch the United States completely disarm Afghanistan, the Afghanistan National Army, and then just walk away, because even if the exact same result would have played out, well, now the United States would have been blamed for it. Now the U.S., now everybody been looking at the U.S., and as I just said before my fake rant, everybody say, oh, well, of course the ANA fell to the Taliban army. Like, you guys took all of the weapons from them. Like, yeah.
But no one suggests, like, the weapons, for example, a lot of the stuff that was left was equipment that the security forces didn't know how to use, like Apache helicopters and things like that, right? That's the sort of stuff that we left. Like, no one's saying that, like, you take every pistol, every bullet. And keep in mind, they were so far out-armed and outnumbering the Taliban that no one would have looked at it like a slap in the face if we said, sure, we're leaving you with, M16s or whatever the traditional munitions that, we would give to a security force like that is, but we're taking the heavy equipment. No one would have looked at that as like, well, that's it, they're doomed then. They have to leave the Apaches that they don't know how to operate. And the other thing, like, it's just real simple. Like, regardless of how we splice it, there were predictable things that we could have done, including keeping Bagram Air Base. You say the Doha Agreement. We already failed to meet some of the Doha Agreement's deadlines, which was fine. But the problem would be, like, again, we're still saying that Biden had this choice. People were saying, well, what would have happened then is that we would have never fully pulled all troops out. Who's suggesting that? We're looking at Biden's success as a president. Biden could have had a simple plan that said, look, we're going to take 30 days to get everything out. We're going to get the Americans back. We're going to get our allies back. We're going to take the heavy equipment back. And the best way to do that is to keep Bagram Air Base, which the Taliban has basically said, that's fine. You could do that. And then we could have taken, instead of rushing to get out in like 2 weeks where we couldn't vet people, we could have taken a full month. We could have made sure the people we wanted got out first. We could have made sure that the most expensive equipment got out first. And all I'm saying is we can splice this any way we want. I'm for the pullout. I'm just against how it was done.
Yeah, I guess like
it was. I mean, I'm just real quick. I'll finish. The reality is, it was a disaster. Our allies thought it was a disaster, and it probably goes a long way to emboldening our enemies, like Russia, that's now advancing towards the Ukraine, and like China, that's now advancing towards Taiwan, because they think that we're inept. Because with vast superior arms, with far more soldiers, we got our ass kicked in 3 days because of the leadership of our military and the Biden administration.
I don't agree with any of this. We're like, this emboldening our enemies has been like a talking point for perpetual and infinity wars that we've been doing since for how fucking long, since fucking Vietnam. This idea that like, oh, we have to stay, we can't embolden our enemy, we can never retreat, we can never run. Like, making the intelligent decision to pull out, which you already said you agreed with, is good. The idea that like a vastly superior army kicked our army's ass didn't get kicked. We pieced the fuck out. We got out. We left. Our army didn't get their ass kicked.
We left our people.
The ANA,
we left our people.
The last I checked, I think there were like 24 Americans left in Afghanistan. I'm pretty sure every American is out. Or basically everyone. Like, I don't know if it's possible to get 100% of everything, but everybody that needed to get out essentially got out. In terms of people that were issued special visas or whatever, I don't know what the process is in terms of evacuating those people, or if it was possible even to evacuate all of them ahead of time. That seems like it sends mixed signals. I'm not entirely sure. But like, the U.S. knew that it was going to withdraw fully like months earlier. I think in July, Biden was saying, we're gone by August 31st. You know, if we would have stayed past that date, you know, I don't know what the Taliban would have done. Again, there were some problems, but for the most part, we got everything out. We did what we needed to do. The Taliban aren't relying on our fucking weapons. We sabotaged all of those helicopters before we fucking left. The idea that the Afghanistan people that we left there weren't able to pilot those helicopters, but the Taliban are going to come in, fix them, and be able to successfully pilot them. Like, holy fuck, dude. The Taliban go over to fucking Pakistan and they get all their military shit. Or they're friends with fucking Putin. They get shit from Russia. I don't think they're hurting for arms at the moment. The Taliban are incredibly well funded and incredibly well armed. They didn't need to take some fucking scraps that we left for the ANA in order to bolster their forces. The Taliban are doing just fine. They were going to do fine whether or not they got any U.S. arms. Yeah, again, I think we're talking around this. We both agree that leaving was good. I take issue with you saying it was a disaster. I don't think that there are any other ways that could have happened. We can sit here and posit that we could have done A, B, or C, but I think that the potential negative fallout from all of those things could have been horrible. I think that a worst case scenario, which was absolutely avoided, and I think even you agree with this, the worst case scenario would have been if we did something and it provoked the Taliban and then we got attacked, and that attack instigated a troop surge because the U.S. public wants to see some sort of retribution. So that is the number one scenario that should have been avoided. Everything else is fucking water under the bridge as far as I'm concerned. We're out. We're done. We're not talking about it anymore. I think that's a massive success of the Biden administration. He did what Trump said he would do and didn't do. He did what Obama said he would do and didn't do. Fucking Bush probably said we were going to leave Afghanistan. He didn't do it. So props to Biden for it. I think that's a major foreign policy success for him.
All right, and I'll just say real quick, the State Department said November 3rd that there are still 400 Americans that are trying to flee that haven't been able to do so. I don't know if they got any of them since November 3rd, but that's the article I read. There's 14,000 people in Afghanistan that still have American citizenship, or I don't know if citizenship's the right word, but are allowed to be in America. You know, my point in Afghanistan is real simple. I'm saying that it's this constant, like, sort of warmongering talking point that we're emboldening enemies. I don't think that just withdrawing would embolden our enemies. I think withdrawing in a feckless way is what emboldens, because they're like, holy shit, these people have no strategic ability with their military. I've already outlined specifically the easy steps that we could have taken, that anyone with half a brain would have done to ensure that there was less damage that occurred. Just because saying, well, something even worse could have occurred, that's not a reason that Biden did good. But I'm ready to move on to another topic if you want, because I know we only have limited time.
Sure.
You know, I would like to talk a little about the corruption stuff, but I know you mentioned the infrastructure bill. So if you want to talk, it's up to you. We could talk about the infrastructure if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this was part of the, hopefully, step one in a series of bills that'll be passed. But I think that the infrastructure bill seemed like it was not going to happen for a long time, but with only 50 Democratic votes, because we can't get any fucking Republicans to do anything. I think that the infrastructure bill that Biden passed is awesome. The idea that we were able to get anything passed is really good.
Okay, well, the idea, I think that there are a lot of rhinos that are willing to go along to get along, particularly with so much of the pork that we see in the infrastructure bill. The bill itself is a catastrophe, but you could make this argument against Republicans and Democrats. Like, anytime that we're passing bills that are thousands of pages that people haven't read before they're voting for is a fucking disaster. And I don't think it's a celebration to be like, well, a bunch of shithead rhinos went along to get along, probably because they were offered pork stuff and things like that. You know, the one thing I'll say real quick on it, because we don't have all night to talk about it, it seems that the general thesis that Democrats would like about this infrastructure bill is sort of that it's helping the average person, and the cost of it, we keep hearing it's already paid for, it'll be the wealthy paying. The SALT reductions that occur in this bill are going to massively benefit small millionaires, right? And so places like in California, where traditionally you were able to write off a lot of your taxes federally if you paid high state taxes, now that's going to be repealed. And this means that you're going to see a lot of millionaires in these places that are actually going to get tax breaks. So the idea that this is only going to benefit the poor and it's only going to be the rich paying for it is nonsense. And I think that I've already made my point of why it's bad for inflation reasons. And a lot of the Build Back Better plan that they're trying to link this to, the Green New Deal shit, is going to be an absolute disaster that'll make those supply chain and energy issues even worse that we talked about previously.
So I can't talk to anything about the Green New Deal. So the salt tax is the salt tax cap is a garbage fucking bullshit. I don't understand why anybody would approve of that. My understanding is that was basically pushed for under the Trump administration because it would exclusively hurt blue states that have higher state taxes. That salt cap. Getting rid of that cap, I think, was part of the negotiating that had to happen with Sinema and I think it might have been Manchin that pushed for getting rid of that salt cap. I don't remember, but getting rid of that cap, I think the main motivation was because it was something that came in under Trump, and it seems to only punish blue states. So I think getting rid of the salt cap is fine. I don't think that this bill was necessarily sold exclusively as helping working class Americans. It's an infrastructure bill, not a working class American bill. And in terms of diverting a fuck ton of money to roads, bridge repair, all of that stuff, I think that that's a good thing to do. If we're saying, are you claiming that it's not going to flow to any of those things, that none of the infrastructure that the money is going to is actually going to go there, or?
No. I mean, you don't have to take it from my mouth. Listen to the Democrats' mouth. They're literally claiming everything's infrastructure. I've had debates with people over and over on this. They'll say, well, obviously education's infrastructure because who builds the roads? The people that get educated to build the roads. Those are completely different things. When we're talking about specifics. Now, even if you say schools are infrastructure, the way people are trying to spin this, that everything is infrastructure, is horseshit. They're trying to throw in a bunch of language that was similar to the Green New Deal, injecting race. The roads are racist. The bridges are racist and shit like this. That has to do with their equity mindset that they're trying to achieve that'll be a disaster for the country. But I won't say that there's no money going to bridges and roads. I also won't say that we don't need a significant amount of money going to bridges and roads. That's absolutely true. And that sort of bill would have passed with Republican support. Now, make no mistake, I have no love for the Republican Party. I think many ways at the top, they're shitheads too. But they would have passed a bill that was just let's give shitloads of money just to bridges and roads. The problem was all of the extra stuff, which then only got through because all of the pork and stuff that they attached to it.
Wait,
and
what
we
is
can't
the...
say whether...
Oh, sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, you mentioned education. I don't think anything... I thought that all of that stuff ended up getting dropped, and they're trying to pass that with the Build America Better. Yeah.
Right. So the Build Back Better plan that they said is like a lock and a key, that we have to pass this infrastructure and then it will be in tandem with the Build Back Better, right? These are where they're making all of these arguments that everything is infrastructure. Now, I'm not going to bullshit you and tell you I read the entire thousands of pages infrastructure bill. I haven't. I've seen some of the stuff that was in there. Some of it I'm not a big fan of. Some of it seems to make sense. We should be spending money on roads and bridges and things like that. The problem I have is, how can we determine whether or not this is a success when it's just been passed? So saying that this is a success for the Biden administration, we can see the economic numbers that are already being brought in under the Biden administration that are a fucking disaster, as we already went through. So I think it's a bit presumptuous, particularly when we have them just gaslighting people saying it'll cost nothing. Then we heard reports that actually Democrats are worried that when the CBO score comes out, guess what? It turns out they're going to say, actually, it's going to cost a lot, and the bill itself doesn't have the provisions to pay for it all. Now, we'll see what the CBO says, but the gaslighting to people, like pushing this equity message, everything is infrastructure, and it's all paid for, it costs $0, is bullshit.
So in terms of it all being paid for, I mean, oh God, I mean, technically everything is paid for, right? The government can print however much money it needs. In terms of like, have we done the necessary tax increases or whatever to get it done yet? I don't know if that's happened. I don't think that was part of this bill. I think that's part of the next one that they hope to pass. But in terms of like the infrastructure bill itself, I mean, the vast majority of the spending is on infrastructure. I don't think there was a lot of random pork that got attached to that. And you keep saying Republicans would support it. I don't believe there was a single Senate vote by the Republicans on this bill. I think it was completely down party lines, was it not?
Again, I can't talk like we're just because I am ill-informed on the actual bill. I can't say that you're right that 99% of the bill is just roads and bridges. My understanding that was from the brief amount that I have read of it, that there was a lot more in it other than that. But maybe you're right. Maybe I'll look into it and it's all bridges and roads.
Sure. I mean, well, it's not all bridges and roads. Now, I have heard Republicans try to make some claims that it's not infrastructure, depending on what you're talking about. But like the vast majority of stuff. So, I mean, I read the line items, right? So 110 billion goes to building and repairing bridges and roads. 39 billion goes to modernizing and improving access to public transit. Did you not consider that infrastructure? 66 billion to revitalize passenger and freight rail, including updates to the Northeast Corridor. Like all of this stuff seems to be 42 billion to modernize ports and airports, 50 billion for weatherization, drought protection, and other climate resiliency efforts. 65 billion increase access to reliable high-speed internet service. Some people say internet's not infrastructure. I mean, all of it looks like infrastructure to me. You are right,
But the devil's often in the details of what that means, where that money's going, as you know, right? Like, so you could say it's going to high-speed rail, but then it's going to some project that some hypothetical future high-speed rail that never comes through or whatever. I'm just saying, I understand, like, I don't know what the totality spent was and that all of the, I'm not fast enough in my head to see if all that adds up to the 1.7 trillion or whatever the bill is and to see what percentages they are. But I will say this, I think at least on the infrastructure bill.
Also, to be clear, hold on, I'm sorry, I want to be clear on this as well because I actually totally missed the passage of this. Apparently 13 Republicans did sign on and vote for this in the Senate. So this did pass with bipartisan support. So I don't know, it seems like a really good bill. This is the largest spending bill in the history of the United States in terms of spending on infrastructure. I would consider, I mean, I guess we could conceive of some future where none of the money gets spent or something, which would make it a failure. But I think the passage of this bill in and of itself, I think is a massive legislative success. Biden has talked over and over again about how he was able to, or how he wants to bring other people on board to get something passed. And it seems like he's able to do it. So I would consider that a big legislative success of the Biden administration.
Okay, I guess we'll have to wait and see what the bill. I mean, if the best you can come up with is this bill passed that we have, we'll see if it does good or not. I don't.
Okay,
think
to be fair, I'm trying to defend Biden's administration. We're 1 year in. I can't give you like the most he could have passed was a bill like 6 months ago, right? Like I can't. I mean, yeah, that's all I got.
I'm just making. We're both making our case. That's all I'm doing.
Okay.
You know, the last thing. I don't know how much time we have, so you know, the last thing that I wanted to talk about. There's a point at the end I really wanted to get to, but just briefly to mention because I know we don't have time. Like, what do you think of like the scandal of the FBI being weaponized as basically a political tool to go after parents at meetings and things like that?
Yeah, I looked into that, and it seemed to be another one of those conspiracy theories that didn't hold any merit. I think that some Republicans were claiming that the FBI was being weaponized to attack parents that oppose CRT. But when I tried to look into like what the school board said about this, it seemed like the problems are that teachers are getting fucking death threats now from parents that think that they're like trying to like turn all their children into, you know, trans people or something, or they're trying to force CRT down their throats. And so I think there were requests being made to the federal government. Are there some, like, can you look into some of these threats or something, or can you provide some sort of federal protection for teachers that are getting these types of threats? Which I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that.
It's clearly outrageous. It's far more than that, right? You say it's a conspiracy theorist, but that's often a tool people use when they don't want to look at facts that they're uncomfortable with because they don't have an answer. So let's look at exactly what happened, right? We saw that the National School Board Association recommended using tools like the Patriot Act to go after people that were upset at school board meetings. That NSBA letter, the National School Board Association letter, included about 22 examples that they were talking about. If you click on those examples, because they cited them all in their letter, when you clicked on them, it would be shit like this. It would say, in California, Arkansas, and Pennsylvania, there was problems at school board meetings. And then you click on those links. Problem at the California meeting. They had to shut down a meeting early because people got unruly. Problem in Pennsylvania. People were yelling. That's it. That's the sort of things. And then when you look at the most significant examples, here are some of the most significant. One time, someone made a Nazi salute at one of these school board meetings, mocking the school as being Nazis for their mandates that they had. So it wasn't an actual Nazi. It was someone mocking Nazis. which much like we saw with the people from the McAuliffe campaign, or the people in the name of defending McAuliffe that dressed up like, alt-righters, Nazis with tiki torches. The FBI didn't get involved in that for some reason. But anyways, the point I'm trying to make is this. There was only 2 instances in the National School Board Association letter where they recommended using the Patriot Act to go after parents where they cited actual crimes. One was a situation where it seems like someone harassed and possibly slightly assaulted someone in Illinois. That's bad.
Can you link me this thing where they recommended using the Patriot Act?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let me find it for you. Where would...
Sorry, go ahead.
No problem.
I would also say, as a teacher... if my guess, and I could be wrong, but my guess is teachers probably aren't used to parents doing Nazi salutes and shit in meetings. And based on the temperature right now in the United States of our political discourse, it wouldn't surprise me if some of them genuinely did feel threatened by parents that were doing that. When you say also that like a meeting is getting unruly, I don't know if that means there's grumbles in the back or if that's teachers and parents like screaming at each other. I don't know. That sounds, I would have to have more information on that, but...
Well, here's what we need to know. Like, regardless, even so, again, the only other case. Does this have the text of the letter? Shit.
When you talk about the text of the letter, are you talking about this? The Justice.gov, the Justice Department addresses violent threats against school officials and teachers?
That's the memorandum that was sent in response. So, right when you set up the NSBA sent a letter on a Wednesday to the White House, which we now know was whistleblowers told us was coordinated with the White House, and that NSBA letter, which it might take me a little while. I'm slow at so I'll get this
also
to you
real
by
quick.
the end of the
What
night.
you're saying, that's pretty normal. There's going to be a lot of coordination when stuff like this happens, of course. But go ahead.
Well, no, not if you have it. Show me one example ever where we had the FBI collaborate with local law enforcement over people that were just using their constitution.
No, your statement that the NSBA coordinated with the White House and the DOJ before sending a letter, it wouldn't surprise me if like a large organization of teachers that are publicly employed are going to communicate with the White House in terms of like what would be the best way to word this, or should we send this or that, or like there's going to be some level of coordination there. Like when people go after warrants with judges or whatever, there's a lot of coordination there. Like, well, what should we do, right? Like that's not a surprise. Like you stated that like it was a highly conspiratorial claim where there was like some scheming going on in the background. And I don't agree that's all I was.
Okay, well, the reason that I state that is because then, in effect, what we have is the White House, the Biden administration, helping craft a letter to give the excuse for the FBI to target parents. A letter that said that they should use tools like the Patriot Act and treat these parents like domestic terrorists. And again, that letter, in the examples they gave, they're fucking pathetic, which I'll get that letter to you. If someone has that letter in the chat, it'd be cool. That you could post it, but it was the original National School Board Association letter that was sent to the Justice Department, right? Now, they've even since backtracked that letter. They apologized for the language that was used in that letter. And yet still, Merrick Garland, when he testified in front of Congress, said that the 2 reasons that he issued his memorandum to have the FBI look into this was 1, the National School Board Association letter, which, oh, by the way, the other criminal case that they cited was the gentleman in the county, I forget the name of the specific county, where his daughter was raped in a bathroom. And then he went to the school board meeting to protest the trans laws that were there because his daughter was raped by someone identified as trans in a bathroom. And the school board lied and said, oh, nothing ever happened. We don't have any incidents. And then someone told him to shut up and he called that person a bitch and then was arrested. So that's literally one of the 2 incidents of arrest that the National School Board Association used to suggest that violence was occurring, was because someone was outraged that their daughter was raped and the school board was covering it up. So the school board had to backtrack on that. And yet Merrick Garland says, I used that school board letter, which he couldn't cite one case in that letter of examples of why he did this. And then he said, and I'm quoting now, he read news stories suggesting violence that had occurred towards teachers and had occurred towards school boards.
So like,
no, but real quick, just
let
me finish this point real quick. Even if you're for it, right, you should think before we have political opponents being targeted by the FBI, particularly parents, that there should be a damn good reason for it, that the FBI should have a database that's like, wow, we looked into this, we've been looking into this for a month, and we found all of these examples. Merrick Garland couldn't give one. He just said, I heard about it. I heard about it in the news in the National School Board Association letter. Then the letter's retracted because they're like, yeah, we went too far with this letter.
So then the question is, so did the FBI actually do anything then? Or are you just upset about this letter?
No, now we have a whistleblower that actually came out and said Merrick Garland then lied when he said, well, we're just working with local law enforcement, but we wouldn't use the designation of terrorist or any of the tools that come with that designation in looking into parents. A whistleblower came out last week and said that's exactly what they did. He has information that proves that Merrick Garland's Justice Department and the FBI was looking at these parents as terrorists. Wait, hold on.
That's not my question. Let's be more clear. So first of all, Merrick Garland, the DOJ is separate from the FBI, right? The FBI operates under its own executive authority and everything, right?
Well, but the head of the DOJ, the person that could direct them, is the Attorney General, who also heads the DOJ.
But so my question, though, is, so if the FBI investigated somebody, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. My question is, did the FBI actually do anything that was wrong or bad here?
Well, they used investigative surveillance techniques, designated people as terrorists to be allowed to use those techniques.
So then the FBI. So then, to be clear, so what happened is, I just want to be clear about what we're complaining about, because we can argue about what we're complaining is bad, right? Because the original claim sounded like the FBI was like up to no good or was doing horrible things or designating people as terrorists. It sounds like what happened is the FBI investigated something, some of which might be domestic terrorist threats. I don't know if there was one that was improperly investigated, but it sounds like at the end of the day, the FBI did their searches, nothing came up, and then they left it alone. That doesn't sound like a bad thing.
We have no evidence that they've ended. The memorandum's still on the books. After the NSBA withdrew their letter, everyone asked Merrick Garland, okay, are you going to withdraw your memorandum? He says no. So they could still be investigating. And the point is this. If we would imagine this during the Trump administration, imagine that Bill Barr comes out and says, we've heard that there are people that protest ICE agencies that have been making threats to ICE agents. And so now we're going to use the FBI based on a letter that says that these people protesting ICE officers are potential terrorists and we need to use the Patriot Act. We're going to use the FBI to coordinate with local law enforcement to look into these groups. You know as well as I do that would have been found unacceptable. You can't use the FBI to target your political opponents.
Yeah, okay, hold on, wait, okay, I'm getting so confused on this. Hold on. The DOJ doesn't direct the FBI around, though. The
Attorney General does.
I thought that the FBI answered to the, isn't it the director of... Isn't it somebody else in the cabinet? I don't think that the DOJ can tell the FBI, hey, you go do this, you go do that. The FBI operates independently of the DOJ. Now, they'll report findings of investigators to the DOJ, but I don't think Merrick Garland can say, hey, you guys go investigate that, or hey, you guys go do that. Because
that's exactly what he did. It says, well, within the U.S. Department of Justice, the FBI is responsible to the Attorney General and reports its findings to the U.S. attorneys across the country. The Attorney General is the boss of the FBI.
Okay, so then I guess so. If that is the case, I don't remember the chain of reporting. But if that is the case, though, if the FBI, it seems like they haven't charged anybody or done anything wrong. I don't understand what the claim is.
Because you can't use the most powerful investigative and law enforcement agency in the history of the world to target political opponents to investigate them.
You mentioned targeting political opponents, but it sounded like the issue that was being brought up was, here are people that were either making threats or acting unruly or whatever in these cases, and then you can investigate those people based on those threats. Are you trying to say that the FBI was being utilized to just investigate all of these people, that investigations were opened up on every single, you say political opponents? I mean, did they check their party affiliation first? Or I haven't seen anything like that at all.
Well, we know that one of the biggest unions that donates to the Democratic Party is the Teachers Union. The National School Board Association itself is big supporters of the Democratic Party. And most of these parents that are upset about things that traditionally are considered part of the Democratic platform, right? And
none of those things built anywhere towards, answer my question. Yeah.
Sure. So it speaks to those being political opponents. And the point is this, right? It doesn't matter. We understand that you have a right to privacy, right, that extends beyond to, well, if you're not doing anything wrong, don't worry about it, right? You understand that. You would never make that argument. So the idea that Merrick Garland used the FBI to look into angry parents, and he couldn't even cite specific examples of well, this is why we're doing it. He just said, I heard some things in some news reports in this National School Board Association letter.
Yeah, but
when you say, literally had to withdraw the letter and apologize.
Let's be a little bit more clear in the legal process. When you say look into, that's doing a lot of lifting there, right? I could send an email to the FBI and say, Rob wants to kill X politician, right? The FBI will look into that, but them looking into it might be they review a few videos, they look at my credibility as somebody that sent an anonymous tip, they're okay, we're not doing anything, right? Now, another look into could be, somebody said that guy is anti-CRT, and now you start subpoenaing all of his bank records, looking for peripheral crimes, or whatever, you're trying to take him down that way. That could be looking to, right? So when you say looking into, like if the FBI was just reviewing tips, I don't see there being a problem there. Now, if the FBI is starting to like pull and freeze bank accounts and subpoena records and no-fly list people, okay, well that seems like it'd be pretty fucked up. But I expect the FBI to look into random tips, even if they come from shitty people like the NBSA or whatever.
But that's not what's going on, because Merrick Garland, his memo didn't say we've had some specific allegations that we're looking into. His memorandum talked specifically about cooperating with local law enforcement because there was a rash of bad things that were occurring with parents that were angry at school board meetings, right? And so it's saying, like, picture
that's
this.
Fine.
Picture
what you just said right there was fine. Cooperating with local law enforcement. If local law enforcement doesn't have anything bad to report, then I wouldn't expect the FBI to have much to say. But if local law enforcement is saying, yeah, go ahead.
Why would we want the FBI? Like, let's say you get one death threat, which you probably get more than one, but let's assume you get one. Would we expect the FBI to release a memorandum and say, we contacted streamer Destiny and he said he got a death threat. And so now we're working with local law enforcement to make sure that all of these people that don't like Destiny, that we're instructing local law enforcement that this is how we need to approach these type of people.
It depends on the case. For me personally, no. But if there was some body of people that felt relatively threatened in the United States because issues around their job were becoming highly politicized, and it seemed to be that at least some of these people were saying they felt like they were getting legitimate death threats, it wouldn't surprise me for the federal government to say, like, yeah, the FBI is going to team up with local law enforcement and try to do more investigations if it should warrant it. Because I don't know what powers local law enforcement have when it comes to tracking down this kind of stuff. If you're like in some random, no offense, rural America, but if you're in some random fucking small shit town where your fucking local courthouse uses a fax machine still, right? I don't know what kind of research or investigative tools that these officers have available to them. It wouldn't surprise me they'd be put up. But like, I'm not interested in like did the FBI say that they were going to cooperate with local law enforcement? What I'm interested in is the FBI like improperly wielding their power, or have they been like doing improper things rather than them saying that like, yeah, we'll pledge some resources if something fucked up does happen?
Okay, so I'm not going to convince you, so I'll just put it this way. Trump wins in 2024, right? And he comes out and he says, there are a lot of people online and social media that community has been vocal, and there's been some threats offered behind the scenes in that. So we're going to use the FBI to cooperate with local law enforcement to go after left-wing streamers, because there's been a lot of threats made from that community. You're fine with that. You say, no problem. Not right-wing streamers, just the left-wing streamers. We're okay with that?
Okay, you keep inserting that, but you haven't demonstrated that. What do you mean? My understanding is that this isn't a political targeting. Or did the memorandum or did the DOJ say we're only going after Republicans? We're only going after right-wing people?
No, but let's not be naive. We know the people traditionally the political stance of the people that are upset at these school board meetings, that are upset with the school board. We know the traditional leanings of the school board people, of the teachers, and we know the policies and things that are being acted upon by these parents are left-wing causes that they don't like.
Okay,
like,
sure, but this is substantially
we know what's going on.
Sure, but this is substantially different than if the president came out and said we're going after left-wing or right-wing people. That's way different than saying like we're going to go after everybody that happens to be left-wing or right-wing over a
okay,
certain
then
thing.
Fine.
But,
they say this. They merely say there have been a lot of people complaining about Republicans in office, so we're going to have the FBI look into the people that are complaining about Republicans in office.
I mean, like, depending on what it was, sure. I can think of a better example for you that I would absolutely agree with, but maybe I seem like I don't like them anymore because of past things. But like, if they were to say something like a lot of people tangential to the BLM organization seem like they've been making threats, we've paired up with local law enforcement and the FBI to investigate or whatever, yeah, I'd be fine with that. That's okay. We've arguably already done that with right-wing groups like related to January 6th. So, I mean, yeah, if you think that there are some domestic terrorists, there's something going on, I don't think there's any problem with local or federal law enforcement looking into that. That's fine.
But you don't do it with the little amount of proof that they have, right? We heard some
again,
news stories.
it depends on what you do. You using this word, look into, and like I've said before, this is a huge like space of what does it mean? Look into could mean the FBI gets an email, they look at it, they show it to a few friends, they laugh and they delete it. Or it could mean like, we're going to start trailing this guy, okay? And we're going to fucking start pulling bank records and maybe freezing assets and no-fly listing this guy because we think he's a threat. So if you can point on the other end of that spectrum and say, wow, the FBI has been like doing some crazy shit to all these people, then I'd say, well, maybe this is a problem if there was no reason to do it. But if you're just telling me that they've cooperated with local law enforcement and they're looking into these types of threats, that's what I would expect them to do.
I don't think that to get the FBI involved in such a small level where the memo talks about how they're going to work with law enforcement, they're going to prosecute threats and things like that. That's the role of local law enforcement unless they're being completely overwhelmed or not. But the last thing that I want to talk about, like can you at least admit that if Trump had done this after groups that we traditionally consider Democrat, such as groups complaining about ICE agents, that maybe not you, but so many Democrats would have lost their fucking mind and said, Bill Barr is using the FBI to target people that are against Trump. Can you at least admit that?
I'm trying to think if this actually happened, if there's like an example. Because like, I mean, like because under Trump, because my position under Trump was generally that it seemed like a lot of these agencies operate far more independently than people seem to think. Like, I don't think that the president can just wield power and direct these three letters to just do whatever they want. And their independence was definitely tested under Trump. And it seemed to be that they have a large degree of independence when it comes to their operations. Whether they
But they even said Bill Barr, even saying that, Democrats overwhelmingly said Bill Barr was his stooge, and all these things Bill Barr was doing was to benefit Trump. So
I mean, didn't Trump do this to some extent when he directed all of as much as intelligence as he can to look over voting machines? Didn't Trump say, and then didn't Bill Barr, wasn't he one of the people like, I'm looking over what the FBI reported to me, and the FBI went over these voting machines. And I feel like when that happened, I was like, okay, fine, if they want to look into it, they can, and they did, and there was nothing there. Didn't Trump direct like all the federal courts? Or no, he didn't direct federal courts, but they were like pushing cases through with voter fraud and shit. And I mean, like, that's his right to do it. If he wants to investigate that stuff, he can. I mean, they didn't find anything, but I
don't know. Regardless, so the last thing I wanted to ask you, because I know we're running out of time, is just like, do you think that Joe Biden's personally responsible? And do you put this as a ding on his record that he said that Kyle Rittenhouse was a white supremacist? Right? He put those tweets out there. And I know from past conversations I've had with you, look at how fucking crazy that we have our national media and so many Democrats now of what that's led to. It may have led to this parade murder that we saw in Waukesha. We don't know yet, because the same media that was calling Kyle Rittenhouse a white supremacist, strangely silent on a black gentleman killing white people who put his hatred of white people and Hitler quotes and things like that in his social media.
So I tried to look for this because people claim this, and if he did say that, that was really bad. But I don't think Biden ever called Rittenhouse a white supremacist. I think what happened was there was some speech he gave where he mentions white supremacy, and then in like the Twitter video, I think there's a picture of Rittenhouse that comes up. Now, I think that's shitty, but I don't think there was ever a time where Biden said Kyle Rittenhouse is a white supremacist, or if he did, I missed it. And in terms of like Biden's response to everything, I thought he had a great response when he came off there was either a plane or he was like walking to a plane or whatever, and people were like, what do you think about the verdict? And he's like, the courts ruled as the courts did. And I thought that was fine.
But he also said that in other ports that he was angry, right? And that's one of the problems with Biden, right? And by
Wait,
the way,
angry about what? Hold on, that's a really vague. What do you mean? Biden could be angry about a lot of things.
He was angry about the decision, about the verdict.
I thought he said, my understanding was before he's like, trust the jury process, trust the decision, they made the right decision. What do you mean? Or I'd have to check.
Let me see what I can find. Here's the problem. Biden could say two different things on two different days.
I mean, depending on what we're talking about.
This is from CNBC. President Biden said Friday that he and many Americans feel angry and concerned about the acquittal of Kyle Rittenhouse.
So I'm seeing the statement by President Biden, the official one. While the verdict in Kenosha will leave many Americans feeling angry and concerned, myself included, we must acknowledge that the jury has spoken. I think that's fine.
Right, but then he says the exact opposite. He says, I'm angry about the acquittal. Like, this is what I'm saying. Yes, someone in Biden's camp wrote him a nice letter and said, here's what you say. But then when he's shooting his mouth off himself, he says, I'm angry about and concerned about the acquittal.
Wait, hold on. Wait. That's the exact opposite of what you just said. So when Biden was just running his mouth, Biden said, hey, I trust the jury process. That's what he said when he was campaigning. Now, this is the official statement that was put on the whitehouse.gov, which seems to be a lot more tactfully done. And this is the one that's like, we must acknowledge jury spoken. I know that Americans are feeling angry and concerned, myself included. But like, it seemed like when he was just shooting from the hip, it was just like, oh yeah, the jury spoke.
Right. I'm getting mixed up then. I thought it was the exact opposite. I thought you're saying the pre-written statement sounds pretty good, but what Biden originally said that he was angry about the acquittal, that was him being asked in person. Regardless, it doesn't matter.
Wait, okay, hold on. Wait, one of us is mixed. I don't know who. So the video that I remember seeing was he was walking from the left to the camera, and reporters are like, Biden, what do you think about the whatever? And I think he said something along the lines of like, I trust in the jury process. The jury has spoken. And then here is I don't know where I can link this, but if you Google statement President Biden Kenosha, okay. On the website is the formal, while the verdict in Kenosha will leave many Americans feeling angry and concerned, myself included, we must acknowledge that the jury has spoken.
Okay. Well, then I am confused. That's even worse then. So the official statement is that he's angry about the verdict. And look, I don't buy the writing off of, well, okay, he didn't specifically call Kyle Rittenhouse a white supremacist. He just used the image of Rittenhouse while saying Trump was defending white supremacy. Like, you know this. You know, you've dealt with the insane fucking progressives and how insane they are on this issue. You don't think that this occurring at the top levels, Kamala Harris said something very similar. She said, yeah, I'm angry about the verdict. You don't think that the sort of gaslighting that started with Joe Biden, who injected race into so much, even saying that the reason he decided to run was because Trump said Nazis could be good people, also a lie. You don't think that that has any influence on the media and on these insane people that you're dealing with on a daily basis now?
Yeah, so I disagree with some of Biden's messaging at the top about that, absolutely. But he didn't call Rittenhouse a white supremacist directly. That's what I was contesting. In terms of like, do I agree with the messaging at the top about that? Not necessarily, but I think Biden did a better job than the more progressive wing of the Democratic Party. When Biden was running, he condemned the riots explicitly. When other Democrats seemed a little bit afraid to, he actually was coming out saying that like we can't have riots. So I approve of him there. I mean, like, could he be more clear on the white supremacy thing? Yeah, probably. But the whole Democratic Party is pretty lost down that road. They'll either come back or lose all their next elections. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. But yeah, I just real quick, just to finish it up. Like, I do think
that we're gonna get to too. So.
Yeah. So just to finish this point, I'll just say this: like, I think that Joe Biden, a lot of times, the people that are running his campaign want to have their cake and eat it too, and they want to pay lip service and kind of deflect when there's riots that are going certain ways, and they want to inject race and shit when it benefits them. And then when it gets out of hand, and they're like, "Well, we're more moderate. What the fuck are these crazies doing?" You created that monster. The media created that monster. The prominent Democrats that are more centrist, they allowed that shit to go in their own party, and they created that monster. And that's another reason that I think, you know, message-wise, that Joe Biden's presidency is a failure.
I mean, maybe, but you know, my argument has always been both sides. I attack the left a lot for driving the right into a lot of crazy positions, and I'll continue to do so because I think that people that get extreme on the left do drive the right into a lot of positions. But on the flip side, I think a lot of people on the right have driven a lot of people to the left into extreme positions as well. You know, there are a lot of people that go very far left on a lot of things, but I mean, like, that's because people on the right were pushing equally crazy as much in the past. Now, we don't hear them as much anymore because so far they're losing the cultural wars. Now, maybe the pendulum will swing in a few years, or maybe next year. But like when you got Republicans out here saying shit like, oh, like, you know, trickle down economics, we just need to keep giving more tax cuts to businesses, like this is helping America, blah, blah, blah. Or when you've got them, you know, saying crazy shit like, you know, we had like the whole everything related to the war on drugs. When you've got everything related to how incarceration is done in the United States. Now, I know we can talk about Trump trying to do something with that First Step Act, but he didn't even fucking fund it when they passed their next budget. And Trump is barely Republican anyway. But like there absolutely has been a huge push to the left in terms of them getting pretty crazy on things. But I think a lot of that was driven by a lot of people on the right pushing in that direction as well. And now I agree that there are a lot of people being pushed very extreme right on things, and the left is doing that. But I mean, like, both of these things play into each other together. You know, I've been doing like politics now for like 5 or 6 years. I understand why things have gone as far left as they have, and now I see why things are going as far right as they have. And yeah, it sucks, but I mean, people are I don't know what to say about that.
Well, I'll just say real quick, on a lot of those issues you talk about, I would find myself to be not far right? Like prison reform, I think is necessary. War on drugs and stuff, I think stupid largely. So yeah, I get what you're saying, but I think that we see that there is a bigger problem now, and it's more fierce, right? It's more pointed. Like when you're talking about race and calling people, it's one thing to say, I'm for tax cuts and like gaslighting people on that. It's another thing to be like, that fucking guy's a racist and you support racist if you support him. That's going to cause more of a vitriolic reaction, and that will make people this is why I'm so adamant that we could never accept political violence, because you see these fuckheads on the left, and it's going to drive people to the right that are like, I'm allowed to use violence because you're a racist, because you're a Nazi, because you don't want trans people to exist. All of which is bullshit 99.9% of the time they say it. But they gym themselves up into such a fury. And to see our president and our vice president kind of go along with this, it's too late. Like, they can't pull the reins in because they already did this shit. And they had a chance the other day. The last chance was when they asked Psaki, is Biden willing to step back from those comments he made, kind of pointing to Rittenhouse being a white supremacist? They said no. They're not going to do it. So I'm sorry. The crazy shit that you're dealing with, it goes straight to the top with the Biden administration.
Sure, but I mean, like, I know why people are as left as they are now. Like, it's not that crazy, you know? We don't hear this rhetoric anymore because we moved into kind of a different era. But Jesus Christ, I remember growing up when I was a staunch fucking Republican, my response to every single fucking thing a Democrat said was, you hate this country. You're not patriotic. You hate the country. You hate the troops. You don't support Iraq. You don't support Afghanistan because you fucking hate the troops. You want our fucking military to die. You want all these people, right? This is the rhetoric that Republicans have been giving for the past, you know, decade or 2 decades. Jesus Christ. In terms of every single possible Democratic argument. Anytime you say, like, like, oh, like maybe we could have more minimum wage. Oh, maybe we can do, you know, maybe more for education. Oh, you want to be like Europe because you fucking hate America, right? Well, Jesus Christ, if you tell a group of people for long enough they fucking hate the country, maybe some of them will start to fucking hate the country. If loving America means supporting massive amounts of war, supporting the incarceration of people for fucking smoking marijuana, means not approving of things like gay marriage or any other socially left issue, like, yeah, it doesn't surprise me that now we've got a generation of people that are on the left that, yeah, maybe they do say fuck America because you've told them for their entire fucking lives that advocating for things like an increase of the fucking minimum wage means you're anti-patriotic, or saying maybe we shouldn't go to war with all these countries in the Middle East. Oh yeah, well you fucking hate the United States. Okay, well fuck it, I guess you do. Like, I empathize with you a lot because I've been on both sides of it, both in what I believe in and in what I fight against, that rhetoric that is extreme on one side can drive people to the other direction. But it feels like sometimes we have the memory of goldfishes politically, that we remember for the past 2 or 3 years that Democrats, or at least people on the internet, and even some Democrats will call every motherfucker that disagrees with them, you're racist, you're racist. What's that? You don't believe that we should do this? You're a fucking racist. That's shitty when Democrats say it, and it's horrible, and it does drive people further right. But god damn, before that, hearing every fucking Republican say like, oh, you want to, you think that gay people should be allowed to marry each other? You hate the family, you hate religion, you hate Christians, you're trying to take away Christmas on Starbucks cups, you want to destroy this fucking country, you want gay people to get married, you're gonna be fucking dogs in the street next. Like, holy shit. It happens on all sides. It's not unique to the left. It's been going on. We definitely need to find a way to turn it the fuck down. I don't know where that happens, but it sure as fuck know that it doesn't just come from one side.
Well, I would never claim that it came from one side. And the point is that even when that shit was happening, like, so I'm 37, right? I remember when that shit was happening. Like, for example, I'm pro free speech. There used to be this asshole lawyer named, I think it was Jack Thompson. He was big on
the
like
video
Mortal
game
Kombat,
guy.
Grand Theft Auto,
Yeah.
like and it's like censorship from the right has a large history, right? Lenny Bruce, one of my favorite comedians. Who was he being censored by? People that were pro-Catholic Church. You know, the comic book code. Where was that censorship coming from? The right. But even back then, there was a lot of cultural pressure that, particularly with younger people, where it was kind of like, no, there was pushback on that in some of our major institutions. But you're right that there was definitely times when the right was worse with a lot of this stuff. The problem is now we see almost every cultural institution going the same direction, almost every one, and there's no letting up. Like, the message is just hammered down your throat even more and more and more, and the recommendations of what to do and what you're justified to do with people you disagree are worse and worse and worse. And what I'm worried about is, you're right, pendulum swing, and when the pendulum swings too far the other way, there I'll fucking be arguing against that as well. But right now, in the situation we find ourselves, there is no doubt that the cultural power and the most extreme and vitriolic stuff is coming from the left. It's just true. Maybe it'll be different by the time I'm 60, and I'll fight against that.
I mean, you still have large people on the right that say things like the election is fake, and I mean, there's
That's
problems
different.
on the left. I agree, but we could go back and forth. We probably are circling the drain, and we probably kind of agree most.
Yeah,
of
I'm done. I'm done.
We get to the Q&A now? All
Yeah.
right. Man, you guys, I'm really looking forward to watching this back on two times speed. That's gonna be really fun. Especially your little like rap that you did.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see here. Okay, well, from JC said, I can't see the join button. I'll try tomorrow. Okay, thank you for the super chat. This one, I believe was asked, but I'm going to still read it from KVX McDonald. He said, for Destiny, when Biden called Rittenhouse a white supremacist, do you think he believed this, or is just saying it as a dig by the far left?
Yeah, so this is something I tried to look for, because if he did say it, it's pretty shitty. But I don't think he called him a white supremacist. I think it was like he was making some general speech, and I think it included critiques of the Charlottesville stuff. But whoever made the Twitter video, now maybe Biden edits Twitter videos in his free time. I don't think so. But whoever made the video spliced in images of Rittenhouse when they're talking. I think that's shitty. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm probably largely going to disagree with how Democrats talk about Republicans or domestic terrorists. But I mean, like, we've got to acknowledge, like, Biden does his best in terms of trying to work with both sides. Like, he literally gets shit on it so much from the Democrats that he's trying to work too much with Republicans. I think we could have gotten, if you want to imagine, try not to be too afraid of this, but imagine if we had Kamala Harris as a president. I don't think she would be anywhere near as interested as working with people on the right as Biden is. That might be one of the biggest arguments in terms of Biden not having dementia or Biden being in control of his administration as well, because if Kamala Harris was in charge, again, I think we would see way more adversarial remarks and just a general disposition and demeanor towards Republican lawmakers and Republicans in general than we do right now, where Biden does still seem to have a genuine interest in working together with Republicans.
So I wasn't actually finished reading that, but okay.
Fuck you.
Ed, being dragged by the far left, is this term just overused by the left too much? Okay. Now, Next one from Net7. Thank you for the super chat. For Destiny, say Afghanistan is water under the bridge. Shame on him. Speaking with members of the Afghan, it's not water under the bridge. Okay, not question, but thank you for the super chat.
Wow.
From Pepsi 101. Why would blacks support a GOP candidate for POTUS after Trump? Be nice to Brittany. Oh, thank you. I don't know.
Is that for me?
I don't know, but he said be nice to Brittany, so I'll take it.
Sure. Well, there's many reasons. Regardless of what you think about Trump's personality and what his personal mindset is, there were a lot of things that were beneficial under Trump with Black Americans. Economically, they were doing better than they'd been doing under the Obama administration. And there were a lot of things that a lot of Black community leaders really wanted that Trump pushed for, like, funding of historical Black universities, the kind of reform on sentencing and stuff like that they pushed for. Now, Destiny's right that ultimately he didn't go as far with that as it seemed that many people would like. But this idea that Trump was this, white supremacist, that, he was horrible with Black people, and he was a really bad one, because Black people were doing pretty well under him. Of course, things could always get better. But even aside from that, I don't think that just because, do you think that Trump is the stand, or Trump is the rule or the exception in the GOP? Like, if you get Jeb Bush, are you going to say, I'm not going to vote for Jeb Bush because of Donald Trump? Well, Jeb Bush hates Donald Trump. So I don't know how you could impugn future presidents based on that anyways.
As a quick injection in there as well, because people always say Black people did really well under Trump. Obama came into the presidency under a massive recession, and unfortunately, one of the huge things affected by this recession was home ownership, because this was the housing crisis. A lot of the wealth that was tied up in Black families was in housing, and a lot of them never recovered that wealth once they lost access to that housing. And so, they continued to do better under Trump than they had under Obama. That's not surprising, though, given the housing crisis. I will say that Democrats hopefully learn this. I don't know if they're ever fucking going to. The idea that Blacks are a unified group in the United States, or browns are a unified group in the United States, or yellow people or Asians are all unified. This thinking, it has to fucking go. It is so fucking cringe that a Democrat thinks that every Black person, every Asian person, every Hispanic or brown person has the same experience in the United States. You have to do a better job at looking more granularly at these people. It is so unbelievably cringe that Democrats think they can group them all together. And the quicker they learn that, the better they'll be doing with those groups of people.
Like Biden, he said you're not Black if you don't vote for him.
Obviously, that was a misspeak. But...
Okay. So from History Talk, thank you for the super chat, said Rob's notion that most stimulus caused inflation is cringe and boomer pilled. Also, it would have been illegal under international law for the U.S. to randomly seize the weapons of the Afghan military.
It wasn't just the weapons of the Afghan military. We left plenty of weapons. Do you think, is anyone here going to claim that the U.S. troops that were there were unarmed? They were unarmed. A lot of the weapons that we left there were of the U.S. troops, right? Giving the weapons that we gave that were beyond the regular munitions that would occur there, taking them back would not have been against international treaties that I'm aware of whatsoever. And as far as, throwing around words like boomer and cringe, damn, man, you sound real smart. And when it comes right to it, yeah, if you massively inflate the amount of money we have in circulation, you cause inflation. So if a stimulus that caused to create $1.7 trillion new dollars, what are we up to since 2020 with Trump and then Biden of these stimuluses and things like that? We're over 10 trillion now? You don't think adding that amount of money into circulation is going to cause inflation? I completely stand down.
Are you willing? From Dan Zammit. Do you find it ironic that Harris said she believed Biden sexually abused a woman on Twitter, but then she goes to work for him? And thank you for the super chat.
Who was that directed to?
Probably you.
Yeah.
What was
Do you want me to read it again?
Fuck. I shouldn't have ever considered this. I'm sorry. To be clear, that video that Joe Biden tweeted actually had nothing to do with Kyle Rittenhouse. That clip that was shown was while Chris Wallace was asking a question. It wasn't while Biden was talking about white supremacy. Now, this video was tweeted by Joe Biden, but I shouldn't have been conceited as much as I did about that. Okay, sorry. The question had to do with which woman?
So, okay, so do you find it ironic that Harris said she believed Biden sexually abused a woman on Twitter, but then she goes to work for him?
People say a whole bunch of crazy shit when they're running against each other. If you want to see a fucking bloodbath, Obama versus Clinton was insane in terms of the shit slinging that went on during that election. But I mean, there's the memes of Ted Cruz being accused of his dad being the fucking Zodiac killer, and then him phone banking for Trump afterwards. Like,
Oh, God.
I mean, that's how it goes. When you're in the primary season, like everything is fair game in terms of attacking people. This is how it goes.
I just want to say about this real quick. No, that's completely wrong, right? There's fair ground with being like you would never accept this in a debate that we're having. Like, and I know because you've defended people that have been accused of sexual harassment and sexual assault. Kamala Harris said that she believed the multiple women that accused Joe Biden of sexual assault or sexual harassment. She said she believed them, and then later she accepted the job with Joe Biden. That means either one, she never believed them, or second, she does believe them but doesn't give a shit because it advances her career. That's different than just political gamesmanship, and this goes to show what it shows when someone does something like that is they never gave a fuck about what they initially cared. Kamala Harris doesn't give a shit about sexual assault survivors. If she did, she wouldn't weaponize that and use it for her own political prudence to try to climb up the scale. That's what happened. It's not just debate is normal.
Yeah, I think Democrats have really gone too far with the whole Me Too thing. All right, so from JC, okay, I think for the super chat, he said, Rob, have you stopped coping over General Alden? Ha.
Yeah. Who was that said that to me?
JC.
Oh, General Alden actually called into my show, JC, and he
Is this
talked
a real
about his
person? I thought it was
Afghanistan.
like the Alden thing.
No, this guy's real. This guy's real. He looks a lot like General Miley with a handlebar mustache, but he actually called into my show and he said that actually, yeah, Biden did a really bad job. He said that Vosh sucks, and he also said, JC, that you did a really poor job sucking his balls.
Oh man. Okay.
Just in response to that last question, just a quick thing. So apparently when Harris said that she believed the woman who said they felt uncomfortable after Biden touched them, this had to do with Biden like touching people with like the shoulder rubs or whatever. Biden has said his touching was about making human connection, but vowed to be more mindful and respectful. In April 2019, Harris said that she believed the woman who said they felt uncomfortable after Biden touched them. She said, I believe them and I respect them being able to tell their story and having the courage to do it. At that time, none of the allegations included rape or sexual assault.
Has he been accused of rape?
By Reed, yes. And Harris's comments about Reed were that she believes that Reed has a right to tell her story.
Reed.
Yeah, Tara Reid.
Well, not like I mean, like she was accusing him of like putting his finger or something.
Yeah. So I don't think that Harris ever said that she believed that Harris did not believe that Biden was sexually assaulting women, or said that she believed that he had sexually assaulted women. I don't think that was ever said.
Were those women sexually harassed according to the definition of what Harris believed?
The accusation so far was inappropriate touching, like of kissing of a head at an event or something, stuff like that. Or I guess like the hugs or whatever, but it wasn't like groping the breasts or ass or whatever. It was just like the weird touchy shit that Biden does.
Right. That's still sexual harassment, correct?
Do you think Al Franken got wronged?
Yeah, of course. But if you want to play that game, we can, but this is clearly not what you were implying earlier, that Harris was believing sexual assault.
Sexual assault and sexual harassment, the multiple women. She said she believed them.
There was no sexual assault or harassment. It was uncomfortable touching, is what they said.
Well, that's harassment, according to...
That's not sexual harassment. That's not sexual harassment.
Sure it is. It's sexual harassment. I'm sure Kamala Harris... If Kamala
Harris... It's a personal space, I think.
A personal space thing, yeah, but like if somebody like touches your shoulders or something like that, I don't know if we can say that's sexual harassment.
Well, the women were claiming it was sexual harassment, and Kamala said she believed them. She didn't say, I believe them, but it's not sexual harassment.
So the 6 other women that came forward to share their stories is unwanted touching. I don't believe that there were any, like the Tara Reid story and stuff like that wasn't out. It wasn't that Biden was touching people's like breasts or ass. It was like just his weird hugging shit or whatever. But
I'll have to look into exactly what the accusations were and things like that. But I know it seemed like a pretty big deal that when she thought it was politically prudent, she said she believed the women and respected them telling their story that claimed that Joe Biden sexually harassed them. She said she believed. What's that?
All the pictures that people had posted, that's what kind of it was. And people were just like, he was touching my shoulders too much. He was getting too close. Those were the accusations.
Inappropriate.
Said that at the time.
Right. That's sexual harassment. That's how the women weren't saying, I was inappropriately touched. And they said inappropriate touching was in the context of these women saying that they felt uncomfortable and were sexually harassed. You don't have to touch someone's breast. It doesn't matter, right? What us three here think. What matters is what did those women claim? And Kamala Harris, when she thought it was politically expedient, said, I believe them. And then as soon as she got the opportunity to work for a man who she believed was inappropriately touching people, she said, yeah, I don't give a fuck about that anymore.
Okay. All right. So from Dan Zammit, thank you for the super chat. Destiny, do you see the hypocrisy in media government on Trump when it comes to Trump's quid pro quo versus Biden's legitimate quid pro quo, demanding the termination of the prosecutor looking
I would suggest you literally Google and read 2 stories about this. You are absolutely delusional if you think these things are even remotely equivalent. If you believe that Biden was the sole reason that prosecutor got terminated, or if he did it for his son, this is like a basic misaccounting of the facts.
It's funny to me, like it's amazing to me. Just because you see someone that lie or do something terrible doesn't mean they're always doing it. But it's amazing to me to see how many people could understand how corrupt our media is in one instance, like with the Rittenhouse thing, that will take them verbatim when it comes to another instance. The reality is, even if people wanted Shokin fired for other reasons, the reason, according to Joe Biden, that he was fired was because the quid pro quo that was issued. We are told to believe that Joe Biden was upset that this prosecutor wasn't looking into his son enough. Do you know any father that would feel that way?
If you want to I'll say right now, if you guys want to host a debate, I'll do a whole debate on Burisma if you want.
Done.
We can set that up for a couple weeks.
Yeah,
book
that. Fair enough. Sounds good.
All right. All right. So from History Talks, Biden has many flaws, but the MAGA meme of him as a warmonger has been discredited by his foreign policies so far. He is the least hawkish president since Carter. Thank you for the super chat.
Really? You think so? In what way? Right? Like, he bombed a country, Syria, not because Syria did anything to us, but because Iranians did something who happened to be in Syria. Like, that seems to be quite the provocation. In addition to that, he bombed 7 children because he had egg on his face because his disastrous policies freed ISIS in Afghanistan. And then he looked weak. So he came out the next day and said, we got him, ISIS-K, we got him. And then only because the corporate media wasn't going to, the legacy media wasn't going to cover this shit. So only because of people on social media that were commenting like, no, these were fucking kids of a translator that worked for the United States. That's the only reason we know. So just because he hasn't got us into a big war, neither did Trump. But we could see, how horrible he's been on a lot of these bombings.
Well, okay, so firstly, the idea that like bombing Syria is totally unjustified. It was Iran and Syria. Iran and Syria are close friends. That's not that surprising. I don't know why we would say that like it's totally inappropriate that Iran is operating in Syria, unless we're assuming that they're doing it covertly and Assad doesn't know, which is probably not the case. Iran and Syria are incredibly close allies. So I don't understand that. So it makes sense that if Syria,
with Israel, if Israel does something shitty and then someone retaliates by bombing the United States, would we say, fair enough, we're allies? Of course not.
What I'm saying is that like if the United States set up an attack, a missile attack, let's say the United States goes to Israel and from there bombs Egypt, we wouldn't do this, right? And Egypt were to retaliate against Israel, we wouldn't be like, well, why did they retaliate against Israel? It was the U.S. that did it. Yeah, with Israel there guiding the way, of course, right? And any Iranian movements, anything of the Quds Force or anything operating out of fucking Syria is of course doing it with Assad's fucking blessing and probably implicit and explicit support. So the idea that we would like return fire on Syria for that is not at all surprising. In terms of like Biden bombing children, yeah, that sucks and it was a mishap and it was horrible. But I mean, like we can find through every. Wasn't there a story of like a family whose they lost like their mom and dad under an Obama drone strike, and then under like a fucking Trump drone strike, that son was killed. Like, yeah, it sucks. This shit happens. I mean, like it's horrible, but like Jesus, like civilians have been getting killed by U.S. foreign policy for fucking probably a fucking 100 years now, like if not more. Yeah, it sucks, but it's not like unique to Biden.
Under Trump too, like they stopped reporting the civilian deaths.
I think that Trump moved to reduce the reporting or stop reporting of a certain type of thing, but I don't remember this off the top of my head.
Yeah, I believe he stopped. They stopped reporting.
All
right.
Whatever.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine.
Okay. We doing this? Okay. Ace, thank you for super chat. And this was when you were giving your intro. He said, "Go off, King," to Rob. Okay. So from Max McDonald. Does Destiny get arguments from the left on why Bernie Sanders would be better than Biden? How do you defend Biden against these attacks?
No, I don't know what else to say. Bernie lost. He was never going to have the popular support needed. His policies are too far left. Like, it's been a struggle under Biden to get stuff passed. There's no way that Bernie would have gotten anything done. Or, you know what? Actually, I'll back that up. I think Bernie could have gotten stuff done, but it would have been far more moderate than what people on the left wanted to do. Because Bernie, is an intelligent person, and I think he would have known that he needed to moderate his platform a lot to get stuff effectively done. Bernie is far smarter than the average Bernie bro.
Oh my god, I love that. Okay, hear that, Bernie bros. LOL, no, thank you for the super chat. He said, Destiny, join, post, and stream SC2 this week.
Yeah, I'll go right on that. Okay.
Okay. And then from Max McDonald, how does Destiny feel Biden could do better for the midterms? If Destiny was advising Democrats on the messaging, what could help them in 2022? Good question.
There's a lot of parts of the democratic institution that need to change right now. The best thing that could possibly happen for the Democratic Party is if you guys want to make the Democratic Party stronger, every single Democrat needs to encourage their Democrat friend to leave their fucking suburb and make at least one conservative friend somewhere else, so that you stop saying the most stupid, insane fucking shit. Like, he had a Blue Lives Matter flag, so he's a fucking Nazi. As soon as you say shit like that, you are so fucking out of touch with at least half the country that your opinion should be entirely disregarded on every fucking thing you talk about. The amount of people that don't have any friends that exist in other places that like completely can't understand another person's point of view is destroying our ability to have any type of political conversation. Holy fucking shit.
Okay,
Don't listen to Destiny. Leave the Republicans win.
Not really wanting to read this, but Hank Chill said Brady is stunning. She rocks. Thank you for the super chat.
Wow,
okay.
You really didn't want to read that one, huh? Jeez. Yeah.
Awkward.
Oh my gosh.
So awkward.
I think he misspelled Rob. Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat. All right, so from Fire Rises. For Destiny, instead of defending Biden and you made the debate into a Trump versus Biden debate, why do you need to use Trump to make Biden look good?
I mean, that's because it's kind of how... I mean, like, is anybody good in a vacuum? It's hard to talk about, like, is Biden doing a good job? Especially when we start with the coronavirus. Well, a good job is going to be comparing it to Trump. Yeah, but I mean, whether or not somebody's doing a good or bad job is usually compared to the other people that have done the job. So that's kind of how we have to do it, right?
I don't disagree with that take. Like, you're right. You can't look at it in a vacuum. But one of the points I was trying to make early in the debate is if you think Trump was fucking horrible, saying Biden was a little better isn't necessarily a rousing endorsement of Joe Biden.
I mean, Biden's legislative accomplishments are already more impressive than the legislative accomplishments of the entire Trump administration. So, I mean, like, I would say on that end, like, good job for Biden. I mean, what are, like, aside from the big tax cut thing, which I wouldn't argue is necessarily a positive thing. And if you're complaining about deficits and shit, you probably shouldn't be agreeing with either. What major? It doesn't seem like Trump has much to show for his. All of it was done via, as you said earlier, you're glad Biden didn't do it. Most of Trump's accomplishments were done via via executive action. Stuff related to the border, stuff related to tariffs, stuff related to immigration and travel bans. All of this stuff was done via executive action, which I would argue makes you legislatively unsuccessful.
Well, no, there were a lot of budgets and things like that, bills that were passed.
We had budget crises. Like, I mean, what? Like, passing the budget? That's your legislative accomplishment is passing a budget.
I mean, was there? Of course, right? Because a lot of the same things that are covered in the infrastructure bill were covered in omnibus bills that Trump had passed, right?
So there's $550 billion of new spending that's part of this bill that's not related to old stuff. So no, it wasn't just covered by omnibus bills in the past.
There's plenty of legislative, like, I pull up a list if you want. We go through the legislative accomplishments. And again, you're assuming that this bill that's been passed, the one infrastructure bill that we see is going
the largest one in U.S. history, yeah. Maybe it won't be. I guess it could be.
It might be one of the largest reasons for inflation in U.S. history. All we know is Biden's record right now speaks for itself. Ask people that have to buy groceries every week or have to fill up their car how that's going.
Good times. Is that from, like, coronavirus or is it from...
Every single economist that I've read, every Wall Street Journal article, every Financial Times article I've ever read says that it's supply chain crunches. I haven't seen a single person try to blame U.S. monetary policy. I see, like, libertarians and abolish the Fed types talk about this, and I've seen people that want to shit on Biden, even though the president doesn't he just appointed Palagan or whatever, but, like, the president doesn't directly control monetary policy. I haven't seen anybody saying it's because of U.S. stimulus. Like I said, there was a big Twitter thread on it.
It's not just the stimulus. Biden did more than just the stimulus, and we could see that the result of what Biden did made our inflation almost twice as bad as the average around the world.
Yeah, average around the world.
I think the stimulus was part of that.
Okay, but that's just not borne out in any other country, and you can't find you can't draw like a regressive line or a regression towards, like, these did more stimulus and they had more inflation, but, like, that just doesn't seem to be borne out anywhere. But maybe that's a unique opinion of Rob the Economist. Like, I don't see anybody else saying that.
Great, I'm doing so well financially, so people should take that.
Okay.
From Dr. Red Pill, for both, who do you think would be the best candidate for each party in 2024, and who do you think will get the nomination?
Republican, I would like DeSantis, I think. I would say he stands a good shot. Who knows if Trump gets involved, what will happen? For me, if it was a Democrat.
I think he's going to run.
I don't know. It depends. There's a lot that could happen between 2024. If it was 2022, I think he would run. If it's 2024, we'll see what's happening by then. Democrat, I don't know. I don't really know who I'd like to see.
I'm guessing Destiny would be the one to answer that one.
It has to be Biden again. You can't. The idea of running somebody against your incumbent is. Has this happened? I'm ignorant of this. Has this happened? Has this ever happened in U.S. history where you run somebody against an incumbent for president?
But it was like, I don't think he's going to run again. Didn't he say he was going to just do one term?
Yeah, he said that initially, but that's so fucking stupid. Oh, apparently it's happened with LBJ.
You think he'll finish his term?
I think he'll fit. We can bet on it if you want.
I'm not strong feeling about it. I'd say there's a good chance he doesn't. I wouldn't bet money. I'll bet loser 2024. If Biden drops out before then, loser sings a song on the other one's stream.
I think he'll run again. I mean, it's your incumbent. Even with political strategy, he could run again as long as they can fucking wheel him up on stage to accept the nomination and then die. They would have the vice step in afterwards, he'll run again. He absolutely will. Barring any major medical thing or him dying in this term, of course. Yeah.
But listen, in the defense of that, I mean, Biden basically didn't do shit for the last 2 months because he was drugged through the finish line by the media as he basically stayed in his basement. So yeah, I mean, they could weekend at Bernie's him, I guess.
Both of those candidates were in a high risk category.
I mean, if two of the past fucking 11 months or 10 months or whatever, I don't remember when the inauguration was, has been AFK and he still managed more legislative accomplishments than Trump through his entire administration, I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
it seems like whatever he's doing right now seems like it's whatever he's doing right now, I think is doing okay. So we'll see.
I think most Americans disagree with you on Biden's performance, but
right now, maybe, yeah.
From D Gulag. Question: does Destiny think that Biden seems physically, mentally fit and in control?
Enough to do the president shit. I mean, unfortunately, it seems like a lot of our government is made up of people that are in their fucking 80s or late 70s. Jesus, what is Pelosi's age? Isn't she's fucking 81 years old? We have a lot of old people in our government. I wish they would, try to find younger people, maybe people in their 60s that are still, fresh and able to jog around and stuff. But yeah, I mean, they're all old. I think even, what is Trump, 77? Trump is 75. Yeah, so he'll be 78 or 79, 78 maybe when it comes down to running again. Damn, these people are old. Yeah.
They are so old. Okay, so I think we are caught up. Let me just do one last check. Yeah, so if you guys want to do closing statements and final thoughts, who wants to go first?
It don't matter to me.
Well, I mean, I would rather go last because why would you want to go first in a closing statement?
What if my statement's so good you're just like shit?
Rock, paper, scissors.
I'll go first though.
Sure.
That's fine. I go first.
All right, go ahead, Rob.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we went through, obviously, here's the thing. I think both Destiny, me, and Talkers, we could probably go through 100 issues with Biden and give our take on each of them. I think we got to pick some of the ones we thought were important. And I think that I successfully proved that the reality is, despite the fact of wishful thinking and making excuses and saying that Trump could have been worse, this and that, when it comes to things like COVID, when it comes to the economy, when it comes to our foreign policy and things like that, we can see that the reality is things are worse now that Biden's in office than they were previously. And we could say, well, hypothetically, it could have been all of these other reasons, but I just don't think that's good enough. I think the buck stops with Biden, and I was articulate in the ways I thought in each of those categories why that was the case. And I think that he's been a disaster for all of those things. And I think the average American sees it, and I think that even Democrats see it because there's scuttlebutt within the Democratic Party of whether or not they want Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, or if they want to run Biden in 2024. So he is wildly unpopular for a reason, because the country is heading in a negative direction, despite the fact that he has the win sales of almost the entire mainstream media and most of the institutions in this country behind his back. And he is failing abysmally. And so I just think that it's clear that in the context of this debate, even though I think Destiny, someone I like the debating and has a gifted way of speaking, I don't think that he's presented the case as why we would say that the Biden presidency has been good. If you're out there and you're on the left, what would be his major accomplishment that you think he passed a bill that we have no idea will be good or not? We don't even know how much influence Biden had in forcing the infrastructure bill to be passed. He may have been a liability in it getting passed. And we don't know that the bill will be good, or if it'll cause inflation, or if it'll cause all sorts of other things. Hell, most of us probably, at least me and probably Destiny as well, couldn't even tell you everything that's in the damn bill. Probably not Biden, least of all. So, yeah, I just don't think that, I think in the context of this debate that clearly Biden has not been a success. If you really hate Trump, you might say, I think he was better than Trump. That doesn't make him a success. I think it's been abysmal. I think he was worse than Trump. And I hope that he turns things around, because I do legitimately want the country to thrive, even if that means that I have to eat crow because Biden ended up being a good president. But as of right now, I'm being proved correct, despite the fact that all these institutions pushed Joe Biden because he was this very sharp man that was going to be good domestically in foreign policy. He's been a disaster.
Alrighty.
For the idea of saying that a president has the wind sails behind their back is a very interesting way to describe the second Democrat that has come into office inheriting a fucking national disaster from the prior Republican president. If anything, this presidency literally started with Biden trying to pull up the anchorage of the disaster and ruin left behind by President Donald Trump. Same as when Obama came into office and was trying to repair the country and bring it back after Bush left to destroy it after the 2007 economic recession. I think that Biden has done the best that he can with what he's done in terms of how he's handled the coronavirus. We were ahead of schedule when it came to vaccines. The United States has donated more vaccines to more than every other country combined in the world to other countries. Biden is doing what he can to push the country in a better direction in terms of keeping us safe, masking up, and doing what he can, which is limited. I think that his handling of things like foreign affairs, Afghanistan, he finally fucking did it, okay? Every president since fucking Bush has talked about getting us out of Afghanistan. Biden was finally the one to pull the trigger on it. And we might try to second guess some armchair general on him now, but the reality is that as it stands today, we do not have a military obligation to Afghanistan, and that only happened because Biden was brave enough to take the difficult step to pulling us out of that country. I think that a lot of the issues that come up too are a lot of fear-mongering. When people say that Biden isn't doing good, or when crazy stuff is happening, they bring up stuff that's not necessarily true. So for instance, the idea that the FBI is acting in an improper way, they're not. They're looking into random emails and tips that they get. There's nothing wrong with that. The FBI can do that. They haven't acted improperly at all. That hasn't been demonstrated. In terms of like foreign policy decisions, the idea that like it was bad to bomb Syria when Trump himself bombed Syria, when Biden had every authority to and every reason to, and when and when people in Syria are attacking our allies, I don't think there's anything wrong with what Biden has done in terms of foreign policy. I think that when you compare his foreign policy to what happened under Trump and even under Obama, I think people will look back fondly on it. And then when we talk about like the legislative accomplishments and we're saying, well, you know, we haven't seen how this legislation is going to turn out. We're literally not even done with the first year of Biden's presidency. And he's already passed the largest infrastructure bill in the history of the United States. You know, we have 3 years to go to see how this bill plays out and to see if any of the Building America Back or the American Jobs Plan, if any of this can get passed. These are all going to be positive bills. I think that if we compare President Biden's approach to building the economy from the bottom up instead of Trump's approach, which was to tax cut the top and build it from the top down, I hope that we see more improvement under Biden because I think that's a better way to approach our country. I think he did it with the coronavirus relief. I think he did it with the infrastructure bill, and I hope that he does it with more bills in the future.
Okay, well, thank you guys both for joining us. It was fun. And whenever you are done moving, Destiny, we got this one and then another one for you. So let me know when that is. We are going to be doing a pop-on panel after this. It'll be on a new stream. So for people who are wanting to join, let me know and we will get you on. So we'll be going for a while. This is like the first stream we've actually been able to do on Twitch for a while because I knew YouTube might be Twitch friendly, but most of our time we're not. All right, so yeah, thank you guys both for joining us. And we will see you guys all in a little bit. Oh, also the poll. The poll is up in the community section on our YouTube page, so you guys can go vote on who you think won and leave a comment. No asshole comments. Constructive criticism.
Of course,
Yeah.
It's the internet.
Good luck with this.
Absolutely.
Shut up. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Good night.
See you. That shit.
Is it going to be in a different room than this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Have fun. Be careful.
Bye.
Hey.
Oh, fuck. I just left. Jesus. The biggest thing on Rob is just being aware of, it's always the same with him. You have to be aware of so many things. And if you're not aware of them all, it's so easy to like miss things because he always interjects like 3 or 4 things and I think I caught most of them because I've been aware of so many of the talking points, but like fuck, it is so hard to keep track of like all the different things. But I will say, regardless of everything, my conversations with Rob, at the very least, I feel like it gets my brain moving more than some of the past horrible fucking conversations I've had. Jesus fucking Christ. I hate to say it, but god damn, it it felt so much better to argue with him versus all the insanely stupid fucking conversations I've had recently. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. So that's good. We are down so bad that fucking Rob is a highlight. Oh, what's up, Hutch? Also, I see you in chat. I love you, baby. One thing that Rob is really good at rhetorically, and you can watch this, and for me to counter it, I have to be kind of an asshole. Something Rob is so good at doing, okay? I don't know if you noticed in the debates, is Rob can make a point that's actually just completely factually incorrect, and then I can actually corner him on it, and he will drop it very subtly and then move on very quickly so that it hasn't actually looked like he's lost any ground. He is really, really, really good at doing that. There was a couple times where I saw him do it, and I almost thought about saying, like, hold on, I want you to admit that you were wrong here. The FBI didn't actually do anything wrong. But he's so good at kind of like summarizing his argument and getting rid of the more extreme parts and then quickly moving to the next point so that it doesn't actually look like he was wrong about anything he said, regardless, right? I'm not trying to insult legally impersonate him. But yeah, he's really, really, really good at doing that. Which is interesting. It's fun to find ways to... something that's been fun while I'm navigating this conversation is to try to find ways to maneuver around different types of arguments. I've been a lot more mindful of it. Like with that corn guy, I think I did really well there. He's like an interesting debater in terms of that. Yeah. Wow, Colin Slot, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. I noticed that too, but I felt like he was just trying to be less confrontational, agree to disagree. You can say that, but like optically, it gives the illusion that if you're not really super plugged in, it feels like he was never really wrong on any point ever because he always summarized. So like he might say something like this, okay? All red cars are really bad. And I'd be like, wait, hold on. Here's an example. This Toyota car is red, and it's actually a really good car. And be like, okay, we obviously know that there's some red cars that are bad regardless. But I want to talk about like catalytic converters. And like we'll be in a totally different world. And it's like, he kind of sort of acknowledges that he was wrong, but he never says he was wrong. He will broaden it up and then summarize some of what he said before with a little bit less aggression and then move on to the next point. And he does it so well that you never feel like you're gaining ground, and the impression is always like, was I even right on that? Was he wrong? Right? That's what it's a really, I'm not criticizing him or calling him a liar. It might sound like I'm saying that. I'm saying that rhetorically, it's a very, very, very good tactic. He's very good at like, I guess like getting hit and then shrugging it off and moving right to the next step. Really, really good at that. When he said Biden presidency had more deaths than Trump's was a lie, they add early 2021 deaths. I don't know if that's true or not. It wouldn't surprise me because Biden's been president for the coronavirus shit when we've been counting deaths for longer, right? I don't know what the actual total numbers are for that or like when the days they came in. I'm never going to pick a fight on a number where I don't know 100% because I'm going to end up looking bad when I get called out on a data point and it turns out he's completely correct. I don't know what that is 100%. Is it January 6th? When was the inauguration? Is it January 16th? Fuck, I don't even remember the date. Inauguration USA. January 20th. Damn, because we had a lot of really high death days in early January. Damn, I bet this is pretty close. Is there an easy way to like, does anybody have the numbers? Biden bombed terrorists in Syria. Trump bombed the Syrian government, so you shouldn't let him compare those two. True. I mean, I think Trump bombed an airport, and then Biden did a targeted strike of somebody, sure. But I mean, technically both are attacking Syria, kind of, right? Did you get caught on the quote of Biden saying he was angry about the Rittenhouse verdict? No, because Biden didn't say that when he came out of the plane. There was a statement that was released on the website differently, but when Biden came out, he said he supported the jury. Real quick, hold on, I'm gonna go down. I have food that got here. I'm gonna play donuts. I'll be back in a second.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Taiwan is a democratic country located in East Asia. The Chinese Communist Party likes to claim that Taiwan is a renegade province. In reality, Taiwan has never been under the rule of the Chinese Communist Party. Good luck, Destiny.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Hey chat, is Destiny about to slaughter this person? Should I stay awake? Why is Destiny operating in good faith when Rob is obviously not?
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Noerr is so good at taking a sliver of truth and running the logic to ridiculous conclusions. With the skill set, he has to know that he's misrepresenting truth, and therefore, bad faith. He's a dumb fuck.
Him intellectually.
Why does Rob keep changing the subject?
You're a fucking statistician!
If Democrats did so well, why are they bleeding congressional seats? I
feel like I've outpaced him.
Whether Rob is correct on his points or not, the difference in his honesty/integrity compared to Pac-Man and Corn Cob Cucks is night and day. For mountains.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I'm so happy, yay.
You're a fucking statistician!
Baby bitch Steve. Is green poop liberal or conservative? When was the last time you had green poop? Be honest. Got him.
You're a genius, dude!
Monthly tithe Binkelin.
Thank you, Steven!
/raid. Des Tiny. /raid. Des Tiny.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth. Because I'm putting 100% fucking dubstep.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
You're a genius, dude! Thank you, Steven! You're a genius, dude!
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life? Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Thank you, Steven! Thank you, Steven!
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Wow. Okay.
Thank you, Steven!
Because I'm putting 100%.
You're a genius, dude!
We're gonna watch this video on how liberal hypocrisy is fueling American inequality. Wow. Who knows what this one's gonna be about?
That's tiny.
A few people have emailed me this and said the New York Times copied your stream talking points, so. Watch Vosh. Oh, talking to Bookfucker? Yeah, this is a short video. I'm just eating while I do this, and then if Book Smarts wants to talk about the RGR thing, yeah, you can hop on it. Mel. What? What did you call me?
And I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your socks off with one single statement. Amagus.
Holy shit, damn.
Look, milk.
Milk. What? Did you put dumplings in the microwave?
Yes.
Oh god.
Huh? It's better than nothing, okay? Did you put milk in the milk?
What? Did I finish the entire RGRDoe debate before Rob? I did. I finished the whole thing. You'd be proud of me. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Is Booksmart still here even? Where is he? Booksmarts. Hey, yo. I think the Vosh convo is important context. Yeah, but you guys are telling me that's like fucking 3 hours long, right? Okay, I'm listening to this guy. He looks like he's got some real ass shit to say.
You know, Des, I don't need 10K. I just wanted big betting on your debate with Boza the Corn, no cap, DGG for life.
Thanks, buddy.
Question I've had for a very long time, and it has to do with this map. This is a map of the 18 states in the US where Democrats control the legislative and executive branches, or else have some veto-proof majority in the legislature. Democrats in DC often blame the GOP for foiling their progressive vision.
When middle-class
Oh
families...
shit! Was Illinois one of those states? Is this going to be about states and cities that Democrats have a lot of control over that aren't really performing as well as they should be? Uh-oh.
When they see their taxes go up, they'll know Republicans are to...
You pre-watch this? No, I don't. It's just a really common talking point, but it's a really hard one to overcome as a Democrat. Right? You've had control of these major cities for how long? Well, guess what? You haven't fucking done anything. What the fuck? Why should we trust you to do anything with the country? It's a really common Republican talking point. It's a pretty hard one to deal with if you're a Democrat.
blame.
But if you zoom into these 18 states, there's effectively no Republicans standing in the way. So my question is, what do Democrats actually do when they have all the power? To answer this question, I teamed up with the Times editorial board writer Binya Applebaum.
Okay, you got my attention.
He's been thinking about and writing books about and reporting on this topic for decades.
I think, you know, Americans tend to view politics as a competition of us versus them, and they tend to think that if they would just get out of the way, then we can do the things that we want to do. There is no them standing in the way. There's just the we of Democrats and their supporters, and they get to decide what policy should look like in those states, and that is an opportunity for them to implement their vision.
For this story, I also delved into this giant document. It is the 2020 Democratic Party platform. If you want to really understand what Democrats say they want, what their vision is for America, it's found inside of this document. This document serves as a guide. As we zoom into these states to answer this question, what do Democrats really do when they have all the power?
Nearly 554,000 homeless people from the 25 wealthiest Americans shows they're paying little in income taxes compared to their fortunes, sometimes nothing at all.
We cannot, in good faith, blame the Republican Party when House Democrats have a majority.
There's still very intense segregation happening.
No, wait! So many of these statements are so dumb. Hold on. Federal income tax is a federal issue. A state can't do anything about that. Number one. Number two, who the fuck cares about a House majority? You can't pass legislation in the House. It's a bicameral legislature. If you don't have the Senate, Nancy Pelosi passed a record, I believe it was literally a record amount of legislation under Trump. Who the fuck cares? None of it got through the Senate. It didn't even get a vote.
Happening in all kinds of forms all over this country.
Okay, so let's start with California. To me, California is like the quintessential liberal state. From the state legislature to the whole executive branch to most of the big cities, Dems hold majority control. So what do they do with all this power?
Looking at California, you have to look at housing.
Okay, now wait, listen. When I hear the words housing policy, I tend to sort of doze off. But Binya insists that housing policy and what is happening in California is definitely worth looking at.
You cannot say that you are against inequality in America unless you are willing to have affordable housing built in your neighborhood.
And Democrats completely agree. Here in this document, the word housing is mentioned over 100 times.
The neighborhood where you're born has a huge influence on the rest of your life. Children who are born in neighborhoods with degraded environmental conditions, with a lack of access to high-quality public services, poor schools, poor public transit, are at a permanent disadvantage.
And they even say verbatim, housing in America should be stable, accessible, safe, healthy, energy efficient, and above all, affordable.
Housing is a human right.
Housing.
Wait, did he say affordable twice?
Should be
accessible.
Stable,
Never mind.
Accessible, safe, healthy, energy efficient, and above all, affordable.
Housing is a human right.
Housing is a human right.
The rent is going through the roof. Housing is a human right.
How does California do when it comes to housing?
You know where those signs are when you drive into a state, it says, "Welcome to California"? They might as well replace them with signs that say, "Keep out." Because in California, the cost of housing is so high that for many people, it's simply unaffordable. The state has simply, for the most part, stopped building housing. I mean, there are cranes, there's housing going up, but it has slowed down over time really, really sharply, and it is nowhere near sufficient to keep pace.
Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but am I thinking of California or just LA? Was either the only, I think it might be just LA, was like the only major city that over the past year or two has had like a net outflow of people. More people have left than have actually moved in. That's how fucked the expenses are here. That's why I'm leaving, guys. I can't afford it anymore, okay? I'm getting priced out, all right? Hassan is next. We're going to be neighbors in Miami, okay? Because we can't afford how expensive it is to live here, guys. People are saying Chicago has out-migration as well. Okay.
with California's population. And so what you have is not enough housing and too many people trying to get it. And the inevitable result is that prices have gone up and away.
The median price of a home in San Diego County is now a staggering $830,000.
All around California, there are cities full of people who say that they are progressive, they're liberals. They believe in a more equal America, a more diverse America. They show up to the marches, they put in the lawn signs about everyone being equal, but at the same time, they're actively fighting to keep their neighborhoods looking like this.
Oh, God, it hurts. Bro, don't even show the nice neighborhoods, okay? Even in Huntington Beach, I still say I live in LA, but I don't. Bro, this apartment, I pay like $2,500 a month for my one-bedroom apartment, okay? I can walk across the street to single-family houses. Why? Just get rid of it. Get rid of it, okay? Destiny, you make a lot of money. How are you not able to afford LA? I can afford LA. I'm just kidding, okay? Also, I think I asked this a lot, and maybe I've gotten answers and I just don't remember it. Why the fuck are there no high rises across like 90% of LA? Every fucking apartment building down here in every fucking city is only 5 stories tall. Why? Where are my like 25-story fucking apartment buildings? Why is everything so goddamn small down here? It's so stupid. Earthquakes? Doesn't Japan literally have fucking Godzilla come out of the water every 2 years? You're telling me there are no earthquakes in Japan? No way. I don't believe it. I think that in fucking 2021 or whatever, when we're fucking firing Elon Musk's car off to fucking Mars, I think we can build earthquake-proof tall buildings. All right? Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Okay, wait, but that doesn't look so bad. It's just a bunch of houses in a neighborhood, right? No. It turns out that this is actually the result of specific policies, intentional policies that keeps these neighborhoods spread out and full of single-family homes, as opposed to higher density buildings like duplexes or apartment complexes. This is a real serious fight, and you can get it.
So I changed my mind completely 4 years ago when I said that I said that my most important issue was lobbying, and I realized that was bullshit. I don't care at all. Fuck lobbying. Now my most important issue is fucking housing. I think it is the single most catastrophically negative impact issue in the entire United States. Okay? We'll see if it changes in 4 years. Okay? Holy shit.
Get a glimpse into it by looking at a zoning map. Yes, we're looking at a municipal zoning map of Palo Alto, California. Don't leave yet. This is really where it sinks in, so just stick around.
We played this game. I don't know if you guys, how many of you were here when we did this. We played this game in LA, okay? I didn't notice until I started watching when I would fly in from any time I would travel, where if you zoom in on any of this shit, any place you go with your mouse, it is just a nightmare clusterfuck of single-family housing. As far as the eye can see. Oh my God. In one of the densest cities of America, it's everything is fucking single-family housing. It's a goddamn disaster. Holy shit. Get some goddamn apartments. What the fuck is going on with this shit? It's actually disgusting. And even far south, I think, even where I live, Huntington Beach. Look at... Can you guys imagine playing City Skyline and building like this? Can you imagine doing this? No, you have no public transport. Your schools are all fucking far apart. It's harder for emergency services. The congestion for traffic is fucking horrible. Okay, like everything is fucked when you build like this. It's just so your freeways are congested constantly. Like everything is just completely fucked. I don't even know what those are. Are these just big ass houses? Or are these apartment buildings? These might be apartment buildings. Jesus. It's actually unbelievable. I don't know. I personally get stressed out living in high rises. I think with the rise in remote work, trying to spread out the population is better than... Sure, then go spread out in the fucking Midwest, okay? Go do it out there. But this is like insane. Look at the sprawl, dude. It takes 2 hours to get from LA to LA, okay? That's how fucked the traffic is here. It's just such a horrible place to be in. Fuck. All right, sorry. Back to this.
So everything on this map that is yellow is zoned for single-family homes.
Oh my
like
God.
This and this. One family can live here. But here in Palo Alto, there are...
You're not even showing good examples, because here's the wild truth. Now, I might be biased. Maybe it's just the areas that I've been in. The single-family houses, half of them are dilapidated fucking dumps. No offense to the people that live here in LA, but your houses look like fucking trash. They're disgusting. People are paying exorbitant rents to live in these buildings. Meanwhile, there's a whole bunch of disgusting, rotting to the core buildings across the street that people don't want to fucking sell or bulldoze for some decent fucking apartments. Unbelievable, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, and they still cost $950K a pop. Oh my God. Sorry. Jesus.
A lot of new jobs. This is a desirable place to live for new opportunities. Over the past 8 years, the San Francisco area has added 676,000 jobs, but only 176,000 housing units. So a few years ago, the city council voted to change the zoning of one section of the city right here. Specifically this 2-acre plot of land. They wanted to change it from low density housing to higher density housing so that they could build a 60-unit affordable housing complex for elderly members of the community. Okay.
Also, let me say this also, and fucking economics, reviewing economics, whatever that one lefty, critique me if you want, come at me. I don't give a fuck. Fuck affordable housing. You don't need affordable housing. You need any housing. Just build more fucking apartments and the prices will fucking fall. Just build more and the price will... It doesn't have to be affordable. It can be luxury condos. Because if you build a fuck ton of luxury condos, even in that case, rich people move into those and the price of the surrounding buildings will fall. It can be all luxury, high density housing that you build. Whatever the fuck you do, it will lower prices. Just build more. It doesn't have to be affordable. It will become affordable. Ugh. Sorry.
Okay, so they changed the zoning. Start building the 60-unit complex.
What? Love you.
No. The overwhelmingly liberal residents of Palo Alto decided to hold a vote to overturn the decision, to revert it back to low-density, single-family housing. Back to yellow. And it passed, and the zoning was overturned. So now when you go to this plot of land, instead of an affordable housing complex for the elderly, what you're going to see is this. A row of just a few houses, all of them massive and worth around $5 million each.
I think people aren't living their values. You go to these meetings.
Whoa! Living their values. Hold on. Somebody else would have built that single family house, my dude, okay? Just chill. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. It's not like we could do it any differently, dumb fuck, all right? This guy is a neo-lib shill fuck, okay? I bet when this guy gets traffic tickets, he gets the fucking legal eagle neo-lib fuck as his fucking defense attorney, okay? And he probably goes before Schroeder, who flies cross country, all right, to be the fucking judge. And okay, fuck all these guys, okay? Fuck this dude, all right? But we'll keep watching. Shit libs.
In these neighborhoods where they're talking about a new housing project, and it's always the same song, and it goes like this. I am very in favor of affordable housing.
Just not here.
We need more of it in this community. However, I have some concerns about this project.
We have the hearts to do this, but we're doing it wrong, and we're dictating and harm onto the neighborhoods.
And then off we go with the concerns, and then nothing ever gets built.
This is happening all over California. And the result is that these neighborhoods are so expensive that they keep anyone out who isn't a part of this small group of super rich residents, many of whom bought their properties decades ago, and who spend their time fighting vigorously to keep the value of their real estate assets super high.
And the value of their property taxes super low. What the fuck? What?
If you want to keep Palo Alto the kind of neighborhood and community that we all treasure, low intensity, low density, safe for kids to walk to school, you've got to vote against Measure D.
There's an aspect of...
Bro, go to any other country in the world. Plenty of people live in high density areas and go to school just fine. Like, where are all these kids dying in fucking European countries? Like, God, fuck all the high density shit. I'm dying all the time. If anything, you know what I would be curious about? And I could be right. It could go either way. I wonder if you have a greater chance of dying in a low density neighborhood because you're crossing a busy intersection or something, you get hit by a car, versus somebody that lives in a high density area and just like hops on the bus or the subway or whatever. I'm curious about that. But
sort of greed here and of nervousness about actually sharing those opportunities.
Let's go to another liberal bastion up here in Washington State.
Yeah. Oh, probably also a lot of single family housing though, huh?
The Democratic Party talks about taxation, saying that our tax code has been, quote, rigged against the American people. Democrats
Washington has no state tax, right? Hey, that's base, baby. If Miami doesn't work, Melina's on board with moving to Seattle, okay? We'll do it, okay?
All the time are decrying the fact that tax cuts are going to the wealthiest Americans.
It is time for a wealth tax in America.
Democrats believe in a progressive tax system where the rich pay a larger share of their income than the poor. This is like the most basic policy vision of like a progressive movement. It's front and center in Democrats' policy platform.
But if you go and look at Washington State, what you find is that in Washington State, if you look at the state and local taxes that people pay there, less affluent families pay a much larger share of their income in taxes than the wealthiest residents of Washington State. So people like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, two of the state's most famous and wealthy residents, are in this lovely situation of paying less in taxes as a share of their income than the poor people who live in that same state. And this is a fundamental inversion of the values that the Democratic Party professes. There is no state with a more regressive system of taxation than Washington.
To be fair, though, I say to be fair, but I guess it kind of proves the point of the video. There is no way. Well, actually, historically, somebody can tell me this is true. Has there been a state, like once we've had like state taxes, that went from having no state taxes to having state taxes? Because that feels like it would be like literally the most unpopular fucking thing in the world.
State. And I'm talking like the most regressive, meaning Texas, which is like the conservative bastion of like anti-taxes, is more progressive than Washington State, liberal Washington State. How is that real? Oh, and guess what? Other states on our map also are in the top 10 of most regressive tax regimes, like Nevada and Illinois.
There have been some changes, particularly in recent years, but the overall situation remains resistant to change.
So I'm very concerned that at this time, which is a very poor time to disincent people from creating jobs in Washington State, that we're even considering it.
From that paycheck that you earn, more of that money is going to state government. And so the effect of that is basically to exacerbate inequality.
Okay, so rich liberals don't show up when it comes to housing or taxes. Another major theme in this policy document is education. And the wording in here I find quite interesting. The Democrats say, quote, "We must provide world-class education in every zip code to every child because education is a critical public good." They use this word zip code to represent the fact.
My local sales tax in Washington is 10.4%. You gotta move to Vancouver, baby. You live on the border and then you go drive down to fucking Portland to buy your shit. Come on, man, you gotta play the system.
That in America, schools get their funding based on the real estate taxes of the houses within that school district. The more expensive the neighborhood, the more funding goes to the school. So over here in Illinois, which is like the quintessential liberal state, there's this one county that contains the city of Chicago. It's called Cook County. The residents here voted overwhelmingly for Democratic candidates.
Would you consider moving to Vancouver? Vancouver, Washington, or like Portland or Seattle? Some places are there. I think those places are incredibly beautiful. And Melina likes them now because we went up there, so maybe.
In the presidential and senatorial elections last year. Often what would happen is that this would just be one big school district and that all the taxes from all the towns in this county would be put into one bucket and distributed equally throughout the county. But the residents of this very blue Democratic county have actually decided to divide themselves into more than 140 school districts. So now you have all these tiny school districts like this one, which are like gerrymandered around the richest part of town. And so all of the taxes from these rich homeowners go into one little bucket and then only get distributed to the schools within this rich region of the county.
It can be on the same block that the town line runs through the middle of it. And if you live on one side of that line, you're consigned to an inferior education by virtue of the fact that you and your neighbors don't have as much money. And if you live on the other side, you're basically a member of a club that is sponsoring a private school, essentially, for the benefit of that small group of kids who are lucky enough to live in that affluent community. And the result is that poor communities have less money to educate their children, and rich communities have more money to educate their children. This is crazy. It means basically that the kids who have the greatest needs have the fewest resources.
The same thing is happening in wealthy, liberal Connecticut, where the inequality in education opportunities is shameful, with some schools having huge budgets for their libraries and facilities, and others in the same state having to use duct tape to keep wind and snow out of their windows. Like, this is a real thing.
We need your help in establishing guidelines, procedures, and funding to address issues negatively impacting our students, like extreme temperatures, mold, lead exposure, and poor water and air quality.
So yeah, Binya tells me that the states could change this. They could actually just collect all the real estate taxes and then equally distribute them. But if you look at some of our liberal strongholds, that is exactly what they are not doing.
I read an interesting meme on, it was either Twitter or Reddit. And I think it was something along the lines of like, what was it? We're communists when it comes to our families, and then we're like libertarians the more farther out you go, basically. But it's like, when it comes to the people around us, we're very willing to share. When it comes to our city, we're willing to share. When it comes to like our county, not as much. When it comes to our state, not really. And then federally, it's like, fuck you. Like, the idea is that like people feel greater obligations to like, when it's like your family, you're like a socialist. You give money to everybody, whoever needs it, whatever needs to take care of. And then as you extend out to there, you become more and more fiscally like tight, more per austerity, more, I'm using like federal budget terms, but like basically you're less willing to help. And it feels like in some ways that extends to all groups of people, not necessarily just Republicans. One thing that's irritating is, and I say this a lot, I don't like polling data around complicated issues because I just don't give a fuck what your opinion is. I care more about like what you actually want to do. So if we do a poll, like, should insurance be free across the United States? Should we do more to help climate change? Should we do more for this or that? Okay, I don't care what you think about that. What I care about is, are you going to take the steps to make that necessary if it improves lifestyle changes or paying for it? So like, yeah, and I think that's like the more important thing.
Let me be clear about something. In blue states, progress is being made, albeit slowly. For instance, a few weeks ago, California...
Somebody said, are there any actual connections between education quality and life outcomes? I'm guessing a stable home and food safety map to positive life outcomes far more than quality of education. My guess is that the problem is that like so many of these things just go together. Just so many things go together. And it's hard to talk about all of the advantages. It's not like a thing where you just have like one experiment. Like, I grew up until I was like 12 or 13. I would say that my family was solidly upper middle class, but still, I'll say a little bit dysfunctional, maybe. And then past my mom quitting her job, things got very fucked and very dysfunctional. But I would notice that when I would go to my friend's house, there were a lot of like advantages that they had that I never really thought much about at the time. And I'm going to guess that this probably extends to a lot of other middle-class families. So like, here's one advantage. Having a parent that is riding your ass for shit probably is a massive benefit to children. If you've got a mom, or maybe non-traditionally a dad, that's staying home and making sure like you're doing your homework, you're going to bed on time, you're eating a good meal, you're not up to no good or doing dumb shit, is incredibly helpful to you. Having like friends or family around the neighborhood that can give you rides to places is super helpful. Having like an older or younger sibling that has their own car that can drive you to and from school. There are so many days where I fucking waited at school till fucking 7, 8 o'clock for my dad to finally pick me up after work, right? That's so much time just wasted in my fucking life, right? All of these little things generally go with being an affluent family. I can understand people saying that like, oh, like we just need more education. And education helps. It's definitely helpful. But it's not just being in a better school. It's being in the type of family that would send your kid to a better school, because there's so much infrastructure in the family and in the neighborhood that goes to making those children successful than just the school. Yeah, there's a lot there. I don't think that my guess would be that if you took a bunch of kids and you just gave them a better school, I don't know if their outcomes would improve that much. Maybe they would a little bit, but I'm sure there's a lot of other stuff, a lot of other, like, I don't want to say public infrastructure, like family infrastructure that goes into making that work as well.
California finally passed a law that gets rid of single-family zoning. It's a small step in the right direction, and in many cases, blue states provide more and better public services, and historically have given better chances to low-income families to climb the economic ladder. But for some of these foundational democratic values of housing equality, progressive taxation...
So, like, this is like another thing. If you took kids from a good school and you put them in a bad school, how much do you think that would affect them? My guess is probably not that much. If you took kids that were in like a really strong family that were able to support them a fuck ton and you put them in a bad school, my guess is that family would probably still find ways to get those kids like, in either extracurriculars or in like stuff that's outside the school and enrolled in shit. They would probably still find ways for those kids to succeed. My guess is going to be that the foundation at home is more important than what the school can provide. Now, the school can definitely be an amplifier for positive familial activities, but I don't know if the school can correct for negative families. That's one of the hopeless feelings of a lot of public school teachers that, like, Jesus, these kids are fucked before they even walk into the classroom. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this kid, right? Like, this guy, slept for 5 hours. He had to spend an hour in the morning getting his 3 siblings ready for school. And, by the time, this kid gets home and figures his shit out, like, he's falling asleep. He's not even barely doing his homework, right? Like, what the fuck is a teacher supposed to do in that situation? You're fucked,
and education equality, Democrats don't actually embody their values very well.
We're talking, once again, about a system that's been rigged.
Republicans today
are to blame.
What we're talking about here is that blue states are the problem. Blue states are where the housing crisis is located. Blue states are where the disparities in education funding are the most dramatic. Blue states are the places where tens of thousands of homeless people are living on the streets. Blue states are the places where economic inequality is increasing most quickly in this country. This is not a problem of not doing well enough. It is a situation where the blue states are the problem.
Affluent liberals tend to be really good at showing up to the marches and talking about how they love equality. They're really good at putting signs in their lawns saying that all are welcome here. But by their actions, what they're actually saying is, yes, we believe in these ideals, just not in my backyard.
We are not living our values. People who live in blue states, people who profess liberal values, you need to look in the mirror. And need to understand that they are not taking the actions that are consistent with those values, not just incidentally, not just in small areas, but that some of the most important policy choices. We are denying people the opportunity to prosper and to thrive and to build better lives, and it is happening in places where Democrats control the levers of policy.
Rip. Yeah, I don't know about that. It's rough. It's hard to change anything anywhere. Yeah. Sorry, this is garbage. Why single out only blue states? I'm sure those same issues are happening in red states too. Yeah, but if we try to say that we can do a better job, but we're not, where's your evidence for that, right? Destiny, the housing thing's interesting, but do you really fault homeowners for voting in their own self-interest? I guess in a short-sighted way, not really. So there has to be some, all the conservatives can get mad at me. There has to be some authoritarian trigger to like just kick these people the fuck out. That's the only way I can say it. If you want to do like the suburb shit, that's fine. Go somewhere else and do it. But you can't be doing it all over every fucking major fucking city in the United States because it's destroying these cities. Like, holy shit. I hate to say this. I think this loser fucking Sweet is listening to me, okay? I hate to harp on this so much, but where is Booksmarts? Is he in chat? Bro, if you go to any fucking major European city, I think you only have to be there for like a month. And when you come back to America, you'll be like, why in the goddamn fuck are we zoned so hard out the fucking ass for everything? It's so bad. And it will drive you crazy. I still remember thinking that, I've said this story a million times. I still remember thinking like 10 years ago when I went to Warsaw, I was like, God, Poland. This is like a third world country. This is going to be horrible living there. And it's like in fucking third world country Poland compared to the United States. I could get anywhere I wanted in Warsaw at any time of the day on their public transport. I didn't know that was possible, right? Like I learned how to use that public transport in like 2 days, and I can get anywhere in the city at any time of the day I wanted to. If it's like midnight, I might have to wait like 15 or 30 minutes for a thing. But like in the US during prime time, I might have to wait an hour or 2 hours for a fucking bus. It doesn't even have as many fucking routes. Yeah, I don't know. Jesus Christ. Do you think fixing public transit would do more good or fixing housing? The thing is I don't know if you can fix public transit with housing the way that it is, because buses are going to be backed up everywhere. Like everybody's so fucking spread out. Like a bus works well. Play a video game like City Skyline or The Sims or whatever. I'm sure SimCity probably is too. If you're sending a bus to a fucking residential district, how many different stops are you going to have to go on to pick everybody up, right? Whereas if you're like outside like 2 high-rise apartments, like you're full, like boom, like it's so much more efficient to have high-density housing and then public transport that works for that high-density housing. Yeah. Google, Melbourne, Australia, suburbs galore, but public transport is fine. Trains going everywhere. If not, there are buses. It's not a problem with suburbs. It's an American issue of being retarded. Is that actually true? What is Australia's population? 26 million people. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Traffic congestion in LA is a massive fucking joke. I know it's nearly impossible to fix, but it needs some kind of addressing, hopefully over time. Yeah, I don't know how people that are in cities, like, especially now that I've driven in traffic here for 3 years, why do you think adding a lane is going to help? Like, what do you think the congestion comes from? We just need more. We just need to go wider on our traffic, and all of a sudden it's gonna, like, you're still bottlenecked at all the areas. Like I don't know if everybody should take like 2 weeks of a civil engineering course or be forced to play again one of these city builder video games. Like, bro, like you can't just like. Why do you think adding a fucking lane is gonna help anything? Oh my god. Yeah. The steroids issue in the States makes walking the in-between distance aids when taking public transport, in my experience, destiny. Sure, maybe, yeah. Pretty crazy. You can take a train from Paris to London in an hour, but in America, you're lucky if there's even a train going from the start. Yeah, I don't know how these other countries afford it. Like in Sweden, if you want to go from Stockholm to Gothenburg, there was like a train running, like it was like every 2 hours, and this is going to like the other end of the country, kind of. Like I don't even know why they do that. I don't even know if that's profitable, but you're still able to do it. Like you can hop on a train and you're there in like quicker than renting a car and driving. Yeah, I don't know. We just need to add a few more lanes to the 5, guys, and everything will be fixed. Okay. Bro, when your entrance ramps all have fucking stoplights to fucking send the cars in one at a time, you've got to know that your shit is fucked, right? Like, you must realize that. Like, Jesus Christ. I don't know, man. Whatever. Okay, book smarts.
What's up?
Hello, book smarts. How are you doing?
Good. Just to warn you, I have been smoking jazz cabbage, so I am a little bit off.
Okay, but you smoke all the time, so you're probably as good as you'll ever be.
No, because I'm just back from Europe, so it's still hitting a little.
Oh, damn.
A little hefty.
Okay. What is getting high like for you?
It really changes depending on how much tolerance I have. So if I don't have any tolerance, then it's kind of crazy. Like borderline like hallucinations sometimes if I smoke a lot, but once I have tolerance, then it's kind of like a little like 1 hour dopamine hit, I think.
You don't feel like any kind of like psychedelic experience or like your perspective doesn't shift or anything like that? It's just kind of like, it feels nice.
If I smoke a lot and like my brain wanders for a while, then yeah, but like having something to focus on, I think keeps me pretty grounded, but without that, yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Well, what's up?
Well, so I've watched through this conversation quite a few times and I have the line by line thing ready. I just haven't streamed it yet. I guess we could start with like what you saw the major issues to be, and we could see if we align on that maybe.
I think the major issues were that I think there was two big issues. The first and foremost was both sides were incredibly adversarial coming into that debate. So I think there was little desire to figure out what either other person was saying, especially from Riley's side. It felt like she was kind of going for a lot of gotchas, or like, so you're saying pedophiles. Like it felt like there was like a lot of gotcha rhetoric going on there, or argumentative style. The second big thing was they needed to hammer down terms very early. Because like, unless I'm remembering incorrectly, by the end of that, I'm still not sure what either of them thinks like sexualizing or sexual assault or any of that means. I don't know if anybody ever gave like a definition of that. Like that was still like pretty open-ended. But yeah, I think those are the two big takeaway things that I have from that.
Okay. And if you were to put fault on one person or the other for causing the conversation to go like not so great, who gets more fault there?
I would say for the first half, I would lean pretty heavily towards Riley. I think she could have done a better job. I would say towards the second half, I'm probably leaning slightly towards Doe. They could have done a better job. Yeah, I think both flubbed in areas. Overall, it's hard to point out to one because the tone of the conversation shifted so dramatically in the second act or whatever. Yeah.
So in my mind, I would blame Riley for both halves, and my reasoning would be that she kind of I found a better way of wording this opinion. She takes control of that whole conversation. Like Doe doesn't really have a lot of say in like how deep they go into anything, because Riley has I think she worded it literally as like a logic tree afterwards. So she's just trying to guide her down that, and she doesn't really let her go. And Doe isn't super assertive, so it never really drifts off course from where Riley wants it. And
yeah, that was a huge thing I said for the first half of the debate. I think I actually stopped and said that like Doe needs to not let people cut them off. They like it sucks and it's hard to do, but like if somebody's gonna keep cutting you off over and over and over again, you can't explore or expand on any thought. You're gonna get fucked, and that seemed to happen a lot to Doe, because Riley was definitely like railroading. Or when Riley would demand, I remember there was one big part where Riley was like, is it okay? Fuck, I don't want to misquote her, but it was like, is it okay to do a sex act publicly? And she wanted a yes or no answer to that. And it was like, damn, I don't even know what they think sex act means. And I think my words were like, that could be anywhere from like you jerking your partner off in the front of a kindergarten class versus you like fucking somebody at like a secluded beach. I don't know, like, I don't even know what we're talking about now. And Riley's like, I need a yes or no response to that. Like, damn. And yeah, so that seemed pretty brutal.
Yeah. I have the quote for the yes or no part if you're curious.
Yeah, sure, if you want to.
Yeah. So Riley says, you're not answering the question. I need you to answer this question, this specific question. Are you fine? Are you fine if your partner gets off to their foot fetish in public and you're the person who intentionally causes it? Are you fine with that happening? Yes or no? So apparently it's about a foot fetish. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's like, and I can understand Doe's reluctance to yes or no answer that, because again, I don't know what that means. Are we talking about like I think my example might have been like giving your partner a foot job in a park with a bunch of kids versus like being in a secluded area, because that was just never expanded upon, and there was some mixing and matching of so many things, and it's like I don't know what the fuck. I don't even know what either of these people are necessarily arguing about right now, because there wasn't like a clear definition of terms and everything. Which
Yeah, and at least from my perspective, kind of trying to follow the arguments that Riley is making, like Doe always comes up with something where I'm like, oh, okay, well that's kind of like a reasonable response to that. Like with the kids thing, she's like, oh, or it's like, you know, I think you should avoid like doing it around kids or in environments where kids may be present. And if that's what you're going for, and that's part of the reason why you're doing it is because there's kids around, then that's really fucky. Like, she explains all this, but even in the debate and in the talk after, like it seemed like Riley and her partner didn't really understand these developments in Doe's perspective, and that kind of bothered me a little bit, because it's like, well, she did explain more about what she believed in, but it doesn't get incorporated because Riley already has the path she wants to push her down.
Yeah, this is kind of a critique I would give of Doe. I think I said this towards the beginning. I think that Riley has spent more time formally like developing her ideas, and I think Doe hasn't spent very much time like formally defending her ideas. And so what happened was, I think Doe was getting towards arguments that I think are more correct, but Riley had a more formal and rigid way of defining her thoughts. So Doe, a lot of the times, is kind of like wandering into what I would give as answers more concretely, but it hasn't felt like she spent a lot of times like solidly defining and delineating and, you know, having her everything in such a way that she can defend it more readily and easily. Which was a problem, I think, because Riley's like sharp logic train on everything helped her. I don't want to use railroad, but like helped her railroad those topics a lot harder. Whereas Doe felt a little bit more like, even though I think that I agree more with what Doe was saying, she didn't have like the formal way of exuding, I guess, her ideas here.
Yeah. But I think if she did, do you think it would go into like meta ethics and go as crazy as she said that it might go?
I think Doe is totally incorrect in that. You don't have to get into some crazy meta ethics debate. I think that if Doe could more, if Doe had spent more time like arguing with me, but if Doe had spent more time like arguing with somebody that kind of like held her to these rigid logic lines, I think she very quickly could have dismantled a lot of what Riley was saying, because a lot of the implications for what Riley was saying was just like crazy off the wall. Like there are just so many ways. Like I think at one point, I don't know if they expanded this, but I think Riley said something like a sex act can include sexting. So like if I'm in a restaurant and I sext my partner and there's like kids sitting like on the other end of the restaurant, am I engaging in a sex act in front of children? Like or when she was saying like when you wear certain clothing to appeal to somebody sexually, that's a sex act. Let's say I like my big booba and I wear like a low cut top with big booba, and that's like a sexual thing for me, and I'm like walking in public and there are kids around. Is that like involving kids in a sex? Like there were so many ways where if Doe, I think, had these more rigid or formal definitions, she could have immediately been like, boom, 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 boom. And then Riley would have had to either elaborate way more or it would have knocked down a lot of her argumentation.
Yeah. If she would have, or if it would have been more like pushy on things, I think that would have been better. Because like, and again, I came out of that feeling like Doe put a lot more sensible effort into the arguments. Like I feel like with Riley, because we don't get those terms defined and she uses terms for like literally everything, like she's got a lot of jargon going on that's super duper important and work behind the scenes on her own stream that she fails to kind of like give a TLDR of when she gets into a debate. So like she'll do like 3 streams or whatever where she's researching something and coming up with arguments and refining it and running it by the chat, but if she doesn't explain it super well, super briefly when she comes into the chat, then it's kind of all for naught. And that's how I felt about this, is like Doe made a lot of sense. A lot of the time when Doe was able to redirect the conversation, it got us to like more interesting points, like the one you mentioned that kind of pokes holes in what Riley's talking about with the clothes. And there's, I think, like a couple of others too.
But this is where, like, I would say, I mean, we can fault, I think the fault could be equal maybe, or maybe a little bit more on Riley, but like if I'm arguing with somebody and they're trying to say stuff like that, like one of the big ones was using somebody for a sex act what the fuck do you mean by using? That's like, we have to very strictly define this because there were so many terms that got played like fast and loose, and I couldn't keep track of the conversation because it felt like both sides could have been talking about anything at one point in time. Like, these are things we've got to be at the very beginning, like, oh yeah, hold on, define this. I need to know what you mean by this. And I think Doe realized that because I think towards the end of the conversation, even Doe was saying like, hey, I still don't know what you mean by this or sex act, or you haven't even told me like what harm is being caused. Yeah.
Or getting off, which was like a problem for a lot of this. Like,
yeah, what does getting off mean? Does it mean having an orgasm, or does it mean just sexually enjoying something? Or yeah.
And then we had all this lip service to how important it is to have a definition on sex act, and both of them really failed there to give something solid. It almost frustrates me a little bit to get hit with the this is very nuanced, therefore I cannot give an argument, because I'm seeing a lot of people, not necessarily Doe, but in general, like using that as a way to kind of hide a place in their ideas that they haven't thought about a ton.
So if I'm being generous to Doe, and I feel like this is legitimate of them to say in this conversation, when Doe is saying there is a lot of nuance, they shouldn't say that. What they should say is the words and terms, Riley, that you were using are so broad that I can't commit myself to a yes or no answer to your hyper-specific questions because they're not hyper-specific questions. They're incredibly broad, and my answer is going to change depending on what definition of the word you're using at any point in time. So, for instance, when you say, like, is it moral, is it okay to include somebody else in your sex act without consent? I don't know how to answer that question because I don't know what any part of that means. For instance, like if I'm jerking off to somebody's Facebook photo, is this using somebody in a sex act? Because Riley seems to say yes. I wouldn't say that that's immoral, right? But if you're walking by somebody in the street and you just fucking turn around and boom, come on them, that's using somebody. That's obviously not okay. But like the definition was so fast and loose. Yeah, I think Doe needed to lean way harder into that. Define your terms, please.
Yeah, I would agree. It's just I worry if she's worried that that's gonna cause the conversation to go like a million levels deep, because with Riley, like there is an answer for everything, but you're gonna spend a lot of time going through that. And she didn't. I mean, from the beginning, both of them definitely seem pissed at each other.
Yeah, for sure. Which is always gonna inhibit that logical thought process. But yeah.
Yeah, and I imagine Doe had that final personal example cooking that entire time as well, and so like the second that came out, I was like, oh, okay, so she or it is like sitting on this the entire time, and that's also driving maybe part of what we're seeing in the debate.
I think that so when that part, this is why I said I didn't like that second part of the debate that Doe brought up. I think that there are ways to incorporate personal stories. I personally like doing that to bolster an already logical point that you've made. So for instance, I've wheeled this one out a few times. If I feel like I've defended vaccine mandates or something like adequately, I might wheel out like, hey, I have a son, you have a child, we're supposed to protect them. You know, this serves that, you know? I think that that's okay. But when you wheel out an anecdote, you know, and you're like, you know, like, I watched my child in the hospital while they shoved tubes down his throat while he was puking up vomit everywhere, and I saw the tears squeeze out of it. It was like, holy, whoa, hold on, fucking, whoa, chill. Jesus Christ. Okay, I don't need the fucking novel of like the explicit, like X-rated details or whatever you're trying to tell me. It feels like you're going for something way different at that point. And I feel like, this sounds really shitty to say, but I feel like Doe hadn't really earned the ability to wheel out that personal anecdote because the arguments up to that point had been so like floundered on both ends kind of, that at this point bringing it out just felt like you were trying to like Hail Mary destroy the other person in the debate. That's what it felt like to me.
I can definitely see that. It sounds similar like to what I would say in tutoring with the conclusion. Like you earn a different kind of tone in your conclusion because you spent the whole paper arguing whatever it is that you're arguing, and the audience is informed. Yeah, I don't think we got that level of informedness to really buy into it. However, and I don't know what the average viewer's experience of it was, when I like looked at it, like I think you could have deduced from it like the main parts and seen the error that she's pointing out, but like Riley doesn't seem interested in doing that with like at any point in this. Like she doesn't ever really listen to Doe very much, so
Yeah, but I think the problem there is that Riley has like her rigid argumentation, and Doe just didn't do a good job at plugging into that. It might just not be the way that Doe thinks or argues too. Like, I'm not necessarily saying this is like Doe's mind should work this way. Like, different people put together ideas and arguments in different ways. But like a really good example was in the beginning. Riley said something in the early parts of the argument. Riley was like, do you think it's moral? Do you think it's okay to take a picture of somebody secretly and then jerk off to it? And Doe kind of got to the right answer, but I think like immediately responding with, there are two separate acts here. Candidly taking a picture of somebody is wrong. Jerking off to a photograph of somebody is okay. Jerking off to a photograph that you took candidly of somebody is wrong because you took it candidly, right? Having like a direct, logical response to Riley's argument right there would have advanced the conversation more than kind of the meandering tone that Doe takes, who in my guess is probably used to more casual conversations than Riley's like quasi litigious form of argumentation, I guess. Yeah. Sorry, that was a lot.
No, I flipped to that part of the conversation, was following along with you. It's tough because they're using very different systems to evaluate these hypotheticals.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like some people need to kind of chill out on the use of hypotheticals or metaphors because they're not being very clever with how they're using them. And this would be a good example of that, where it's like, I think that part of the hypothetical is that if you get an interesting response to it, then you have to consider what is the system the other person is using to arrive there. Even if your goal is to like make them look dumb, understanding that is going to help you get there. So her not listening to any of Doe's responses here was frustrating. Like, she's looking for one or two kinds of responses, and if those don't fit into those, she just throws them out without thinking about them. And I think if she would have thought about them, like, Doe gives her a lot to move forward with, but Riley just chooses not to engage with it.
Maybe, yeah. I really like hypotheticals, and I think that a lot of hypotheticals, there were a lot of hypotheticals that would have blown this conversation open very quickly, because depending on the hypothetical, they're very good at exposing like ridiculous thought. So for instance, like the idea of like if a woman wears a low-cut top. Actually, I think Doe did bring this one up. Like, if you wear a low-cut top, is that like sexual harassment? Like, or are you like violating somebody's consent or whatever? I think that's a good hypothetical to kind of expose the more extreme parts of whatever it is you're arguing. But yeah, I don't think the problem in this debate lied with whether or not people were using hypotheticals. I think it was just the total breakdown of not defining any of the terms, and then the very adversarial tone that both players took to each other before coming into the discussion.
Yeah. And I'm, of course, always advocating for the listening. So from my perspective, it's like, well, if we would have listened to each other a little bit more, and I think that in terms of listening, we have to put more blame on Riley here, which is why I'm like, in general, kind of seeing her as a person that could develop more based on the conversation. If she would have just listened to Doe a little bit more, she could have probably moved forward on some of the points that she wanted to make as well. Mm-hmm. Or better yet, compromise on some in-between ground between her and Doe, because she had some problems with her definitions and stuff that I'm not sure how long it's going to be before she like accepts exist, because that was a similar problem with her gender discussions before, is that the terminology that she was using in the definitions were really strange to people, and everybody would argue with her, and she would get really frustrated because they just could not engage with the terms. So this seems to be like a recurring problem.
Yeah, when it comes to gender stuff, I'm a little bit more forgiving because it seems like every single person has different definitions for everything related to gender stuff. But yeah.
How do you personally like get around it, or does that change your approach to those kinds of conversations?
I'll define everything as rigidly as I can in the beginning, because debating over definitions, or debating when you haven't clarified your definitions, is really boring because you're not actually debating anything at that point. And I try to identify, if I feel in the beginning that somebody is arguing something, I'll try to get to the root of it rather than arguing over the word. I think I've even done this with like Pisco, because I think he really wants to argue with me a lot about should we call certain people terrorists? And sometimes we're arguing over the terrorist as a word, but other times I'll be like, well, if you just want to mean like this particular thing, then sure, I'm okay with that. I try to like cut through the word itself, because sometimes people just want to use words and then it makes everything confusing. That sounded dumb what I just said. People want to use a word without clarifying what the definition is, and there's actually more agreement than not, or the debate should just be over the definition of a word because you all agree on the concepts. You know?
Yeah, and like you said, if you could just be more flexible and be the person that's like, all right, whatever, if you want to call it a flim flam instead of like a Jim Jam, then I don't give a fuck, because they're pointing at the exact same idea here.
You just have to be careful about the type of word you're using, though. So I remember we got into a disagreement before over the word manipulation, remember? If we were having like a private conversation and you were like, oh, well, don't you technically manipulate people, blah, blah, I might say like, okay, well, if you're using manipulation to be like, do I talk to people in a certain way to try to convince them of certain ideas? And yeah, I guess I'd agree. But in like a public forum, my worry is going to be like, okay, well, you're using manipulation. I can agree with that in how you say it, but that carries a far more broader connotation that is going to be lost outside of you and me. And I think I used that exact same point when I argued with Pisco about terrorist. Like, if it was like a world of Piscos and Destinies where when we say terrorist, we just mean like a certain type of thing, like that's fine. But in the real world, when people use terrorist, they use it in very politically biased ways, and they want to call like additional charges and shit to people, and I don't think it's good. So yeah, these are the words are words. Huh?
And I think part of like becoming more and more of an expert in any kind of field is part of what's leading to that. Like with Pisco, it's probably becoming more of a lawyer and understanding how that word is super duper important. And with Riley, it's all of her legal stuff as well. Or with Rem, it's the philosophy stuff. Like I think sometimes getting real into something can kind of take out perspective a little bit.
Yeah, or at the very least, you need to be able to acknowledge other people's perspectives or work within a certain framework with other people. Like the way that I'll be, like if I'm having a normal conversation with somebody, I might be a little bit fast and loose with some like philosophical terms. But if I'm going to talk with like Joanne or somebody, or like Rem, I'm going to try to be way more precise with my language because I know that we're speaking with there's a different like context, there's a different level of specificity and different connotations that are carried along with different words or more exact definitions that I need to be aware of. But that's just going to depend on the context of the conversation. Yeah.
Okay. And do you feel like Riley, I'm just like trying to, because I've been looking at logic lately, and it's not necessarily like my forte, and I'm always worried about it because the kinds of people that really care about those sorts of critiques are also very like picky and like mean.
Sure.
Well, I mean, it's like the kinds of people that write a giant bunch of paragraphs on your Reddit about something. I feel like they're like the very, very picky people, very like detail oriented. But looking at the logic stuff, who do you think performed better? Like, who do you think put forward better hypotheticals or made more progress or whatever? And then, like, how are you arriving at that?
I think Riley did a better job at building, like, her... okay, so I'll use a philosophy term here. Have you ever heard of the difference between, like, validity versus soundness?
No, but I can Google it.
Sure, I can just explain real quick, right? So a valid argument is one in which all the premises... like support the conclusion or deductively lead to the conclusion. A sound argument is an argument where the premises lead to the conclusion and the premises are true. So, for example, the argument that all men are immortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is immortal, that would be a valid argument because the conclusion flows from the premises, but it would be an unsound argument because premise one, all men are immortal, is not true. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I would say that Riley did a better job at deductively, like validly laying out her arguments that if you perform sex acts in public around children that are non-consenting, and if we agree that the violation of somebody's consent is an immoral act, therefore performing any sexual act in the presence where we can expect children to be is necessarily immoral. I think Riley did a good job at laying that out validly. But in terms of the soundness, I think that almost all of her premises were ridiculous. But I don't think that Doe had like I want to be very careful when I say this. I'm not insulting Doe's way of arguing or thinking about things, because I think there are totally different ways to approach problems and think about it. But I don't think that Doe had the style of mind to pick apart those arguments from Riley. Like, Doe seems like the type of person that when they want to argue or talk about something, they're kind of like speaking in kind of like a more like, let's kind of go through the ideas. What do you think? What do I think? And it's maybe like this collaborative or web process of like putting together what we believe the correct answer is. Whereas somebody like Riley or somebody like me is more like okay, premise 1, premise 2, premise 3, premise 4, conclusion.
Yeah.
Okay, premise 1, premise 2, right? And neither of those styles is necessarily better than the other. It's just different. But if you're connecting with somebody that doesn't think or argue like you do, somebody has to bridge the gap, or else it's going to be a nightmare, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Who do you think does a good job of that, in your opinion?
I mean, obviously, I like to say that I do. I don't do all the time, obviously. In terms of like, who do I feel like can talk to different types of people, and make them understand or put together,
like switch up styles like that.
Damn, who does this well? I'm trying to think. I think Dr. K on Twitch is really good at communicating to people. But I don't know. He's not really in a politics space. I don't know if I've seen him in like a challenging encounter. That's really hard to say. I'm not sure because I don't know who has. And I'm obviously biased towards my content. I'm trying to think of, or would you say, I'm curious, are there people that have conversations with like as many different types of people as I do? Because there are people that I talk to who I really like the way they put ideas together. So like I really like the way that Pisco communicates, or Joanne communicates, these types of people I really enjoy. But I don't know if I've seen them in interactions with other types of people where they're able to switch up really well. But I don't watch that much, so I just wouldn't know, you know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you're familiar with A4 Andre at all.
I've seen the name, but I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, he used to host like a little panel. I think he's good at that, like changing his approach to people based on who are the people that are in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Riley is able to try and do that. Like I saw her on this panel with a bunch of crazy conservative people, and she was like trying really hard to like get some kind of like optics wins with them or agreement on stuff. Like I think she can try that.
I think everybody can do this. I don't mean to say that like everybody has like a rigid, like anybody can do it. It's just you have to like, it's a skill you practice for sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because it makes stuff more fun too. Like I can't imagine if I was always stuck in the gear of like being a mean like debate bro person. Like no offense, but like it seems like it would be difficult to keep that up all the time for most people. Especially since like you're so prone to, once you start losing, I think you could get really tilted. Because if your whole thing is being right and stomping everybody and being loud, and then you start looking like a dumbass, then you're going to kind of spiral pretty quickly there.
Yeah, and it's hard too because audiences will reinforce the behavior as well. If you are a certain style of way, people will expect you to maintain a certain style of debate as well. Yeah.
And that must get annoying when you get to the point of realizing like, oh no, this needs to change, or like this really isn't working for me.
People have a really hard time understanding the need to change up. The best example I can think of for this, I'm sure there are other examples. I hate to keep using myself because I'm sure there are other examples. I just don't watch the other content. When I talk to like super normies about politics, like XQC or whatever, and they'll ask me a question where they'll say something like, I can't even think of an example. It'll be something like can the president pass legislation or something or whatever, or I don't know, like, or how does like Congress pass a bill, right? An answer that I tailor to a person like that is going to be incredibly simplistic. And if you listen to any of my conversations, like a normie politics person or a normie person that doesn't do much politics, my answer is usually pretty simplistic. But if you look at my chat, people in my chat will be like, Destiny, that's not actually 100% true. You got to point out this and this, then you have to get into the nuance of this and this one. And it's like, bro, this person has no fucking idea about any of those things. Like, we're just giving a very surface level, like an incredible, like basic overview of things. Like, you don't have to get into the weeds. But I noticed that, like, even in my audience, but like, I'll notice it in my audience that when I'm talking to people that aren't super well versed in things and I'm giving like pretty simple answers, people are getting upset where they're like, you're not giving enough detail. You're not going all the way into where you need to go. And it's like, oh, okay.
Okay, that's why they're doing the pushback meme, huh? That's what they say.
Oh, sometimes, yeah. If I'm having, that's true too. I might have a conversation with somebody. This is in a lot of my Lauren Southern conversations. Sure, people get really mad because they're like, "You need to push back against every single fucking thing." It's like, bro, chill, dude. Like, I'm not gonna be in a conversation with somebody where I'm trying to maintain a friendly demeanor, and they're being respectful of me, and I'm gonna push back against every single fucking point they bring up. Like, this conversation is gonna be like way more chill than that, like way more lax than that, and I'll push back on the things that I think are important, and then maybe other things I'll tackle in the future. But yeah.
Now, do you think that's super dependent on your style, or do you think that's like in large part dependent on who the person is? Because I feel like if people hate the person more, they want you to point out more of the disagreements, or they start hyper focusing on your stream about like times when you've criticized the person. They're like, why don't you bring up this, or why don't you bring up that? Remember you said this? Like,
yeah, I mean, that all plays into it for sure. That's why I say, like, there are times when, like Lauren Southern or some of these other conservatives, like, do really good investigative reporting sometimes when it comes to people that they don't agree with, but then they seem to turn a total fucking blind eye to their own side. It's like, wait, what the fuck? Like, I might link somebody an article saying, like, hey, look, this says vaccines are good. And in like 5 minutes, they're like, well, actually, I checked out that article and I noticed that 60% of their funding comes from an organization that actually has ties to 3 different people that were in charge of the board at Pfizer that were directly responsible. It's like, holy shit. But then I'll link them an article that says like Trump has a 32-inch dick, okay? And the article is like paid for by fucking Trump organization. They're like, oh yeah, this is true. Wait, what the fuck? Where did all the fucking, where did all the nuance go? Where did all the criticism go? Where did the investigation go? Like, the fuck? Yeah.
yeah, I think people have accepted that like critical thinking and stuff is a tool, but I think like a tool, they're kind of selectively applying it. It's not something that they practice with on everything. It's like when it suits them to change the outcome of like reality for themselves, to be like more hyper focused about the positives about something or more hyper focused about the negatives, then they just kind of selectively apply their critical thinking on whichever they want to accomplish. Like, wow, I wasn't able to make this guy look stupid in this debate. I guess I have to go look up a bunch of articles to make that happen. Like, unironically, I think the Vosh said something after the Econo Boy debate.
I know exactly what you're going to say. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, do you know the exact quote? I don't think
I don't know the exact quote, but it was something like after the debate. I think it's something along the lines of like, we're going to go up and we're going to research and read exactly why he was wrong. It was something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I read that too. Yeah. I think it was literally something like, we're going to go on Google, we're going to figure out exactly why every single thing he said in that debate was incorrect. And I'm like, okay, well, that's one way to do it. Yeah.
That guy's wrong, and I gotta Google until I find out why. Or
yeah,
like
yeah. It was something like that. Yeah, and I was like, all right. Jeez.
I think Diva Baba said something similar after I got my fucking booty blown out by your debate with me about like opinions there. And then she was like, so he flipped on his whole opinion and blah, blah, blah. The hater book smarts is like, bro, I get in trouble every time for being nicer to you than like I ought to in these debate reviews. And it's just like, and then she brags about not ever changing her mind on anything. Like, I'm not like those other people. I don't let anybody change my mind. I'm my own person. It's like,
Jesus.
Guys, why do you watch this person for debate when that is their take on like conversations and debate, that they'll never change their mind and whatever? Like, I cannot be the only one that sees like the irony in this, but.
Which is, yeah, I don't have to say it to you, obviously, but it's like such a horrible mindset to add. My go-to response, actually, a guy just emailed me this literally this morning. My go-to response is because people are always like, why don't you make YouTube guides on like your thought process? Or why don't you make like a YouTube guide on like this political time? It's like, bro, like my mind changes on this shit sometimes every 2 fucking years. Like I would be mortified to try to like codify anything I say into like a book or into some fucking absolute guide on YouTube, because the chances are I'd take it down in like 2 months because I would change my mind on something. Yeah, that when people get like really married to their ideas, that's a worry to me. I'd be worried if I was doing it with myself, and if I see someone else doing it, I'd probably be a little bit hesitant to believe everything they say.
Now, that is interesting to me, though. Do you feel a certain way about, like, formalizing your approach? Like, are you against, like, putting pen to paper or whatever, like, figuring out how you are actually approaching problems, or, like, are you approaching it free form every single time?
No, I mean, I think I have a method in my head by which I do research and evaluate my ideas and everything. I mean, I can write it down, or I talk about it a lot if it's like relevant to a conversation. But I try not to get like, I try to, the most important things I think that can exist in your head are ways to kind of audit your thought to make sure that you're staying like intellectually honest and you're not just getting completely lost down some circle jerk or ideology that maybe isn't true.
I find that the easiest solution to advise people on there is meditation. Do you feel like there's something that's less wooey that you could tell them?
I mean, meditation doesn't really mean anything on its own. I'm sure there are forms of meditation where that's really good. But I would need more information. I don't know what that means, right?
Yeah. I guess what I'm asking specifically is like to hone that. What are you telling people? Because for me, it's like I could explain a meditation for them that I think would help me in the moment, like to kind of just ground yourself for like maybe 10 or 15 seconds while somebody else is talking and like sort something out if you're feeling frustrated, or think on a point if you just got dumpstered and you're not sure why, rather than just like stewing on it.
The two huge points that I always bring up with somebody is, number one, if you feel strongly about something, you should be able to argue the other side better than almost anybody else that you argue against. So if you believe really strongly in an idea, you should know all the arguments on the other side and all the counter arguments to the other side every single time. This is why sometimes when I have a debate with people and they're floundering, I say like, listen, like the proper response should be this and this, but then I'm going to say this and this, and then you might counter with this, and then I'll have this, right? Like, because I know both ends of the argument. Because if you only know your side of the argument, you don't know your argument. Number one. And then the second really important thing is, anytime you have an idea and you feel like it's a really strong conviction, somebody should be able to ask you, what would it take to convince you otherwise of this idea? And if you don't have an answer for that, that should make you really uncomfortable, because you might be believing in some shit that you'll never change your mind on, even if you're wrong. There should always be some way to convince you out of something.
Now, is it important to be able to know what that thing is, or is it important to be able to think it up fairly quickly?
You might not necessarily know it offhand, but you should have like the ability to at least think about it. Okay. Man, there was a really good question. I don't know if I've ever publicly stated this. There was a really good question that the ex-Skillsman guy asked me a long time ago. And it had to do with like affirmative action related to women or minorities or whatever. And basically his question was, hey, so you think that we need to push women into, different types of jobs or different educational fields or whatever. And I was like, yeah, I think that's definitely good. It's like, you agree that there's like a disproportionate representation now caused by maybe sexism or whatever, right? And I'm like, yeah, I agree with that as well. And then I think he said, you agree that like there's some level of like natural inclination towards different things, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's probably true too. And then he asked me, how will you know when your policies have gone far enough? And I had no idea what the answer to that question is. Like, well, I don't know. That's a really good question. Like, how do we know when we've done enough affirmative action? How do we know when we've done enough types of restorative justice? And now the problems are just endemic to communities or people. Even today, I still don't 100%. I try to think of these more. So I think in terms of business, like what's our key performance indicators? What's our KPIs? Or like what metrics are we using for success or whatever? And I try to keep that in mind more. But that was a really good question they asked. Like, I don't know. I've never actually thought about that before. And I should know the answer to that, right? If you're pushing for something, you should know like when your job is done. But yeah, I think questions like that are really good to make sure that you're not getting just completely lost down some ideological tree.
Oh, okay. I don't know if this is do you have anything I'm not allowed to talk about that's happened recently that you could think of?
No, there are some things that might trigger me, but otherwise I think I'm okay.
Okay.
Like if you're about to accuse me that like, don't you think Anna is all your fault? I might get a little triggered, but other than that, I go for it. Yeah, trigger away.
Why are you texting her afterwards, Steven? That's not very
true. Here I am to mindfuck her and only her. I needed one that I wanted to fuck with, and she was my unfortunate victim. Yeah. But yeah, go ahead. What's up?
The DPAC debate. What happened, bro?
I actually firmly maintain that I was way cooler in that debate than anybody in my chat was giving me credit for, and my subreddit immediately after. I felt insane because I thought that he was being an incredibly huge piece of shit, passive-aggressive motherfucker the whole time, and everybody in my community was insisting otherwise. I rewatched the first part of it, and I felt stronger. I was like, what the fuck? He's so fucking bad faith. And after I started rewatching it, I remember thinking like, nobody has mentioned David Pakman's subreddit or linked to it. I wonder if there was a thread there. And when I went to his subreddit and I read that thread, it was the biggest fucking sigh of relief I've ever breathed in my life. Because in his subreddit of people that are primed to hate me and already hate me, everybody there almost unanimously was saying, wow, David Pakman like lost his mind in this conversation. I've never seen him act like this before. And I like checked through these people. It wasn't linked in my subreddit. It wasn't my posters. I was like, oh, thank fucking God I'm not going crazy. So, I mean, I tried pretty hard. I don't think I ever necessarily lost my mind. Maybe my original tweet was a little bit poorly worded, but I think he was so unbelievably slippery in that conversation. It blew my mind. But, you know.
Okay. Don't like seeing you get all rhetorically, you know.
I mean, like, maybe I could have rhetorically played it better, but he was like aggressive, right? It's kind of like saying like if I'm walking across the street, I can avoid cars because I know when cars are supposed to cross and not, versus like, how can I avoid taking damage while somebody's actively trying to beat the shit out of me? And I think he was actively trying to beat the shit out of me. I wasn't just stumbling into things. Like, there were statements that he was interpreting in bad faith. There was no other explanation. Like, I think the judge one was a super clear example of that. When I was like, I think the judge showed a surprising amount of technical competence when he, you know, was calling for the expert witness. And then he was like, really? The judge that called pixels pickles? You think he knew everything about technology? Like, no, come on, bro. You know that's not what the fuck I meant. And other people in David Pakman's subreddit, I think, were even bringing that up. Like, I don't know why he was misreading this as this thing. And then like the ending of the conversation where he's like accusing me of being autistic, and then constantly during the conversation undermining me as being really mad against leftists in general. Like, you're not even responding to what I'm saying. I don't know. I think he was out of line in that conversation, but.
So starting from the back, going back to the front. Like,
okay, go for it.
I think that every single time that I've seen you appear on David Pakman, you do look a little bit crazy for hating lefty people. Is this something you're aware of?
Okay, there's a very good reason for that, okay?
Okay.
A lot of the time, David Pakman calls me. I'm in the middle of a league game. It's not going too well. Okay. Now, August has provided me specific instructions where he told me to stop fucking talking to David Pakman while I'm playing league games, and now I've taken that to heart. So I'm trying not to pick up calls while I'm playing league. So I do agree. There are conversations where I've talked to Deepak where I'm looking fucking horrible. The last one with Vosh, where I brought him up, I was in the middle of a league game. It wasn't going too hot. All right. I understand that, and I do acknowledge that. Yes, for sure.
And do you think that might have something to do with your autism?
Good one. Nice. True. Yes. I am autistic for enjoying League of Legends. You got me.
I just think that it sucks because every time I hear that you two are talking, part of me is really excited because it used to be somewhat interesting, and now it's just like, it's sad. He's almost like a barometer of sanity. Like, it's seeing the difference between your energy levels that makes me go like, fuck yeah, Steven's been having it rough. And
I think it depends too. Maybe we can do a breakdown together or whatever. So, man, I sound like listen, me and Deepak are cool, okay? So we're chill, okay? I'm just talking about his style of conversation. He's very good at being incredibly passive aggressive, and I don't think a lot of people see that. Like, very passive aggressive in a very damaging way. Like, imagine if during this conversation, like, I was bringing up the fact that, like, I feel like you're a little bit low energy. Like, maybe it's your blood sugar. Like, do you think you might be a type 2 diabetic? Like, I've seen, like, you on stream. Like, you know, I'm just like, he'll ask things like that, and everybody in chat will be like, Destiny, why are you getting so mad? I was like, bro, this guy's literally calling me autistic. What the fuck is wrong with you people? He's very good at being very passive aggressive in a very kind of like subdued way, and it feels like everybody misses that. And then I'm like getting needled like a motherfucker during the conversation. It's like, okay, whatever, guys. Yeah, I don't know. That's like a very frustrating aspect of talking to him sometimes, but
yeah, I mean, but he gets away with it because the audience allows that. I mean, have you ever considered taking some of your like blatant aggression and targeting it in a more clever way like that, or?
No, because if I'm mad at somebody, I usually want somebody to know that I'm mad at them. I don't want to be passive aggressive about it. So,
okay.
But I guess it depends. That's just not my way usually of like rattling people. Oh yeah, remember when he literally like when he agreed with me, he was like, "Okay, you're right." There were people that thought that like, "Oh yeah, he was being serious, Destiny. You convinced him. Why are you so upset about it? Are you guys actually fucking serious?" Yeah, fuck it, dude. Yeah, but okay, sorry.
That does surprise me that people aren't seeing that he's being that way. But I'm also of the mind that like for a lot of people in their communication style, that's the way that they can like make it known to the other person, because I think the other person is more often than not going to like pick up on that. And sometimes it's better to do it passive aggressive than it is to just be like blatant and have everybody jump on you. Like Hassan was good at this with you. Like using some inside joke that nobody knows about, and you scream like a banshee, and he's just like, what the fuck is up with this guy? He just said this random fucking thing. It means worm in Spanish, dude.
Yeah, but I think most people see what's going on. Corn Cob tried to do that in the last debate too, but yeah, I mean, sometimes people do it. Yeah, the passive-aggressive shit, so that they have like that plausible deniability afterwards. Maybe I'm too ego-driven, but like if I insult somebody, I want to insult them. I want them to know that I insulted them, and I want everyone else to know. Like the idea of like doing an insult and like trying to back away from it, I hate that plausible deniability shit. But I'm biting bullets like crazy. I don't give a fuck. The idea of like not standing by what I'm saying or whatever, maybe it's like an ego or honor or, you know, dipshit thing or whatever of me. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could ever do that.
How did you end up like making things up with Deepak?
I don't. People don't believe me when I say this, okay? Dude, again, I'll bring it up. Listen, half my family is Cuban, okay? Our default mode of communication is fucking screaming at each other like crazy. That's how we talk to each other.
That's what you said in the video.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the same thing with Deepak. I can have huge fucking political disagreements with people, and I don't hate the person. I just like disagree. I see Louis Rossman is in my fucking YouTube chat. I think he says some real dumb shit related to my NFT stuff. I saw comments about it. I don't hate the guy though. I think he's still cool. I think he's funny. I just disagree with him over that thing. But I think that a lot of people have like a really hard time sometimes either having disagreement, or maybe it's the way that I disagree, because instead of being like, you know, I disagree with you, I might say like, bro, you had a real fucking dumb idea about this particular thing. And then people are like, oh, he fucking hates him. And then communities online will amplify the fuck out of that. But yeah, it takes a lot to make me genuinely not like somebody. Like a lot, yeah. And it's not going to be just a political disagreement. So like, I'm fine. Me and David are chill. Like, I'm cool with it. Even if we had more arguments like that, I'd be cool. Like, I don't know. Arguing shit is fun for me. I don't take it too personally.
It does suck that your community like will go out and be like much worse than you about arguments and stuff. They're not the only community that does that. Like it, but
Lonerbox, we watched a clip of his earlier. I don't know if you saw that. They kind of echo some problems that I've had in the past. So something that I say a lot on stream, and I say this, but I don't know if people catch it all the time, right? I neg people a lot, right? I'm insulting, I get into huge bants or whatever. And I say this, even though people don't realize this all the time. I say this behind the scenes in DMs and shit. Almost all the time I'm checking with people like, hey, is it cool to joke about this? Can we have this type of argument? Like, is this too far? Whatever. If I ever go too far, let me know. Like, I'm almost always having those conversations in the background with people. But sometimes I'll notice that like people will try to like bite my style of humor, but then they get really, really, really mean. And I'll watch somebody do it, and I'm like, man, I'm definitely fucking around with people a lot, but I'm not just like being really mean, you know? That's like, some people don't understand that, and it's hard to explain it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when puppies are getting socialized, and some of them learn like how hard you're supposed to bite, and you know, when you have to like lose in games and stuff to make it fun for everybody. And then some people don't learn that. So they have like no balance, and they're like the puppy that like bites full strength all the way up to when they're an adult dog and they don't get along with anybody.
Yeah.
Huh. I think you should change up your strat with Deepak debates, because you do look like a fucking loon. I think you're going to have to work on that, bro.
I mean, I know I had the one bad talk with him, but
you look psychotic.
Yeah.
It's multiple times.
I think my last talk was fine, and a lot of people in his community agree that he was the one unhinged there. So I don't know. I think I'm generally okay. I just need to not talk when I'm playing League of Legends. Okay.
Probably. I mean, it's surprising to me that you found these like examples of nice comments. So you're just gonna sit on those, because I'm not sure if that was a great conversation for you.
I know you probably believe that, but I think given the passive-aggressive needling that he did against me the entire time, and how unbelievably disingenuous he is about almost everything he says, the biggest takeaway that I had from that conversation that would have improved it was, if I'm going to attack him on something, I need to have like a specific video clip that both of us listen to together at the exact same time, write the words down of, and then talk about. Because he is so unbelievably slippery, and his slipperiness like makes me look like a lunatic. Like it is, dude, fuck. But he does it in such a way that like there are so many examples of that conversation. One example is when I said like, dude, you're trying to undermine the judge or whatever. And he's like, I've always said the verdict was like going to be this particular thing. He's like, yeah, but you're trying to make it sound like the judge was biased. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And it's like, well, for instance, you said that the court is a farce. And he said, and his response was like, I just mean like farcical, like wacky. Are you actually serious? Are you really going to fucking say that? That is the most dumb fuck bad faith response you could ever possibly get. What do you mean when you say, nobody means that when they say something is a farce, that it's wacky? Like, when he's hitting me up with stuff like that, like, I think I kept my cool given how ridiculous that conversation was.
Now,
okay?
Maybe I have a different take, okay? And please don't be too mad at me. But when I heard him say that, to me that was like a Vosh moment of like, oh Jesus, he's just like using this word in a weird way. Because I think common parlance, you're definitely right. Like when people are using farce, they're not meaning it very specifically. But him being able to jump back to the specific definition and be correct, I think made it like pass okay in my eyes. But it was
But the problem is that like in the total, and that's what I'm saying with like the video clips, with the totality of everything else he said, and I think August in my video gave more examples, and we'd watched an example before talking to him. That is what he meant. He meant that the court was a joke, that the judge was biased, that the ruling was going to be biased, that he was disproportionately favoring the defendant. Like everything that he said has gone in line with supporting that. So I reject this idea that when he said farce, he just meant like, oh, comical. I think it was a much more glaring attack.
And he's calling him a clown and whatever. Like, yeah, I still think that the picture we could both agree on him painting is still like not great. He's gonna have to like answer for that. But he thinks he had his own clips, and he seemed to be personally offended that you, someone who hadn't even watched the entire thing while he's been covering it like the entire time.
But he was the one that was wrong on the facts. Even that initial tweet that he eventually gave up arguing on because he was so wrong. Like, that was the whole point of my initial tweet that started off. I think it was something, I said something like, hasn't he watched the whole trial from the beginning? What is this massive copium? Holy fuck. Like, because he was just stating something that was just blatantly untrue. And he was trying to make it sound like, what did he say? It was just an opinion? What? Like,
what was this tweet again?
The tweet was something along the lines of like, as the jury enters its 15th hour of deliberation, the defense has brought up the defense has opted for a mistrial over something that had already been submitted in evidence.
Well, he said that that there were like 2 submissions of this thingy, right?
Afterwards, he did say, yeah, but the first submission, the first mistrial with prejudice already included that particular thing. And they'd filed the paperwork on this mistrial that they tried to do, the one without prejudice. They filed that paperwork on Friday. Or no, that was the one with, sorry, hold on, let me get this straight. The one with prejudice was filed on Friday or Saturday. It didn't get to the judge until Monday. But that mistrial with prejudice, that included that video clip that they'd already talked about. This wasn't about a clip inserted into evidence already. It had to do with a modification of a video clip that was a key part of the trial. The way that tweet was phrased, that they just brought it up because they were nervous about jury deliberation, clearly that's not the case because they'd already brought the specific piece of evidence up in an earlier mistrial. You're making it sound conspiratorial.
So I'll be totally honest with you, and maybe this will be helpful, maybe not. I watched the debate once, maybe like once and a half. And that part didn't make sense to me when you two were going back and forth on it because I wasn't clear on what the facts were as somebody like uneducated about it. So to me, it seemed like, okay, well, Deepak is saying that there were 2 times that this happened. The second time is what's influencing his tweet. And then you're saying that like exactly what you said just now and like kind of making sense of which of you is correct was difficult in the moment for me. I don't know if that applies for other people in the audience who are being honest.
Well, I mean, like, what is your okay, hold on. Now this is a good faith test, okay?
Uh-oh.
Read this tweet to me and then just give me your thoughts about what this tweet means. And then I'll tell you what it means if you seem to not understand. Yeah.
I've been anticipating not guilty verdicts all along, but the Rittenhouse defense seems rattled by the fact that jury deliberation is into its 15th hour and have now demanded a mistrial over an exhibit that is already in evidence. Okay, so it sounds like they're shaking in their boots. They're not quite sure about how this jury deliberation is going to turn out, right?
Uh-huh. And now they're demanding a mistrial over an exhibit that it seems like they shouldn't be demanding a mistrial over, right? Because it's over an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Yeah, they're whining about something that's already in evidence.
Yeah, so the problem is that 2 facts. 1, they had already submitted a mistrial request over this exact exhibit
prior to any jury deliberation, number one. And number two, if an exhibit is in evidence, how the fuck can you demand a mistrial over it? It's already been submitted. That doesn't make sense. It wasn't about an exhibit that was in evidence. It was about the displaying of that exhibit and using like a Zoom feature on it that hadn't been approved first. That was the issue. So the tweet is just factually wrong.
I remember this from the debate. Okay.
Yeah.
So this last part, I kind of just like X'd out from my whole brain. This mistrial over an exhibit that is already in evidence. Because like, I get what Pacman is getting at, and if I was good faith, I could understand his tweet that like, well, we already have the evidence, the exhibit in evidence, but like you said, the way they're presenting it is being called into question. They're going to need an expert to present it that way, but the evidence is still in evidence. Like for me, I kind of understood that.
But this is not really the problem, right? The issue with this was that like, for this particular piece of evidence, so part of submitting evidence, the whole part of the early discovery trial of a process means that every single person gets to see everything that the other person has, right? Yeah. But a huge issue with this particular piece of evidence was that a highly degraded version was sent to the defense, so they didn't have the same version that the prosecution was working with for the entirety of the trial.
Yeah, I watched your coverage, so I definitely know about all of that.
So why would you try to just say like, oh, it was over evidence that was already submitted? That's so that's so misleading.
Well, because I'm going with what Pacman is talking about. And I don't even think that this last half is nearly as important as the first half, to be honest with you. And the first half is where like I understood.
But the last half is the incriminating. If the last half was true, then the first half is fine. If it was the case that they're randomly asking for a mistrial because now we're in day 2 of jury deliberation and it's over a piece of evidence that's already submitted, what the fuck? That sounds wacky as fuck. Sounds like you guys are just scared as fuck and you're just trying to, Hail Mary for a mistrial for no good reason. They did have a really good reason. They got a different video than what the fucking prosecution was using.
Oh, okay. Because I think there's a very clear lie or mistruth in the top part because of the way the dates are working with when that was submitted. So to me, that's why that half is clearly good for you because it
sure. But the contention will be that they tried to do a mistrial with prejudice, meaning the case couldn't be tried again on Friday prior to this, but it was on day 2 that they did a motion for a mistrial without prejudice, and that's the one that Deepak is referring to. So he would argue that like, oh no, well I was talking about the second mistrial.
Yeah, but didn't you tell me that even the second mistrial was like several days ago? It's just because it happened over the weekend, the judge wasn't going to get to it?
The first mistrial contained the same evidence or problem that the second one did, but the second one was on day 2, I think, of jury deliberation.
Okay, so his 15th hour thing is correct or no?
I mean, it's technically correct, but the setup for the tweet that they're doing it with something that they shouldn't be doing it for just because of that doesn't seem to be the case when they've already brought up this particular piece of evidence in an earlier mistrial thing. It's highly misleading.
So the entire thing hinges on the last half, and that's why you're very...
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, if they were demanding a mistrial for like, oh, we don't like that piece of evidence, bullshit. Well, fuck you. Who cares? You don't have a right to say shit about it now, right? It's already in evidence. You should have brought that up pre-trial. Now you lose. But if it is the case that, well, actually, it was over a different piece of evidence was given to the defense than what the prosecution used, that's totally valid to feel like not fair about, right?
Yeah. And then I feel like he loses when he goes to the entertainment thing, and I can't remember right, but if this was the defense to that gets a little bit lame. Like, aren't we entertainers? Aren't we entertaining? Like, sure.
Well, but the entertaining thing specifically had to do with the, with like calling the judge wacky and stuff, I think over and over again, and like saying, like making fun of the ringtone. But I don't think it's just entertainment. I think it plays very specifically into a narrative that this judge is like compromised. He's like a biased, horrible judge, and therefore, if the court case goes a certain way, it's because of judge bias. And we've seen that happening across the United States, like where people believe that the judge rigged the trial. Like a lot of people believe that. Even fucking college campuses are saying this is ridiculous. Not that exactly, but that like this is a verdict we should all be upset about, and we understand if you have trauma and shit. It's like, Jesus, nobody's even engaging with what happened at court. They all just think that the judge was like a fucking Trump fanatic because he had a ringtone on his phone that he's had set for the past 40 years. Not 40 years, because I don't think cell phones have been out that long, but for like 20 years.
The mass copy pasting of these kinds of crazy positions, I think that's really worrying to me. And it's something that it feels like on the internet we're doing a lot more and more, and it's everywhere. Like when you do something shitty and then you defend it with like some vagaries, like, and people copy paste that everywhere defending you, or these like crazy takes on this trial or other news stuff that just gets like repeated over and over again. Like, I think people have this thing where they just like copy paste thoughts of other people, and that seems to be what they're up to. Because it's very easy and you can cash in because everybody understands the language. So for him to just dip into like the modern leftist takes on this thing and then get a bunch of like understanding from other people about it or tweets out of it, I think maybe that's what's going on there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I agree.
TYT does that a lot, and they do it for the crazies. I've been watching IRI cover their stuff, and it's really, really funny.
In terms of them like pandering to or catering to like those kind of more crazy lefty opinions, or
yeah, like they say like, oh, this election was completely lost because this person got shadow money at the last second or something.
Oh my god, over fuck, I don't even remember. Was this Katie Porter or something? And was this in Nevada? Fuck, I don't remember. I know the scenario of what you're talking. Nina Turner? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, Nina Turner. Yeah, where they, even though she outspent her opponent and everything, they were like the shadow Jewish money at the end. It almost sounded like a fucking QAnon conspiracy. Like, damn, are we actually doing this right now? Yeah, Jesus.
And then they get to shitting on the Democratic Party afterwards too. They poop on everybody.
Yeah.
Like, fuck this other candidate. Fuck the people supporting them. Like, bro, you gotta chill out. You're like hitting other people on your team.
Yeah, but it's not on their team now because there's most of the quote-unquote leftists now online, they aren't liberals or Democrats. They're actually like anti-Democrats, or they hate the Democratic Party, or they constantly make statements that like the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are the same. So they're not really aligned anymore. And a lot of the entertainment online has moved in that direction as well. So I don't know if the Young Turks have as much. I think they're still pretty liberal, but like everybody else, so like on Twitch, right, people like Vosh or Hassan, or on YouTube, people like Kyle Kalinske or Brianna Joy or Jimmy Dore, like all of these people are like super aggressive towards Democrats. They shit on them constantly.
Now, do you think that the left and the right have moved at an equal pace with adopting those kinds of figureheads, or do you think that the left is catching up to the right in this regard?
It's hard to tell who's like fucking over their own party the most at the moment. It still feels like the Republican Party's big schism with Trump is probably going to do more damage to them than the progressive schism on the left. But I mean, who the fuck knows? Like, the whole world is watching for the next election, and I would be lying to you if I could tell you that I'm going to like predict it accurately. Dude, it's going to be crazy. I feel like this next, the next presidential election is going to be crazy. Nobody knows. Yeah, nobody knows what the fuck is going to happen. Is Trump going to run again? Is it going to be somebody that acts like Trump? Are they going to go back to the neocon ways, or is it all populism forever now? Like, yeah, I don't think anybody knows.
Do you low-key hope populism forever a little bit in your heart?
No, why? I fucking hate it. It's a cancer.
Yeah, but then you can get cooler stuff.
No, because it never works. That's the problem with populists. They come into power for a little bit, they can't do fucking anything, and then they leave because everybody's like, wow, wait, this actually is a little bit harder to do than the guy that promised he would give us the world as soon as he was elected.
Yeah, but you had to get the guy that promised the world to get like a little bit of that improvement, because that was radical at the time, right?
I don't know. I don't know if that's the way that it works. I'm not sure. I think you generally have to work within the system to make the system better. There are actors that can work from without the system for pressure too, but when it comes to politicians, you're gonna have to be a politician.
Yeah, I guess what I mean is like getting in a radical that cannot meet the standards that they set before they came into office is going to give you more policies further in that direction than voting in a moderate who set the bar way lower and then had to concede way lower as a result, right?
People say that, but I don't think politics works that way. We get this weird, these weird statements where people are like, oh, you have to make a really radical ask, and then you'll settle somewhere in the middle. If the ask is too radical, you might actually just swing back the other way, right? Like, it is true, and people today will pretend that it's not, but the ACA was an incredibly fucking radical change in American healthcare. The idea that we would pass anything even remotely resembling some national level healthcare shit, despite how stripped down it was at the end, was revolutionary for the time. And Jesus Christ, the blowback against that from both the right and left left has made me wonder if something like that is going to happen again. The idea that like that was like the position that we settled for, and then it was like really good, and now I don't know, maybe, but I think that if you botch some things, you can fuck it up a lot. I just think you have to be careful of that. It's not the idea that you push as far as you can and then hope that you'll move in that direction. You could swing back. Like a good example for that is like police funding. Like we did the ACAB shit, we did the defund shit, it failed fucking miserably. I don't know what future conversations are going to look like about police funding because now we've like tried one radical thing and it failed fucking miserably. So now I'm not sure,
I see.
But I don't know. Maybe, who knows? We'll see in the future, I guess.
Yeah, that's why populism's cool, because you feel real good about the dude. You're like, hey, I know this is a long shot, but hey, this seems possible. If anyone can do it, this guy can do it. He's got all the right people, like blah, blah, blah. That's the alluring part. It's like dying to, I don't know, morphine.
Sure.
It's very fuzzy. It's a nice way to go.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
And maybe when you wake up, it'll be a liberal paradise or a socialist one. That'd be nice.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know, man. Like I understand the socialist people, and I even to an extent understand the Marxist people. They want to like Thanos snap in something they think is going to help everybody all at once because all the problems seem very simple. Like I feel for them, but then they do such stupid shit. It's so difficult to continue to defend them. Like you would think that starting out with these principles and following really close to them, you could like navigate conversations really well, but so few of them seem able to do that really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I can empathize, yeah, but like most of our disagreements aren't going to come down to like what do we think the world should look like. It's usually going to come down to like a factual accounting of the problems and the solutions to those problems. Like me and any socialist all agree that like people should be able to afford like food and housing and clothes and education and good shit. Like we all agree, even Republicans agree with that. There's just going to be a difference in accounting for the facts or figuring out like how we should get there.
Why don't they do this thing where like they have these ideas as like an ideological compass to like point them in the right direction on policy, and then they just advocate as far as they can in that direction on whatever the issue or the policy is. Like I don't understand why they don't do that with more people. Like why they don't talk to a conservative person about how like different things can be, I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like if they set progress as just like moving a policy towards helping more people or towards meeting some of those ideals, like they're still making good progress and working within the system and like working with different people.
So this would be my mean answer. When it comes to politics online, people don't actually care about other people or any of that shit. I think that like fundamentally we have the same goals for the world, but when it comes to like our engagement with politics, it's very much like a team sport thing. And many people are just really far removed from any of the things that they talk about. Like the average, like, white suburban socialist online doesn't really give a fuck about like food stamps or homeless shit because they don't see any of that stuff. It doesn't actually affect them. And this is why you get people like Hassan or any other leftists will say shit like we can't accept compromises. We can't accept anything in the middle. We need a total takedown of the system. And it's like, damn, bro, like some of those compromises mean real material positive change in a lot of people's lives. I understand why you don't give a fuck about it, but other people might, That's where a lot of those arguments come from, I think.
I mean, I feel like they should treat it like cryptocurrency and the dollar. Like the dollar is probably going to be around for a long, long time, and getting rid of the dollar is maybe not going to happen. But you keep a little bit of that cryptocurrency, a little bit of that hype for the revolution. So if the revolution comes and you're like, oh, well, what's up, comrades? I got like a tweet history of like 3 years saying the right stuff. Don't gulag me, Like,
sure.
I feel like you could divide it up like that and be a lot happier, like engaging in these spaces than they would otherwise. Because I feel like they would fight a lot less too. Like, all right, whatever. So you think, in the 600 years from now, society, you want this and I want that, and that's whatever. I guess we'll debate about it when it's on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how much of this is content and how much is this like honest disagreement? Because sometimes I wonder if it's all just like, if it's all like the entertainment part that is leading everybody to infight so much.
Well, I think that for most people, it's just like, it's like a team sport, right? Like, fuck the other team, and like, this is what I believe in, and then we're going to signal to our team, and it's like community building and all of that. I think that politics online is largely just a tool to like play politics. It's like, I call it like pop politics. I think that's more what it is than anything else. It's not really like an actual honest engagement with the issues. It's more just kind of like, this is our hobby and our team and how we pass our time, basically.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of Econo Boy?
I mean, I like him a lot, but I mean, he's like a super, I think like a super liberal person, so obviously I will, right? But I mean, I think he's a cool dude. Obviously I like him.
How about as a debater?
He seems okay. Maybe like a little bit new to this arena and a little bit naive, so he's gonna have to work out like how people function. Because it seems like sometimes he is a little bit too earnest in conversations and doesn't realize when people are fucking. I think that's the talk I had with him last time. I was like, hey, like you need to be ready for people to do like this type of crazy shit because damn, yeah. But I think he's like a cool dude. He seems cool.
I think that he does. It's interesting to see somebody who honestly just doesn't engage with like the quips and stuff against him.
Yeah, but it's also sad because it feels like sometimes he's like. It feels like sometimes he shows up to a conversation and he's trying to have, you know, like he'll be like, hey, I really think it'd be better for the entire school if we had like more food options. I think it would make all the students happier. And then the other person was like, you would think that, wouldn't you, you stupid fat fuck? And he'll be like, yeah, I mean, I am, but I don't really know how that affects like the food choices of the school. Like, I still think it'd be like really good to do. And it's like, damn. And he has like, he feels like he doesn't realize that like the other person is like railing him or needling him, and he's just trying to have like an earnest conversation. And I'm like, damn, that's Jesus. Yeah. Watching him talk to Demon Mama, I kind of got that impression that like, geez, yeah.
And you get to like a kind of deep philosophical question there, though. Like, is it really better if he were to like argue with them, or is this like the other side of the coin and it's equally as good as to just not engage with it and force the person to like not be able to rely on that as a crutch? Because a lot of these like quote unquote bad faith people or whatever that do this shit, even you sometimes, if you're talking to somebody you don't like, you really put pressure on them and you make it difficult for them to have a conversation with you. Like, I think a lot of people do this, and being able to handle it in one way or the other, I think is interesting to see, because if that doesn't work for that person, they shut down. Like,
I mean, it depends on what I mean when we say like put pressure. Like, I would argue there are good forms of pressure and there are bad forms of pressure. It just depends on, I guess, what exactly we're talking about, right? Like, if I put pressure on somebody to provide a concrete example of something, I'd say that's different than like engaging in ad homs or refusing to engage in an idea and putting pressure on somebody that way, right?
Yeah, of course. But in both cases, whether it's good pressure or bad pressure, being able to handle that and navigate that, being unfazed by it, is like, ooh, that's very interesting. It's like fire doesn't work on this person. That's going to develop like a very interesting person.
Yeah, I guess it'll depend on how the audiences at the end of the day take it. Because like when I watch it, to me, it's like, Jesus. And then obviously when my audience watches me watch it, we're all like, damn, why is this person being like such an asshole for no reason? But then when I'll read the other person's chat, you know, all of them are like, yeah, fuck this person up. Like, this person's a fucking loser. Like, yeah, dude, you're getting him. Go. And it's like, okay, yeah, jeez.
Yeah. I think it also leads to getting that low-key nice thing that this other streamer says about you, which like I valued a lot more when I started than now, and I think I'm going to go back to valuing a little bit more. Like when somebody goes away from a conversation and they're like, don't say bad stuff about so-and-so, they're not that bad, and we talked and they were fair with me and blah blah blah. I think that can be really valuable for those kinds of people as well. Like having Dima Mama say like, of all the people on Twitch, you know, that Econo Boy was one who I feel like, you know, really had a fair conversation and didn't yell at me and blah blah blah. Like, I think
do
that's
they ever
the
say,
best you could do.
I don't think they ever say that though. I think that their takeaway, like, or somebody get me wrong in chat, has Dima Mama ever said anything nice about Econo Boy? It seems like
after the debate.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's nice if she did, because during the debate, like the conduct was pretty gross. So. Or not gross or shit, just like really just shitty, just bad, like not engaging.
It's like that in every conversation I've reviewed of hers, though. It's almost like a stylistic decision, unfortunately.
Stylistic decision. That's one way to say it, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that's made it a lot easier to review these debates, is to just chalk up like the good and the bad of all you guys into just like, oh, that's their style. He likes being hyperbolic. He needs a new hyperbolic word. That's what psychotic is now. It used to be mentally ill or whatever, and now it's not that anymore.
These people are mentally ill. I'm using it correctly. I stand by that. Hell yeah.
Degenerate, subhuman, you know?
Absolutely. Hell yes.
And now it's psychotic. Yeah, everybody's got their styles. If I'm rambling at any point, just let me know. Just DM me and I'll leave.
No, you're good. Probably going to sleep in like 20 minutes. So.
Are you realistically still leaving at the end of the month or not really?
Sometime like end of this month, early next month. My last date on this apartment is officially the 20th of December, and my other apartment is ready for move-in. So I think in 2 days we go to IKEA, and hopefully I can pick out a bunch of furniture so that our Miami place is set up. And then on the 3rd, I think I'm doing a show with some popular people in Dallas. I don't remember the names. Lauren Southern was just on the show. So I might be driving through Texas and then stopping by there on the 3rd and then driving through to Miami after that. But I don't know. We'll see.
Has having worked with Lauren helped you book any kinds of gigs or not really?
I don't think so yet. No, maybe some of the 2-on-2 debates, but no, I don't think so yet. But I do appreciate the argumentation or whatever helps me when I disagree with her on things, because I get different types of arguments or points that I never will get from left-leaning people. So I do appreciate that perspective. Is nice. And she's just like, maybe I sound like a simp here. I don't care. She's a relatively intelligent person. Like debates with her, even if we disagree, are pretty challenging. Kind of like with Rob Noerr. And unfortunately, like, I don't know what the fuck it is. I thought leftists were supposed to be more educated. Most leftists are just dumb as fuck. For as much as they say read theory, I'm not even convinced that half these dumb motherfuckers can read. They're just so stupid. And, you know, I disagree with a lot of what Rob especially and Lauren say, and a lot of it feels conspiratorial. But I feel like when I'm arguing with them, like I'm like having to do like, you know, like it's effort to argue. Like if I'm ever having a debate with Lauren over anything, I need to research first. I will never jump into those debates blind because I will always get fucking crushed. And it's the same thing with Rob Noerr. If I jump into a debate with either of those people and I don't know, I'm gonna get destroyed, even if it's something I'm pretty confident on. But for leftists, dude, I'll wing the fuck out of these debates, and they're just clueless. They don't know anything about what the fuck they're talking about ever. It's like, okay, I don't know. Sorry, that sounds mean, but
no, I mean it's your experience. It is what it is, you know. I think that it's nice to talk to somebody and they're like all there. Like you're like, oh, okay, there's a full ass person behind this.
And there's like a mind that I can work with, and even if we disagree, at least I see what's going on. There's like a
yeah, because you don't get that from a ton of people, and I think unfortunately that ton of people has filtered up to the top of Twitch on the lefterly side. Like, I hate to always bash him all the time, but that's what the serfs feels like to me when I see conversations with
dude.
him.
Yeah, like that. And that's like the perfect example is like watching him versus Lauren. Oh my God. I was actually cringing. Like the serfs had literally done victory dances around the entirety of the YouTube sphere, like pimping himself off on this fucking Indigenous Peoples of Canada shit. And he just knew nothing. It was so embarrassing. Yeah.
And they give us so much shit about platforming or working with these people, but I really do feel like they make them look better. Like
comparatively speaking,
yeah.
Somebody was tweeting that out. There were some people tweeting and amplifying that yesterday after my corn cob debate. People were like, I'm getting worried that the left doesn't know how to make arguments anymore, which is ironically like that was my birth. That's where I came from, was providing good arguments for the left is the only reason I got popular on the internet. So it's like, Jesus. Yeah.
Now, who's a part of the core that you're happy to see like growing up into other argumentative beasts?
Nobody, because unfortunately, I don't think these people grow that much. Like the people that I like, that I think do a good job at arguing, are like the people I usually always shout out are Pisco, the Kyosin, the Australian guy. Wicked Supreme, I think, is a smart dude. I like Hutch, but he like mainly does gaming. Silly Serious, Joanne. These are people I like, but they don't seem to gain as much traction. I think that like right now the aesthetic is just like the socialist shit. That's what people want to see. Nobody really gives a fuck about like, oh, you want to do some boring policy analysis? Well, let me tell you about how I want to put every single homeowner against the wall. You know, like it's just so much more exciting. You know, even when you look at, oh, actually, I'm curious about what you think here. And I don't know if you're too new actually to the scene to even have the best opinion on this. Vosh, I used to disagree. I absolutely disagreed with almost everything Vosh said, but he was more like a Lauren Southern or Rob Noerr, and then like I disagreed with him, but there's going to be like an argument that I'm going to have to tackle with here. Like his brain works; he's a decently smart guy. Like if we disagree, I'm going to probably have to do some research, at least a little bit, to argue with him. Dude, watching him today talk and argue about shit is like brain rot. It's like I feel like he's like a slightly smarter version of Hassan when I listen to him. Everything has gotten so like dumbed down. When he talks about me, it's just a stream of like insane projection and ad homs, and it's like, damn, like it used to be if Vosh would disagree with me, like, yeah, he might call me some names, but there's like good disagreement there, and I would have stuff that I would have to answer for. But now it's just him calling me, what was the last thing he called me? He was like, it was like a midget, meth addicted, like coom lord or whatever. Like, dude, are you serious? I don't know. Damn. Yeah.
Now, I'm curious. This is just a conspiracy theory because I have no fucking idea. I'm not this large. Does that have anything to do with audience growth? Like, if you have that crutch of like hundreds or thousands of people that you can get to tell you that you're sane on every single issue, and you look into that like crystal ball too much, does that begin to distort your like view of reality? Or
maybe that's what I said earlier when we were talking about the RGR versus Doe stuff, how something you got to be really careful of is if you have a particular style of doing things, your audience can absolutely reinforce the fuck out of that. Yeah.
Okay. And it's cool to see that you brought that back to Doe immediately, because this is something I'm thinking about more and more is like, I don't know, the audience is like a serious crutch that we can lean on. Even mid-debate, like it's also something that can be distracting. Like Anna gets distracted all the time, you know, with what the hell the chat is saying or doing. Riley does at times too, and it sucks because it derails everything. I do it when I do reviews. Like I think they can both like distract us by pissing us off and distract us off of like making good arguments, because they say it's done at like 70% when we know in the back of our mind we need to put in like 30 more to like figure everything out.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Have you ever thought about getting into doing debates, or is that not something you'd ever be interested in? It seems like it'd be fun to try.
Now that I have streamlined the debate review stuff behind the scenes, yes, I think so. But I kind of want to just try hosting stuff and not being like a mod, not being a little like cucked bitch sitting on the sidelines, because I think people like they have this whole dead zone of mod activity that they're not cool with. They either want them to basically do nothing, but if they really do nothing, they get pissed, or they want them to like interrupt at just the perfect time every time that there's like them talking over each other, and I just don't think that's super duper possible. I would rather just intervene and like redirect a conversation. So that's something I want to try.
Yeah, so here's my fucking problem, okay? And I will jerk myself off here. I think I'm really good at moderating debates and moderating disputes. I think it's something I'm exceptionally good at. And when I've been spontaneously involved in that, I think I do a really good job. But the fucking problem is that when I tried to formalize that process, I made a show called Destiny Moderation.
Yeah.
The only people that would come on were people that agreed with that style of moderation, and then they didn't need it because they were incredibly polite and like allowing the other person to get words in and respectful to the other person. It's like, oh, well, fuck. Well, now I'm actually not doing anything. Like, I think my whole inspiration was I moderated a dispute between fucking, I think it was BX Bullet and Tree of Logic. And I was like, hey, like, these two people fucking hate each other. And being in between both of these people and trying to make their views commensurate with them or trying to get them to, like, respond to the other person's points, this is actually really fun. It's kind of challenging. I need, like, these people to hate each other. But then when I started doing my show, Destiny Moderation, I get, like, the most timid, mild-mannered, very polite people that aren't going to be shouting at them. It's like, okay, well, now the whole point of this is fucking wasted. So I would worry that, like, I'll give you a tip, I guess, if you're trying to get into it. You have to recruit people that you want to, like, showcase your moderation software. Because if you told me the type of show that you're doing, and then I joined it, I would be tailoring my attitude towards what you're saying, and then you would end up being what you don't want to be, which is a moderator that sits there and does nothing because both of us are being really kind and respectful to each other. Yeah.
Yeah. I've thought about this exact thing. I don't know if this is crazy, but I was thinking about using like kind of strict time limits to get people to like be more fast paced, because I think like if you ever need the additional stress, I feel like the timing is what gets people stressed out a bit. Like this is something that I used to do when I was tutoring kids with tests, is like They can do really good if they know that there's no time limit, but the minute that you're like, all right, so you have 15 minutes for this test, that gives you about 60 seconds per question, they like lock up and they perform differently. I wonder if that's a way to like stress people out a little bit, or screening for disagreements before you bring them on.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. You could try it, but the I think Hans might try that with the time limit thing. The only problem with why did I not like the time limit thing? I like a back and forth conversation. I don't like time limits because sometimes it feels like it gets very political. When I say political, what I mean is that like they're not actually responding to each other's arguments. They're just using the time limit as an opportunity to say as much as they can, basically. But maybe you can find a way to make that work. Like, I'm not saying that it's a totally lost cause. I'd be interested to see it, I guess, yeah. Don't let me ever discourage you. These are like things that would be challenges you'd have to overcome. But yeah, I'd be curious to see it.
Yeah. Luckily, I've built this streaming thing like a crazy person, and so I have a bunch of like helpers and stuff. And the idea of planning these out and getting everybody and their schedules and stuff together is looking a lot easier now. So I'm like, okay, finally in a position where I could reasonably do that and not be super stressed out. Because the debate review things too, I've gotten them down a lot with like how many hours they're taking out of me, and I still get to go like line by line and watch it 3 times like a crazy person.
Yeah.
How do you encourage other streamer people to like push the boundaries of what they can do or what their content is?
I mean, it's largely up to them and what they want to do, right? Or what do you mean by that?
Like, if you knew that like a friend, like another streamer person, or maybe even just a creative, maybe it's like an artist that does commissions or something. If you knew that they could be getting like more money for their time, or they could be doing more good or more with their business, like how do you encourage them to do that without being weird?
I say what I can, and then I think ultimately they have to make those decisions. But I try to push a little bit to show them how good it is. But then I have to hope that they can figure the rest out on their own. Let me try to. The best examples I can think of are like, I had a friend that did. People probably know who I'm talking about, but I won't name it, so I don't want to make it weird, right? I had a friend that did music and art very, 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 very well. But they really wanted to edit every single fucking YouTube video that they put up on their channel. So they had this wildly successful YouTube channel that was getting like 10,000 views a month because they put up like one video every 6 months. And I think I was like, hey, don't do this. Get somebody else to edit videos for you. Like, anybody can do this. Yeah, it might be like a 10% drop in quality, but you can do like 10,000% more work. And I think it got to the point where I was like, hey, have my YouTube editor work on videos for you to show you how easy it is. And usually once you've like led somebody a little bit in one direction, they'll start to see like, holy shit, like, this is actually something that works so much better. Or Melina is a really good example, where Melina can have trouble doing different things or handling like a ton of different types of responsibilities or whatever. And something that I told her is like, hey, like, if you don't like doing emails or you don't like figuring this shit out, get somebody to do it for you. Like, do this, like, delegate these responsibilities. So she's got like an assistant now that I found her. I basically get, here, have an assistant. She can do your email. She can do whatever. And it's helped her a ton, like sorting out different things. And hopefully she continues to move in that direction. But yeah, I mean, like, all you can do is like suggest, like, try this and then push people in a direction, give them some help, and then hope they keep going. But yeah.
And at what size do you recommend people do that, if you can at all?
At some point in your growth as a small business, you are going to be doing so many different things that there are going to be some high expected value things where every single minute that you put into this is going to generate you more revenue or more peripheral business help. But you can't do it because you're doing something that somebody else could do for you. Does that make sense? Have you ever heard of the term opportunity cost?
Yeah, all this stuff.
Yeah. Let's say that right now my business earns me $5 an hour and I work 10 hours a day, okay? So I'm earning $50 a day, okay? Let's say that I spend 1 hour every single day on stuff that an assistant could do, all right? But let's say that assistant would cost me like $20 an hour. Well, I'm probably going to be handling everything because it's not worth it for me to hire that assistant. But let's say that I continue to grow and grow and grow and grow. And let's say that I get to the point to where now I'm earning, we'll say $1,000 a day. I earn $1,000 a day, but I'm still spending 1 hour every day doing stuff that an assistant could do for $50 an hour. Well, at that point, if I'm earning $100 an hour from work on average, and I could pay an assistant, you know, less than what my hourly wage would be if I was doing the stuff that makes me a lot of money to do that thing, then it's time to move over. This is a convoluted example. If I draw it out more, I could show you exactly, but maybe you understand what I'm saying. But like, it all comes down to opportunity cost at the end of the day. Like, I could edit and learn to do everything for my YouTube channel, but every single minute that I spend editing, somebody else could edit for me. I'm the only person that can stream as Destiny. Nobody else can do that for me. So why would I take away time doing the one thing that I do the best, that makes me the most money and gives me the most opportunity, to do something else that I could pay somebody to do? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
The biggest contradiction that exists for small business owners, though, is that if you are a small business owner, you already are incredibly abnormal, and that you probably enjoy a high level of micromanagement over the things that you do. And being able to micromanage different parts of your life is one of the best ways to become a small business owner. And then it's one of the worst ways to manage your business. So these talents like run totally contradictory with each other. The people that care the most about what they do and the projects they manage, those are the ones that are going to be able to turn it into their hobby, into a profession. But once it becomes a profession, that desire to micromanage will stifle and destroy your growth. You have to be able to let some of these things go to other people. It's very, very, very difficult to do.
Yeah, you got to accept that you're a dumb fuck too. It makes it a lot easier.
Sometimes, yeah.
That person can handle it. I'm a dumb fuck. Or I don't have time. I feel like when you make this reckoning about your time and what it's worth and which tasks are assigned what dollar amount, I think you're also at the stage where you can probably be like, oh, I don't have time. Like I've spent my time on other stuff. So this thing is just left over. I don't even have time to worry about how this is being executed. Like,
I think sometimes it's good if you can try to think in more discrete dollar amounts too. Can be good sometimes. I remember this was like a random thought experiment that I ran with a friend a long time ago. She was complaining to me that she fucking hated her roommate. And I think she was paying like $1,000 a month in rent. And she had the opportunity to move to another single bedroom apartment somewhere else, but it was like a $300 a month increase. It would have cost her $1,300 a month in rent. And she complained about this roommate all the fucking time. And I remember I asked her, let's say, okay, you came home today, you fucking hate this roommate, right? If you gave me $15 to remove this person from the house for the day, would you do it? And they were like, yeah, without a second thought. I was like, okay, what about for like a week? Would you do this? And it was like, yeah, probably. It's like, okay, if I charge you like $15 every day to get rid of this roommate, would you do it? And it's like, yeah, you know, maybe, right? Well, that's $450 a month, right? For this extra premium, yeah, like for $10 a day, you could get rid of this roommate by moving, you know? Sometimes we have hard times thinking of money in long periods of time or like spreading things out like that. But it's the same thing with like personal assistant stuff too, right? If it costs you $300 a month for a personal assistant, you know, let's say that would you pay somebody $10 today to do all of your emails and all of that business bullshit for the day and just give you a list of tasks? Like most people are like, yeah, fuck, I probably would actually at this point, you know? Now, if you're at the beginning of your career and you get like one email a week, probably not. But at some point, it's going to reach a level where you're like, man, if I just have someone else to do this for me, it would be so fucking worth it.
That point for most people, I think, is much sooner than they anticipate as well. I don't know.
Yeah, it can be, just depending on your like size and everything and the level of growth, yeah.
Because to be clear, when I did the essay writing thing, I got to learn a lot about like, oh, you can't micromanage people. It seems like that's the 5-head way to do it because like, I don't know, on movies and stuff, you see that it's the person that knows everything that's going on and whatever, and they're constantly giving input and you want to be that, but that's not really realistic.
Yeah, because in movies, it's always like if you look at like Tony Stark, he does like everything, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's not what a good business owner is. And this is you even learn this in if you do like I learned this in food service and management. Your ability to be a good leader is not your ability to do every single job. It's your ability to find the best people to do the job. That's what makes you a good leader. Some people are really good workers, and they'll always be really good workers, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you want to be a good leader, like being a good leader is not being a good super worker. It's being a good delegator. It's being able to figure out it's being able to find the people that can do these jobs the best and then get them in the position to do so.
Yeah, it's like very people focused.
Sure.
It almost makes me wonder how people like Steve Jobs could walk this line of being like so abrasive to so many individuals, yet still able to like make all that happen. Like, a lot of like dickish famous people are like that to me.
So as somebody that's not a billionaire and, I probably never will be, in my personal bullshit opinion, when somebody becomes successful, they look at every single trait they have and they pretend that all of those traits were important to becoming successful, when in reality, they probably became successful despite some things, not because of everything. So like, I would argue that I'm incredibly successful in what I do, but I would be a fool to write a book and say, number one rule of success, get rid of discipline. I've had no discipline my whole life, and look at where I made it. One of the first streamers to do it full time, blah, 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 right? The reality is that if I had more discipline, I probably would have been way better off in a lot of areas of my life. And it wouldn't surprise me if people like Steve Jobs were like that, where it's like, man, this guy is a fucking huge piece of shit. That must be the best way to run a company. It might be the case that he was actually an incredibly creative, talented person, and if he would have been nicer, maybe he would have done even better. Maybe everybody wouldn't have fucking hated him. Maybe he would have got a friend or a doctor that was close enough to him to tell him to stop eating apples to cure his fucking cancer. Who knows? Like, there might have been different ways that his life would have turned out.
Think about that with lefty creators. Man, it'd be cool if they all went to like protests and stuff, or like, man, it would be cool if they all like, if it was normal to do like regular political stuff with your normal stuff. Because I feel like this website could get to a point where like it's like 80-20. Like, I remember at one point your stream was quite a bit of like reading stuff online and doing research for debates, balanced with like video games and debates and whatever. So I really do feel like at some point we could hit like an equilibrium where people are into that kind of content as well. It's just like nobody tries it or innovates it or makes it fun for the audience, and so it just doesn't happen.
I try to do that. I think we do that more today than we ever have in terms of like reading articles and watching videos and doing that. I haven't had any hardcore debates that I've had to prepare for, but like I am a really big proponent of like, hey guys, like let's read through this article to figure out what's being talked about, because sometimes just reading the article can give you more information than most of the people talking about it.
What do you personally do to make it interesting for people?
Nothing. We just read it. I don't know how to make it interesting.
But you're an entertainer.
Not all the time. Sometimes it's just an educator. We're just gonna read a fucking article. Stay bored. Yeah. Maybe there. I've actually thought about ways to make it fun. I used to have like a League of Legends, but this is like so much higher. I would never do this. I used to have like a gamble thing on my website where you could gamble on the outcome of my League of Legends matches. It was just like points or whatever, but you could like, it was like my League of Legends. There was a whole thing built to my site. You could pick which champions are going to win, et cetera, et cetera. I thought about having like where I'll read an article and there will be like a quiz at the end, and it's like a 10-question thing with basic questions from the article. And then, you can track people's grades over time. It would be a way to get people like engaged with what I'm reading, but I would have to like manually do the questions and all sorts of shit. There'd be so much work that would go into that. I would never do it. But that would be like a fun way to get people like plugged in or engaged, I think. If you had like a scoreboard and shit, like that would be funny as fuck.
Oh, okay.
It would start to resemble real school too. I bet you at some point, like if I were to start giving away prizes, the meta would develop to where people would probably pay like other people, like, bro, can you take notes for me? Or like, can you tell me like people will be cheating off each other's quizzes and stuff. Like, that'd be funny. Yeah. I guess that's what your job was, right? Like you were an essay writer, right? Yeah. So I would probably develop to that point. Yeah.
Interesting to hear you say all this. Because this is, again, something that I thought about behind the scenes is like, if we gamify stuff a little bit more, we could probably stretch out some things that are a little bit more boring. Like that was part of my thinking with like the Hans format of panels. Because like, I think it is important to bring timers into it because that's how like a lot of games happen or like game shows. But it's about doing it right. So like looking at real game shows and seeing how they work, or looking at like fun games that you play with other people that really work, and like taking more from that, I think is helpful.
There's like a broader point away from this that I think is important, and I'm really not one to talk, or maybe because I've done better with my gym stuff, maybe I can argue from that point. I think that something has gotten lost in society when we're playing on these dopamine urges so much for every fucking thing that we do. The best example that I can think of to compare this with, and I don't mean to sound like an elitist, but there is like a special feeling that you get when you turn the final page of a book that is unmatched by watching any TV show or movie or Reddit meme list. And I think that a large part of that is just like the sit down, like active, deliberate mental engagement with that medium, it demands more attention and discipline and routine from you than most other forms of media. And the reward is there for it. And I think that it's so easy to run down the gamification stuff, and it's so easy to run down the like, this is fun and this is cool, we need to make everything like that. I worry sometimes that we program people really hardcore to only do the gamification stuff. I think on stream, the best example of me doing not this thing is, man, have you ever read any profile pieces in the New Yorker?
Yeah.
I feel like that's probably like one of my favorite. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Is it like a magazine? I don't know what it is. A magazine or media or what? I just know that they do really good profile pieces. They have a really good one on Kyle Rittenhouse. And we read one on Barr. We read one on Soleimani. And I think there was one other person. I think it was on Enoch. And these pieces, it takes like an hour and a half to read these pieces. It's a long read. But by the time you finish it, I feel like this has actually been like a really good, like this was more satisfying than any 10-minute YouTube video I've ever watched in my life. And it feels like so good to engage in that. Yeah, I'm talking about this a lot, but yeah, I worry sometimes we get so hung up on the gamification of everything that it becomes the only way that we can enjoy content, and then we miss out on that really fruitful, like long form stuff that maybe we should also have the mind to engage with as well.
Yeah, I think that that's an ability that is important to keep alive and for more people to have. I do think that part of the reason why people are engaging in these like not so invested ways is because a lot of this is like multitasking. Like that was always something that scared me when I was doing like any kind of like behavioral research, is like how much multitasking fucks up everything for most people. Like even with people with ADHD who this is like a regular thing for them, sometimes they'll say that they're really good because they can multitask or because they can hyper focus on one task. And it's like, even that misses that, like, yeah, but like, how is your life as a whole because of that, right? Like it often causes a lot of problems to operate that way as well. So it's, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I used to exclusively watch shows and shit like while playing RuneScape and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, I definitely understand what you're saying. Yeah.
But I would also say that as long as you're able to keep the information like rate kind of high per engagement time, I think that that's like a valuable thing to work towards. So like I like to, for instance, read New York Times pieces where it's like similar to what you were talking about. You're scrolling for quite some time. It's like really in depth. It has like a timeline. They also do really, really good video series, which I think that you've watched on stream before. And I think those do a really good job of communicating a lot of information in a video format that's like really good. It's gamified. It's meant for you to keep watching and whatever, but it's also delivering like a lot of information. I think that's what we should go for.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you
like,
could, yeah.
August with your videos is like a really good example of that. And again, I know my editor talks to August quite a bit, and like both of them seem to be on that wavelength of like delivering, you know, quotes when they're relevant and helpful, and like packing in as much as they can into those videos. And I think that's like a good example of that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't know if I would use my channel as like a shining beacon of like, this is the non-dopamine content that I think people should consume, but yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Do you like communicate with August on those kinds of like changes or what's included in the video, or are they like completely autonomous?
No, I do really good at streaming, and I think my skill set is super unique and valuable in what I do. I have no skill set when it comes to like video preparation. That is 100% him. He might like bounce ideas off of me, but like ultimately I'm just a springboard for whatever exists in his mind, right? So like if August is asking me something, I'm like one of the like 3 loser doctors, and he's like House, where he's asking me something, but it's just to like get some idea going on in his head or whatever. Yeah.
That's nice to have a bunch of houses that you work with.
Yeah.
Also, boring kind of how the sausage is made stuff. Like when you want to find a talent person or a manager or whatever, like how do you start looking for that? Like what do you do?
It's just a matter of people have to start doing it. Like, yo, can you do this thing? Like, let's see it. And then if they can't, then it is a trial and error. That's the only way I figured out how to do it. I don't know any other way to do it. It feels like it has to be trial and error. I will say, I don't know if this applies to the rest of the hiring world or anything like that, guys. So either take this advice very carefully that I'm saying or ignore it completely because maybe it doesn't matter. Or maybe there's a hiring manager in chat that can confirm or deny. The most important thing to me, absolute most important thing to me is punctuality. If it takes me like more than like a fucking week or two to ever get a response for something, like you're so far down my shit list. Truly, I'm not exaggerating. I don't care how talented you are. I will always take 6 out of 10 talent with 10 out of 10 punctuality versus a 10 out of 10 talent with 6 out of 10 punctuality. Or I will have my 10 out of 10 punctuality person as the person that I employ, and then he'll communicate with a 6 out of 10 punctuality because I don't ever want to deal with that person. Yeah, I like people that are horrible at communicating and, you know, working on a schedule or shift or whatever. Like, Jesus Christ, I can't deal with those people. But there's also like a large degree, I think, of luck as well. I think I'm just incredibly fucking lucky at some of the people that I wind up running into as well. You know what? I'll give myself a little bit of credit though. I think I'm lucky in who I run into, but I think I do see talented people when they show up. Like Cake is a really good example. The guy that manages my website stuff. He time manages incredibly well. He gives realistic expectations on projects. Like he seems to be able to interface really well with all the different parts of my side of my chat. But like I didn't invent him. Like he was just somebody that was in our community. But I think I identify that, so I'll get credit for that. But yeah, he's like a really, really good person to work with too.
Yeah. Yep. And like, to be clear to the people in chat, some folks definitely want the communication exactly how you've described it, where it's like, well, if I send you a message, I want a response like as soon as possible. And if I wait like a whole day, it's like I'm fucking communicating with Mars.
Wait,
like
to be clear, there's a reason I said a week or two and not a day. I understand that there's like, I'm not going to be the kind of person who's like, I email you on Friday night and I need a response by Saturday morning. I'll be reasonable. But like every other big streamer, actually, fuck it. Every fucking streamer has this problem, okay? People that take weeks to get back to anything or just always seem to lose emails or can't maintain like any kind of consistent scheduling, these people are fucking nightmares to work with. Oh my God, they're so horrible to work with. Holy shit.
Nobody punishes them either, which is annoying.
Maybe. I don't know how that works. I don't work with those people after a while. I just stop. I can't do it. It's just too much for me. Yeah.
That's good on you. My understanding is that a lot of the flaky people are successful people like yourself, and that's part of what makes it difficult for the panel hosts, but who knows?
Maybe. Wait, are you accusing me of being flaky?
No, I'm saying people in your position. I don't know. You may be. I see you fuck up your calendar all the time. So
I fuck up my calendar sometimes for sure, but I think generally most of the comments that I've gotten is that I'm like one of the only streamers that will consistently respond to things in a timely manner. That's generally something that I've heard time and time and time again.
I don't have a problem with you. I'll say that.
Yeah, sure. If you're talented enough, obviously you can get away with it because there's a great enough demand for your ability to do shit. But I mean,
talented. It's if you have viewers.
Well, okay. When I say let me be more clear. When I said talented, I meant that in a capitalist sense. So when I say talent, what I mean is if there's a great enough demand for what you're offering, obviously you can get away with a lot of stupid shit, right? This is why like an ugly guy will put up with a lot of horrible shit from a pretty girl because there's a huge demand for her attention, so she can get away with doing a lot of stupid shit before somebody cuts her off, right?
Frustrating. I want to see more interesting panel stuff.
Wait, what's the implication, or what are you saying?
I'm just saying I want more interesting panels. I want people to like do game shows and stuff. Like I look at what the bigger streamers are doing with their little like events and stuff, and I'm just thinking like it'd be cool if we had more of that stuff in the politics space or something digital like it.
Yeah, but like how people can't do anything here because they all start fucking hating each other immediately. Like, holy shit, have you seen like all the fucking infighting from everybody in this fucking world? It's crazy.
Because they debate. That's always in the context of debate. When you get them in another context, I feel like they treat each other okay.
I don't know, man. Didn't Dylan I thought considered Demon Mama a decent friend until the recent RGRDoe stuff, and now like Dylan almost like fucking quit content creation because of Demon Mama's like relentless attacking of him.
Yeah, but that's because that's Demon Mama. You cut around to cancer, you're gonna get some cancer, bro.
Sure, but it feels like almost everybody in this space has been involved in like pretty ruthless purity testing / infighting / like, or like, where are all these politics people that aren't? I guess is the question.
Oh, I feel like your Georgia event was a good demonstration of like when you get everybody together and they're not there to debate or do something stupid, like they communicate with each other fairly well and get along because they are from the same communities. They understand the same stuff.
Yeah, I mean those events worked well, but it feels like that debate part or the disagreement part is always going to be a big part of like how people interact with each other.
Oh yeah, I just think if they play video games and shit afterwards, maybe they'd be a little less crazy. If all they did
I agree.
all day was
True. That's why I play video games with Lauren Southern. I agree.
What sucks
Thanks for
is,
supporting
like,
me there.
It's I feel like it's a very controversial thing to say, but she seems fine behind the scenes. Like, if anything, she's kind of fun to like DM with and talk with, which makes her political beliefs a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, this is something I think I've said this multiple times on stream. It's something Melina has noticed. It's something I say over and over again. Conservatives are just like cooler people generally, and it sucks to say that. But they usually are like way more chill and like down to earth and not willing to bite your head off over some crazy shit. Yeah, I don't know what it is, dude. Left leaning, I think there's like, it's some combination of like when you feel like you have like the societal moral authority or some shit, it does really weird fucking things to your brain. And it makes these people so fucking, and no offense too, God, dude, there was a really mean meme that I read on Twitter, and it was so fucking true. I almost feel bad repeating this. I'm sorry, but like the meme was like, what is the meme? It was some shit where it's like, you're on fucking antidepressants, you've tried to kill yourself 3 times, every single day that you exist, you talk about how miserable you are, and you think you have the answers to make everybody in the country happy. And it's like, this describes so much of the online left-leaning people. Like, these people have been on like Prozac for a decade. They fucking constantly are like embittered. They hate the world. They're miserable. They talk about how their whole lives are misery, and they want to tell everybody else how to live their lives. Like, bro, like, I'm sorry, but you need to take a long, hard look in the mirror before you start giving advice to other people. Like, that's just, yeah, the feeling of these people is so much misery.
But how come the audience don't see that? That's my question. Like,
because they're all part of the same team. I don't know. It's all like team sports and shit. They're all the fucking same. All these people throw around their whatever suicide shit, their mental illness shit is all like badges and shit that people wear publicly. And they're like, oh, check your profile. Like, wow, suicide attempt like 15 times. Like, you're literally #1 in the suicide Olympics. Good job, bro. Or like, oh my God, like depression, ADHD, autism, non-binary. It's like, holy shit, bro. Be a fucking human being. What the fuck is wrong with you? There's like, everybody wants like 52 different fucking tags that they collect on their profiles. You're like, oh my God. Yeah, I don't know. It's like inhuman, like non-human behavior. It's insane to me. Jesus.
I think it's just young people.
Yes, but the problem is that shit gets beat the fuck out of you in the real world. But the problem is that it doesn't happen anymore because when you're young, your influence is limited, okay? And you don't have all the power that young people have today. This is going to sound really weird, but young people have way too much power on social media now. I'm sorry, but a 14-year-old should never be able to get a 35-year-old fired from their job. You're 14. You haven't even fucking worked yet. How the fuck are you going to tell them that? You don't even know what fucking any of this shit we're talking about is. You're literally a child. You're 14. You can't be fucked without somebody going to fucking prison for it. What the fuck is, how can you think that you have like an opinion on the world? Social media has like empowered so many of these young people that like, dude, if you, I can't imagine having like 500 Twitter followers as a 13-year-old. That's got to do crazy things to your brain. Like, it's got to make you into an insane person, an inhuman person where you have all this undeserved confidence, this ego, these validation of your ideas, and like you're developing. Like, your brain isn't even close to finished developing, and people are already like getting social media followers on that. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, but young people have always been like that, right?
No.
It's just the difference is now they can reach out.
Yeah.
Well, they always think they know what's best, and they're from the young generation. The old generation doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, right?
Yeah, I mean, like that, but it's all of the external validation now. Because in general, growing up, we had to confront like you had to confront people around you. Like, you couldn't be this insane person, or everybody would treat you like that. Like, I think I was damn, dude. I got into libertarian shit because the girl that I was kind of with, it was a long story, but she introduced me to Ayn Rand. I can't imagine if I had the ability back then at like 16 to go and find like an internet community of libertarians, if I could become like a poster and get a following and shit, I don't know if I ever would have grown out of that shit. Because like being a human being that has to interact face to face with other humans, you have to moderate your ideas. It has to happen, or else people are going to treat you like you're psychotic. But nowadays, not only do you not have to moderate your ideas, the internet has turned into an accelerator for your ideas. Back then, if you had a crazy thought, your craziness might be at a 5, and the more you interact with real people, it turns down to a 5, to a 4, to a 3. Okay, now you've been like introduced to the adult world. But online, it's like, it's a 5, and you find the right 4, boom, now it's like 27. You're like, bro, I used to think that the world was flat. Holy shit, people's brains are flat. I didn't even know how far the conspiracy went, you know? I think that's a problem. The internet is just, it amplifies way too much at way too an early an age. You should be banned from the internet until you're 25. That's what I think.
How do you oh, here, I'm gonna make fun of your parenting here.
Go for it.
How do you kind of incorporate this with Nathan? Like, does it scare you that Nathan is so good with technology already, or?
I don't know. Like, because we're broken up and I don't have, this gets into more personal topics, but I think I would raise him a different way if I had like 100% autonomous control over him. But since we're split and since Rachel's family is more involved with that, like the grandparents or whatever, I have to cede some control there. I can't tell them like, this is how you need to raise them, blah, blah, blah. Because if that's the case, okay, well then you need to come back and live with him and you need to do it yourself if that's what you really, right? So I have to cede that level of control. There are definitely decisions that I would make differently in terms of like the things that he believes and everything. But right now, like my goal as a parent is basically, if he ever feels like he needs to talk about something, I hope that he feels like he can talk to me about it without judgment, and that's the most that I can do. But I don't know if I'm in a position, and even if it was where like me and Rachel were still together, I don't know if I could be like, you're not going to use the internet at all, son. Like we're going to do something different here. Like this seems to be kind of a worldwide issue. I think 5 or 10 years ago, I might have made the argument that like, hey, if you're going to be a good parent, keep your kids off this type of stuff on the internet. But I think being a little bit older now, if I'm being reasonable, like, damn, how the fuck do you keep your kids out of anything? Like the internet is fucking everywhere, right? Like I think my kid got in trouble once for looking up Five Nights at Freddy's shit on the fucking school iPad. I can't monitor his behavior there, you know? Like it's a really hard world as a parent to keep your kid shielded from all the stuff that you think that they shouldn't see, you know?
Out of curiosity, and we could stop at any point because it's just whatever. If you were able to raise him 100% how you wanted to, what would that look like? Like, what would be the differences there?
Honest to God, I don't even know. I'd have to think so long about it. I have to do more. I don't even know if the reading would help. The problem is that like, without getting into Twitter victimhood or whatever, I've had a lot of adversarial events in my life. But they turn out all so positively for me. In terms of raising my son, I don't know like which of these events I should have struggled with versus which of these events I shouldn't. Like I don't know how to treat him. It's really difficult. So a really good example is like so anytime I go back, he struggles sometimes with math. And watching him struggle with math is so fucking frustrating to me because I see myself in him, and the way that I respond. I don't respond well to positive encouragement. I usually respond to, this sounds really weird, but I usually respond to abuse. That motivates me a lot more. So like somebody saying that like I'm a fucking retard, like if I can't figure this homework out, maybe I should just drop the class, I'm too stupid. Like stuff like that super motivates me to work on something. That's where my motivation comes from. But obviously I don't think I can treat my kid the same way because most people don't respond that way. So that's like one example of like I don't know like how much is too much or how far I survive, or even when we play games together, like when we would play Minecraft, like I would tell him like, I'm not going to play Minecraft in creative mode with you. Like if you want to play, we're going to play survival. Like you have to learn how to like you give up so easily when you try to do anything. And the most frustrating part is I know that he can do things because if I ride his ass, if I'm like, yo, like, I said before, when we go to hang out, I make him go over math homework. He'll bring a math test home and he'll get like fucking 2 out of 10 on some of these math tests. And I'll sit with him and I'll watch him do it and he'll fuck everything up. And I'll be like, okay, hey, we're not leaving the car until you like finish these problems. And when he actually sits and does it, he does everything perfectly. And I'm like, how are you so fucking lazy? Or why do you give up so fucking easily that you just stop? Like you're not even trying. Like what the fuck is wrong with you? But I can't act like that. it's really hard to know where to draw the line, because I think I process the world in such a different way. This is all like a really roundabout way to say, like, I don't know what the perfect way to raise like my kid would be, or any child, because my experience with how I interact with environment seems to be kind of unique sometimes. Sorry, Jesus Christ, that was a long, yeah.
No, it's okay. It's interesting to me. Now, did that kind of learning that the negative pressure is what got stuff done, was that negative pressure that you were putting on yourself or something you were getting from your parents?
It was usually just like environmental stuff. Like, I would say that since I was like, I don't know, 13, 14, 15, my whole kind of life has been like sink or swim. Basically, I either figure something out or I'm like completely fucked. And that sense of independence has been incredibly empowering for carrying me through my life. Because like I'm a very, now sometimes it can be detrimental. I'm bad at networking. I'm bad at building connections. But that's because at the end of the day, I figure everybody's going to fuck me over at some point. So if anything is going to happen positively, I have to be able to secure all of it and do it myself. In some ways, it's been really empowering for me. I guess in some ways you could argue it's kind of sad, because of my inability to form close connections with people. But I think if I didn't have that mindset fostered at an early age, I don't think I would have made it in the streaming world. I think I would have given up a lot earlier because of how fucking toxic and nasty so many people are.
So the independence thing is what drives that kind of like negative voice, and so that's like just you then encouraging yourself by saying like you're the R slur and whatever.
Maybe. I mean, it's hard to say. Maybe one comes from the other, or maybe there's something in the background driving both of them. I don't know.
Or maybe it's God. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe it's God. Yeah.
Yeah. Because, like, something I find interesting is, like, when you don't input the same input, it's very, or not super likely, or you don't know the probability of, like, what the output is going to be. Like, I talk with my mom about this a lot. Like, oh, okay, so you did this action because you thought it would make me this way, but that's not how you learn the same thing. You learned it in a different way. And with some things it's like, well, if you would have done it the way it was done to you, I probably would have picked it up, but because you did it this softer way or this different way, like it just completely didn't work. Parenting is like such a trippy thing. Like you get to form a little person. It's some percent you, some percent everything else. Seems very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a challenge. I think that for as long as you don't do anything horrible, I think your kid is fine. Like, I think ubiquitously the advice given by most, like, therapists / counselors or whatever, child psychologists, is that if you're asking the kinds of questions of, like, what do I do to make sure I don't become a horrible parent, you're already probably on the right track. I mean, people have been raising kids since the dawn of time. Look at how fucking stupid the baby boomers are. I mean, they managed to raise all their kids, so, you know,
Yeah, but they had government propaganda. Our government propaganda nowadays is no good.
True, maybe, yeah.
Do you ever like low-key think about it like that at all? Like,
think about what? Or what do you mean?
Like, the government has a lot of influence over, like, what are the talking points? What's going on? What is possible to get done? And what are we focusing on? And what is the news going to follow because of that? Sometimes I do wonder, like, the collective whole that is the government, how much is like that creating ripples in how people behave or how generations are raised up, like through their influence or choosing not to influence people or leaving it up to companies or whatever it is that they choose to do.
I mean, I wonder that about everything all the time, because there's so many small things that could like change the world, you know? Like, it might be that some TV show was like a huge driver. I've heard that like the X-Files is a big driver for a lot of young women to get more involved with scientific things because of the detective on that show, Scully, was like a smart woman. So like even something as stupid or as silly, seemingly silly as that could be a big driver for change in the world. It's always hard to reduce anything to one thing and be like, this is probably the thing that's doing this, or hopefully this will cause this. Like, I wonder a lot about that kind of stuff.
This person in your chat says, duh, because the government is a representative of the people, book smarts. I kind of almost feel like the opposite in what I'm saying. Like, sometimes it feels to me that the government can guide what the people are like to a pretty decent extent, like especially during war and stuff.
I think it's a very, I think there's a word I'm looking for, not cyclical. There's a feedback loop back and forth there, where the government influences the people and the people influence the government. That's how I feel about it, yeah.
That's why populism is so great, because it's so in line with what the people want that the propaganda comes out exactly how you'd want it, right?
Kind of, sure. Yeah.
I'm low-key having like a 3D chess debate with you where I'm trying to get you to be a populist.
Okay, good. Wait, are you unironically like a populist person now? Did this happen? Did I miss this?
No, I'm just interested to see how you respond to stuff. I'm just being a little mischievous.
Mischievous, gotcha. Okay.
I'll be honest, if I had that Thanos glove, it's going to be socialism. Like, that seems to be the one that makes the most sense. Like,
does it though?
I think it's a good set of values for a government to hold and for people to hold to the people they elect into government.
Is it though?
Well, like, as compared to what else?
Our current government system?
Yeah, I think it would be better to have everything more entwined. It feels like the needs of the people are more entwined with like who gets elected and how easily in a socialist system, or like a socialist system with heavy democratic reforms, like on how the elections are working.
I think this gets into a whole other can of worms or conversation. I don't know if we've heard this or if you've heard this take of mine before, but I think that our government right now, I've been like super black-pilled on this. I think that our government right now is actually really effective. I think it does exactly what it's supposed to do, and I think it does it really well, and I think that's part of the problem. When we look at our government and we think that like the government is useless because it's so fucking divided and it can't get anything done, I think that that's honestly a really good reflection of the American people. I think it accurately resembles us very well right now. So when people are keen to blame the government on its ineffectual might be a better word there. Yes, I don't know if ineffectualness is a word though, but on the government's being ineffectual, I think that problem isn't a reflection of the style of government. I think it's a reflection of the people. And if we were like a socialist system or something like that, I think we'd have the exact same problems. Maybe even worse, because socialism theoretically represents the will of the people even better. But, you know, a big problem that a lot of people, especially progressives and sometimes Republicans have, and I go through this argument a lot, is people think that, man, this country would be so much better if everybody just saw my idea. They'd all agree with me. They just don't know it yet. And it's like, no, I think what you need to understand is there is a lot of genuine disagreement in this country about a lot of things, and that's why it's so hard to do anything.
Yeah. I think it's very easy to be convinced when your kind of premises or when your main ideas are so inarguable. Like I mentioned this a lot on the stream, where the lefty people in particular, because what they're fighting for is like shelter for everybody, food for everybody, like livable wages for everybody. These things seem like intuitively good, so I think it's really easy for those people to get sucked up in their
but that makes them the worst people in the world to argue with, because if is it right to say that like housing is a right, we should provide free housing to people, and then this is how we do it? Can I say like there's like a first order, second order, third order thing? If you disagree with somebody on like the third order push that like government should provide free housing, they pretend that you're disagreeing with their first order idea, which is that people should have places to live. It is so fucking frustrating. Yeah, when you're having like a third order disagreement with somebody and they go right down to the foundation, it's like, honest to God, I don't think rent control is like a good idea. Oh, so you think that homeless women should be raped in the fucking streets? Is that what you're saying, Destiny? It's like, Jesus, what the fuck? And that's like what all of my arguments with left-leaning people are. It's so unbelievably fucking frustrating. Like, Destiny hates poor people and minorities and, you know, probably old people because he hates everybody. It's like, no, I just disagree with your like policy prescriptions.
Funny is it this is super bad faith, but sometimes it seems like they're motivated by a disgust of those things. Like, man, it's just so fucking awful that people are homeless. They have to live like that and smell like that and whatever. Or, you know, like, it's so awful that children in this country just don't have food. I can't imagine the thought, whatever. And so they're rallying behind like this aggression behind the bad thing. And so when you pick apart the implementation or whatever of what's going to fix it, they think that you're Like, bro, did you not see the same problem that I saw? You're really gonna let that keep going? And then they get all distracted.
Yeah, and the frustrating part is it's the other side of what Republicans used to do. I just brought this up in my Rob debate, where every single time you disagreed with a Republican prescription, now we don't hear this anymore because liberals or left-leaning people have the power culturally now, but every single time you disagreed with the Republican prescription, it's because you hated the country or you hated our troops, right? Like, bro, can't we have... Is $5.15 an hour? What did I earn at McDonald's? I think it was $5.25 an hour. I think was minimum wage. Is $5.25 an hour the best we can do? Huh, I didn't know you were a fucking socialist that hates America, hates gods, and hates the troops. And you probably hate straight people too. It's like, bro, what the fuck? No? Like, I can't advocate for anything for workers' rights without you calling me a fucking communist that hates America? What the fuck is wrong with you, right? Or do we really need to be in Afghanistan? Like, why don't you just say that you wished right now that Al-Qaeda would murder every U.S. soldier? You want to see more Nick Berger videos or whatever of him getting beheaded. You love that, don't you? Like, no, what the fuck? You're the one sending troops overseas. Why are you saying this? What do you even mean? Bro, chill. Like, yeah, I don't know. Republicans used to do it with the, like, you hate the country. And Democrats do it now saying you hate poor people and black people. I don't know. It's all the same shit. People are dumb as fuck. Fuck politics. This is why I just want to be... Me and Mr. Mooten, this season, we're going for Masters in League of Legends, okay? I'm going to do League of Legends full time. Fuck everything. That's what I'm going to do, baby. Hell yeah.
How many times have you tried to get to Masters?
Never, okay? We've tried for Challenger, and I think that was too high. But now when we try for Masters, now that's a realistic goal. Okay, we're going to make it, okay? Hell yeah.
Oh no. Fuck, I had a question. You completely distracted me with that buffoonery.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ugh. Do you regret putting out DGG publicly?
Yes. Fuck, I'm such a naive fucking loser. Yeah, I do. Only in retrospect, though. I think going back to the time, I would have made the same decision every time. I just didn't foresee that it would be used in the way that it was used. And I think maybe I'm a little bit selfish. I think I do want credit for some things, even though I pretended in the past that I don't. Or maybe, like, I have, like, a reasonable, like I only have, like, a reasonable amount that I can handle. Like, I don't want credit all the time, but some things bother me, right? Like, politics only exists on Twitch because of me. Nobody else did that. I did it alone for like 2 years. And now there's a lot of people that are only making a living doing politics because I empowered them to do that, because I consciously made a decision against the recommendation of multiple people in the beginning to make my entire website open source because I wanted other people to have the same opportunity that I had. I just couldn't foresee people like utilizing that opportunity as a springboard to try to like get me deplatformed and take my money away from everything. I just didn't even consider that could be a possibility. That's like inconceivable to me.
Huh. That's rough. Like, I don't know. Well, the tides are shifting. I saw that you're paying for ads on Vosh's videos. You'll get those people.
I'm not doing it, but somebody else did it. But I will be honest, if I would have thought of that, I would have done it too. That's so fucking funny. Holy shit.
August operates independently.
Yeah. No, August doesn't do it. It was actually a totally different guy. Some guy, I think, on the subreddit post, or it was in my Discord. He was like, yo, have ads started showing up on Voss's videos yet? I paid for it. I didn't even know you could do that. That's some funny fucking shit. But yeah, that's super. I've actually decided there's some narratives that I'm actively going to try to push back on that. One is the obsessed one. We're all public figures and we do politics. You should be able to comment on whatever you want without people calling you obsessed. So now I am like obsessively like, if people link me Vosh videos, like, oh, let's watch and react to this. One, because he gets really fucking mad. And then two, because it's legitimate and fair content. And three, because actually I didn't realize this. He says a lot of really funny fucking shit. He says some crazy, wild, stupid. I watched some 20-minute video of him going off about how every monogamous person is just self-conscious and they all lack self-esteem and they're jealous.
Insecure, I believe.
Yeah, insecure. Yeah. I was like, bro, this is a funny fucking video. Yeah, so now I'm going to want to watch more Vosh shit. And then I'm curious how far I can take that before rhetorically I look obsessed versus him just getting madder and madder. But I almost am okay taking some of the rhetorical hits. So for instance, he started wearing gloves on his stream because he said he was cold and he's in a t-shirt, but it's his house and he's wearing gloves. And so I had this idea today. I was like, dude, what if I went through Vosh's videos and I slowly started collecting like his wardrobe, and then every time he streamed, I could just go and dress up in Vosh's outfit and then cover his videos in the same same outfit. That would be fucking funny as fuck. And I know for a fact. Now, some people would call me obsessed, but I know he would get super triggered and he would lose his mind over it. I don't know. That's some funny shit to me, dude. Holy shit. But I don't know. Well, I'll figure out how far I want to do it.
That's some fucking jealous action. I don't know.
He would get really mad. I could already see him on his videos because I even heard, because he talks about my donation alert. He's like, every time my donation alert comes on stream, do you think Destiny gets really fucking mad about it? I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm actually so triggered. So I could see him watching my video and like, you'd probably be able to see his like forehead pulse. He'd be like, I bet when he puts those clothes on in the morning, all he can probably think about is trying to be as good as I've become. Like he would be saying that shit on stream. That's just funny as fuck to me. I don't know. I'm sorry.
I'm living rent free.
Exactly.
Rent-free in his head.
And now I'm living rent free in his body. Like, yeah, you got me, dude.
I feel like as long as you're fine in your one-on-one interactions, you look decent. Which you've been doing. Like you don't
really
let,
hard.
Well, as the rhetoric guy, like I gotta say, you're keeping it together. You don't let his jabs get at you, and every opportunity where you can like take that jab and pick it apart, you do, and it's like, that's good to see. Not the screaming fits that you guys had before the breakup. That was a bit much.
Yeah, I think my last few debates with him have been decent though, but obviously we don't do them anyway.
Now, does he get frustrated, do you think, when you both appear on a panel somehow?
Yeah, he gets... Bro, the last debate that we had where I showed him on a panel, I have never seen him that aggressive before. He cut me off almost every single sentence. And I was like, dude, like I think all of the chats recognized it, where he was so aggressive. And I don't know, I've never seen him act like that before. But I think I mentioned earlier in this conversation, when it comes to bringing me up now, he gets very nasty very quick, which I think is kind of funny because normally he's pretty collected, but yeah. But then, I mean, it's kind of weird because we both accuse each other of this because he'll say like, oh yeah, I've broken Destiny, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I don't know. But I try to appeal to the end of my mind. I'm like, well, who's broken? Well, let's see. I'll talk to him anytime he wants, but he absolutely refuses to talk to me ever. And if I show up in an area that he's at, he loses his mind. So I feel like I've got it together pretty well. That's how I view it.
Yeah. And now that you're able to keep your calm, I would definitely buy into that. I think before, when he was able to piss you off and get you going a million miles a minute, then it's kind of difficult to make the argument, right?
Yeah, for sure. Or I would get frustrated optically for some of the arguments, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, he really had you cornered on that optic shit for quite some time there.
Mm-hmm. Well, talking to you and then having August point stuff out to me has been like incredibly helpful. So.
Yeah, I'm sure August has really cool insights too, given he's going through all this line by line.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, having the source material there and not being stressed out and being able to look at it makes things so much easier. Like, I think it puts into contrast like the different kinds of skills that are in play there, where like you operating off the dome and stuff is very unique and very different from like sitting in front of a huge like notepad and having researched all of it and whatever. I feel like they're very different like systems of engaging.
Mm-hmm. Are you implying that he does one and I do the other, or what was that? What was the implication there?
Oh yeah, sorry if I'm rambling again.
No, you're good. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what that.
Yeah, having somebody look at both angles is really helpful, and sometimes you don't have time to do both for a conversation. Like, I know that you don't even like listening to yourself talk, so the idea that you would go back and try to take notes or something is kind of a bigger ask.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. The more eyes you have on something, I think it's always better to have third-party perspective of people that you trust. Yeah.
Having people help is so nice. Like, I asked you all those questions earlier because I think that more of us who are starting to make a living, like right around at my level and maybe a little bit above, should probably start thinking about having people help them with stuff. And so many aren't. And it's like, it makes your life a lot better. It makes your like mental health better. It really helps with everything.
Yeah, for sure. No, fuck yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah.
And it takes forever to get good at it too. it takes so long to like find people that you like working with or whatever. I know that you've gotten lucky, but I don't know. It's been my experience.
Yeah, especially as a smaller person, right? Because I have a bigger pool of talent I can reach into, right?
But it doesn't mean you don't pull out duds, because I do recall a couple of duds.
Really? Who was that?
Oh, I wonder. I'm on good terms with everybody who's been a dud. So
With everybody? Wait, really?
I think every single one I can think of that was a dud. Yeah.
Doug of 8K, you're on good terms with?
Yeah, I'm on really good terms with him.
Oh shit! Well,
I was stuck in an Airbnb with him.
Oh, that's right. I remember. Yeah, true.
I thought if I book with the organizers, I'll surely have a good time and I'll know everything that's going on and they will have to get along because they're a team, and like it's not the case.
I mean, like did you watch all of Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
What Sansa said at the end to Littlefinger is very true. You know, sometimes I might be a slow learner, but I do learn, and I appreciate the many lessons that I get, even from people that end up being, in my opinion, bad to work with. There are always like valuable takeaways. And I learned a lot from Doug in terms of like what I should look out for, what I shouldn't look out for. So, you know, even if at the end, you know, obviously I hated how everything went down, there was a lot of valuable stuff for me to pick up on for future encounters with people. So, I mean, I'm grateful for that. And I don't hate him. Like, if we ever met again, he probably hates me over everything, which I don't blame him. But, I mean, I'd have a laugh. Like, it'd be funny. Like, hey, man. And he did try to make right at the end. I think he ended up paying back, like, most of it. He refunded me half. I think he paid money out to other people and shit. So, yeah, I mean, and I ran into other people that were amazing fucking workers. The two people, Sejin and Levin, I don't remember his name. Christian, I think was his name. Those two guys that ended up managing the houses. Damn, those people were amazing fucking workers.
Matt, I think.
Matt, yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, in the end, like, I think, yeah, I learned a lot. It's all good.
Yeah. And despite all that, it was a good event. It was a fun event and everything got done and, you know.
I definitely don't regret any of the events. I was super, ultra proud of my community. I don't know if any other politics community on the internet could have had a turnout like that. And I'm super excited about what we did. I get really upset. I actually get really mad and genuinely triggered. Not fake mad, but actually mad when other people attack my canvassing stuff, because it's one of the few things that like was like, I was there, but that only worked because of my community. And when I see other leftists so keen to throw like into the trash the actual committed efforts of people that want to go out on the ground and do work, like nothing tells me more that you don't give a fuck about anything you're pretending to care about or talk about than when you're willing to do that, right? Like if you want to say that like, oh, Destiny canvassed for attention, okay, sure. Or like, oh, Destiny just did this because he wanted to throw people, okay, fine, sure. But when you start saying shit like, oh, like none of it mattered, it wasn't even like Mike saying like, oh, you guys knocked on like 2 doors, like, man, fuck you, dude. Like, what about all the people that showed up to that actually super cared about everything and like put a lot of work into it? You know, we're driving around in the fucking snow and shit in Omaha, or talking to you know, like crazy fucking people in Georgia. Like, yeah, I don't know. Fuck, that really bothers me. That's really annoying.
We live in such an age where all it takes is one very dedicated person. They can pull apart like virtually anything like that.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Or
like, it seemed to me with the Nebraska thing that it was one, if not maybe a handful at max of people that really contributed to that flopping, right?
I mean, who knows? It's hard to say. I can say that like there were a couple people involved, but if it wasn't them, it could have been someone else. But yeah, I mean, it was disappointing. Yeah, I get more disappointed with how everybody else acted around it. Like the way that Mike acted was pretty fucking disgusting. I think even like this was back before Vosh like hated me, so I don't know if it'd be different now, but like I think even Vosh was like way more like supportive of, you know, like doing real life shit. And I'll even say now, I think at this point I think I might hate Vosh. I don't know. I really don't like him. But I think that him trying to do like the canvassing shit, I think that's cool. And I'm not gonna sit there and shit talk his community for doing it. Like some of the coolest people that came to my thing came from Vosh's community. Like I think that was super cool. I really appreciated that. I remember there was a girl that showed up one time in Georgia. I don't know if you saw this girl or not. Doug would have remembered her. There was this girl that showed up and she was like on a bench and she was like fucking terrified. I think she was crying. And I think Doug told me to go over and talk to her. No. Doug told me to go over and talk to this girl because he didn't know if like something had happened or if there was like some like huge event or whatever. And I ended up going over to talk to this girl for a while, and she was somebody that from Vosh's community that heard about this canvassing event, but she had like extreme social anxiety, so much so that she was having like a nervous breakdown from being out there. But she still came out to like try to canvass for the event, and that wasn't even a person from my community. So I don't know. I think stuff like that is really cool. I appreciate people like that.
I really do think if you do it again, you should create some kind of video that interviews people and like. I don't know. I tried to make one because I thought it would be important. I think if people like heard from folks after the event, that energy and like getting that on film would be really, really cool because a lot of people were pretty like hyped up by the end of it.
Yeah, maybe. I would be lying if I didn't say I was like the most bitter fucking person in the world after how all of that turned out. Like it was a huge personal hit to my finances and my time and my community. I feel like most people would have been blackpilled so hard from doing anything political in their entire lives after watching how that event turned out. I think that's probably the most disgusted I've ever been with people in my entire life was seeing how that turned out. So I don't know. In the future I kind of want to because I don't like the idea of like letting people like that win. But man, how like I've never seen people eat their own alive so much like that. Like good job. Like here's another few years of Stothert. Like you earned it. Like it was so actually insane to me.
You gotta start being like Batman. Do it all from behind the scenes. Gotta work out.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's not where my power is. Right? It doesn't really make sense for me to function in that way. Like my power comes from the fact that I'm a public figure, so it's kind of hard for me to work behind the scenes, you know. Like I don't have like a power to like like I'm a master programmer or data analyst. Like my power is I can get crowds of people to go and do things. So.
But I mean, if you were to establish like a really good relationship with one company in particular that could help you with some of these political events or something, maybe that would be cool.
Yeah, maybe, but it's always going to be like the public facing stuff, and it seems like people are. Yeah, I don't know. It seems hard.
Yeah, I guess if you find the right organization that understands you and what you're bringing to the table and your value, and can like mitigate all of the other shit that they're gonna have to deal with, then that would be like a perfect relationship. Like finding that would be worthwhile, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
What you need is a gaming, what did he say? A gaming caucus or something?
Yeah. I've thought about trying to do like a, I've thought about trying to target like an issue instead would be interesting because it's a little bit less political. So like trying to do like small scale projects to like alleviate like homelessness in smaller cities would be fun to like pilot. And then to see if
Rossman did that.
Who did? Louis Rossman?
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying with his right to repair stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be like an example. Something like that might be interesting to try. But yeah, I don't know.
Man, it'd be nice if you guys had those roads fixed out in Omaha. That was a lot of the talk of that.
Yeah, the roads in a lot of places in the U.S. suck. I'm gonna be totally honest. Out here in L.A., they're not that much better. There's just not snow down here, so it doesn't get fucked up as badly. But Jesus,
we get away with a lot. But Orange County, where we're at, that's a lot better. I don't know why people are obsessed with the LA.
Yeah,
like they could live down here and have much nicer houses, and I don't know.
Yeah, I mean they could, yeah, but
is Mooten staying in Miami or no?
Yeah, we're gonna be living in the same goddamn building. How cool is that? How exciting is that gonna be?
Oh, nice. If it meets his standards, it's probably all equipped for you too.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny to have seen that conversation line between you, Dan, and Mooten, where you guys are all trying to give him advice on what the fuck to do with his life. It's interesting to have seen that evolved over time.
Minus 74. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Like, I know you're not a super compassionate guy, but do you ever feel like good seeing like Mooten succeed more, or Dan, or anybody else? Like,
I mean, I don't
do
have
you ever
any
get
credit for
sentimental?
any of Dan's stuff. But I mean, like, I'm happy, I guess, when I see it. But the problem is, like, most of the success that spun off me, it now, like, actively tries to destroy me. So it's a weird feeling. Like, it's very weird when I'm in conversations and everybody's having a debate with me over, like, who I'm empowering and the negative platforming of people like Lauren Southern. And it's like the worst contributions I've made to the world were Vosh and Hassan. So, I mean, like, I don't know.
Well, when the next generation of streamers rises up, you guys will all have a common enemy. And
Yeah,
you'll
we'll
be the
see.
cranky old streamers.
Maybe.
That would be cool to see. Like Vosh, you, Hassan, Shu, all you guys just like hanging out.
Yeah, maybe. I feel very different from all of them, but maybe.
I don't even know. I don't think I've ever talked to you about Shu. What do you think of Shu?
Just really, really, really stupid. I don't have any other opinions about her. Yeah, she's
She's adorable. I like her Twitter videos.
She's
They're
hot.
fun.
Yeah, she's hot as fuck. I mean, like, yeah, obviously. Adorable too, I guess, maybe. But like,
Damn, bro.
unbelievably fucking stupid, embarrassingly stupid. I don't know, people that like. A long time ago, when I was on some shows, Raj shows, I didn't like being on those shows because I didn't like arguing with people that were playing characters because I felt like a loser. Because if I'm talking about an issue, it's usually because I care a lot about it. And I don't want to be arguing against like an actor while I'm like being sincere, because now I feel like a clown. I feel like a fool. And people like Shu on Head, when I see the way that they engage with politics and shit, like, they don't give a fuck about it. They don't care or know anything about what they're talking about. It's all just like a big fucking performance for them. And that kind of triggers me, I guess. Yeah.
It's all for fun.
Yeah, basically. But like the way that they engage with it is, yeah, I don't know. Did you see her debate against fucking the Wolfpack?
The Wolfpack. Oh, yeah, you're very mean to that fella. How do you think you did?
I'm mean to the CTV guy?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the wolf guy.
Wait, who's the wolf guy?
The Professor Wolf.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you're very mean to Professor
Yeah,
Wolf. I don't like that.
Yeah, that guy's a fucking loser. No, but I'm talking about the CTV. Isn't that his name?
Oh, okay. Critically thinking veteran.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, did he wipe the floor with her?
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
He's quite yelly.
Yeah.
Does she hold her own in a debate, like in terms of talking over people and stuff, or not really?
No, she's. I don't want to say anymore actually, because now I feel like I'm bullying. Because she legitimately like is not like that kind of person. She doesn't do like debate, or she probably shouldn't do anything with politics. But just like watching that conversation, it became very clear to me that like she didn't actually know anything about any of the shit she's ever tweeted about politically ever. It's all just kind of like oh, I'm like a cute politics girl because that's my aesthetic now, and it just that kind of like triggers the fuck out of me. But
yeah, she's really good at that.
Yeah, but she doesn't care about any of it or know about any of it. I don't know. It just feels like it's so performative and stupid to me. It just triggers the fuck
she
out of me.
Could know more, but
well, you should watch the conversation because she doesn't know anything. She was fucking mindless. Like, oh my god, like. I feel like I'm being a big bully right now. Never mind. Okay.
I live in a world of supererogatories now after I've watched Watch. It's a lot easier to live this way, to just be like, well, it would be nice if she would do that.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, she has no more obligation to. She's just chilling, being chilling.
Mm-hmm.
You're ever tempted to just take that, to not really hold people to like consistency on their stuff outside of a debate?
Jesus. Sorry. Okay. Wait. Say that one more time.
Yeah. Are you ever like tempted to just not look for holes and inconsistencies and whatever outside of a debate, to just like be chilling with however people think?
Yeah, of
Like, turn
course.
that off?
Yeah, like I'm not like debating people in real life all the time over shit. But like obviously I'm evaluating her in a political context because that's our only relationship with each other, and that will be our only relationship with each other. So that's the way that I'm going to evaluate that.
Yeah, but with how much you work, that's the case for most of the people that you're going to engage with publicly, right?
I mean, unless I'm playing League or something, yeah, probably. It will be with most people, yeah.
And then as a result, it's going to be like that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I mean, like most of the people that you relate with at work, you're gonna relate to them on a professional basis. Like it's probably the same with what I do for streaming, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Do you feel like you have a big like personal group of friends? Because I don't know, from my outside perspective, it seems like it's all mostly stream.
Enough. I'm a kind of like a loner type person, I guess. So I don't need like a big group of friends, but I have friends, and I really appreciate the ones that I have. So and it's enough for me. I don't feel like I'm like missing anything or whatever.
That's solid. Because sometimes I do wonder if it would be better for your blood pressure if like that stuff just didn't get to you anymore. Like if you're just like, you know what, Twitter's a little bit lame. I'll shoot a shot in the dark every so often, but it's not healthy. Because I am of Pac-Man's opinion. I do think that you could probably use less of Twitter and stuff.
I mean, I guess. I mean, yeah. I mean, like it makes me mad at the time, but I guess like the weird thing for me when I hear like very weird attacks like that on me is that like I'm a really happy person. Like my day-to-day experience is super high. I wake up very motivated to do things. I really enjoy playing games. I love streaming every single day. Like I'm a very happy person on a day-to-day basis. So it's like really weird when a bunch of suicidal people are telling me that like, oh my God, like you're miserable and you're engaging with this in the worst possible ways. Like I have a lot of fun when I'm on Twitter. Shit, like, do I get mad at the time? Yeah, but like that's part of the passion of like how I do things. But that's like true of every single thing. Even when I play games, like the most fun way I play games is like setting it to the fucking autism hardest grindy difficulty and then like losing 500 fucking times before I win. Like that's just how I enjoy things. I don't know how to explain it or why. I mean, if anybody suffered through my like The Last of Us playthrough, I think I died like 600 times before beating that game, or like the Nier Automata one. It took me like a full day just to get through the tutorial because it resets the game every time you die. Yeah, I don't know. It's just that's how I enjoy doing things. So yeah.
Yep, some of us like magnifying, using a magnifying glass on ants when we're little, and I think those kinds of people grow up to like that.
Mm-hmm.
No, I get what you mean. The grind and the difficulty and the emotions, or they sound like maybe they're even part of it for you. I do think though the world would be better off if you would tweet less. I'll go that far.
No, I totally disagree. I think that the world of Twitter is like a garbage, trash fucking place where almost no good happens.
And you think you can just light it on fire? Very interesting.
Yeah, but it's already like that. I don't think that I'm like actively making Twitter a worse place. I think that Twitter is already the worst place, and I just go in and I roll around with the pigs. That is.
You sound like white BLM people protesting in the hood right now, though. So the same justifications for burning all that stuff down.
But I don't think neighborhoods are worthless in the same way that Twitter is worthless. I think there is value in neighborhoods and businesses and shit.
There's different levels of worthlessness.
Yeah. Now, if you want to say black neighborhoods are worthless, you know, book smarts, that might be on you, but...
Somebody clip that, edit that, and ship that.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you think it was working for Doe to point out all this shit about the pedophile thing with Riley? Because I felt like that seemed like a losing argument from the get-go, and I'm not sure why she even opened up with that.
I think that super depends on who you are. On a factual basis, Riley is correct. There's a huge difference between saying you're a pedophile versus you use arguments that could enable pedophilia. There is a huge difference there. But I think a lot of people might view those as the same. So I think that could go either way. Somebody might view Doe's arguments as being 100% valid. Other people might view their arguments as being completely foolish and nonsensical. I don't know. I think that could go either way.
I feel like it feels almost entirely built on evidence that just doesn't exist, which is why she has to concede it, or I'm getting used to these pronouns. I'm so fucking sorry.
I just use she or they. It's fine, but go ahead.
But
It is not a pronoun for a human. That's a stupid fucking. That's like the most meme shit in the world. It's the biggest fucking thing in the world.
Am I gonna get canceled if I just?
If
say
somebody
that?
cancels you for using they them pronouns, then brother, we'll be chopping rocks up together in the gulags. Okay, side by side, I'll be with you, buddy. Okay, we can share pickaxes.
You joke about that, but I do sometimes worry that like our country seems to pendulum shift very dangerously, and that's like. There very well could be like a Trump of the left that actually does something. Like I don't know. I do worry about that.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? We'll
like,
see.
What if Bernie got in and he was actually like a big asshole who like used the FBI to crack down on like they're fucking pro oil. They're against this country. Like he just goes after like these kinds of groups. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's the future that Jordan Peterson says that we're headed towards. I personally, I didn't think that was true for a long time. Who the fuck knows anymore? Who knows? We'll see. People are getting crazy. People are getting crazier than I thought they could be. But I don't have high hopes for anybody anymore. I don't know.
After being in Europe, I realized just like how different it is. Like, we're really not doing good. It feels like.
Yeah, American cities suck. Like they're very disappointing in a lot of different ways. I think the biggest thing I harp on is the public transport, but honest to God, that one thing like changes so much of an experience of a city for me. But there's a lot of other things you could talk about as well, I guess.
It really does, because you get to experience more. Like you get to live in the place more when you can just get around that easily. I feel like.
Yeah, for sure.
Like to some extent, I was measuring my familiarity with places by like. If I had to draw a theoretical map, like how good of a map could I draw with like different places and things to recommend and all that? Like when there's a good public transport system, you can get around a lot of the city and figure out a lot of like different places and areas. But without that, you're kind of just fucked.
True. Yeah.
But they're so capitalistic over there. The Ubers are kind of cheap too. So. Very excellent. And they make bread good.
True. Oh shit, dude. European bakeries are a fucking nightmare. You gotta stay away from that shit. Or fuck, that's like the easiest way. When I was in Poland and in Germany, holy fuck, dude. Yeah, there's like bakeries on every corner, and that shit is like 1 trillion fucking calories every single day if you're not careful.
Have you been to Switzerland?
Well, a few times passing through Zurich, and maybe one time by train. I don't think so. I think mainly just passing through the airport. Switzerland just seems like, if you're a wealthy person, it just seems like the perfect country for you to live in. Like, it's just like the best at everything.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good there.
Like,
and there's so much variety.
It's super clean. The housing is nice. The food is really good. Just like everything about it is like perfect. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Holy shit.
Ah, what a nice country that one is. In particular, I mean, like I was in the more easterny part of Europe for most of it, so that is going to tinge my experience. But that and Austria were really cool because Austria still has a lot of old stuff. Oh man, Switzerland's such a nice country. That and Hong Kong. Have you been to Hong Kong?
No, I've been to Taiwan. I don't know how comparable it is, but
well, they're both China.
Good one. They're both places that I think have experienced a massive surge of development in the past 50 years, is how I would say they're comparable, but yeah.
Yeah. I would recommend you visit Hong Kong at some point. It's a very like beautiful place. You'll probably be fine with just like a week there to see stuff if you wanted to. And like because you're wealthy, you could definitely like enjoy it, I think. Like the views are really crazy. There's like buildings right on top of like the ocean, and there's a metro system so you don't have to deal with the heat or the mugginess. That's another really crazy place. Like it feels like pinnacle of society level stuff. Like I'm like, oh, this is crazy. Like so this is what's happening. We're building giant bridges in the middle of the ocean and stuff. Like, all right, cool.
Yeah. I wish there was a way to make. My parents are too old now, so they're gonna die and they'll never care. But I used to hear so much. How old are you again? I think I've asked you this before, but I always forget.
24.
Okay. I don't know if you got fed the same shit. I always used to hear so much about like how great and amazing America is. And damn, dude, when you start traveling, it's like it doesn't really seem that great or amazing. I wonder sometimes for the people that say that, like, it feels like there's so much stuff that we could do so much better, and it's a little bit embarrassing sometimes to not. That's how, if I'm ever in an argument with my mom and I'm getting frustrated, I want to make her cry. That's usually my go-to. Is I'll be like, Mom, you said this country is so great, and when I started traveling other places, Mom, I noticed this country sucks. What the fuck, Mom? You told me America was so great. Why does it cost so much fucking money for us to go to school? Why does other countries able to give their fucking people health care, Mom? This is bullshit. What do we get for this? And usually she'll get upset and start crying. But yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating to me.
We got a cool story. Like, our marketing materials are really, really good.
True.
It almost makes me sad to see people in other countries who are like very much so wanting to go to the US, because it's kind of like, well, I guess as long as you want good stuff for the next generation, you'll probably be able to make it work. But it just sucks, the idea that they're going to have to slave away for a full generation of people to make anything happen. Because it's difficult enough to get the ticket there, and then you start out at the bottom. And
I mean, America is definitely, like, I would say probably like a country, like the most extreme country, in that, like, the people at the top are probably living the best in any place in the world if you're rich, but like the people at the bottom can be pretty shitty. I'm not going to say that being poor in America is like being in a third world country. That's not true. But there is a huge discrepancy between the haves and the have-nots. That's kind of sad, I think.
Yeah.
I brought up homelessness because I still think it's one of the most disgusting aspects of this country, that there's like so much wealth here. And there's like people that are homeless. That just blows my mind. And it's super fucked up in my opinion.
Yeah. But so many places don't have that solved. It's kind of sad. Like, I guess I see it in other countries, so I do kind of like...
Yeah, it's true. That is true. There are other, yeah. I mean, like, it's not unique to the United States, but...
I think the accumulation of the homeless people into one central area, the way it happens so much, at least on the West Coast and the East Coast, I think that makes it look really bad too. I know we're bad compared to other countries as well, but that, I think, visualizes it in a way that maybe if they were spread out, it wouldn't.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
And if you count all the people living in their cars like I was, like, it's a lot of people. A lot of people. And they work and stuff too, which is another sad thing. Like, it's interesting to compare Soda Poppin' to you. Like, you both did this thing where you calculated what it would cost on like minimum wage to be able to afford this, that, and the other thing. And he did it, and he was like blown away by how low the amount was. He's like, just save money for like a couple of months, and then you'll have your deposit in your first months and whatever. And he did the math, and he was like shocked.
Wait, what? Explain that again. What do you mean? Sorry.
Yeah. So he looked at what the income would be for somebody working the minimum wage, and then how much it would take for them to save to like move out of California or something like that. And it was funny to see how different his reaction and like working through it was compared to you, where he was like astonished that you could do so little with like that amount of money.
Oh, interesting. Gotcha.
Oh, am I keeping you up?
Maybe. It's pretty late for me.
Should I let you go to bed?
Yeah, probably. What, are you in California now?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha, cool. We'll hang out at some point, okay? We should.
Yeah. Maybe before you go to Miami, at least.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. All right. Well, hey, listen. I love you. It's been fun. I hope you keeps it real, okay? Stay safe.
Yeah, you too. I won't backstab you yet.
Okay, we'll see. Okay, I'm not holding my breath, but...
Alrighty. Bye.
I hate politics, guys. Fuck all this bullshit. Before you go, can you check out my squat form real quick? No, I'm good. Good one, dude. Let me catch up on donuts. Sorry, I'm not gonna say.
In like someone else's life.
Build more housing, you damn libs.
True.
You're a fucking statistician.
Okay, is this working now? Jesus, why was this so fucked before?
Hey Destiny,
Hey.
check your DM. Cookie is available.
Oh, good one.
The apartment building has to start. If that means multicultural neoliberal dudes mowing down dipshit homeowners that think they can ban
In a video
apartments,
game.
then at this point
Because
they have
I'm
my
putting
blessing.
100%.
Because holy shit, it needs to start.
Destiny, you're awesome. Discovered your stream tonight, and so happy to meet you.
That's a
wow.
quote from
Happy to
Nassim
meet you
Taleb.
too, buddy.
You're a fucking statistician.
I enjoyed your
Thank you,
streams.
Steven.
Thanks. Vosh RGR video now? Oh yeah, my that 2 hour.
Because I'm putting 100%.
I'm so scared my back is gonna hurt
Good
tomorrow,
meme.
and I'm gonna
Pepe
actually
wins.
realize I fucked my back up hard today. It's feeling sore, but it's feeling sore like it's the first time I've actually deadlifted in a long time sore, not like I fucked it up. I think if you fuck your back up, I think back injuries are the ones that you feel it immediately. I don't, well, because I've injured my back once badly before, and that was like, I felt it, and I knew, I was like, oh shit.
Destiny, are you familiar W/Chris Morris? British satirist, social/cultural/political commentator, and the most brilliant satirist of the last 30 years, IMO.
Nice.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
You fucked up a
I
disc
love
or something?
DGGL.
I think I did. I never went to the hospital, but I think I herniated a disc like a long, like 4 or 5 years ago. I really think I did.
Book smarts, more like book farts.
Because
Blood
my back
Because
hurt
I'm putting 100%.
bad for like a month, and it still hurt pretty moderately for like 6 months. That sucked. Holy shit. Ugh.
Hey Destiny, it's Kadu or Kazoo here. Yeah, it really sucked knowing our work had to go down the drain like that.
True. Did you go the Batman route and let it heal by itself? For a while. I think, okay, non-medical advice, so be careful when you listen to me about this, okay? Or I guess it's medical advice, but don't listen to me, okay, without checking your own thing. Based on my personal experience, and then based kind of on what I've read, now, your mileage may vary, so be careful, okay? But it seems to me like the absolute 1,000,000% most important part about any injury that you get is you have to rehab the fuck out of it. Like, there are 2 horrible things that you can do when you injure yourself. The most horrible thing is to keep using the injured part until you completely fuck it up and make it permanent. But the second bad thing is to just stop moving, period, around that thing completely. Like, it seems like it's really important that, like, if something is hurt, find a way to work around it in a healthy way and then rehab it back to where it is, like, functional again. But if you just sit on it and you let it idle over time, like, that part will hurt for the rest of your life and you'll just never recover. That seems to be the case. And I read a lot of stories like that. And it seems to be the case that, like, if you're aggressively rehabbing around something, it's a way more positive way to move forward than to just be like, oh, like, you're fucked, don't ever use it again. I think I remember that, like, when I talked about, like, my shoulder impingement thing, so, like, if I tried to dumbbell chest fly, which is a hard exercise for dumb reasons, that it would cause pain in my arm, the goal is never to just drop that exercise completely and then never do it again. I think the goal for me was, like, even if it meant like 2.5 pound dumbbells, doing the lightest possible weight where there wasn't pain, but I was still, like, utilizing those muscles, like, stuff like that was a better approach to rehabbing my body than just like, oh, well, this hurts, I'm never going to do it again. Like, dropping the weight as low as possible, or like finding isolation movements or anything just to, like, keep those parts, like, moving and exercising is it seems to be a way healthier approach to injuries than just like, oh, I heard this thing, I'm never going to do anything with this until it feels better. Because it'll, like, like never feel better. That's what it seems like. But hey, your mileage may vary. That might be totally wrong in some cases, and maybe in 2 months I'll be totally disagree on that. I don't know. But oh, hold on. Are we all caught up in this?
Take my money, Benelli.
Oh yeah, or just fucking get on gear and just skip injuries.
Fucking mouth.
Ascend beyond injuries, okay? I don't actually know if going on roids or like whatever, I don't know if that would actually help you recover faster from like an actual like skeletal or muscular injury. I don't know if it does. It might. I have no idea. I don't actually know the answer to that.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
It actually makes it worse. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not sure.
Like an NPC in like someone else's life. Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
I know that like local steroids or whatever you're gonna can like reduce inflammation, but I don't know if that helps you recover from an injury fast or not, or just like reduces discomfort. I don't actually know. I'm not sure. I truly don't know. I'm not saying that like rhetoric. I don't know.
You're a fucking statistician.
Why am I'm running around so much? I'm not doing anything. Oh, it's because I'm fucking tired. I need to sleep. We need more dono sounds. Yeah, maybe someday. Well, we did 10 hours today. Okay. I know you regret making your website open source, but is there something cool that came out of it as well? Making it open source? Probably not. But maybe there is and I missed it. I don't know. What's up, Mindwaves? I love you guys. It's been fun. I'm proud of all of you. You're cool. Thankful for all of you guys for Thanksgiving. Thanks for being awesome. Oh, we'll go hang out with...
in the back or fucks them over. I also don't like...
Both of these people are very cool people. I think this guy's name is Cody, and her name... I don't know why I'm saying this. I might be doxing them. Never mind. Pretend I didn't say anything. They're both cool people, though. I think I can say that much. Here you go. I love you guys. It's been fun. Have fun. Ripperino, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, mappuccino, dappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, al pacino, my duderinos. I will catch you guys next in the streamerino. Okay? Peace out.